Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Ran Away and Found Aizawa. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku's POV. Ever since I could remember, my dad had been a constant source of fear. He often took out his frustrations on my mother and me, wielding his quirk, fire breathing, with little regard for the pain it caused. I had bandages wrapped around my small arms, a reminder of his cruelty. At just 7 years old, I was smaller than most kids my age, often mistaken for someone 3 years younger. My mother tried her best to protect me, but sometimes she just couldn't. Please don't hurt him. Hisashi, he's just a boy, he hasn't done anything, my mother pleaded, trying to pull my father away from me. With a swift motion, he sent her flying, and I watched in horror as she fell, a bruise already forming on her face. It hurt to see her like that. She was so kind and didn't deserve this. Yet, she stayed with him, and I couldn't help but think she felt trapped. Now, runt, stand up, he snarled, kicking me back down before I could even get to my feet. Time skip. After his outburst, my father stormed out, likely to meet his equally unpleasant friends. I crawled over to my mother and hugged her tightly, relieved to still feel her breath against my neck as I curled up beside her, drifting into an uneasy sleep. Hey Deku! Kacchan shouted from the swings the next day. I ran over, excitement bubbling inside me. Kacchan! I squealed, hugging him tightly. What's got you so excited, nerd? Did your dad finally leave? Kacchan asked, returning the hug with equal enthusiasm. I pulled away, rubbing the bandages on my arms, knowing I shouldn't have mentioned my father. And no, Kacchan, it had nothing to do with him, I whispered, a frown flickering across my face. I shook my head and smiled brightly at my best friend again. I got my quirk. It's called transform. I can change into any animal, person, or object I've seen before, even from a picture. If I transform into a person, I can use their quirk. Isn't that so cool? I exclaimed, dancing around him. Kacchan smiled gently. That's pretty cool, Izuku. I woke from my dream with a gasp, realizing it had been 3 years since I last saw Kacchan. Our last encounter had been when I told him about my quirk, but my father had interrupted before I could show him. I missed Kacchan so much. Izuku, honey, my mother whispered softly from beside me, it's time for dinner. I looked at her in surprise. We rarely had dinner together, only on special occasions. I wondered who was coming over. My question was answered when a suspicious-looking man sat opposite me at the dinner table. He had pitch-black eyes that seemed to absorb the light, and his snowy hair fell in waves to his shoulders. Hisashi, I don't have time to delay this any further. Either you deliver what we've asked for or you pay the price, the man rasped, ignoring me and my mother. When the man entered, his gaze swept over the bruises on both my mother and me, as if it were normal to be hurt by a husband or father. I hadn't seen anyone but my mother, father, and the occasional stranger for 3 years. Yeah, I've got the package in the back room. It was hard to get, mind you. I better be compensated properly, my father said dismissively. The man growled, his anger palpable. I looked down at my food, trying to remain unnoticed. After a tense moment, my father said, follow me to the back room. You can collect your package and leave. Izuku, get to bed and stay there. I bowed my head to the adults before scurrying upstairs, eager to distance myself from the unsettling atmosphere. As I climbed the stairs, a sense of foreboding settled in my heart. Something bad was about to happen. When I got to my room, I immediately crawled under the covers of my mattress and curled up into a ball. When my dad was doing business deals, I always hid. They seemed dodgy, like something you'd find in a film about gangs and the black market. I didn't expect this deal to go any different from the others. The buyer would pick up whatever the package was, pay my dad, then they would leave. However, as the thunder clapped outside, something deep within my stomach told me that something would go wrong. And something did. That's enough, Hisashi. The scream of anger jarred me from my light slumber, making me sit up abruptly. We have a son. You can't do this anymore. What if he finds a dead body in the house? What will you do then? I recognized the voice as my mother's, except she had never used that tone before. She never raised her voice at me and certainly never at my father, unless she wanted to face Hisashi's wrath. In the eerie silence that followed my mother's outburst, I quietly made my way downstairs. My parents were standing in the kitchen, their figures dark against the artificial yellow light glowing from the bulb. It seemed as if my father was frozen in shock, his silhouette standing still, while my mother's petite frame quivered in fear and anger. From my place at the bottom of the stairs, I could see her grassy green eyes, alight with apprehension and regret. Clearly, she hadn't thought through what she was saying. After what seemed to be an eternity, the devil finally moved. In a blink of an eye, my mother was kneeling on the floor of our quaint kitchen. Her eyes were watering as she held her pale hand up to her throbbing red cheek. I quivered in fear, unable to move or make a sound. "You're insane," my father roared. Smoke curled from his mouth as his anger grew. Flames spewed from Hisashi's mouth, curling around my mother and causing cries of pain to spill from her lips. The screams tore at my heart. I wanted so desperately to rush forward and save her, but as I was about to step off the step, she caught my eye. As the flames subsided slightly, she shook her head, telling me to stay where I was. To not interfere. Although every bone in my body urged me to stop the monster, the desperate look in her eyes kept me rooted in place. It seemed as if the beating would never stop. My father just kept hitting her. With every blow delivered to my poor mother, a wave of guilt and pain flowed through my body. "Stupid!" Hisashi shouted as he kicked my mum continuously, causing crimson blood to splatter from her mouth, painting dots of red on the pristine white floor. Please stop," my mum coughed, heaving in red breaths. "Think of Izuku." A look of disgust flickered over my dad's face, his lips pulled back into a snarl. "That brat isn't any of my concern. He's just proof of how much of a fool you are." Flames roared from Hisashi's mouth, covering my mum, before he stormed from the house, not noticing me sitting on the stairs. I was confused. My mum wasn't a fool. Even though my dad was the worst person alive, she stayed loyal to him. I was snapped out of my thoughts when I heard the quiet whimpers of pain coming from my mum. Then silence engulfed the house. I rushed over to my mother, staining my milky skin red as I knelt beside her in a pool of blood. "Mum," I whispered shakily, shaking her small beaten body carefully. "Mummy," I cried when I received no response. The once bright hopeful eyes of Inko Midoriya were dull. No spark of life shone within the green orbs. My heart lurched in pain as I realized what had happened. My dad had taken her from me. I would never hear her sweet singing voice, humming lullabies to calm me down. I would never get to taste her delicious katsudon again. It all crashed down upon me at once. I wanted to cry, I wanted to wail and scream about how unfair everything was. I was 7, I shouldn't be experiencing this. I needed to run. I couldn't stay in a house where my mother had died. I couldn't stay in the same house as a monster. I stood up after placing a delicate kiss on my mother's forehead. "I love you so much, Mum, I'll miss you." I choked through barely contained tears before rushing from the house, only stopping to grab the only happy family photo we possessed. Just me, my mum, and my dad, all smiling happily at the camera, our green eyes glowing with joy and love. I ran through the pouring rain. My thin top was soaked through, and goosebumps covered my exposed legs. It seemed nobody was on the streets to see a small boy sprinting down the streets, a small photo frame clutched in his arms. Thunder boomed and lightning crackled above my head, scaring me to the point where I accidentally transformed into a green kitten. Now a kitten, I continued to run, my little paws slipping occasionally on the wet concrete. I was running for a while before I stopped, lost. I had no idea where I was, and the rain fell in sheets, obscuring my surroundings. I let out a hiss of frustration. Maybe running away was a bad idea. I was about to find an alleyway to occupy until the storm ended when an ominous shadow fell over me. I froze in fear. Had my dad found me? Was he going to grab me by the scruff of my neck and carry me home? "What's a poor kitty like you doing out in this storm?" A soft voice cooed from above me. Caring hands picked me up and cradled me to their hard chest. Warm hands ran through my soaked fur, causing purrs of content to pour from my mouth. "What are you holding there?" the voice asked, taking the photo frame from my mouth. I panicked. What if he threw it away? Or if he took me back to my dad? My tiny heart hammered against my ribs. I couldn't let that happen. So I did the only thing I could think of. I transformed. Aizawa's POV. Imagine my surprise when the adorable green kitten I found shivering in the rain transformed into a bruised boy. His huge emerald eyes were wide with fear, and his pale skin was littered with purple patches that told a very disturbing story. "Please don't take me back," he begged, his high voice filled with fear. "I'll be good, just don't take me back to him," he began to cry, his tears mingling with the rain that continued to pour down on us. "Hey kid, what's your name?" I asked gently, crouching down to his height. "My name is Shota Aizawa, but my hero name is Eraserhead." As soon as I mentioned that I was a hero, the kid's head shot up and his eyes shone with awe. "Really?" he squeaked, his eyes wide. I nodded, and his smile widened before he seemed to remember his sadness. Then his cute little smile slipped away, and tears pricked back up in his eyes. "Don't take me back please, Mr. Eraserhead," he whimpered, eyes squeezed shut. My heart ached in sympathy as I watched this boy, who couldn't have been older than 5, cry out in fear. "It's okay kid, I won't take you back. Just tell me your name," I hummed soothingly. "Izuku Midoriya." "I'm 7, he whispered almost inaudibly. My eyes widened in surprise. The kid was tiny, how was he 7? "Come on kid, let's get you out of the rain," I smiled down at him, my voice laced with compassion. He sniffled slightly and nodded, causing water to drip from his hair. I gently picked him up after handing him his photo and began walking toward the police station to report the incident. As I walked, Izuku clung to me like a koala, and the clouds parted, allowing silver rays of moonlight to shine down upon us. "So, you just found him wandering around the streets in the rain?" a police officer asked, looking over at Izuku, who was curled up and snoring softly on a chair. I nodded in response, causing him to write something down. We'd been discussing Izuku for a while now, talking about the circumstances in which he was found and the fact that he was clearly abused and malnourished. A nurse had been called and told us that Izuku had developmental issues because of his malnourishment and that he had several injuries. His entire body was practically bruised, from his face to his legs. The nurse told us that it seemed as if he hadn't been outside in a very long time. My heart clenched just looking at the poor kid. He'd fallen asleep as dawn broke and fog settled across the road. He looked so peaceful as he slept, his constant look of fear and panic completely erased from his young features. "What are we going to do about the kid?" the police officer, who I later found out was called Tant, asked, a small frown marring his weathered features. "We could probably send him to an orphanage once we've arrested his dad. By the look of these files, he doesn't have any other relatives. He hasn't mentioned his mother, so we can probably assume she's out of the picture. She hasn't been seen for years. We'll look into it." He rubbed his dark stubble thoughtfully, mumbling the end as an afterthought. His eyes glazed as he stared off into space, obviously thinking about what was to be done with Izuku. Looking over at the child, my heart softened. He had clearly been through a lot, even at his young age. I couldn't know the full extent of it, but I knew what I wanted to do. "I'll adopt him," I said monotonously, still looking down at the kid, a fond twinkle in my eyes. I felt Tant flinch in surprise. Clearly, he hadn't expected me to say what I did. "What? Really?" he questioned, surprised. Of course, it seems to be the most logical course of action. He was on the verge of a panic attack when the nurse was tending to his wounds. The poor boy was absolutely terrified. "He seems comfortable with me, so it is logical for me to care for him," I replied, my eyes never straying from the boy. Just when Tant was about to respond, a muscular green-haired man came bursting through the door, thinly veiled rage simmering in his eyes. "I'm looking for my son, Izuku Midoriya." As soon as Izuku's name left the man's lips, I was on guard. This must be the person who had hurt the young boy. "Why should we give him to you?" I growled lowly, my hands reaching for my capture gear. Seemingly sensing my hostility, Izuku began to stir, yawning tiredly and stretching. As soon as Izuku made a noise, the man's head whipped around to look at him. Everything was still for a second before Izuku began to mutter as the man advanced. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." He repeated the words over and over again as the man stalked toward him, his face shadowed and fists clenched. It seemed he had forgotten where he was. "Little brat. Thinks he can escape. He's in for it," the sea-green-haired man mumbled under his breath. Before he could lay a finger on the clearly traumatized boy, my capture gear grabbed him, preventing him from advancing further. I signaled to Tant, and he nodded. He rushed forward and scooped Izuku up, running back behind the desk to hide him from his father. "Give me my son," Isashi Midoriya roared, straining against my gear. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't loosen his bindings. His chest swelled, and his throat glowed, indicating he was about to use his quirk. Immediately, my quirk activated, and his throat returned to its normal color. A look of confusion clouded his face, and he began to mutter, but was swiftly cut off as I knocked him unconscious. "Mr. Eraserhead," a tentative voice whispered as I watched Midoriya being taken into custody. I looked down and saw little Izuku clutching my trouser leg, his wide emerald eyes brimming with unshed tears. Thank you for saving me," he murmured into my leg, his voice slightly muffled. "No problem, kid. Come on, we're going home," I replied gently, a tone that felt unusual for me. He gasped and looked up at me in surprise, as if asking with his eyes whether I was joking. I simply smiled at him before scooping him up and carrying him away from the police station and the scene of his father's arrest, hopefully toward a better life and bright future. Aizawa carried me out of the police station, and the events of the night caught up to me. My eyelids began to droop, and I let out a small yawn. From the moment he comforted me in the rain, I knew he was trustworthy. It may seem foolish to trust someone you've just met, but I had this gut feeling. Over the years since Aizawa took me in, I learned to trust my instincts. As Aizawa's gentle gait rocked me to sleep, I thought of my mom and hoped she was happy in her afterlife. I woke up laying on a soft bed, cocooned in blankets that were wrapped tightly around me. I found it hard to move, but I managed to shuffle enough to see that I was in a very plain bedroom. No decorations adorned the walls or furniture. The walls were a dull beige, lacking life or interest. It seemed as if nobody had ever set foot in it. "Izuku?" A hushed voice came from the doorway. I hadn't noticed the door open. I looked up and saw the scruffy face of Aizawa, more formally known as Eraserhead. At the sight of him, my memories came rushing back, and tears welled up in my eyes. Seeing my damp eyes, Aizawa came over to the bed and placed a comforting arm around my shoulder. "Why don't we go eat something? How would you like that?" he asked, his voice holding compassion, though it seemed he wasn't used to expressing it. He looked a bit awkward. I nodded slightly, and Aizawa took that as his cue to unbundle me from my blanket and lead me from the room. "What would you like to eat?" Aizawa asked as he looked through his cupboards, which seemed fairly barren. "I'm not sure," I whispered. "You can pick something for me." I heard him hum in agreement as I looked around the room. Like the room I woke up in, the rest of Aizawa's house was plain, the only splash of color being a photo of a turquoise-haired woman whose laughter seemed infectious even through the photograph. "Who's that?" I asked without thinking. As soon as the question left my lips, my eyes widened in fear, and I placed a trembling hand over my mouth. "I am sorry. I won't ask any more questions." Silent tears streamed down my cheeks. Aizawa looked at me in alarm, his usually dull eyes wide. "What are you sorry for, kid? It's perfectly natural to ask questions." He soothed me, abandoning his search for food in favor of pulling me into an awkward hug. "That's my ex-girlfriend, Emi Fukukado, also known as Ms. Joke. It was a mutual breakup, we agreed to it." He looked at the photo with a fond gleam in his eyes. I wondered if they had shown their love through playful teasing as my dad had done. "She'll be here soon. I called her last night and she wanted to meet you. She insists that she'll cheer you up," Aizawa mumbled as he continued his search through the cupboards. I was going to meet a new person? Anxiety welled up inside me, pressing on my lungs and blocking my throat. I couldn't breathe. I pulled in ragged breaths and clutched at my chest in an attempt to alleviate some of my inner turmoil. I faintly heard Aizawa calling my name and felt soothing arms circle around my frail body. After a while, I calmed down a bit and gripped onto the arms around me tightly. "It's okay, problem child. I'm here. Nothing is going to happen to you," Aizawa whispered in my ear. The way he held me and comforted me reminded me of my mother, and the thought brought a new wave of tears to my eyes. "What's the matter now, Izuku?" Aizawa asked kindly, continuing to hug me and wiping away the tears that managed to escape. "I miss my mummy. Hisashi took her away from me," I cried softly, clinging to Aizawa tighter as memories flooded my mind. I could feel Aizawa tense at my words. He clearly wanted to ask me more but decided against it due to my fragile state. "Let's get you to eat something, kid, then we can watch some cartoons," Aizawa mumbled. I nodded and climbed out of his lap, opting to sit on a brown two-seater sofa. "Thank you for the food, Aizawa," I whispered after finishing the instant noodles he had prepared for me. I had tried my hardest to eat the entire bowl, but a quarter of the way through I felt nauseous. I tried to force the food down to please Aizawa, but he noticed and told me to stop forcing myself. "It's fine, Aizu, you can ask for anything, okay?" I noticed that whenever Aizawa spoke to me, he used a soft, comforting tone. I nodded, my eyelids began to droop, and I fell into a soft sleep, comforted by Aizawa's presence. "He's so cute," a female voice squealed, waking me from my slumber. "Shut up, Joke, he's sleeping," Aizawa's gruff voice mumbled closer to me than the woman's. "She's got a point, Shota. This little listener is adorable," a foreign male voice attempted to whisper enthusiastically. I slowly began to open my eyes and saw that I was surrounded by 3 people. The sheer number of people looking down on me made my heart race and my breath speed up uncontrollably. "See? What did I tell you? I told you that you'd overwhelm the poor boy, and that's just what you two did. Idiots," Aizawa admonished the 2 strangers, giving them his signature glare. The 2 strangers looked upset and mumbled their apologies to me before leaving the room on Aizawa's command. "I'll tell you when to come in," he called to them as they went into the kitchen. "I'm sorry about that, Aizu. We expected you to sleep for a bit longer," Aizawa apologized, pulling me into a hug to calm my erratic breathing. I buried my face into his chest and focused on his steady heartbeat. Who are they?" I asked in a small voice, unsure if he even heard me. "The woman is my ex-girlfriend, you know, the one I told you about, Emi Fukukado. And the man is my friend Hisashi Yamada, or Present Mike," Aizawa explained as he stroked my head. At the mention of my dad's name, my breath hitched, but once Present Mike was mentioned, my apprehension transformed into excitement. "The Present Mike. The voice hero," I exclaimed in awe, my eyes wide. Aizawa chuckled slightly, a warm and rare sound, and nodded in confirmation. I began to fanboy, which unfortunately made me lose control of my quirk. With a muffled crack, I transformed into a megaphone. I could sense Aizawa's surprise from above me. "Izuku?" Aizawa asked in amazement. With another muffled crack, I was back as a human, beaming up at Aizawa with my bright smile. "That was interesting," Aizawa murmured. "So you're Izuku? Oh, aren't you just adorable?" Ms. Joke cooed as she stood a respectful distance away, her cheeks squished in delight. She had shoulder-length turquoise hair, over which she wore an orange cloth tied at the back. Her pond green eyes shone with joy, scrunched up slightly from her wide smile. Shota, if you hurt this adorable bean, I'm going to hurt you. Auntie Joke threatened, her bright smile never leaving her lips. Aizawa grumbled something about it being impossible for a decent human to harm such a sweet creature, but I ignored him in favor of watching Auntie Joke pull hand puppets out of nowhere. She acted out a comedic play of her and Aizawa defeating some bad guys, enlisting Aizawa's help to play the villains. I giggled sporadically through the performance. I hadn't been that happy in years. They made me forget, even if it was only for a brief time, about everything concerning my mother's death and Hisashi's arrest. Hello, little listener. Present Mike called in a subdued voice when Aizawa asked him to come in. I shyly waved my hand at him and buried myself further into Aizawa's side. I wanted to try my hardest to trust him. After all, he was a hero and heroes were trustworthy, but I had a deep-seated distrust of men. Present Mike had long blonde hair that usually stood straight up, but on that day, it fell like a waterfall down his back. He, like Auntie Joke, had green eyes, though his were a more intense shade. No need to talk, little listener, I can talk for us. You're adorable, you know. How is it possible for someone to be that cute? Can I sit here? He asked, pointing to a seat opposite me. I slowly nodded in confirmation. He smiled and settled into the beige armchair, beginning to ramble on about his hero work and radio show. I listened intently, hanging on to every word. In the background of a particularly enthralling story about the time Present Mike lost his voice during a fight, I heard the click of a camera. At the time, I ignored it, but years later, that photo would be framed on the wall of Aizawa's house. Thanks for having us, Aizu. Just tell Shota to call us if you want to see us, okay? Auntie Joke smiled as she gave me a quick hug. I will, I whispered, the first thing I had said all day. The three adults looked at me in shock, their eyes wide and mouths agape. After a moment of staring, I began to wonder if I had done something wrong. An apology was on the tip of my tongue when Auntie Joke broke into tears of joy. He spoke. Oh, this is amazing. You're too pure, Aizu. She probably would have continued to sing my praises if it weren't for Aizawa covering her mouth. Calm down, Ami, he said 2 words. You're going to scare the poor boy again. Go home, both of you, you'll see him again. Aizawa grumbled before taking his hand away from Auntie Joke's mouth and picking me up. We waved goodbye to Auntie Joke and Mike before we re-entered our house and settled down to watch TV. Oi, Izuku, Aizawa began, turning away from the newest All Might's Animated Adventures episode. I nodded to show I was listening. I need to know a bit more about you. I'm going to be looking after you from now on, so it's best if I know what you like and don't like. Stuff that will help me take better care of you. I also need to know what happened to your mum. Aizawa softly murmured. As soon as he mentioned my mum, my posture became rigid. I wasn't ready to speak about that. Although it seemed as if I had known Aizawa for my entire life, I had only met him yesterday. It had only been 48 hours since my mother had left the world. But he couldn't possibly know the tragedy was still fresh in my mind. My breathing became erratic as my mind wandered back to the memories of that day. My heart ached as I remembered. Tears streaked down my cheeks, pooling in my lap. I was so lost in my thoughts that I didn't notice Aizawa take my face in his rough hands. I didn't notice his reassuring words, assuring me that I could tell him when I was ready. I cried for what felt like hours. Soon enough, I fell into an uneasy slumber in Aizawa's lap. 3 weeks had passed since I told Izuku that I'd have to ask him about his mother. I hadn't brought the topic up since and just continued on normally. Izuku seemed happy enough. He was looking a lot healthier since coming to live with me. Occasionally, Ami and Hisashi would come and visit, bringing Izuku gifts to decorate his bedroom. Already, the room was out of place in my bland house. Ami had come over mere days after Izuku arrived and painted the spare bedroom blue and yellow, making the room an eyesore in my opinion. But Izuku seemed to adore it, thanking Ami over and over again. Hisashi had also played his part, coming over one day with at least 5 bags full of toys and clothes. Izuku refused to take them at first but was eventually persuaded. That kid was spoiled rotten. In the 3 weeks since I had adopted Izuku, I had learned that his quirk was called transform, and that he could change into any living or inanimate object, provided he had seen at least a picture of it before. Apparently, this quirk also meant that he could transform into people. I found this out the hard way when I walked into the living room and saw 2 Ms. Jokes laughing together on the sofa. That was a shock. It did not help when I was hit with the sudden urge to laugh. As tears welled up in my eyes from the sheer amount of laughter bubbling in my throat, I glared at the 2 people sitting in front of me. See, I can use the quirk of whoever I transform into, one of the Jokes explained as my laughter stopped. That's such a cool quirk, Aizu, the other one exclaimed in joy. With a muffled crack, the first Ami disappeared and was replaced with my very own problem child. I glared at the 2 and continued through the living room, I really didn't have the heart to yell at Izuku. Izuku, come have lunch please? I called from the kitchen. I heard the soft pitter-patter of feet hitting the wooden floor as Izuku ran. His emerald curls popped up behind the dining table as I was putting the food down. What are we having? Izuku asked as he sat down, his freckled face adorned with a smile. Chicken nuggets, I replied simply, placing the plate in front of him. Izuku squealed in delight and devoured the chicken nuggets so quickly that it seemed he practically inhaled them. As I sat and watched him to ensure he didn't choke, the matter of his mother popped back into my mind. I knew I had to ask him about it sooner or later, but he was too fragile at the moment. Aizawa, a youthful voice shouted, pale arms waving frantically in my face. I questioned, coming back to reality. I saw Izuku looking up at me, his eyes filled with tears and his lip quivering. It was clear he was on the verge of crying. What's wrong, Izuku? I asked in my gentlest voice. I wasn't naturally gentle, so I usually sounded awkward whenever I attempted to be compassionate. Luckily, over the 3 weeks I had been caring for Izuku, I had developed a softer tone that didn't sound as forced. You weren't responding and I thought you were. I thought you were like my mom, he wailed, his tears finally spilling from his large doe eyes. I didn't know what to say, so I just pulled him into a tight embrace. It became clearer that I had to wait for him to be in a better place before I could ask anything about his previous home life. Who knew that at 23, I would have to deal with a child's emotional struggles? No matter what, I wouldn't give Izuku up. Another 3 weeks passed and I was finally back at work. Izuku said he was comfortable enough to go to school now. Initially, I was against the idea. I could easily take him to work with me. But according to Emi, that was really unsafe, Aizawa. So I signed Izuku up for school and hoped he would be okay. The protective feeling I had for Izuku was foreign but certainly not unwelcome. Aizawa, I had so much fun. Izuku beamed as I walked towards the door of his classroom. His unruly green hair shifted from side to side as he danced around my legs. He grabbed my hand and began to tug me towards a small blonde boy and what I assumed was his mother. Kacchan! Izuku squeaked as he neared the blonde, his smile growing bigger as we got closer. I tugged Aizawa behind me towards Kacchan and Auntie Mitsuki. I had been telling Kacchan about Aizawa all day and he said he wanted to meet him to assess whether he was a good enough dad. I laughed at the time and told Kacchan that Aizawa isn't my dad, but even after only 6 weeks of living with him, Aizawa felt more like a dad than Hisashi ever had. Hello there, Izuku, who's this with you? Auntie Mitsuki asked kindly as she knelt beside me and hugged me. I squeezed her back and turned to Aizawa. This is Aizawa. He's looking after me because... I started excitedly but trailed off. Memories of why I was living with Aizawa flashed in my mind. I must have had a look on my face because Kacchan punched me in the arm. You okay there, nerd? Kacchan asked, his voice holding a hint of sympathy, though it was barely noticeable. Like Aizawa, Kacchan wasn't used to expressing compassion, and whenever he tried, it ended up sounding forced. After Aizawa introduced himself to Auntie Mitsuki and explained what he knew about the situation, my mum was missing and Hisashi was in prison, we had to part ways. Auntie looked desolate, and Kacchan must have noticed his mother's shift in mood because he stayed quiet for once. Seeing the sad look on Auntie's face twisted something within me. She deserved to know what had happened to her friend. She deserved to know the truth. I made the decision as I watched the Bakugas walk away, to tell Aizawa about my mother's death so that my father would face the consequences. Are you sure you're ready to tell me, Izuku? Aizawa asked hesitantly. He looked at me with concern in his eyes, and in all honesty, I despised that pity. Yes, I'm sure, I replied shortly. I wasn't going to beat around the bush. I was going to tell the truth, do my mother justice, and ensure my father got what he deserved. 29. My dad locked my mum and me in the house when I had just developed my quirk. My dad had always been abusive, but suddenly he decided that we were forbidden to go outside, and if we did, there would be severe consequences. Once, at the beginning, my mum tried to leave just to go into the garden, but Hisashi caught her. He dragged me to my room and locked the door. Then my mum started screaming and begging him to stop. I didn't know what was happening, but it happened a few times since I was 4. I began my story, staring at my hands. Normally, tears would be welling up in my eyes by this point, but at that moment, I felt numb. Aizawa sat beside me, listening intently, his full attention on me. Once a week, a stranger always came to our house. It was usually different people, but I had seen some of them twice. When they came, they'd have dinner with us. It was the only day I was allowed to eat a proper meal. Normally, I got just a piece of fruit. My mum tried to sneak me some food, but when she got caught, my dad punished her severely. I paused, recalling the time my mum was unconscious for a week. The experience had scared me, and I was hesitant when she continued to leave me bits of food. But I was always so hungry that my cravings overcame my fear. The day I ran away, a white-haired man came to dinner and discussed picking something up from Hisashi. He scared me a lot. I didn't like the way he looked at me or my mum. It felt like he wanted to harm us. Hisashi and he got into an argument about the package, and I was told to go to my room. I went to sleep but was woken up by my mum and Hisashi arguing. I paused again, memories of that night flooding back. Aizawa waited patiently for me to continue, never rushing me. He simply sat there, hands clasped in his lap, waiting for me to be ready. So, my mum was shouting at my dad, saying it wasn't safe and what if I got caught up in it. My mum never yelled at anyone, especially not my dad. She was too scared to fight back. I snuck downstairs and saw them frozen in the kitchen, both shocked. Then Hisashi shouted at my mum, calling her terrible names and started hitting her like he usually did when we did something wrong. I wanted to stop him, but my mum saw me and told me not to move. I don't think Hisashi realized I was there. He just kept hitting her, over and over. Then he stopped, called her a bad name and walked off. After that, I ran over to my mum and tried to wake her up. She was bleeding a lot, and I wanted to help her. But I dissolved into tears, the memories coming back in vivid detail. The metallic smell of blood, the horrific sight of the blood-stained tiles, and the eerie silence punctuated only by my gasps of horror as I realized she was gone. The words fell from my lips as I became overwhelmed. My mum was gone. I would never see her again. I didn't even know where her body was. The police had checked the house after Hisashi was arrested for child abuse, and nothing about my mum was mentioned. For all I knew, she could have been lost forever. Tears, which I had promised myself I would hold back, streamed down my cheeks. Distantly, I felt arms encircle me, warm and comforting. I hugged whoever it was back, squeezing them with all my strength. As tears continued to flow, I felt my consciousness fading as I slipped into a deep, trauma-induced sleep. Aizawa's POV. I was filled with rage. Not only had he abused Izuku, but he had also harmed his own wife, and ultimately he had taken her life. Even until the end, that woman had protected her son from her monstrous husband. What I wouldn't do to confront that man. I stopped my thoughts when I heard tiny snores coming from Izuku. His face was troubled, fists clenched as he dreamt. I was about to wake him when his frown disappeared, replaced by a content smile. Whatever he was dreaming about, it seemed to bring him peace. The next morning, after I had dropped Izuku off at school, I stormed into the police station and marched up to the front desk. "Where is the lead detective investigating Hisashi Midoriya?" I asked, my tone sharper than intended. The receptionist, looking startled, pointed down the hall. I nodded in thanks and hurried down the corridor. I pushed open the door to Detective Tsukachi's office with more force than necessary. "Ah, Eraserhead," Tsukachi said, his voice laced with confusion. "How can I help you?" I sat down across from him, my demeanor serious. After a few moments of Tsukachi avoiding my gaze, I decided to break the silence. "I know what happened to Inko Midoriya," I stated bluntly. Tsukachi's eyes widened in surprise. "Inko Midoriya? Hisashi Midoriya's wife?" he asked cautiously. I nodded, feeling the anger within me shift to deep sadness. "She's dead," I said quietly. "Murdered by her husband." I looked down, feeling the weight of the moment. "How do you know she was murdered?" Tsukachi asked, quickly jotting down notes. "Her son, Izuku, told me. He witnessed the entire thing. He said it started when." I recounted Izuku's account, hoping that Inko would be found and that little Izuku could find some relief. Kacchan's POV. "Kacchan!" I called out as he chased me around the playground. My feet pounded on the colorful concrete as I dodged other kids, laughing as I evaded his grasp. "I'm gonna catch you, Izunai," he shouted, determination in his voice. As we put on our coats, Kacchan asked, "Can you come to my house, Izunai?" I shrugged, picking up my bag. "It depends on what Aizawa says." Kacchan huffed, pulling on his coat with frustration. "Look, your mum and Aizawa are coming over. We can ask them," I suggested, pointing to the entrance where the two adults were talking. Auntie Mitsuki's somber expression indicated something serious was happening. Kacchan rushed over to his mother, eager to ask about my visit, but then he noticed the tears in her eyes. "What's going on?" he asked, his voice filled with concern. He looked up at Aizawa, seeking answers. Aizawa knelt down, placing a comforting hand on Kacchan's shoulder. "Izuku's mum, your Auntie Inko, was killed. I was just telling your mum about it." Aizawa was straightforward as always. Kacchan stood frozen, his expression blank, until he finally turned to me. "Why didn't you tell me, Deku?" he whispered, his voice trembling. I struggled to find the right words. "I'm sorry, Kacchan, I couldn't. I didn't." I stammered, feeling overwhelmed. Aizawa stepped in to explain, "Izuku had to watch it happen, Bakugo. He only told me about it a few days ago, and that was after I had been looking after him for a month. It takes time to adjust to such a big change in your life." Kacchan hung his head in shame. He had let his emotions get the best of him. He had called me Deku, which we both knew had negative connotations. "Sorry, Izunai," he mumbled, looking up at me, regret evident on his face. I nodded and opened my arms, offering him one of my hugs. When we were younger, Kacchan, my mum, and Auntie Mitsuki had said my hugs were magical. They had the ability to cheer anyone up. Kacchan fell gratefully into my arms, squeezing me back as tears began to leak from his eyes. After Auntie Mitsuki had come out of her shock and tearfully thanked Aizawa for breaking the news to her, Kacchan and I went our separate ways. Any ideas of asking our guardians to visit each other's houses were forgotten. It was clear to me that the Bakugo family would need time to adjust to the sudden news. I knew that Auntie Mitsuki was holding on to hope that we would escape Hisashi together and that she would be able to see her best friend again. When Aizawa told her my mum was missing, she continued to hold on to that hope, refusing to accept the worst-case scenario. In reality, the worst-case scenario had come to life, and the news must have shattered her world. "Come on, problem child, Mike is visiting tonight," Aizawa mumbled, grabbing my hand and guiding me away from my primary school. "Shota!" Mick's voice echoed through the house as he practically kicked down our front door. I saw Aizawa roll his eyes at his friend's dramatics. Sometimes, I honestly wondered how the two men managed to maintain a good relationship. "I brought pizza," Mike yelled as he entered the living room and placed the pizza atop the coffee table. "Really?" I cheered excitedly. I remembered when I was younger, I had loved pizza, but I hadn't had it in years. "Yep, it's plain cheese though. Mr. Killjoy here is super picky with his toppings," Mike whispered the latter part of the sentence to me, giving me a conspiratorial wink. I laughed at his theatrics. Mike never failed to put a smile on my face. Even though I couldn't call him by his name yet without a shiver of fear running down my spine, I still trusted him wholeheartedly. Aizawa grunted at Mike as he opened the pizza box and took a slice. The cheesy fragrance filled the air, making my stomach rumble in desperation. "Better feed the beast," Mike called from the kitchen as he got us all plates. I smiled and picked up a slice, not waiting even a second before I stuffed my face with the delicious food. As I chomped on my pizza, Aizawa gently smiled at me, a rare expression for the stoic man. "Just sleep on the sofa, you idiot," Aizawa chastised Mike. You see, Mike had somehow managed to get tipsy on a few beers he had brought along with the pizza. According to Aizawa, Mike had always been a lightweight. I had been a bit worried when Mike began to drink. When Hisashi drank, he sometimes got a bit aggressive. I was surprised when Mike just stumbled a bit and playfully flirted with Aizawa. He winked at Aizawa as he was pushed down to lay on the sofa. "Oh, Shota. You know, Aizu is right there, we can't do anything," Mike slurred as he attempted to wink at Aizawa but ended up blinking in a confusing way. I giggled as I watched the scene unfold. Mike was laying on the sofa, clinging to Aizawa's cat t-shirt like a koala and trying desperately to pull him down to lay on the sofa with him. Aizawa sighed and turned to me. "Please head up to bed, Aizu. I'll tuck you in after I deal with this idiot." I nodded and scampered down the hallway toward my bedroom, listening to the sounds of a tipsy Mike and a disgruntled Aizawa as I went. It took a while for Aizawa to come in and bid me goodnight. By the time he managed to make it into my room, my eyelids were drooping. "Sorry, Izuku, Mike is an idiot," he apologized as he perched on the edge of the bed. I nodded, my head feeling heavy. "Night, Aizu," Aizawa whispered gruffly. "Night, Dad," I mumbled in return, not realizing what I had just said. I saw Aizawa pause in my doorway for a moment before he left the room, the back of his neck aflame. A year had passed since I had started living with Shota. Around the 6-month mark, he had insisted I call him by his given name, saying that being called Aizawa by someone he shares his house with was kind of unnerving. During the year, many events had taken place. First off, the police found my mum's body. Hisashi had dumped her unceremoniously in a forest just off the highway. Due to that fact that animals had gotten to her body first, her funeral was a closed casket affair. I will never forget the sobs of the usually strong Bakugo family as they watched my mum being lowered into the ground. Kacchan didn't speak for a week, he didn't shout at the extras, he just sat in the corner with tears in his eyes. Though the tears never fell, he refused to let them. The next thing which had happened in the year was me turning 8 roughly 7 months into living with Aizawa. Auntie Joke threw me a surprise party which she'd apparently been planning since I let slip that I hadn't had a proper birthday celebration since she had looked at me in horror before declaring that she would throw me the best birthday party ever. I had completely forgotten about it before I went home one day and saw streamers hanging from the ceiling and balloons littering the floor. Mike, Auntie Joke and Kiyama, who I had met when she came home with Shota one evening, had jumped up from behind the sofa and screamed, "Surprise!" My face had lit up with joy. The evening was filled with opening gifts, eating cake, playing silly party games and falling asleep in front of the telly. 198 the day after my surprise birthday party, Kacchan had come into school with a present for me. He had shoved into my arms and grumbled something about it only being obligatory, where he learned such a word at the age of 8 is beyond me, and scuffed his shoes on the floor in order to avoid eye contact with me. I had opened the gift to see a limited edition All Might figurine which was only sold in America. It cost a fortune to ship and the actual action figure itself wasn't pocket change. I had stood in shock for a good 10 minutes before I snapped out of it and crushed Kacchan in one of my loving hugs. "Thank you so much, Kacchan," I squealed. He smiled sheepishly down at his feet. I saw his lips move, but I couldn't really hear what he said before he walked off into our classroom. I puzzled over what he had said as I carefully placed the present in my bag and hung my back on its hook. It came to me after a while that he had mumbled, "You're welcome, nerd." Whilst the words weren't all too profound, it still sent a happy tingle up my spine. 52. The final major event which happened within the first year of me living with Aizawa is that I started to get bullied. I'm not sure why they started bullying me. They said it was because I was quirkless, but that line of reasoning made no sense. I had a quirk, I just didn't use it because I didn't need to. I used my quirk quite a bit at home and at Kacchan's house, but it was illegal to use it in public, so why would I? Although it was a felony to use your quirk on others and in public, it didn't stop the bratty 8-year-olds who bullied me from hitting me with theirs. Every day at break time, when all I wanted to do was hang out with Kacchan and my other friend Kyoka, they would harass me and beat me up with their quirks. Kacchan, being the angry gremlin he is, tried to fight back against them, but I always stopped him. I didn't want my friends getting in trouble because of me. It was clear that Kyoka wanted to stand up for me as well, but she had more restraint than Kacchan and just glared menacingly at the brats. I hadn't told Shota that I was being bullied and I was quite a good actor, so it didn't seem as if he was aware of what was going on. 83. Look, it's the quirkless wonder. My main bully, Osaru, hollered as he swaggered across the playground with his lackeys trailing behind him. Osaru had an earth quirk. He could manipulate any earth he came into contact with. He could soften it, raise it, and create monsters from it. Not much unlike the hero Pixie Bob. I looked at Osaru with fear in my eyes. He had somehow found out about my mum dying and tormented me about that, as well as using his monsters to attack me. For some reason, he never let his followers attack me, but they still threatened me with their quirks. "Gee, go away, Osaru," I squeaked as I began to walk away. "I have a quirk, I just don't use it." I knew that by talking back I was inbound for some trouble, but I couldn't be bothered with Osaru and his stupidity. Plus, Kacchan and Kyoka weren't in school that day. Kacchan had a doctor's appointment and Kyoka was visiting her cousins in England. So I was all on my own. Well, look at this. The loser thinks he can stand up to me. Osaru laughed, looking back at the other two brats, cueing them to laugh along with him. They let out nervous chuckles and made crude faces at me. What did I ever do to deserve this? I simply stared at the boys in disinterest and began to walk away like I usually tried to do when suddenly I was sent flying by a tremendous force. 30. I sailed halfway across the playground before I skidded along the gritty concrete of the floor, skinning my face and hands in the process. I felt tears begin to spring into my eyes at the pain. I sniffed, desperately trying to stop the tears from flowing down my face. Blood began to trickle from my hands and face. The hot blood warmed my hands in the frigid January air. The sight of the blood only made it harder to hold back my tears. My injuries, no matter how insignificant, brought back unwelcome memories of nights spent nursing wounds and hearing my mother's cries. I was jolted from my thoughts by a sharp kick to the stomach, sending me rolling across the floor. "What's that look on your face?" Osaru taunted, looking down at me. The sun shone in my eyes, making his silhouette resemble someone I wished to forget. "Obuhu." Look at the tears in his eyes because he knows he's useless. "He's such a crybaby," he cackled. His smirk and words reminded me of painful memories I wanted to escape. "I bet your mum left because she couldn't stand being around a loser like you," he sneered. At that moment, something within me snapped. I felt a surge of anger that pushed aside the facade I wore to please others. "Look at this. What's the matter? Don't like hearing the truth? That you're a useless disappointment." I cut him off with a steely glare. "Shut up," I whispered, just loud enough for him to hear. A sadistic grin spread across Osaru's face, his eyes gleaming with malice. "You think you can talk back to me?" His words were interrupted as my hand collided with his face, the sound echoing in the hushed playground. Several onlookers gasped, never expecting Izuku Midoriya to strike back, even against someone who had tormented him for so long. Osaru turned back to me, a trickle of blood leaking from his nose. Pure rage burned in his eyes, and I fought the urge to flinch as his gaze locked onto mine. He stalked toward me, fists clenched, and I knew he intended to retaliate. My knees began to shake, betraying my fear, and Osaru sneered. "What's this? Is little Izuku scared of his big bad bully?" he mocked. I wanted to disappear. My punch had been a spur-of-the-moment reaction, provoked by his cruel words. "What, are you not going to fight back?" "I knew you were a coward," he taunted, standing directly in front of me. I opened my mouth to apologize, but before I could speak, a fist sailed toward me. Osaru's punch landed on my cheek, pain flaring from the impact and bringing tears to my eyes. Before I could recover, another fist, this one covered in stone, flew toward my face. I jerked my head away just in time, the punch hitting the ground with a loud crack. The ground was left cracked and dented, a reminder of how close I had come to being seriously hurt. "Don't move, crybaby," Osaru hissed, his voice barely audible over the chants of "fight, fight, fight" that filled the air. It was a miracle no teacher had intervened yet. Another fist, this one without rocks, collided with my face, jerking my head sideways into a softened part of the concrete. As my head sank into the ground and Osaru looked down at me with a psychopathic glimmer in his eyes, a deep feeling of dread settled in my stomach. If living with Aizawa had taught me anything, it was to trust my instincts. With no other option, I decided to use my quirk. Taking a deep breath, I let the familiar sensation of my bones creaking and shifting take over. With a muffled crack, I transformed from Izuku Midoriya into Shota Aizawa. I will never forget the horrified expression on Osaru's face as I used Shota's eraser to nullify his quirk and free myself from the ground. I stood up and looked down at Osaru from Shota's height of 6 feet. Looking down at all the kids in my class felt strange. They all looked so small from my position towering over them. Feeling like I had broken the law, which technically I had, I quickly changed back to my usual body. With a muffled crack, I transformed back. Osaru still stood shocked, and the entire playground held its breath, anticipating his next move. They could wait for hours for him to respond, but I wasn't going to wait for him to get over his shock. I quickly spun on my heel and started running towards the school door. I hoped to escape, but apparently, Osaru wasn't done. He rolled behind me, quickly stopping me in my tracks. "So you think you can just use your quirk and run away? Get back here!" Osaru roared in anger. I felt my knees knocking again. Why wouldn't he leave me alone? Osaru stormed towards me, raising his fist, about to strike. It seemed I had no choice but to use my quirk. Taking a deep breath, I transformed into the person who would end this fight the fastest, even though she probably wasn't the most suitable person to be on a playground. With a muffled crack and a cloud of perfume smoke, I stood tall and proud as Kiyama, also known as the hero, Midnight. Several children squealed in surprise at Midnight's costume, turning their heads away. Osaru simply stared at me, caught between horror and awe. He began to shake off his surprise, about to attack again, but I quickly stopped him. I ripped the thin fabric of Kiyama's costume away from my arm and released her sleeping gas quirk. Osaru tried to hold his breath, but he had already breathed in too much. He began to sway on his feet, eyes fluttering as he fought against the tiredness. But it was a losing battle as he face-planted the floor, out like a light. Luckily for me, the witnesses told the teacher the truth. I had only used my quirk in self-defense. I wasn't reprimanded, and Osaru received a punishment of 3 days suspension. It seemed I had beaten my bully. "What am I going to do with you, problem child? You should have told me you were being bullied," Shota sighed heavily later that night. He looked worried, his hair slightly messy from running his hand through it. I looked down at my lap in shame. I hadn't meant to worry him. "I'm sorry, Shota. I didn't want to bother you with my problems," I whispered. Shota shook his head slightly. "Don't worry about it, problem child. You stood up for yourself. That's what matters." I was scooped into a hug, which I gratefully returned, and carried over to the sofa where we watched random TV shows. The next day, when Kacchan heard about what had occurred, he congratulated me enthusiastically. "Well done, Aizawa. You finally stood up for yourself," Kacchan shouted as he pulled me into a tight hug. I laughed slightly and rolled my eyes at his melodramatic attitude. "You're acting as if I saved the world, Kacchan," I sighed good-naturedly. Kacchan pulled back and said in a serious tone, which kind of scared me, "We're both going to save the world when we become heroes like All Might and Shota." The tone was so unnatural compared to his usual flamboyant and angry demeanor. I smiled at him and silently promised to be a hero and save people with him by my side. Shota's POV. 4 months have passed since I found out that Izuku was being bullied. I had reassured him several times that he could come and speak to me if he was ever bullied again. He always replied that he would, although I wasn't sure if he was telling the truth. In all honesty, I was just glad that he had friends. Kids who don't flaunt their quirks can sometimes be alienated by their peers. Jiro and Bakugo were so kind to Izuku and helped him when he had flashbacks of living with his father. While these flashbacks were infrequent, they still affected him heavily. "Shota, it's Kacchan's birthday tomorrow. We need to get him a present," Izuku exclaimed as he rushed down the hall of our house, clutching all of his pocket money and bouncing on the ball of his feet in anticipation. "Okay, geez, calm down, problem child." I laughed gently. Izuku never failed to get a laugh out of me. He was one of the few people who could do that. "Hurry up, Shota. We need to get Kacchan the perfect present. Kyoka said she's giving Kacchan drumming lessons, and it's going to be hard to beat that." Izuku huffed, pushing me toward the front door, not even giving me a second to grab my phone, keys, or put on my shoes. "Chill, Aizu. Just let me get my stuff and then we can leave, okay?" I asked him. I tried to placate Izuku, and it sort of worked. He huffed once more and went to wait for me outside. Izuku was sitting on the floor outside the front door, counting his money with a look of absolute concentration on his face. He was mumbling quickly, wondering if Bakugo would like an All Might poster or maybe some drumsticks since he had gotten a drum not too long ago. "Come on, problem child," I whistled, and Izuku's head snapped up to look at me before he scrambled to his feet and trotted over. "Come on, Aizawa. I think I know what I want to buy Kacchan." Izuku squealed with an excited gleam in his eyes. I smiled at the pint-sized troublemaker before me and held out my hand for him to take. He grabbed my hand and pulled me along toward the shopping center. When we arrived at the shopping center, Izuku continued to drag me wherever he wanted to go. We weaved in and out of the bustling crowds, occasionally getting jostled, and I would shout back an apology as Izuku rushed onward. We finally arrived at the shop Izuku wanted to visit. I looked up at the shop sign and then down at Izuku in bemusement. "What are we doing here? Are you buying him a—" I was abruptly cut off by Izuku, who grabbed my hand and dragged me into the shop. "I'm going to buy him multiple things. They may not be as good as Kyoka-chan's drum lessons, but oh well." Midway through his sentence, Izuku's tone changed from stress to content. I guess it's true that quirks influence attitudes. Izuku's moods changed so fast that sometimes I felt like I had whiplash. "Arigato." Izuku smiled at the cashier. The woman returned his smile and waved goodbye before calling upon the next customer. "You satisfied with the gifts?" I asked as we strolled leisurely through the shopping center. "Yeah. I can't wait to give them to Kacchan." Izuku bounced around me, the black plastic bag in his hand swinging around and nearly hitting a few people as we passed. "Be careful there, you're hitting people." I chastised him. He stopped jumping, looked around for a few seconds, then smiled sheepishly and settled beside me to walk properly. Just as we reached the door to the shopping center, a loud explosion sounded from the car park. Instantly, my capture gear was in my hands. I surveyed the surrounding area, hoping to find a safe place for Izuku. I spotted a little alcove between two potted plants and rushed over. "Stay here, Izuku, okay? Transform into a potted plant. Nobody will target you then." I whispered hurriedly. Izuku nodded, his eyes wide with fear, and the sight broke my heart. I wanted to stay and guard my problem child, but I had a duty as a hero, and I wasn't going to stand around and let innocent people be put at risk. A muffled crack jolted me out of my thoughts. Izuku had transformed into a small potted tree in a white ceramic pot, the same kind as the two standing guard beside him. "I'll be back as soon as possible," I promised before rushing to the car park. "Get back," the villain hollered to the heroes surrounding him. In his hand, he held a bulging bag full of what looked like jewelry, and at his feet, a teenage girl wept in fear. A hero tentatively took a step forward, hands raised to calm the villain, but he didn't take kindly to that. I said, "Stay back. You deaf or something?" the villain roared, making a sweeping gesture with his hand. Cars flew toward us, each surrounded by a faint red glow. I expertly evaded the cars and spun around to look at the villain. As soon as our eyes met, I activated my quirk. The cars that had been airborne suddenly dropped to the ground with loud crunches. Taking advantage of the villain's confusion, I shot out my capture scarf and grabbed the hostage, yanking the trembling girl back toward me. She stood on shaky legs, her mouth agape, still in shock. I handed her to a nearby hero and ran into battle, using my capture scarf to propel myself forward. I could feel my eyes beginning to itch as the need to blink crept up on me. I needed to end the fight quickly. I flew toward the villain, my foot aimed at his face to knock him out. Luckily, my kick was strong, and the villain wasn't prepared. When my foot connected with his head, he was out like a light. After handing the villain off to the other heroes, I rushed back into the shopping center to find Izuku. I ran over to where I had left him and was relieved to see that he was still there, still disguised as a potted plant. "You can transform back now," I said monotonously. With a WHP crack, Izuku stood before me, clutching a plastic bag in his hands. "Is the villain gone?" he asked, his voice trembling with fear, perhaps triggered by the loud noises that reminded him of his past. I pulled him into a hug and stroked his hair. "Yeah, he's gone. Why don't we head home?" I whispered as I stood up and took his hand, leading him out of the shopping center. As we passed the villain being loaded into a police car, Izuku's eyes widened with awe. "Who took him out? How did they do it? Was the fight cool?" He fired questions at me one after another, never giving me a chance to answer. It was good to see him excited. Once he paused to take a breath, I quickly jumped in to answer his questions. I took him down with a kick to the face that knocked him out. I guess the fight was cool, but what's important is that nobody got severely hurt. Izuku looked at me in a way that made me chuckle. The reason I became an underground hero was to avoid fans and the media, but I didn't mind watching Izuku geek out about my battle exploits. Even if it was a bit irrational, I relished in his praise. When we got home, I was still gushing over my battle when Shota reminded me that I needed to wrap up Kacchan's presents for the next day. I rushed to my All Might-themed bedroom and set down the bag, only to run back out a minute later for wrapping paper, scissors, and tape. I finished wrapping the presents, albeit sloppily, and placed them near the foot of my bed on a pinewood toy box. I couldn't wait to give the presents to Kacchan. I wasn't sure if they would measure up to Kyoka's gift of drum lessons, but I was sure Kacchan would appreciate my gift. I patted the gifts fondly before leaving the room to ask Shota about his fight against the villain, snagging my hero analysis book on my way out. Izuku, we need to leave for Bakugo's house now if you don't want to be late. Shota shouted from the living room. I quickly rushed around my room, collecting Kacchan's present and my jacket before scurrying down the corridor toward the front door. Apparently, I was going too fast because I ran headfirst into the front door. I groaned in pain as I sat up and rubbed my head, feeling a lump forming. You okay there, kid? Shota asked, concerned. I nodded absent-mindedly and assured him I was fine. Suddenly, I remembered why I had been running. Oh my goodness. We need to go. We're gonna be late. I screamed. I jumped to my feet, grabbed my backpack with Kacchan's presents, took Shota's hand, and yanked the door open before dragging him down the stairs and onto the street. Since I had run all the way to Kacchan's house, Shota and I arrived early. He stood patiently while I caught my breath. I gasped for air, placing my hands on my knees. How can you breathe? We ran for 10 minutes straight. I asked Shota. Shota looked at me as if I had offended him. I'm a pro hero, he deadpanned. My face and ears heated up as his words sank in. Of course, he could run for 10 minutes straight. Yeah, let's go in, I muttered, trying to calm my flushed face. I felt Shota's amusement as I walked up to the front door of Kacchan's house and knocked. I see. Kacchan yelled as he opened the door and hugged me. Katsuki, stop yelling. I heard Auntie Mitsuki shout from somewhere deep within the house. Kacchan made a sour face and turned around, ready to yell something back at his mom, but my hand on his shoulder and a slight shake of my head stopped him. He rolled his eyes and beckoned Shota and me into the house, leading us to the living room decorated with orange and red streamers hanging from the ceiling. Black balloons with miniature explosions adorned the floor. It seemed Kacchan's party was centered around his quirk, a typical Kacchan thing to do. I like the decorations, I exclaimed. Kacchan stood in the middle of the room with his arms crossed and legs spread shoulder-width apart in All Might's power pose. I know, right? It shows how awesome my quirk is. Kacchan beamed. He was so cocky, I wondered how we remained friends sometimes. I didn't doubt that if Kyoka and I weren't around, Kacchan would be unbearable. But we just have to wait for Kyoka, then we can start, Kacchan smirked. I nodded and took a seat on the sofa. Happy birthday, Kat. Kyoka cheered as she walked into the living room with Kacchan's presents in her hands. I bounced off the sofa and pulled Kyoka into a tight hug, which she returned. Nobody could resist a hug from Izuku Midoriya. About time you showed up, earphone head. Kacchan smirked teasingly, and Kyoka stuck her tongue out at him in retaliation. I guess you don't want these gifts then, she said nonchalantly, turning her back to him. I watched in amusement as Kacchan apologized, something Kyoka and I had been encouraging him to do, and begged her to stay and give him his presents. In the end, Kyoka stayed as we all knew she would, and the adults came in to start the small birthday gathering. Hello there, Jiro, Masaru greeted Kyoka as the adults settled onto the sofa. Kyoka waved her hand shyly at Masaru's greeting. She was really shy when it came to speaking to Kacchan's parents and Shota. Let's start then. Katsuki, you can open your presents from your friends, but don't be rude, Auntie Mitsuki warned. Kacchan simply rolled his eyes and picked up the gift bag from Kyoka. Kacchan pulled out the first present, wrapped neatly in silver paper. He didn't hesitate before ripping the paper off to reveal a plain white box. Inside were 2 wooden drumsticks, both decorated with explosions and Kacchan's name. I watched as Kacchan's eyes widened with joy, even I had to admit they looked really cool. Kacchan smiled at Kyoka and looked back into the bag, where only the card remained. He opened the card, and a piece of paper floated out. His eyes widened before he did something very un-Kacchan-like. He jumped into Kyoka's lap. Are you serious? Thank you so much, Kyoka. You're amazing, Kacchan exclaimed, causing Kyoka to flinch slightly due to her quirk. Don't sweat it, Kat. You should really thank my parents. I had to beg them to give you free drum lessons, Kyoka responded with a gentle smile. I watched my 2 best friends embrace, a rare sight, and smiled to myself. When they finally stopped hugging and Kacchan thanked Mr. and Mrs. Jiro, he picked up his presents from me. Nerves rushed through my stomach. Would he like it? What's the matter, Aizu? You look really nervous, Kacchan commented, looking at me. I smiled weakly in return. Nothing's wrong, just can't wait till you see what I got you. I tried to say enthusiastically, but I didn't sound convincing. Kacchan shrugged and looked at the 4 wrapped gifts in front of him. You didn't have to buy me so many gifts, you know that, right? He chuckled, a blush rising to my cheeks, which made the adults laugh. I didn't reply. Instead, I stared at my lap, feeling embarrassed. I heard the sound of wrapping paper being torn as Kacchan eagerly opened the first gift. Whoa, he muttered quietly, awed by the travel book I had chosen for him. I knew how much Kacchan liked to hike, dragging me and Kyoka along nature trails every other weekend. The book documented the best trails and scenic places in Japan, along with facts about wildlife. The exquisite lake pictured on the front had drawn my eye. Thank you, Aizu, Kacchan beamed. I shook my head with a smile. You're welcome, but you should probably save your thanks till you open the other 3. Kacchan nodded and reached for another gift. The next gift, a simple All Might manga, was one Kacchan had wanted but couldn't afford. His delighted smile made me happy. He then opened a rock band's most recent CD, which I had impulsively bought after hearing him mention it. His eyes lit up, showing he liked it. Finally, Kacchan held a black box that looked like it could contain an expensive necklace. I lowered my head, not wanting to meet his gaze. I heard the snap of the box lid being opened and closed my eyes in anticipation. Izuku. Kacchan's hushed voice echoed around the room. So cool. My eyes snapped open, and I stared at Kacchan as he looked down at what was inside the box, tears sparkling in his eyes. The sight surprised me. Kacchan never cried. The last time I had seen him cry was at my mum's funeral. He carefully took a friendship bracelet from the box. It wasn't expensive, it was handmade by me. I had taken black and orange leather and plaited them together. I had then slipped 3 beads onto the leather. One had AK on it, one had an eye on it, and the middle bead was shaped like an explosion. Kacchan immediately tied the bracelet to his wrist and pounced on me. We hugged for a while, expressing our gratitude for one another. Thank you, Izuku, Kacchan whispered in my ear, and I patted his back and smiled. I was glad he liked the gift. Kacchan got off of me and put on his angry face. Now that the presents are out of the way, he stated matter-of-factly, it's time for cake. Kyoka and I cheered and rushed into the kitchen behind Kacchan, Auntie Mitsuki chastising us about running in the house as we zoomed through the hallway. Move out of my way, you extras. Kacchan screamed as he stomped through the halls of our middle school. I rushed behind him with Kyoka at my side, apologizing for Kacchan's actions and glaring at the back of his head. We hadn't even been in middle school for a month yet, and half the school was scared of him. Roughly 4 years had passed. Kacchan was now 13, and Kyoka and I had finally given up on calling Shota by his name. Halfway through my 2nd year of living with him, I started calling him Dad. The look on his face when I first started calling him Dad was akin to joy. I must admit, being able to call him Dad and not feel fear at the simple word sent a rush of joy through me. When I was 10, Shota and Joke got together, only to break up 5 months later. They agreed they were better as friends, and I was inclined to agree. I'm no relationship expert, but they didn't seem very comfortable together. One person I know was relieved when Dad and Auntie Joke broke up was Mike. The look of relief on his face when Dad told him was unmistakable. Shota definitely noticed, but as far as I know, he hasn't said anything to Mike about it. Around the same time that Shota and Joke broke up, Kacchan practically forced Kyoka and me to start a band with him. Kacchan played the drums, Kyoka was on bass and vocals, and I played the guitar. I had started learning the guitar specifically to play in the band with my 2 friends. At first, my progress was slow, and I was tempted to give up when I came across the dreaded F chord, but with Kyoka's help and Kacchan's encouragement, I powered through. Our band was called The Juveniles, a name I was opposed to because it made us sound like criminals, but Kyoka and Kacchan adored it. Over the years, I had been training with Shota, Kacchan, and Kyoka, all in preparation for our entrance exam in 3 years. Kacchan was the same angry boy he had always been. He was only really calm around Kyoka and me. Whenever he was in public, he was just too much. Kyoka was a tiny bit more social now. That's to say, she had friends outside of Kat and me, but we'd always be her best friends, her words, not mine. I was the same as ever, still the same nervous, mumbling nerd I'd always been. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, I was telling you about my middle school experience. Kacchan! I shouted as I ran up to him and grabbed onto his arm. You need to stop being so rude. I know you can get a bit worked up, but that's no excuse to disrespect your upperclassmen and scare practically everyone in the school. I lectured him, and his eyes softened the more I spoke. Kacchan had always had a soft spot for me. He's right, Kat. I was speaking to Yaichi after school yesterday, and she said she was scared of you, Kyoka added as she twirled her earphone jack around her ear. Kacchan growled lowly and glared at the floor. What do I care about what some extras think? Both Kyoka and I looked at him disapprovingly. After a tense moment in which all 3 of us stood in silence, Kacchan finally spoke. Fine, I'll stop scaring them for now. But I won't promise that it'll last, he grunted before stomping away. Hey class, I'll be giving your tests back after lunch. I'll remind you that eating on the roof is strictly prohibited for first years. The teacher shouted over the hustle and bustle of the classroom as people stood from their seats and exited the class with their friends. Come on, Izuku. Kacchan shouted across the classroom. I quickly stuffed my notebook into my bag and scurried between my classmates toward the door. Want to eat in the courtyard today? Kacchan asked as we strolled down the hallway. I took a moment to reply, focusing on how appealing the school grounds looked. The midday sunlight illuminated the jade green grass and the pink petals of the blossom trees, occasionally carried away by the wind. Sure. Kyoka is hanging out with her friends, right? I replied. Kacchan nodded. We changed our course for the dining hall and walked outside into the light spring breeze. Nothing eventful happened in my first year of middle school. I faced the occasional bully, but Kacchan or Kyoka swiftly dealt with them. I didn't make any new friends during that year. Everyone saw me as the weird kid whose mom had passed away and who was adopted by a man who looked rough around the edges. Rumors circulated about me at every corner I turned. I never brought it up with my friends. I didn't want to trouble them. They deserved to live their own lives. Kyoka made friends within the first couple of weeks of school and even got a boyfriend after a few months. Kacchan and I pretended to be happy for her, but in reality, we were frustrated. We weren't jealous that he stole her away from us. We just didn't like the way he looked at other girls while dating her. Kyoka's boyfriend, a boy named Akashi, always put me on edge. Something about him made me wary. Aside from that, Kyoka had a decent-sized friend group, so I didn't want to bother her with my problems. Kacchan became quite popular in our first year. His strong quirk, good looks, and aloof attitude made both girls and boys fawn over him. They fell at his feet and obeyed his every wish. It was honestly kind of scary how willing some of the people at our school were to please him. At first, Kacchan brushed them off, but the more he resisted, the more persistent they became, so he eventually gave up. By the 5th month of school, I could barely go near my best friend without being pushed aside by upperclassmen who wanted to date him. I just smiled and cherished every second I got to spend with him. I wanted to mention to both Kyoka and Kacchan that they never spent any time with me anymore and that I felt like they were pushing me away, but I didn't want to bother them. I just SCK'd it up. They wouldn't abandon me. I told myself that every day to reassure myself. Aizu! Kyoka yelled as she ran down the hallway, Akashi following behind her. I turned around and offered them both a friendly smile. I may not be a fan of Akashi, but I hid my opinion for Kyoka's sake. Hey, I responded. Kyoka stopped in front of me, her hand tightly gripping Akashi's. Why were they even dating? Who needs a significant other at the age of 13? They had only been speaking properly since the end of July, and now it was early September. Surely that's not enough time to develop a healthy relationship. But what would I know? Do you want to go on a hike on Saturday, like we used to? Kyoka asked, her voice tinged with excitement. Kacchan told me to ask you since he can't. He's in detention for punching a kid. I frowned disapprovingly upon hearing this. He was getting better. Sure, I'll come hiking with you too. I smiled at her, eager to spend time with just Kyoka and Kacchan. I arrived at the foot of the mountain a bit earlier than I had intended. My eagerness to spend time with my friends had caused me to leave 30 minutes early. On my way out of the house, I had seen Mike walking down our road, likely on his way to visit my dad. Mike had been visiting more often recently, coming home from UA with Dad nearly every day. I didn't mind. I enjoyed having Mike around. He told interesting stories for me to take notes on. Auntie Joke still visited often as well. Sometimes she would take me out to the cinema or an amusement park. Kacchan and Kyoka used to come with us, but once middle school started, it was just me and Joke. I didn't mind though. Auntie Joke was like a mother figure to me, reminding me a lot of my mom. Izuku! Kacchan shouted, effectively gaining my attention. I looked up with a beaming smile, ready to greet my friends, but my smile faltered slightly at the sight before me. I had expected to see only Kyoka and Kacchan. Instead, I saw Kacchan, Kyoka, Akashi, and 2 girls I didn't know. My eyebrows drew together in confusion. What were they doing here? It was obvious why they were there. I looked down at the floor, fighting off the tears that threatened to spill. Once I knew the tears wouldn't fall, I looked back up and replied to Kacchan with my most enthusiastic voice. Hi Kacchan, Kyoka, Akashi, and I'm sorry, but I don't know your names. The 2 girls looked at me with disdain before turning their gazes to Kacchan, silently questioning what I was doing there. This is Yuri and Kim. They asked to come along, hope you don't mind. Akashi wanted to tag along too, Kyoka said, smiling adoringly at her boyfriend. Of course I don't mind, the more the merrier, I cheered enthusiastically. Kacchan and Kyoka smiled at me and began the hike up the mountain, their friends trailing behind. My smile faded into a scowl as I noticed the 5 people ascending the hill. All I wanted was some time with my closest friends. It didn't seem like too much to ask, yet it felt impossible. The hike was grueling. The 2 girls, Yuri and Kim, complained to Kacchan about the strenuous walk, asking him to carry them. Kacchan snapped at them to stop being weak. I scolded him for his language, only to receive glares from the girls. They were with Kyoka, and I doubted Kacchan could tolerate such shallow people. Speaking of Kyoka, every time I tried to talk to her, Akashi would interrupt, clearly jealous. It was obvious, Yet Kyoka seemed oblivious to his jealousy. Akashi glared at me as if he expected me to try to take Kyoka from him. I rolled my eyes. If I wanted to date Kyoka, I would have asked her long before he entered the picture. Overall, I loathed the hike. The only highlight was the breathtaking view from the top, where the pine forest met the aqua-blue lake. For a moment, I almost forgot about the 3 jealous people glaring at me. I noticed Izuku wasn't as happy as he used to be at the beginning of his second year. He talked about his friends less and came home earlier than before. When I asked him about it, he said Kyoka and Katsuki were busy. I wanted to help him, but it didn't seem to make a difference. My heart ached at the desolate look on his face. I missed his joy-filled smile. He only seemed happy around me, Hizashi, Emi, or Kiyama. Otherwise, he wore a constant frown. Most of his time was spent training for the entrance exam, going to the beach to train before coming home to study. It broke my heart to see him work so hard. After about a month of school, Izuku became more skittish. He jumped at raised voices and flinched at quick movements, which worried me deeply. I hoped to never see him in such a state. I tried to discuss my concerns about bullying with him, but he brushed me off, insisting it was nothing. I spoke to his school about my suspicions, and they promised to keep an eye on him, but my gut told me otherwise. "Stay down, you freak." Kim spat as she kicked my stomach. I curled into a tight ball, trying to protect myself from the blows. "You're not kicking hard enough." Osaru snapped, taking Kim's place and kicking me aggressively in the back. I cried out in pain, tears streaming down my face. I had no idea why Kim and Yuri decided to bully me. I had always been nice to them when they tagged along with Kyoka. Osaru was probably bullying me for revenge, despite my past with him. I couldn't tell anyone. Kim and Yuri were friends with Kyoka, and I doubted she would believe me. Both girls were related to our corrupt headmaster, and Osaru had a powerful quirk that made teachers reluctant to act against him. I felt trapped. "Learn your place, scum." Yuri hissed before spitting on my face and walking away with the others. I kept my head down for most of the year, trying to avoid attention and make the target on my back smaller. Unfortunately, my strategy failed. My bullies pursued me relentlessly, picking at every aspect of my life and using it against me. I got good grades, so that must mean I'm a nerd. My mom was gone, and my dad was in prison, so it must mean I'm unlovable. I never showed off my quirk, so it must be weak. Osaru always avoided my quirk. He knew I wasn't weak in that aspect. In fact, my whole class started teasing me about my mom's death. It seemed surreal. You only got bullied for things concerning family member death in stories. But it felt like my life was straight out of a book, with unrealistic things happening at every turn. I trudged solemnly down the corridor, my leg dragging slightly because Osaru and Kim had just jumped me. Nothing can compare to the pain of being hurt in a supposedly safe place. I had felt that pain as a child and was in no rush to experience it again, yet there I was. Life can't get much worse, I murmured to myself, knowing that saying things like that often leads to trouble. Suddenly, I heard a familiar voice cry out in distress. Unable to resist, I peeked around the corner and my stomach dropped. Kyoka stood with her back pressed against the wall, caged between Akashi's arms, her face a picture of fear. Her expression reminded me of painful memories. She looked just like my mum. Akashi's fist slammed into the wall beside Kyoka's head, causing her to flinch. "You're looking at other girls. What are you, gay?" Akashi hissed. Kyoka spoke quickly, assuring him that she wasn't and that she loved him. The fear in her eyes flipped a SW in me. No matter how distant we had become, I couldn't stand by and watch this happen. "Let go of her," I shouted at Akashi, my hands balled into fists and my eyes blazing with anger. Akashi looked scared for a moment when he saw someone approaching, but once he recognized me, he sneered. And turned back to Kyoka. "Get lost, runt. Can't you see I'm busy?" he sneered. Usually, I would be deterred by someone speaking to me aggressively, but seeing Kyoka in that situation made all my logic fly out the window. I had to save her. I said let go of her. "Are you hard of hearing?" I snapped back, stepping toward them despite the pain in my twisted ankle. Kyoka shook her head subtly, as if she wanted to stop me, but I couldn't just stand by and watch her be controlled. "Look, just step off, man. What I do to my girlfriend doesn't concern you," Akashi hissed, turning to face me. I looked behind him and signaled for Kyoka to run away. I didn't want her to get hurt anymore. Now that I was closer, I could see faint bruises on her cheeks and finger marks around her neck. The sight of my once intimidating friend in such a vulnerable state caused me to snap. "This doesn't concern you, Midoriya. Leave," Akashi hissed, unclenching his fists and standing with his palms facing me. "Not going to happen," I asserted, crouching low. Akashi growled before activating his quirk and shooting a beam of concentrated light from his hand. I quickly rolled out of the way, glancing back to see a smoking crater in the wall. When I turned back, Akashi wore a smirk, clearly thinking his display of power would scare me. "Oh, I'm so scared," I sneered sarcastically. Akashi faltered slightly, but then regained his composure and raised his hands again. This time, I didn't give him the chance. I launched myself forward, transforming mid-jump. When I landed, I was no longer human but a fearsome lion. Akashi's face paled as I growled menacingly at him. He let out a high-pitched scream and fled, leaving me confused. I looked up at Kyoka, who was curled up on the floor, shaking as she sobbed. I transformed back into a human, sat beside her, and pulled her into one of my famous hugs. It had been too long since I had held my friends. I'm here. He's gone now. I won't ever let him hurt you, I whispered, stroking her indigo hair. It took a while, but she finally calmed down enough to hiccup out an unnecessary apology. I'm so sorry, Aizu. I should have just done what he has said, she hiccuped. I held her tighter and continued to slide her head, determined to protect her with my life. Kyoka officially broke up with Asusure the next day. She was trembling as she did so, but she was really brave. I could see in Akashi's eyes that he wanted to say or do something, but my presence behind Kyoka deterred him. He limited himself to scoffing at her, proclaiming she was ugly anyway and then stalking off. Kyoka's eyes filled with tears at her ex's words. She hung her head and began to trudge away, and I could feel her desolation. Hey Kyoka. It's the end of school now, right? Come to my house. We can watch films and eat ice cream to get your mind off that. I looked around to check nobody else was present. Yeah, I whispered. Kyoka giggled slightly and wiped away the few tears that had begun to leak from her eyes. That sounds great, Aizu, she rasped. We began to walk towards my house, catching up quietly between ourselves. They what? Kyoka screamed indignantly, slamming her spoon into her bowl. I silently thanked the fact that my dad was still at Yua. If he'd been home, he probably would have scolded Kyoka for damaging the crockery. Don't worry about it, Kyoka. You had your own problems, I couldn't expect you to know, I replied casually as I brought a spoonful of ice cream to my lips and savored the taste of salted caramel. But still, Kyoka mumbled as she mixed her chocolate ice cream around the bowl. I should have noticed that you looked more upset. I'm your best friend, aren't I? She whispered, dismayed and clearly beating herself up. I put aside my delicious dessert and took Kyoka's hands into my own. She looked up into my eyes in bemusement. Kyoka, I in no way blame you for what your friends decided to do to me. You don't control Yuri or Kim. I don't blame you, okay? I asked, staring deeply into her amethyst eyes, reassuring her that she was innocent. Okay, she whispered. Kyoka and I regained our friendship more every day. She joined me in my training sessions, making it a lot easier since I had someone to spar with. Kyoka ended her friendship with Yuri and Kim. At first, they opposed and tried to force her to stay, but she wasn't having any of it. She stood up to them and walked away with my cheers of encouragement accompanying her. Even though Kyoka was my close friend again, I was still bullied by my class. They teased me relentlessly, and by the end of the year, I had given up even trying to fight back. 2 weeks before the end of school, Kacchan and I had an altercation. I had been sitting in class, minding my own business when Kacchan marched up to my desk and slammed his hand down, causing me to start in surprise. Oh, hi Kacchan, I smiled up at him, but my smile faltered when I saw the rage on his face. What's the matter? I asked cautiously, not wanting to provoke him. Kacchan's smoldering eyes never left my face as he growled. Somebody told me you've been talking behind my back, he hissed, his eyes filled with anger. I gulped, knowing that whatever was happening was not going to end well. I opened my mouth to defend myself, but Kacchan cut me off. Shut it. I swear Izuku if you've been talking behind my back. Akashi said you've hurt Kyoka as well. This won't end well for you. Kacchan roared in my face. I wiped the spit that had landed on my face away and looked up at him in shock. What? The break between my second and third year was spent training, studying, swimming with Kyoka, and dealing with my thoughts about Kacchan. The last day of school echoed in my mind throughout the entire break. Kacchan accusing me of betrayal and listening to Akashi hurt deeply. I doubted Kacchan knew what Akashi had done to Kyoka. If he did, I was certain Akashi would have faced serious consequences. It hurt to know that Kacchan seemingly trusted someone who had mistreated Kyoka over a friend he'd had since childhood. Kyoka comforted me, reassuring me that Kacchan would come to his senses once he realized Akashi was lying, but I had my doubts. The first 2 months of school were a living nightmare for me. Kacchan didn't actually do anything to me, he just gave me the cold shoulder. Which, somehow, hurt me even more than any screaming or yelling could. I was tempted, once or twice, to start a fight with him, just to get even an ounce of attention from him. Thinking back on it now, it resembled the behavior of a child wanting their parents' attention. My life felt colorless and dull without Kacchan by my side. We hadn't been as close since starting middle school, but we'd still been on good terms. I missed his anger and explosive temper. Every day I hoped and dreamed that Kacchan would return to me and apologize, but he never did. Thanks, Kyoka. I'll see you tomorrow. I yelled down the road. Kyoka beamed back at me and waved before she began to trot down the pavement towards her house. When Kyoka, Kacchan, and I had still been really close. I would go to Kyoka's house nearly every day after school so that we could play music together. The nostalgic memories of Kacchan hitting the drums at rapid speed, Kyoka strumming the bass with a gentle smile on her face, and my fingers coming away from the neck of my guitar with red lines on them brought a tear to my eye. I wished fervently that we could go back to those days. I shook my head slightly to focus back into real life before. I slowly began to meander towards Dagoba Beach. I expected to be alone when I arrived. People didn't really frequent the beach at the times when I trained. What I didn't expect to see was Kacchan blasting huge explosions every which way. My peppy step faltered upon seeing him. I hadn't seen him properly since the previous day. Upon seeing him, my eyes watered and my throat constricted. I had hoped that if I turned around fast enough and left, he wouldn't notice I was there. But that day, luck wasn't on my side. Deku! Kacchan growled. I flinched. He didn't call me Deku very often, but when he did, it shattered me. Hi Kacchan. I'm sorry about this. I'll leave if you want. I whispered, already beginning to scurry away. It shamed me deeply that I was ever scared of Kacchan. He may be a bit of a bully, but only because he struggled to communicate his emotions. My retreat was stopped by Kacchan's strong voice. Stop right there, Izuku. Tell me what's actually happening. Akashi told me you were talking badly about him, but if you were, then Kyoka wouldn't be hanging out with you. Plus, they broke up, Akashi and Kyoka. You're not one to talk behind someone's back, so tell me what's going on. Kacchan said, his eyes never leaving mine. His gaze was intense, but I could see a yearning to understand. No, Kacchan. I'd never be mean to you, especially behind your back. Akashi is just mad because I caught him mistreating Kyoka. I tried to cut myself off, but everything spilled out. Even from a distance, I could see Kacchan's eyes widen and then darken dangerously. I knew I had said too much. Wait! I shouted, but it was too late. Kacchan had rocketed away, leaving a dented beach in his wake. The next day at school, I looked everywhere for Kacchan. I prayed that he hadn't hurt Akashi, but with Kacchan's reputation, I doubted that Akashi would get away without some consequences. My endless searching was fruitless. I saw no sign of Kacchan for the entire day, as if he had disappeared. It turned out that I just had to wait until the end of the day to see Kacchan, but by that point it was too late. Bakugo, Midoriya is lying to you. I wouldn't touch a hair on Kyoka's head. She broke up with me after Midoriya came into the picture again. I wouldn't be surprised if they hooked up. Akashi tried in vain to defend himself. The scene was rather pathetic. Akashi was on his knees in front of Kacchan, trembling. He stuttered and begged, only to be met with silence from Kacchan. The only indication that Kacchan was furious was the look in his eyes. I watched the scene with a growing sense of dread coiling in my stomach. I could feel Kyoka getting restless beside me. The whole student body was silent, the air humming with anticipation. You believe me, right? Kyoka is just... Akashi was silenced by a punch to the face. His head snapped back, and he fell to the ground, seemingly in shock. Even if Kacchan was violent at times, he was never one to hit someone who was down. He waited patiently for Akashi to sit up, cracking his knuckles as he did. With each crack that echoed around the courtyard, I cringed further away. I wanted to stop him, but I knew I would take satisfaction in seeing Akashi put in his place. I was conflicted. What came first? My morals or my thirst for revenge? If I ever hear you speak about Kyoka like that again, I'll make sure you regret it. Don't let her name slip past your lips. As for Izuku, you accuse him of lying again, and I promise you, you won't be having any kids in the future. And get his name right, it's Aizawa Midoriya. You played on my emotions and turned me against my best friends. Now you'll pay the price. Kacchan whispered, his tone filled with anger. If someone didn't stop him, he could ruin his chances of being a hero. Akashi looked up at Kacchan with tears in his eyes, a bruise forming on the side of his face. Kacchan raised his hand, the smell of caramel filling the air. I could tell he was about to unleash a massive explosion. I needed to intervene. Katsuki's POV, I couldn't believe how foolish I had been. Of course, Izuku wouldn't talk behind my back. If he had a problem, he would say it to your face or keep it to himself. He usually did the latter, not wanting to hurt anyone's feelings. Looking at the person before me, all my anger towards myself mixed with the rage I felt at the one begging for mercy. My palms sparked as I raised my hand, ready to strike. How dare he insult Kyoka? How dare he discredit Izuku's name? My rage fueled my quirk, and I was unsure how big the explosion would be. I was losing control. Just as I was about to unleash my power, I felt my quirk vanish. Akashi was blown away by a gust of hot air surrounding my explosion, scrambling to his feet and running off. Confused, I stared at my hands. My quirk had never done that before. Unless you were around Aizawa. That thought crossed my mind as I turned to see Aizawa transform back into Izuku. He had stopped me. When Izuku approached, I felt tears welling up in my eyes. I had been so horrible to him, but I wouldn't let them fall. The entire school was watching. If they saw me cry, they'd think I was weak. I had a reputation to uphold. It's okay, Kacchan. He won't bother us again as long as that experience is fresh in his mind, Izuku whispered soothingly. I nodded numbly. Izuku's POV after Kacchan threatened Akashi and I stopped him from going too far by transforming into my dad and erasing his quirk, Kacchan started hanging out with Kyoka and me again. Having the old gang back together made me feel content. We trained and studied for UA together after school every day. We played music on Saturdays and went hiking once a month. I was the happiest I had been in 3 years, even if the bullying was worse than ever. Watch it, someone barked at Kyoka as he shoved her into the wall. Kacchan growled at the boy, who paled dramatically and rushed off. This had been happening since Akashi insulted Kyoka. She had been pushed, verbally assaulted, and harassed nearly every day since. Kacchan threatened anyone who bothered her, but that didn't stop them. Kyoka, as reserved as always, brushed off the comments. She sometimes snarked back at particularly harsh remarks, but otherwise, she didn't seem bothered. I was targeted as well, but the difference was that I was also hit. It was frustrating to say the least. I just dealt with it, until the day I snapped. Look who we have here, Osaru, Kim, and Yuri chuckled as they approached me. I was seated at my desk, writing my training plan when the 3 bullies swaggered up, trying to intimidate me. What's this, your diary? Kim laughed, snatching my book from the desk. My eyes widened, and I stood up suddenly, causing my chair to fall. Give it back, I growled. The 3 laughed mockingly, their eyes filled with hatred. I heard you want to get into UA. With your quirk, I'd like to see you try. You're pathetic, Izuku. That's why your mom left, and your dad ended up in prison. That's why the only person who wanted you was a hobo who's probably using you. Osaru shouted, catching the whole class's attention. They were waiting for a show, and I was going to give it to them. I stood with my head down, my hair casting a shadow over my face. My anger had been simmering for a long time, and unfortunately for them, my class was about to feel the brunt of my outburst. Gonna say something? Everybody knows you're useless and nobody loves you. Yuri added to Osaru's taunts. I saw Kim open her mouth out of the corner. I couldn't let this go on any longer. Just as Kim took a breath to speak, I interrupted her. How about you shut up? I roared. The entire class stared at me in shock. Don't look at me like that. You all know you're in the wrong. So shut up and stop harassing me. I continued to shout, hearing footsteps rushing into the classroom, but I didn't care who it was. I was going to put my classmates in their place. If I hear one more person say anything about my mum's death, I promise you, you won't live to see the light of day again. My mum was killed. Got it? Murdered by the sorry excuse of a human being, Hisashi Midoriya. You want to know what SCKS? Watching your mum get beaten to death. You want to know what hurts? Getting mistreated by the man who is supposed to care for you. I ranted, the whole class looking at me with wide eyes. I could feel tears welling up, but I pushed on. If they were going to tease and bully me for things out of my control, then they should hear the truth. Yeah, and keep talking about my dad. The man who took on the role of caretaker at the age of he took me in and cared for me. Just keep calling him a hobo and let's see what happens to you. You disgust me with your accusations towards him. He's done nothing wrong. In fact, he saves people every day, and yet you have the audacity to slander his name. Trust me, if I could, I'd put every single one of you in the hospital. Luckily for you, I have morals and want to be a hero. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for any of you. I sneered. I spun on my heel and snatched my book from Kim's hand on my way out of the room, shoving the onlookers from other classes aside as I went. Word of my outburst spread around the school like wildfire. I couldn't take a step without hushed whispers following me. It was annoying. The upside to the entire ordeal was that nobody dared bully me anymore, lest they become the target of my anger. To me, there were more pros to the situation than cons. I knew that the gossiping students would get over it sooner or later, so I didn't dwell on it. Dodge! Kacchan shouted as he fired an explosion toward Kyoka, who just managed to roll out of the way in time. Once she was clear, she turned and began to sprint in my direction. I stood still, waiting for her to make her move. Kyoka suddenly extended her earphone jack, aiming it towards my arm. As the earphone jack connected, I transformed into a speaker. I saw Kyoka's eyes widen in horror. She tried to free herself, but it was too late. I blasted music from my body, sending her reeling back with her hands covering her ears. With Kyoka incapacitated, I turned my attention to Kacchan. He stood with his palms facing upwards, crouched slightly. I took up a fighting stance and was about to launch myself toward him when rain suddenly poured down on us. Within seconds, all 3 of us were soaked through. We scrambled to pick up our school bags from the sand and rushed off the beach. We ran down the road together until we went our separate ways, shouting rushed goodbyes as we hurried to get home and out of the rain. I arrived home within 5 minutes of leaving the beach. My hair dripped water into my eyes as I opened the door with shaky hands and rushed inside, slamming the door behind me. I knew Dad would scold me for slamming the door, but I didn't expect him to be home. Oh, how wrong I was. After kicking off my wet shoes and putting on my house slippers, I hurried up the stairs to my room to change out of my soaked clothes. As I reached my door, I heard a noise coming from my dad's room. I turned slowly and quietly padded over to the door, putting my ear to it. Shota, someone breathed in a drawn-out voice. I was confused about who was in my dad's room and why they were saying his name like that. Suddenly, the sound of the bed creaking and certain noises came through the door. My face flushed as the realization of what was happening clicked in my head. I rushed across the landing and closed my bedroom door as quietly as possible to avoid interrupting Shota and his guest. I tried my hardest to drown out the sounds from the other room, but the sound of the bed hitting the wall somehow went through my headphones as I played my guitar. The blush on my face never subsided. It felt like an eternity until they stopped, but in reality, it was only 30 minutes. I didn't have much experience with relationships, but I was fairly certain that 30 minutes was a long time for such activities. I heard my dad's door open. He and whoever he was with went downstairs. I could hear their voices as they descended, then they suddenly stopped. What had happened? Izuku! Shota bellowed. I felt the pit of my stomach drop. I had been found out. I sat still, hoping that if I didn't make any noise or move, he would think I wasn't home and that I was still training on the beach. However, luck wasn't on my side because Dad shouted again. Izuku Aizawa Midoriya. I know you're home. I could practically picture him standing with his arms crossed, staring intently at the stairs. If I didn't go to him, he was going to come to me. With a heavy heart, I rolled off my bed and slowly made my way downstairs, dreading the conversation that was to come. When I arrived at the bottom of the stairs, I saw my dad seated on the sofa. His expression was, as usual, blank, but his face was noticeably red. I didn't want to speak to him at that moment. I knew what he had just done, and I wanted to run back to my bedroom and hide. Sit down, Izuku, he muttered quietly. I could tell that he didn't want to have the conversation any more than I did. It seemed as if he had been persuaded to do so, perhaps by the person he had been with. I wasn't looking forward to explaining myself to Izuku. Why was he even home? He usually arrived between 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. on weekdays after training on the beach for 2 to 3 hours. Sometimes he came home even later because of band practice. I had planned around these facts, never expecting him to find out. Yet life can be unpredictable. What did you hear? Also, why are you home so early? I asked tiredly. Izuku's face was flushed as he stared into his lap, leaving an awkward silence. I was about to speak again when he opened his mouth. Well, it started raining while we were training on the beach. It wasn't just light rain, it was pouring. So, we decided to head home. We don't have practice today since it's Friday, we're practicing this weekend. Anyway, I ran home and went straight upstairs, and I was about to go into my room. He paused and glanced at me nervously. He had a habit of rambling when he was anxious, adding in irrelevant details. Continue, I encouraged, hoping he had arrived near the end of. Well, I didn't need to clarify. If he had come home at the beginning, I felt truly sorry for him. Izuku took a deep breath before quickly continuing. So I went upstairs and was about to enter my room when I heard a noise from your room. I thought you were still at work, so I walked over and heard someone say your name in a strange way. He paused again before rushing on. I realized what was happening and didn't want to interrupt you, so I ran into my bedroom and put my headphones on to practice guitar and drown out the noises, but it didn't work. I heard the bed hitting the wall because we share a wall, and I just kept playing because I was scared to say anything. We sat in silence for a while. Neither of us wanted to speak. The silence was too much for Hisashi, who had hidden in the kitchen when I called Izuku down. Say something, Shota. Geez, the kid looks traumatized. Hisashi exclaimed as he bounded out of the kitchen and perched on the arm of the sofa. Izuku's face turned even redder. It didn't take a genius to figure out who had been in the bedroom with me. The entire situation was embarrassing and could have easily been avoided if Hisashi had calmed down. I was just thankful I had the forethought to move us from the sitting room to the bedroom. Izuku was scared enough as it was. Mike? Izuku exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide. What's up, little listener? Hisashi greeted. I glared at him out of the corner of my eye. He was way too casual about the entire thing. So, wait, you're telling me that you've been dating for roughly 2 years and you didn't tell me? Izuku ranted as he paced on the old gray carpet. Yes, I answered bluntly. Izuku snapped his gaze towards me and stared for a moment, as if searching my face for something. Come to think of it, you never did tell me your sexuality, not that you had to, of course. There was just no indication. Why didn't you tell me? Do you not trust me? He looked intensely at Hisashi and me, suching his gaze between us. Look, Aizu, we weren't sure how long it would last. We intended to tell you soon, but we weren't sure how. Plus, I know I raised you to respect everyone and not be prejudiced, but I didn't know how you would react to me having a boyfriend. You could have reacted negatively. To answer your implicit question about my sexuality, I'm bisexual. Hisashi is omnisexual, I explained. As I spoke, Izuku's features began to relax. After the air was cleared, Izuku made a statement that caught me off guard. So, is he my dad as well? He questioned, tilting his head slightly. His tone was innocent, as if he didn't fully grasp the implications of what he had just said. Hisashi patted my back and smiled at Izuku. Call me whatever you want, little listener, he said happily. Izuku nodded, deep in thought. I turned my head to watch the television, momentarily disregarding the cheerful banter beside me. My attention was pulled back when Izuku snapped his fingers and slapped his knee. I've got it. I'll call you Pops. Nah, wait, that sounds like you're my granddad. Father is too formal, and I call dad that sometimes. Papa. I guess that'll do, Izuku muttered to himself. Hisashi and I exchanged glances, and I could see that Hisashi was thrilled with his new name from Izuku. I sighed softly, sensing that Hisashi would become a key part of Izuku's life. That sounds great. Hisashi cheered, pulling Izuku into a warm hug. I felt a small smile tug at my lips at the adorable sight before me. Izuku's POV. Kacchan's laughter roared over the phone as I recounted what had happened after I arrived home. I watched as Kyoka tried to muffle her laughter into a pillow. That's hilarious, Aizu. You heard them through the wall. Oh, all might. Kacchan choked on his laughter, coughing violently. I seized the moment to change the subject. Yeah. Anyway, the UA entrance exam is in a couple of days. We should train more, but we can't overwork ourselves. We'll have to study as well. The academic exam is just as important as the physical exam. Dad said that if you don't have the brains for UA, you won't make it onto the field, I rambled, still hearing Kacchan chuckling in the background. Bye. See you later, Dad. I shouted into the house, my voice echoing back before my dad replied, Stay safe, Aizu. Remember to be home by 7 o'clock. I shut the door and sprinted down the pavement towards Kyoka's parents' studio. About time. Kacchan shouted from his position leaning against the modern building. I stopped in front of him, catching my breath after running for 10 minutes. Do you ever arrive anywhere on time? He teased. I shot him a playful glare as I opened the door to the studio and waved to Natsu, the receptionist. When we arrived at the recording studio, we heard Kyoka plucking the strings of her bass. The sound resonated around the room, creating a mournful tune that tugged at my heart. I knew that when Kyoka played such sad music, it meant her mind had wandered back to her past relationship with Akashi. Even though she was out of that relationship, the effects ran deep. Are you okay, Kyoka? I asked gently, placing a soothing hand on her shoulder. She lifted her face, revealing tear streaks on her cheeks and damp, pained eyes. I'll be fine, she responded quietly. I was about to say more when she walked away, causing my hand to drop to my side. I knew she was in a dark place at that moment, and nobody knew the full extent of what Akashi had done to her. She had refused to speak about it, and it seemed that the emotional scars ran deep. The thought wounded me, but without knowing what Akashi had said, I feared I wouldn't be of much help to Kyoka. Once Kyoka calmed down, we jumped into our practice. Over the years, I'd like to think we had become pretty good. We weren't at any sort of professional level, but we were good enough to get a few gigs in cafes. We started off playing one of Jiro's original songs, which she had written when she was neither Kacchan nor I knew what her inspiration for the song was, but we loved playing it. It was called Long Shot, and it was one of our most requested songs at the cafe we frequented. As I strummed along to Kyoka's husky voice and Kacchan's drumming, I felt a deep sense of belonging. I felt like I was exactly where I was supposed to be, with who I was supposed to be with. I chugged down my water and wiped the perspiration off my forehead as we finished band practice for the day. We usually practiced for 4 hours, but since the UA entrance exams were so close, we decided to cut down practice to focus on studying and training. We should head for Dagoba now. Today is endurance training without quirks, Kacchan commented as he hefted his workout bag onto his shoulder and waited for Kyoka and me to collect our things before we left the studio. Okay, so today Dad said we should run up and down this portion of the beach 20 times. If we need to stop, that's fine, but for every minute you're standing still, you have to do 5 push-ups. I read from the instruction sheet my dad had given me earlier that month. Shota said we were old enough to complete our training on our own, and if he ever found out we were slacking, he'd be very disappointed. We all wanted to be heroes and understood the dedication and effort required to reach our dreams. Ready? Kacchan shouted as he prepared to run. Kyoka and I followed suit, getting into a running position. It was an unspoken rule that whoever finished last had to pay for the other two's post-training meal. 3.2.1. Go. I yelled. Sand flew up behind us as we propelled ourselves forward, running up and down the beach, going 200 meters each way. In the end, Kacchan came last because he burned himself out within the first couple of sprints. His reasoning was that if someone was in trouble, he had to get to them as fast as possible. I countered by pointing out that it's unlikely you'd have to sprint 4 kilometers to save someone. He crossed his arms and scoffed, conceding for the moment, but I knew he would argue his point again. Let's go to the usual cafe and then we can head home, Kyoka called as she hefted her bag onto her shoulders. With slightly shaky legs, I followed her as she walked up to the beach wall and vaulted over it. Aren't you nervous about the entrance exam? Kyoka asked nervously, playing with the stripy paper straw in her Oreo. I could hear her beat-up purple Converse tapping together under the table, a nervous habit of hers. Well, sort of. I trailed off awkwardly. I wasn't going to deny that I was scared. The thought of sitting in an examination hall or fighting with my quirk to pass made me queasy. But I didn't want to express that to Kyoka and Kacchan. I thought they might perceive me as weak. Well, I'm scared, Kacchan burst out unexpectedly, causing several glares to be aimed at us. He glared back, causing several people to shrink in on themselves. Yeah, I'm so nervous. If we can't get into UA, then we've wasted all that time for nothing. I mean, sure, there are other hero courses, but not being at UA would feel like a huge letdown, Kacchan continued as if nothing had happened. He stirred his drink with a pensive look on his face. I nodded in agreement and took a sip of my coffee. I had despised coffee until middle school when I started staying up later to study and write training plans. My dad said it was unhealthy for me, but he really wasn't one to talk. He drank enough coffee to keep an elephant awake for days. It's natural to have some nerves. Don't stress it, Kacchan said dismissively. Kyoka nodded absent-mindedly before we started a conversation about who would win between All Might and a T-Rex. I'm home, I shouted into the house. The quiet murmur of conversation in the living room stopped for a moment as Shota yelled a greeting before it picked back up again. I hung up my jacket and was about to put on my house shoes when I noticed 3 extra pairs of shoes on the mat. One pair clearly belonged to Papa, and the other 2 looked to be female shoes. It clicked in my head that Auntie Joke and Kiyama must have been visiting. I quickly dropped my bag into the laundry room before rushing into the living room and pulling Auntie Joke and Kiyama into a tight hug. They laughed gently before squeezing me back. Once the hug was over, I settled into my favorite armchair and scrolled through my phone, occasionally stopping to read an article about a new hero. The adults were having a random conversation that sounded extremely dreary. They may as well have been talking about the stock market or inflation. Izuku, Kiyama poked my arm, drawing my attention to her. Could you go and get the tea tray? We need to speak about something. I nodded and skipped into the kitchen to make a pot of green tea for the adults. I wondered what they were discussing. I was usually allowed to sit in with them no matter the topic. I was only exempted from conversations if they were discussing hero work or something that wasn't Izuku-friendly. I shrugged and continued to prepare the tea. It really wasn't my business what they were talking about, and I shouldn't put my nose where it didn't belong. I carefully picked up the wooden tray and walked toward the living room. As I got closer, I could hear Papa talking in a melancholy voice, the complete opposite of his usual chipper attitude. What are we going to tell Izuku? He lamented solemnly. I stopped dead in my tracks. Why were they talking about me? Had I done something wrong? I didn't usually like to eavesdrop on private conversations, but the mention of my name had piqued my attention. Well, we're going to have to tell him. He deserves to know. It does directly affect him, but we can wait till the entrance exams. It's only 3 days away. After, we'll tell him, Dad's voice replied, holding concern and a hint of bitterness. I thought I should make my presence known, so I stepped back a few steps and entered the room with a sunny smile on my face. I've got tea. I cheered. As soon as I set foot in the room, the somber faces of the adults morphed into smiles that reflected my own. I knew that not one of those smiles was real. My hands sweated as I took shaky steps toward the daunting UA gate. Kyoka and Kacchan had called me earlier that morning and told me they would meet me by the examination hall. They knew I'd probably be late due to my nerves, and they were absolutely correct. My heart hammered at my ribs, and my hands felt clammy. Dad and Papa had reassured me over and over that I would be fine and that all my hard work wouldn't go to waste, but seeing all the intimidating faces around me made me doubt myself again. I took a deep breath and stepped forward, ready to give the exam my best shot. Unfortunately, I tripped. I squeezed my eyes shut, waiting to feel the stinging pain of the gritty pavement on my hands and face, but the sensation never came. Are you okay? A relatively deep voice asked monotonously. I stared down at the arm wrapped around my stomach and then up to the face of my savior. The handsome boy who caught me had striking red and white hair and heterochromatic eyes that showed no emotion. He just looked at me blankly. It took me a moment to realize I was still in the stranger's arms. I jumped away and began to bow repeatedly, apologies spilling from my mouth. It's okay, just be careful, the boy interrupted with a disinterested tone before he spun on his heel and left me standing like an idiot in the middle of the courtyard. There you are, Izuku, Kyoka sighed in relief. We thought you were lost somewhere, your nerves tend to do that to you. My face immediately turned red at her words. Let's just get into the hall and ace this written test, Kacchan grumbled moodily. It was clear to anyone who knew Kacchan that he was extremely nervous. He was acting grouchy, which made me think he was more nervous than I was. Okay, good luck, you guys, I smiled shakily as we entered the hall. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the boy who saved me conversing quietly with a tall girl with black hair. Were they dating? For some reason, that thought made my heart race. I put my hand to my chest and shook my head slightly before walking to my assigned seat, not noticing the gaze of a certain boy on my back. The test was relatively easy. I won't say it was a walk in the park, there were some questions that stumped me. I managed to get through the entire paper with time to spare, so I decided to look around at the other candidates. I closed my booklet and placed my pencil clearly on the desk to show the teachers I wasn't cheating. Kyoka was still working on her test, but she looked nearly done. Her foot tapped rhythmically on the floor, and I enjoyed listening to the soothing sound as I continued to survey the rest of the hall. Kacchan was practically laying in his chair and looked like he had fallen asleep. A golden-haired boy looked absolutely distraught as he stared down at his exam paper, occasionally running a hand through his hair in distress. A boy with black hair and a scar over his eyebrows stared resolutely at his test paper, determination gleaming in his eyes. The tall black-haired girl from before was also finished. She seemed to have the same idea as me to look around the hall. We made eye contact and she smiled sweetly. I smiled in return before we both continued to examine the hall. That was easy, Kacchan complained as we exited the hall and milled around some cherry blossom trees. I rolled my eyes and slid down the tree trunk into a comfortable sitting position. Stop trying to show off, Kacchan. Neither one of us is going to be impressed, I teased, earning a weak glare from him. Kyoka had been unusually silent since we left the hall, her expression one of awe. You okay there, Kyoka? I asked, confused. She shook her head slightly before looking down at me, blushing as she spoke. Yeah, I just saw this appealing girl in the exam hall. She whispered, hoping Kacchan and I wouldn't hear her. We did. Has Kyoka got a crush? Kacchan teased, laughing explosively at her. Kyoka's ears burned crimson as she hit him on the arm repeatedly. Her punches were not soft, but all three of us had learned to take each other's hits, so Kacchan didn't seem bothered. In fact, he just laughed harder. I smiled at my friend's antics. I loved them with all my heart and was so glad I had met them. Yeah! Hisashi screamed into the crowd of seated students. A couple of people clamped their hands over their ears and cringed away from his voice. He wasn't using his quirk to its fullest extent, and I dreaded to see Mick's quirk in action. Let me hear you say hey, he shouted, but an awkward silence consumed the room. Taking pity on him, I shouted, hey, in reply. I got a few weird looks from those around me, and Kacchan rolled his eyes at me with a smirk, but I didn't care. I just relished in the thankful smile directed my way by Hisashi. Once everybody had turned their attention back to him, he began to explain the format of the exam. I tuned out at this point. All of this information had been in the handout given to us anyway. I was jolted out of my daydream by a tall bespectacled boy shooting into the air with his hand raised. I raised an eyebrow at his back. Why would he feel the need to interrupt the presentation? My question was soon answered when he spoke in a loud, authoritative voice. Excuse me, there appears to be an error on this sheet. You claim that there are only 3 foes, and yet there are very clearly 4 here. This is unbecoming of such a prestigious school. His voice was loud enough to rival Hisashi's. Thank you, little listener. You're correct, there are 4 foes you will face, but the last one is worth 0 points. It's more of an obstacle if you will, Hisashi explained. Satisfied, the strange boy bowed and sat down again. While his question was valid, that boy sure had a way of drawing attention to himself. Hisashi finished off his presentation by wishing us all luck and dismissing us to prepare for the pivotal point in the exams. The test we were about to undertake would decide whether we would be on the track to becoming heroes or sitting bitterly in general education. It looks like none of us are on the same battleground, Kyoka sighed. I nodded and stared down at my paper, which stated in bold letters that I was fighting on battleground A. I looked at Kacchan and Kyoka's papers and saw that they were on battlegrounds C and E, respectively. I guess this is where we part ways until after the exam, I muttered, nerves threatening to overwhelm me. A hand was placed delicately on my shoulder. I turned my head slowly and saw Kyoka giving me an encouraging smile. You got this, Aizu, she said. I nodded and calmed my nerves. I was going to pass the exam and get as many points as possible. Maybe I could even be first. Standing before the huge gates leading into a faux city, I felt my nerves creeping up my spine again. I closed my eyes and began to take deep, soothing breaths to calm myself. I couldn't afford to make any mistakes. I had one chance at this and one chance only. I wanted to make my dad proud. I wanted to fulfill my mum's dreams for me. I wanted to break free from the restraints that had held me back since childhood, imposed by Hisashi Midoriya. I knew he couldn't touch me where he was, so I didn't worry about him. But his presence still loomed over me, even after all these years. Begin. I dashed through the gates before anyone else could react to the sudden start. Hisashi mentioned something about the die being cast, but I was too focused on finding robots to pay attention. A few feet into the city, I transformed into a falcon and soared into the air to scout for targets. I aimed for 3-pointers to maximize my score early on. I shifted into various animals and people to take down the robots. Transforming into objects wasn't very useful against them, though I did turn into a boulder to crush 3 2-pointers at one point. I transformed into Kacchan and blasted a few robots, then changed into Kyoka, using my earphone jacks to send my heartbeat into them. At one moment, I transformed into my mum, a coping mechanism for me, and used her telekinesis to save a few people from being crushed by robots. My mum's quirk had been relatively weak, but my own strength enhanced it. By the time 5 minutes remained, I had 40 points. I wasn't sure if that was enough to pass the exam, but I hoped some points would be awarded for rescuing people. Just as I was helping someone who had fallen, the ground rumbled, and a massive robot, the size of a skyscraper, rolled down the street. Everyone froze in horror at the sight of the terrifying 0-pointer. A moment of silence passed before panic set in, and people began to flee, shoving each other to escape. I understood the fear, and part of me wanted to run, but the chaos felt unheroic. Against my better judgment, I took a shaky step toward the robot, shaking my head to dismiss thoughts of retreat. I hunched down and transformed into a wolf, ready to ensure no one was in the path of the behemoth. As a wolf, known for their keen senses, I quickly located a few people in danger and guided them away from the robot. Just as I was about to retreat to safety, I heard a heartbeat pounding with fear beneath a large piece of rubble. I sprinted over and peered into the dark space. "Help," a quiet voice wheezed. Someone was in danger, and every instinct urged me to help. I transformed back into a human and called out reassuringly, "I'm here. Are you injured?" Rocks shifted, and a girl's round face emerged from the rubble, streaked with grime and brimming with tears. "I'm not hurt. I'm just stuck," she said, her voice steady. I admired her courage in such a frightening situation. Looking back at the robot, I saw it looming over us. Time was running out. I surveyed the rubble, realizing it was too heavy for me to lift with my mum's quirk, and I couldn't effectively use any of my friend's quirks either. "What's your quirk?" I asked urgently, my heart racing. "Zero gravity," she replied, sounding uncertain. There was no time to waste. I hoped she could use it on large objects. I took a deep breath and transformed into her, focusing on her features: big pink cheeks, brown eyes, and chocolate hair that seemed to defy gravity. "Oh my," she whispered in awe, but I had no time to dwell on her reaction. I needed to free her from the concrete slab. I placed my hands on the concrete, causing it to float as if it were in space. The girl quickly stood up, and we ran together towards safety, relieved that the robot moved slowly. The exam was over. My nerves about the test had faded, replaced by anxiety over my results. Did I do enough? Would rescuing people earn points? How did Kacchan and Kyoka fare? These questions swirled in my mind. "Hey, thanks for saving me back there," the girl said, smiling sheepishly and rubbing the back of her head. "My name is Uraraka Achiko." She smiled at me and held out her hand for a handshake. I shook her hand and noticed how she expertly kept her middle finger off of my skin. "It must be challenging to make everything you touch float. Aizawa Midoriya Izuku." I smiled in return. I had a feeling that if we both made it into UA, we were going to be good friends. That evening, I was lying on the sofa, watching a silly satire show on TV when Shota solemnly sat opposite me. I looked at him quizzically. His expression was distressed and despondent, which was odd, considering he rarely showed any emotion. "Izuku, there's something I need to tell you. You're not going to like it." At my words, Izuku sat up from his relaxed position and looked at me with worry shining in his viridian eyes. "What is it, Dad? You're scaring me a bit," he chuckled nervously. I watched as he fiddled with his hands and looked around the room, avoiding my gaze. If anyone were to walk in, it would look like Izuku was guilty of something. I knew I had to tell him what had happened. It concerned his biological father after all. Izuku wouldn't enjoy the news I was about to give him, but I believed in being honest. Sugarcoating this information would only harm him. He was old enough to understand the implications. I took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, preparing myself for the negative reaction I was about to receive. "Izuku, I don't want to tell you this in all honesty. You're my son and telling you this will upset you." I ran my hand through my hair and sighed heavily. I needed to tell him straight. "Izuku, somebody has helped your father escape from prison. He's on the run from the police, and there is no evidence as to who has helped him, but the police and heroes are working to find and apprehend him." I explained bluntly. There was no kind way to say it, and I had to be ready to help Izuku through whatever was going to happen to him in the future. I stared blankly at my dad. His words didn't register in my head. I didn't want them to register. Why did this have to happen? I had just broken free from his looming presence. But now, everything felt uncertain. I sat in silence for a long time, just staring at the floor. My mind kept wandering to the words, "Somebody has helped." He had help. Nothing seemed real. He was supposed to serve his sentence for his countless crimes for the rest of his life. I was never supposed to hear from him again. Izuku. Problem child. Please listen to me. I was pulled from my thoughts by my dad's voice calling out softly. I looked up with a blank gaze and saw that Shota looked extremely concerned. His lips moved, but I didn't hear anything. It was all just white noise. Please listen to me. Nobody is going to touch a single hair on your head, okay? Mike, Kayama, Emi, and I are all going to look out for you. Nobody is getting near you. Your friends will protect you as well, okay? Dad whispered as he hugged me tightly. Hearing his words, the dam broke, and all of my tears began to flow from my eyes. I cried into my dad's shoulder, my body shaking with each sob. Every tear I shed relieved a small fraction of the pain and fear that consumed me. Just knowing that I had people to help me through this ordeal calmed my racing heart slightly. That night, I cried myself to sleep in my real father's arms. Just because I had the genes of a monster, it didn't mean he was my real dad. That night, I had dreams about Hisashi finding me. He dragged me back to our old house by my arm, causing it to nearly be ripped from its socket. I cried pitifully with every step we took, getting closer to the looming building associated with fear, pain, and punishment. I tried to dig my feet into the ground, but Hisashi just pulled harder, adamant on getting me into the house. I tried to speak, but no noise came out. The only sound was my crying. I felt powerless, just like the weak little 7-year-old I had been all those years ago. When we made it to the house, the world whirlpooled and I found myself standing on the bottom step of the stairs, looking into the kitchen. Stop. Please, Hisashi. My mom's voice was filled with fear as she begged. Hisashi remained silent as he attacked her. I felt every blow, every burn, and I was powerless to stop it. I watched as my mom fell unconscious, and then I was left with the haunting image of her lifeless body. Once he was done, his gaze turned to me, dark and menacing, except for his eyes, those eyes that filled me with dread. I'm coming for you, Izuku, he hissed before the dream dissolved, leaving me gasping for air in my room. The dream lingered, and I saw Hisashi's glowing green eyes and my mother's lifeless face everywhere I looked. I carefully got out of bed and walked to the shelf in the corner of my room. I picked up a photo frame that I had even before living with Shota. In the picture, my mum, Hisashi, and I smiled happily together, capturing a perfect family moment, despite the reality of our situation. I took the photo back to bed, gazing at my mum's youthful smile as I slowly fell into an uneasy slumber. The next morning, I woke up and stared blankly at my ceiling. I lacked the motivation to get out of bed. My mum's killer was still out there, and I feared he would tear the world apart searching for me. He would find me and punish me for testifying against him in court. I knew my family would protect me, but I worried for their safety as well. When Hisashi was angry, nothing could stop him. Aizu. A soft voice called from the door. I grunted in acknowledgement as the door swung open to reveal a gently smiling Emi, holding a tray with orange juice and a hearty breakfast. Hi, Auntie Joke, I whispered, my voice hoarse from crying the night before. You know we'll protect you, don't you? She asked gently, sitting on the edge of my bed and placing the tray in my lap. I nodded, staring down at the food. Normally, it would have made my mouth water, but my appetite was gone. Look, Aizawa, I understand that hearing this news is going to affect you. That's perfectly fine, but please talk to us if you need us. We all love you, and it pains us to see you withdraw, Emi said softly. I looked up and saw the worry in her eyes. I didn't want to burden anyone, but I knew they would worry regardless of how I acted. You can't just forget what I heard and be fine in an instant. My family understood trauma. They were heroes who dealt with it regularly. I was lucky to have such supportive people around me. Auntie Joke stood up to leave when I grabbed her arm. She turned back, confused. Thank you, I whispered. She smiled sweetly before leaving me to slowly eat my breakfast. I wanted to push through this ordeal and show Hisashi that I was strong. I had completed the UA entrance exam. I was going to be a hero, despite my past and the chains weighing me down. I was my own person. A week or two passed, and I constantly expected one of two things. Either my letter from UA would arrive, or Hisashi would show up. My family and friends reassured me that Hisashi wouldn't harm me while they were around. Kacchan became even more protective, threatening to rip Hisashi apart if he came near me, even though Hisashi wasn't around to hear it. Kyoko was more subdued, but the look in her eyes when she placed her hand on my shoulder told me I could rely on her. I was grateful for the people in my life. Without Shota, I might not have survived Hisashi's wrath. Dad, you have to know. You're a teacher at UA. Please tell me if I got in. The suspense is killing me. I groaned, dramatically sprawled over an armchair. I watched as my dad ignored my whining, focused on paperwork stamped with UA's logo. I knew he wouldn't tell me anything, but I kept hoping he might let something slip. Stop annoying your dad, Aizu. Kayama chuckled as she walked into the living room, holding a scruffy ginger cat. Dad had picked up the cat the previous evening, Many had passed through the Aizawa household before finding homes elsewhere. Dad didn't keep them because he said we didn't have enough time for pets. While it saddened me, I knew he was right. Cats are independent and don't require much attention, but it didn't seem fair to leave one alone all the time. With Dad being a teacher and an underground hero, and me always training for UA, we thought it wouldn't be fair to any pet we owned. Where is this adorable fluff ball going? Kayama cooed, snuggling the cat. The cat purred and nudged her face. Don't know, Dad grumbled, focused on a document. Kayama rolled her eyes and sat on the sofa, rocking the cat gently. You know Izuku, I'm sure you got in. I was watching your performance in the exam, and you did amazing. Kayama smiled sweetly, ignoring Shota's glare. Thanks, Namuri, I replied, feeling a bit of my doubt fade. I knew I had done well, but some quirks I had seen were magnificent. One person could harden their body, and another had multiple arms that grew appendages. The girl I saved would be fantastic for rescue work. Their impressive quirks made me doubt myself. Izuku, a loud voice called from downstairs, jolting me awake. I rushed to get downstairs, forgetting I wasn't wearing trousers. I thundered down the stairs and stopped when I saw Hisashi excitedly waving a letter. I see you. It's your letter. Open it. Open it. Papa jumped around like an excited puppy, his eyes gleaming with joy. I took the envelope from his hand and took a deep breath before carefully peeling it open. As I pulled out the letter, a small disc fell out and hit the floor, triggering a hologram. I am here. As a hologram. All Might boomed, striking his signature pose. Dad entered the room, rolling his eyes at the hologram while sipping his coffee. Izuku Aizawa Midoriya. Welcome to UA High School. All Might laughed, extending his hand as if to shake mine. It took a moment for his words to register, and when they did, a happy sob escaped my throat. Yes, you did very well, young man. You ranked second in the entrance exam with 69 points, 30 rescue points and 39 villain points. You were only 1 point below the top scorer. Well done. All Might cheered, giving a thumbs up. I beamed wider. I had come second. I suspected Kacchan had come first, but we never knew what kind of competition we faced. Now, as you know, the Hero Course exam was essential for you to get into UA's Hero Course, but you also needed a good academic score. You got 89% on your test, ranking you 4th out of all applicants. This is your Hero Academia. With those final words, the hologram flickered and ended, leaving me in shock. 89%? That seemed like a mistake. I was a good student, but I never thought I would do so well on UA's entrance exam. Well done, little listener. Hisashi shouted, pulling me into a tight embrace. I stood in shock for a moment before returning the hug. It felt like a dream. Dad hugged me too, and we shared a tight moment before he pulled away. Go put some trousers on, Aizu, he said deadpan. I looked down and blushed when I realized my boxers were on display. I quickly scampered upstairs, the sound of Dad and Papa's laughter following me. You both did so well, Kyoka sighed as she flopped back onto the warm sand of the beach. After getting dressed, I had called Kacchan and Kyoka to meet me at the beach. When I arrived, Kacchan looked smug, a smirk on his face. I got first on the hero entrance exam. And third in the academic exam, he yelled triumphantly, small explosions sparking in his hands. I congratulated him with a pat on the back and turned to Kyoka. What rank did you get, Kyoka? I asked, noticing her red face and how she nervously played with her earphone jacks. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, I reassured her. Kyoka waved her hands dismissively before looking into her lap. I came 12th in the hero exam and 7th in the academic exam, she muttered. I jumped onto her, pushing her back into the sand. That's amazing, Kyoka. I'm fairly certain there were only 36 open spaces for the hero course. You were ranked higher than half. I laughed quietly in her ear, mindful of her enhanced hearing. Kyoka's arms wrapped around me as we rolled around on the beach, laughing and having fun. Kacchan joined in on our sand fight not long after. We celebrated together, our successes and our bright futures momentarily overshadowing the looming threat of Hisashi. A week after Izuku received his UA acceptance letter, it was finally time for him to go to UA. He had been restless all week, mostly hanging out with Kyoka and Katsuki. They practiced and trained together, insisting they weren't overexerting themselves. At home, Izuku was hyperactive, bouncing around the house like he did when he was younger, especially with Hisashi as excited as he was for Izuku to start school. I looked forward to Izuku making his dreams a reality at UA, but I couldn't shake the worry about Hisashi Midoriya still being out there, potentially planning something against my son. I hated not knowing what might happen. I knew Dad was worrying about me. I could read him like a book. I was concerned about Hisashi's lack of activity as well. He was an impatient man who didn't like to wait for what he wanted. I pushed thoughts of him to the back of my mind. I stayed alert as Dad had taught me, but I didn't want to dwell on the man who had caused me so much pain. I was too excited about attending UA High School, where all my dreams were coming true. On the morning of my first day at UA, Dad knocked on my bedroom door and sat me down. "What's up, Dad?" I asked, slightly confused. "When you're at UA, you're going to have to go by Midoriya, okay?" he said directly. I nodded, understanding the necessity. "It's so that students don't ostracize me, isn't it?" I confirmed and he nodded. "Okay, from now on, I'm Midoriya Izuku." "I can't believe it. We're standing outside of UA as students," I exclaimed happily to Kyoka and Kacchan, gushing at the front gates and the tall H-shaped building. I noticed my friends sharing a conspiratorial look but ignored it. Nothing could dampen my excitement, except one thing. "Where is the classroom?" I cried as we walked down yet another hallway that looked just like the last. "Calm down, Izuku," Kyoka yawned, rolling her eyes. "Our classroom is literally there." "Calm down, Kacchan said, gently hitting me upside the head. It was his odd way of showing affection. We stood in front of the enormous door leading into our homeroom. "I guess they have to accommodate every body type," I mumbled, staring in awe at the giant, what, painted in vibrant ruby on the dull brown wood. "Come on, there's no point just staring at the door," Kyoka pointed out as she opened it and stepped inside. I took a deep breath and followed her in, Kacchan right behind me. It seemed we were the last to arrive. Everyone else was already chatting or sitting at their desks. I quickly glanced at the clock and rushed to my seat as the lesson was about to start. I was buzzing with anticipation to see who our homeroom teacher would be. My family had been secretive about it. Whenever I asked, Dad would change the subject, while Papa and Auntie Kiyama would snicker and give cryptic hints like, "You're in for a surprise." I had a feeling it was someone special. My thoughts were interrupted when a hush swept through the classroom. I looked up from my desk and saw what seemed to be a bright yellow caterpillar laid on the floor in front of the door. Upon closer inspection, however, I realized it was my homeroom teacher. "It took you 8 seconds to shut up. That's 8 seconds of your education wasted," Dad muttered monotonously, his voice loud enough for us all to hear but quiet enough that nobody dared to make a sound. "I'm Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher." He got out of his sleeping bag and walked to the front of the class, his posture screaming tiredness. Dad was usually tired at home from patrolling at night, but he seemed even more exhausted at school. "Put one of these on and get down to the sports field." Shota held up UA's PE clothes and left the classroom. I was in shock that my dad was my homeroom teacher. I knew I would likely have him for some lessons, but I had no idea he would be my homeroom teacher. The last I heard, he was the homeroom teacher for a second-year class. "Stop sitting there like a gorm, Aizu, hurry up," Kacchan called from the door. I jumped up from my desk and followed him down the corridor. "We'll be testing your quirks in a variety of athletic events that you may have done in middle school," Shota explained. We stood in a group before him, sensing the nervousness in the air as my fellow students fidgeted under his paralyzing gaze. "What about the welcome ceremony?" a familiar female voice asked, a small quiver in her voice. I looked back and saw it was Uraraka. Shota's gaze immediately snapped to her, causing her to flinch slightly. "UA is known for its freestyle education. We don't have time to waste if you want to become heroes." Dad's voice was blunt, leaving no room for argument. "You did all of the activities you're about to do in your younger years, but this time you're allowed to use your quirk. I don't care how you use it." Dad threw a ball at Kacchan, who caught it with his fast reflexes and looked up at Shota in confusion. "You did the ball throw in middle school, right?" Kacchan nodded. "How far could you throw it?" 67 meters, Kacchan muttered. Dad nodded and gestured towards a circle on the floor, obviously for the ball throw. Kacchan shook his arms slightly and rubbed his hands together, presumably generating enough sweat for a big explosion to impress our classmates. He wound up, ready to pitch the ball across the field. I saw him take a deep breath before he threw the ball with a shout. His explosion sent wind rushing towards the class. I rolled my eyes at his theatrics and whispered to Kyoka, "Why did he feel the need to shout?" Kyoka shrugged. Dad held up a device that showed Kacchan had thrown the ball 706 meters, significantly better than without his quirk. Odd gasps echoed around the class, and a redhead behind me whispered, "So manly," which confused me, but I ignored it as I watched Kacchan walk back towards Kyoka and me, a smug grin on his face. "Watch yourself, Kacchan. If you get too confident, you'll only get let down," I warned him. Kacchan tooted and crossed his arms, but I could tell he had taken my words to heart. "This is going to be awesome," someone said a bit too loudly. From the look in Dad's eyes, I knew the quirk test was going to be anything but awesome. "Whoever comes last will be expelled," our homeroom teacher's voice echoed ominously around the training field. The atmosphere, which had previously been excited, quickly soured. "You're joking, right?" a yellow-haired boy whispered in fear. The entire class stared at Shota with fear-filled eyes. Even I was a bit surprised. I knew my dad had a reputation for being tough on his students, but it seemed excessive to expel students on the first day. "I don't joke. If you want to be in the hero course, then prove it," Dad replied, glaring at all of us. I could feel everyone's resolve stiffen as they prepared to go all out and prove why they deserve to become heroes. The first event was the 50-meter dash. I watched in awe as my classmates used their quirks to make themselves faster. I loved watching quirks in action and was disappointed that I couldn't bring my quirk analysis book. My lack of notebook didn't stop me from theorizing about their quirks, though. I muttered at breakneck speeds under my breath, which caused Kacchan to gently hit me and give me one of his "shut up" glares. I gave him an embarrassed smile before focusing back on the task at hand. I realized it was nearly my turn to run, and I was going against Kacchan. He smirked down at me as we stood on the start line, preparing ourselves to run. Kacchan's hands sparked, and the delicious smell of caramel filled the air. I got down on all fours and transformed into a cheetah, prompting gasps from my classmates. As soon as the buzzer sounded, Kacchan and I were off. The race felt so fast that it barely seemed to happen. We crossed the line very close to each other. Unfortunately for him, Kacchan finished 0.03 seconds after me. I ran the 50m in 4.10 seconds. Well done, Izuku, Kyoka congratulated me with a pat on the back. I smiled down at her and turned to see Kacchan looking at me with a determined glint in his eyes. To anyone else, he might have seemed angry, but that was just his usual expression. He was ready to beat me in all the events we were about to compete in. I smirked at Kacchan, and by the way he clenched his fists and smirked back, I knew he was eager to take up my challenge. Event after event, Kacchan and I competed fiercely. He beat me in several events while I narrowly overtook him in others. We tied in the endurance run, being 2 of the 4 students still running when Dad called an end to the test. The other 2 were Kyoka and the boy who had helped me during the entrance exam. Seeing him again made a light blush spread across my cheeks. It was no surprise that Kyoka and Kacchan could run for a long time. We had all trained together, running up mountains to build our stamina, so a flat track was nothing. The final event was the ball toss. Many of the others used creative methods to get the ball as far as possible. One girl, the black-haired one from the exam hall, pulled a launcher from her stomach and fired the ball across the field. I noticed Kyoka blush slightly, indicating someone had a crush. Uraraka used her anti-gravity quirk to make the ball float away, which resulted in an infinity symbol on Dad's device. The class clapped for her, and I even saw a hint of respect in Kacchan's eyes. Finally, it was my turn. As I walked into the circle to throw the ball, I debated what to transform into. I could change into Uraraka and achieve an infinity score, but I wanted a solid number. I decided to transform into Kacchan. Throughout the day, I had only changed into animals, so the class wasn't expecting me to morph into him. I took pride in the surprised looks on everyone's faces, except for Kyoka, Kacchan, Uraraka, and Dad, who were already familiar with my quirk. I mimicked Kacchan's previous actions, winding my arm back, ready to send the ball flying with a powerful explosion. The smell of caramel filled the air as I activated Kacchan's quirk and launched the ball across the field. I resisted the urge to shout something to imitate Kacchan, not wanting my classmates to think I was strange. Dad's machine beeped, displaying the number on the screen. Kacchan laughed and turned to me, a satisfied gleam in his eyes. The score was 705, just 1 meter below Kacchan's. I sighed and gently massaged my shoulder. Using Kacchan's quirk took a toll on me, and I admired his perseverance to train through discomfort. Your rankings will now be displayed, Dad announced, drawing the class's attention. I scanned the projection and saw I was in 4th place, just below Kacchan. I noticed the determination on his face. The old, angry Kacchan might have been upset about being 3rd, but Kyoka and I had helped him mellow out. Now he was calmer, even if just a little. I looked at the names above us, Momo Yaoyorozu and Shoto Todoroki. I recognized them from the list of recommended students Dad had left on the coffee table. It made sense they took 1st and 2nd. I realized Todoroki was the one who had stopped me from falling, and I wanted to be his friend. He looked sad, and I didn't like that. Behind me, I heard a pained whimper and turned to see a small boy with a grape-shaped head staring at the rankings with terror in his eyes. I assumed he was Minoru Mineta, firmly in 20th place. Everyone gave him sympathetic looks, but their eyes showed relief that it wasn't them facing exclusion from the hero course. The person in last place won't be leaving UA, but, Dad announced, making the class's eyes widen, you are more at risk. Don't mess up. He began to walk away, clearly indicating the lesson was over. What? Why would you say we could get excluded? Mineta screamed, silenced by Shota's glare. Rational deception, Dad replied before leaving the class stunned. He will be in Class A. You'll just have to wait for it to happen. As for Mineta still being in the class, nobody at this point knows how much of a troublemaker he is, so he can't be excluded for that. I think I could write a pretty good scene where he gets his comeuppance. Trust me, it'll be more satisfying this way. Shota's POV. The kids had done decently in the quirk test. Their quirks showed promise, and they seemed determined. I wasn't convinced about the Mineta kid, but Nizu had told me that I wasn't allowed to expel anybody on the first day anymore. Something about lawsuits from angry parents. I sighed as I walked into the staff room and flopped onto the sofa, my favorite nap spot, and every staff member under the sun knew not to mess with it. As my head settled onto a plump white pillow, I drifted away into a light dreamless slumber. Izuku's POV. The whole class returned to the classroom after changing back into our uniforms. It was practically the end of the day by the time everybody had arrived, so we all collectively decided to just pick up our syllabus and leave school. Other students were trickling out of their classrooms by this point, so we knew we weren't too early. I walked out of the school with Kyoka and Kacchan at my side. We joked and bantered about our first day at our dream school. In all honesty, I felt like I was going to drop dead at any moment. My bones and muscles ached slightly from all the transforming and exercise I did. I loved the feeling. It meant that I was getting stronger. I can't wait to show that half-and-half guy how powerful I am. He's going to be the perfect rival. Kacchan exclaimed, pumping his hand in the air. Shouldn't your rival be Yaoyorozu? She got first place, not Todoroki, Kyoka pointed out. Kacchan rolled his eyes at Kyoka and began to walk backward so that he was facing us. Yeah, but just looking at her, I can tell that I could beat her in a fight. She just doesn't seem very confident to me. Kacchan shrugged before turning back around and swaggering down the pavement. I'm sure in a couple of months she'll be more confident, and when that happens, I'll challenge her and win. Kacchan's analytical skills when it came to human behavior were really something. A person just had to blink a certain way, and somehow Kacchan knew if they were a friend or foe. She looked pretty confident to me, Kyoka said, slightly confused. Well, yeah, she seems confident, but it's really fragile. Just look in her eyes. By the end of the quirk test, she was doubting herself. Anyone with a brain could tell that. Kacchan said dismissively. I looked over at Kyoka, and the expression on her face said what I was thinking. Literally nobody can tell that. The way Kacchan's mind worked baffled me. I made dinner for myself that night and retired to my bedroom, knowing that my dad wouldn't be home until quite late since he had to work. I was sure to leave some food out for him, knowing he wouldn't have the energy to cook an entire meal himself. That night, as I stared up at my bedroom ceiling, I considered redecorating. Over the years, I had accumulated a plethora of hero merchandise, which accompanied my All Might action figures and posters. I had posters from all sorts of heroes, Present Mike, Midnight, Ms. Joke, Hawks, and Gang Orca, to name a few. There were so many posters and action figures it was hard to distinguish the color of my walls. My most cherished pieces of merchandise, however, were my Eraserhead poster and model goggles, which were nearly impossible to find. Dad didn't like the media, so nobody really knew about him. But those who did took it upon themselves to celebrate him like any other hero. I had to go into some very remote shops to find that merchandise, but I wouldn't take back any of the time I spent searching as long as I had something to commemorate my dad. Your first hero course lesson will be this afternoon. However, this is still a school. Your morning will be spent doing your academic lessons before lunch. Behave properly for your teachers and don't interrupt class, or there will be consequences. I could tell that the last sentence was directed towards Kacchan if the steely glare my dad leveled at him was anything to guess by. Kacchan tooted as he usually did, and rolled his eyes. I would normally scold him, but we were in the middle of class and had just been told not to cause trouble. It didn't matter if I was his son, my dad wouldn't hesitate to be just as harsh on me as he would to any other student. Just as Kacchan finished rolling his eyes, the door to our class burst open, and Papa bounced in. Hey, little listeners. Who's ready to learn some English? He shouted enthusiastically. He was met by a few shouts of agreement, mainly from 3 kids in the middle of the class, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Siro. With that, our English lesson began. I was fairly decent at English. I had known Papa for a long time, so I picked it up from him. I was nowhere near fluent, but I think I could get by in a conversation. I guess what I'm trying to say is that our first English lesson in UA was easy for me. I cannot say the same for some of the other people in my class. Kacchan always got frustrated when he tried to understand English, so he was silently fuming the entire lesson. I saw several classmates scratching their heads in confusion. It seemed as if only Yaoyorozu, Ida, and I openly understood what Papa was saying. Before long, the bell rang, signaling the end of the lesson. Papa snapped his book closed and bid us farewell as Ectoplasm walked in to start our maths lesson. Just like before, the lesson seemed to breeze by for me, and it wasn't long before lunch started. This food is amazing. Uraraka gushed as she stuffed her mouth with delicious food. I would have verbally agreed, but my mouth was too full to say anything, so I nodded my head vigorously to express my agreement. Kacchan and Kyoka chatted quietly between themselves. Neither of them was very sociable, so when Uraraka sat with us, they didn't talk much. I knew once they got comfortable around her, they would speak up a bit more, but for now, I was content to be the bridge connecting everyone. When's our teacher gonna be here? Kacchan growled. He was being scolded by Ida for having his feet up on the desk when he said this, which only made Ida angrier as his movements sped up, scolding Kacchan with renewed vigor. The entire Class was wondering where our teacher was. Just when we reached the 10-minute mark, the door to our classroom burst open. "I am here," a jovial voice shouted from the doorway. All conversation came to an abrupt halt before everyone in the class shouted in unison, "All Might." As soon as my idol stepped into the classroom, I began to mumble excitedly about how valuable his teachings would be for becoming a hero. I was so lost in my own little world of heroic fantasies and deciding whether to ask him for his autograph that I missed his explanation of what we were doing in the lesson. "Midoriya, we must leave the classroom now," Ida shouted, bringing me back to reality. I looked around and saw that I was the only one still there. Ida beckoned me impatiently from the doorway. "Sorry, Ida." I apologized as I scooped up my bag and began speed walking down the hallway. "Why didn't you wait for me?" I questioned Kacchan as I arrived in the changing rooms. Kacchan turned towards me from where he was examining his hero costume and smirked. "Not my fault you were too busy daydreaming about All Might to notice we were leaving," he shrugged before turning back to his suit. I huffed and stood beside him to examine his outfit. "Don't you think it would be hard to move around with those?" I asked, pointing to the gauntlets that resembled grenades. "I'll be fine, nerd. Worry about your own costume. You're 5 minutes behind everyone else," he snapped. While I didn't like his tone, he was right. I would have to hurry if I wanted to get out of the changing rooms with everyone else. My costume had a very simplistic design. It wasn't extravagant like Kacchan's. It consisted of black combat boots, black baggy trousers with lime stripes, a forest green hoodie with bunny ears on top, and a plain black t-shirt. The bunny ears were added to resemble All Might's signature hairstyle. On the back of my hoodie, my name was printed in bold letters. Once I decided on a hero name, I would get that printed, but for now, it said Midoriya Izuku. Alongside all of this, I wore a red utility belt, red fingerless gloves, and a metal mask that hung around my neck as I finished getting dressed. I stared down at the last pieces of my costume. I wasn't even sure if I would be allowed to have them. I think my dad did something to get them approved because I doubted any sane adult would allow a teenager to have 2 sharp knives strapped to their legs. I knew how to fight with them, and when my dad had been teaching me, he had given me a lecture on knife safety, but it was still slightly crazy to me that I was permitted to have such dangerous items. After all, people with powerful quirks are basically walking weapons. Looking around the room, my costume was one of the simpler ones. Ioma's costume was very unique. I saw Todoroki walking out of the dressing room and took notice of his outfit. It could certainly be better, but I kept that thought to myself. "Are you done, Kacchan?" I asked, looking over to the angry blonde. I couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Kacchan glaring at his gauntlets as if they had personally offended him. "What's wrong?" I asked, trying to contain my laughter. "Stupid," was all Kacchan growled under his breath. Just from his tone and body language, I knew what the problem was. I picked up one of his arm grenades, which was surprisingly light, and gestured for Kacchan to get closer. "Hold out your arm. It's fine to ask for help, you know." I slid the gauntlet onto his arm and proceeded to do the same with the other one. Kacchan just grumbled moodily under his breath before stomping out of the changing rooms without saying, "Thanks." Knowing he would be upset for a little while, I rolled my eyes and scooped up my sheath knives off the bench before leaving the changing room. A majority of the class was already waiting in front of All Might when I emerged onto the training grounds. The variety of costumes was fascinating. Like me, Kyoka's costume was rather simple, the only unique feature being her custom-made speaker boots. "I like your costume, Midoriya," Uraraka called out as I approached the rest of the class. "Thanks, I like yours too. Are those cuffs to reduce nausea?" I asked her, intrigued by the quirks of my classmates. "Yeah, I wish I had been a bit more specific on the design though. I feel like this costume is a bit too tight." Uraraka looked uncomfortable. I smiled at her reassuringly just as All Might clapped his hands together and boomed, "Right then, you bunch of newbies. Time for battle training. Today we will be doing indoor anti-personnel battle training, where one of the teams are villains and the other are heroes," All Might explained. He seemed a bit inexperienced with teaching, frequently checking his notes. I couldn't help but focus on the fact that All Might was wearing his Silver Age costume. It was iconic. "The villains win if they can defend the weapon for the full time, and the heroes win if they can capture it," he summarized, snapping his book shut and beaming at us. The class shared excited smiles. We were all eager for our first hero lesson. We walked up to the box All Might held to draw lots for our teams. He explained that as future heroes, we wouldn't always have a choice in our partners, so drawing lots was a good way to learn to adapt. I looked down at the ball with an on it in my hand and glanced around at my classmates pairing up. "Hey Midoriya, do you have a?" Uraraka's bubbly voice chimed from behind me. I smiled and held up my ball. "Please, call me Izuku. We're friends, aren't we?" I replied. "Of course. You can call me Ochako then," she said, bouncing on the ball of her feet. I felt that Ochako and I would become close friends. Her positive energy was infectious. "Okay, the first 2 teams to fight will be All Might dipped his hands into 2 separate boxes and pulled out 2 letters. The hero team will be a team and the villain team is D team, he announced. I looked around to see who our opponents would be and caught Kacchan's eyes. It looked like I was up against Kacchan and Ida. Ochako and I stood outside the building where we would face off against Kacchan and Ida. We should come up with a plan, I suggested, directing my attention toward Ochako. She nodded in agreement, and we put our heads together to devise a strategy that would exploit Kacchan's weaknesses while considering our limited knowledge of Ida. I need to beat him. If I don't, I won't hear the end of it, I whispered to myself, but Ochako overheard. Don't worry, Izuku. If we work together, we can take down Bakugo and Ida, she encouraged, pumping her fist into the air. Start! All Might's voice boomed over the speaker system. Ochako and I rushed into the building, careful to keep our footsteps light to conceal our presence. Although neither opponent had a detection or surveillance quirk, I didn't want to underestimate them. We made it to the 3rd floor, checking every room quickly before coming face to face with Kacchan. He stood in the center of the corridor, his expression one of determination. Hello, Izuku, Kacchan growled. In that moment, we were rivals and opponents, with no time for formalities. Hello, Katsuki, I replied. Without Kacchan noticing, I gestured for Ochako to come closer, as our plan dictated. Kacchan is smart and has a strong handle on his quirk. We've trained together for a long time, so we know most of each other's techniques. It'll be tough to beat him alone, so I need your help, I explained to Ochako, aware that the training exercise would start soon. There's a time limit, so we need to be quick. I'll signal for you to come closer, then blind Kacchan for a moment. At that point, I'll transform into you and we run. If we find anything loose, we'll make it float to obstruct him. Once we locate the bomb, I'll distract Ida while you secure the weapon. I knew there were gaps in our plan, but we didn't have time to create a perfect one. What if Bakugo engages one of us in a fight? Ochako asks. I'll fight him because I know his tricks. If that happens, do your best to get around Ida. Pick up any random objects you can just in case there's nothing for you to fight with, I explained. She nodded in understanding. Close your eyes, I whispered to Ochako. I gave her a moment before I transformed into an old schoolmate of mine who had a light radiating quirk. It wasn't great for offensive fighting since it just made your body glow for 2 seconds, but it was perfect for the situation. I didn't give Kacchan the chance to see who I had transformed into before I activated the quirk. When the radiating light dimmed, I transformed directly into Ochako, grabbed her hand, and began sprinting down the corridor, Kacchan's shouts echoing behind us. We didn't slow our pace. I let go of Ochako's hand, but we ran at the same speed, still next to each other. I ran a bit slower since I was using Ochako's body. It seemed like we were going to reach the 5th floor, where the weapon was, when the familiar sounds of explosions reached our ears. Keep going and try to secure the weapon. I have an idea. You can make yourself float, right? I questioned. Ochako nodded, looking a bit confused. Go out the window. Make yourself float up to the next floor and sneak into the room through the window. The weapon is likely near the window if the room is set up like the others. All you need to do is touch the weapon and we win, I explained quickly. Kacchan was nearly on top of us. We didn't have time to argue. Ochako's face hardened with determination. She nodded and ran over to the window, throwing herself out. I felt a bit worried when I didn't immediately see her float back up, but after a few seconds, she floated by and waved at me. With Ochako on her way to secure the weapon, I could focus on fighting Kacchan. "Du." Kacchan shouted from the end of the hallway. I knew he wouldn't usually call me that, and it was supposed to be offensive, but I didn't care what he called me. I focused on how angry he looked. I knew blinding him would annoy him, but I didn't expect him to get so furious. "Why did you blind me?" he roared, stalking towards me like a predator. "We're supposed to be fighting, Kacchan." "I was just doing the most logical thing," I responded calmly. Kacchan narrowed his eyes and prepared to propel himself towards me. I transformed into my dad and nullified his quirk, causing Kacchan to drop out of the air in surprise. I wasted no time leaping forward, attempting to tie Kacchan up in capture tape. I wanted to end the fight quickly. The longer Kacchan fought, the more powerful his explosions became. Unfortunately, Kacchan jumped back, appraising me for the best opening. "Just give up, Izuku. I know all your tricks," Kacchan said smugly, a smirk on his face. I knew he was right, but I didn't stop scheming. I transformed into a falcon and flew down the corridor, giving myself time to come up with a plan. Hidden in a cleaning cupboard, I heard Kacchan stomping down the corridor, a stream of insults spilling from his mouth. "Izuku, get your butt out here," he shouted, his voice echoing in the empty building. "Izuku," Ochako's voice whispered in my ear, startling me. I remembered we had communication devices. "I've gotten into the room, and you were right about the weapon being close to the window, but Ida is near it. It's going to be hard to touch it," Ochako whispered, sounding a bit panicked. "Don't worry. Just go for it. If you get caught, I'll come and help you, I whispered back. Ochako hummed in agreement before the line went dead, leaving me alone in the cupboard. I had formed a plan by this point and hoped it would work. I stepped out of the cupboard transformed as Todoroki. He was my best chance at incapacitating Kacchan. Just as I was about to head to the stairs, Kacchan rocketed around the corner and glared at me. I didn't waste a second sending a huge ice wall towards him before transforming back into myself and drawing my knives. Kacchan was unaware that I knew how to dual wield. The only person who knew was my dad. As expected, Kacchan blew apart the ice wall and propelled himself towards me, not noticing the blades in my hands until he was directly in front of me. "The heck?" he choked. I lunged forward with my knife, causing Kacchan to lean to the side to avoid the blade, just as I intended. Before Kacchan could even realize what I was about to do, I spun around and kicked him in the side with all my force. This sent Kacchan crashing to the floor, clutching his side in pain. Before he could stand again, I pinned him down and tied his hands with capture tape, eliminating him from the exercise. "Sorry, Kacchan, but it looks like I win this time." I chuckled slightly, and Kacchan growled in irritation in response. I laughed as I sprinted up the stairs to help Ochako. It turned out, Ochako didn't need my help. She had somehow made Ida float, and just as I entered the room, she placed her hand on the papier-mâché bomb, confirming our victory. "A-team win!" All Might shouted through the speakers. I ran up to Ochako and pulled her into a friendly hug in celebration. "I congratulate you too," Ida said sternly from his position floating on the ceiling, "but Uraraka, could you please let me down?" After Ochako let Ida down and I freed Kacchan from the capture tape, we all walked down to the basement of the building where the rest of the class had been watching. Kacchan had calmed down slightly since I had tied him up. He was composed enough to hold a civil conversation with me and at least greet Ochako and Ida after I discreetly urged him to do so. Ida seemed a bit annoyed about Kacchan running off on his own, but Ochako returned Kacchan's greeting with her usual bubbly attitude. "Your quirk is really powerful, Bakugo. I bet you'll be a great hero," Ochako chirped, a slight skip in her step. "Of course I'll be a great hero, round face." "Don't doubt me," Kacchan retorted, but I cut him off with a glare that resembled my dad's. After living with Shota for over 7 years, I had picked up on how to intimidate people. "I mean, thank you?" Kacchan stuttered, looking down at the ground resolutely. After that little interaction, we walked the rest of the way in somewhat comfortable silence. "Well done. You all did remarkably well. Now class, who do you think should be the player of this match?" All Might asked enthusiastically. The class was silent until Yaoyorozu raised her hand and spoke once All Might acknowledged her. "I think it should be Midoriya. He came up with a brilliant strategy that exploited his pre-existing relationship with Bakugo. He directed Uraraka in a friendly but assertive way, which resulted in their team capturing the weapon without potentially damaging it. Uraraka herself didn't just follow instructions but also thought independently, which is imperative in the heroic field. Ida and Bakugo weren't able to keep the heroes at bay due to their lack of communication. It was clear from the start that Bakugo was focused on engaging Midoriya, and not on the exercise itself. This was the main reason for the villain team's failure. Ida could have also anticipated Uraraka coming through the window given her quirk. The entire class, including All Might, looked at Yaoyorozu stunned by her in-depth breakdown of the fight. After a moment, All Might seemed to recover from his shock. "Couldn't have put it better myself, young Yaoyorozu," he smiled at her before directing the next 2 teams to take their places. As I watched the rest of the team's battle, I realized just how much potential my classmates had. It was clear that some people hadn't realized the full capability of their quirks yet, but I could tell they would be magnificent heroes in the future. I took a keen interest in both Todoroki's and Yaoyorozu's fights. I noticed how Todoroki practically ended the fight the moment he entered the building. He had a very powerful quirk, but that was to be expected from the number 2 hero's son. Yaoyorozu's quirk was fascinating. It seemed as if she could create any sort of non-living object. I knew she was someone I wanted to befriend. She was smart, polite, and I could tell she was friendly beyond her aloofness. I wanted to be friends with everyone in my class, honestly. They all seemed so nice. Well, except for Mineta. I wasn't a fan of the way his eyes scanned the girls. "Well done, students. You all did amazing for this being your first heroics lesson. You all have a lot to learn, but with hard work and dedication, I believe you can be terrific heroes. Now, return to the changing rooms and change back into your school uniforms before you leave for the day." All Might spoke in a rushed voice before he sprinted away from us, looking quite uncomfortable. I shrugged off All Might's odd behavior and followed the rest of my class to the changing rooms. "Why did you have knives?" Kacchan questioned me as we were changing into our school uniforms. I smirked slightly as I looked up at him. To anyone else, he might have looked angry, but I could tell he was confused. "I have knives because I want knives. Plus, Dad taught me how to fight with them ages ago. I just kept it a secret." I shrugged as I attempted to tie my tie. The keyword there was attempted. My tie was way too short and seemed 3 times thicker than everyone else's. Kacchan, on the other hand, chose to ignore the uniform rules entirely. Once I had finished changing, I walked outside the changing room to wait for my friends when I bumped into someone. Being the clumsy person I was, I began to fall forward. I fully anticipated face planting the floor, but I was stopped by a familiar arm encircling my waist. "You should be more careful, Midoriya," Todoroki's monotone voice said from above me. I jumped away from him and looked up at his face. Why was he so tall? He was probably taller than Kacchan. Sorry, Todoroki. I'm really clumsy. But you probably know that. Wait, why would you know that? We don't even really know each other. You know what, I think I'm just gonna go. You're probably annoyed right now, okay bye. I rambled as I backed away from him before I spun around and sprinted away, my entire head burning crimson from embarrassment. How was your first heroics lesson? Dad asked over dinner that evening. Luckily, Dad was off duty that night, one of the rare times when he wasn't out saving people. It was really cool. I had to fight against Kacchan. I won our fight because he didn't know I had my knives, I didn't cut him, and he was so surprised he let his guard down. I was paired up with Ochako, and we won the entire exercise. Mainly because Kacchan didn't communicate very well with Ida, you know how he is. I rambled on about my fight and my classmates' fights, and from the look on my dad's face, I could tell I had that light in my eyes that I got when I spoke about quirks and hero fights. Then I was thinking that I could ask Yaoyorozu about her quirk because it's really interesting and I think that it would be really useful for me to use. My dad sat and listened to me in silence. All of my friends and family knew not to interrupt my ramblings. When I finally finished talking about the quirks in my class, my dad jumped in before I could continue. It's really good that you're interested in your classmates' quirks, Izuku, but I suggest you don't pester them for information about their quirks, you'll probably freak them out, Shota advised me. I laughed lightly as I went back to eating my food. Izuku, my dad's tone was more solemn when he spoke again after a couple of minutes. I knew almost instantly what the subject of the conversation would be, and I didn't like it one bit. I know you don't want to talk about him, but they think they saw him today near UA. Shota got straight to the point. Some police officers and I investigated, and it wasn't actually him, but I just want to remind you to be vigilant. Keep an eye out and don't go out without at least one other person, okay? He asked. I could hear the worry in my dad's voice. It made sense. I had told him what Hisashi had done to me. I thought I knew the lengths Hisashi would go to just to get me back. I hadn't told anybody why Hisashi wanted me back so much. I was scared to. I know, Dad. I won't let anything bad happen to me, I promise. I reassured my dad with a smile, but I think he could tell how much effort it took to maintain that smile. The next day, when Kyoka, Kacchan, Ochako, and I were walking up to the school gates, we saw a huge crowd gathered in front of the gate. I wonder what they're doing here, Kyoka mumbled as she shrunk in on herself slightly. She wasn't a fan of attention unless she was up on a stage and lost in her music. I don't know, but they're annoying, Kacchan growled as he powered onward, shoving through the swarm of reporters and camera people. Kyoka, Ochako, and I all stayed close to Kacchan, seeing as he was clearing a very effective path through the media. Izuku! Ochako called desperately as she was swept away by the jostling crowd. I tried to reach out and grab her, but a reporter stepped into my path and began questioning me. Are you one of All Might's students? Tell me, is he a good teacher? Would you say that he lives up to your standards? What is your name? It didn't take me long to get overwhelmed by her questions. I realized that none of my friends were with me. Even in the middle of a crowd, I didn't feel safe without Kacchan, Kyoka, or at least Ochako within sight. I need to get into school. Sorry. I need to. I began to hyperventilate at the proximity of the reporters and the fact that Hisashi could easily snatch me from within the crowd. I was so busy panicking that I didn't even realize someone had pulled me towards the gate to UA. It's okay, Aizu. You're safe here, your dad is coming, okay? I'm here, Izuku. Hisashi isn't here, okay? Nod your head if you can hear me, Izuku. Kyoka's soothing voice whispered gently as she hugged me behind a bush. I nodded slowly to confirm that I could hear her. My mind was still filled with images of Hisashi grabbing me from the crowd and reporters bombarding me with invasive questions. Please head to class, Kyoka. I'll take care of him. My dad's voice broke through my haze. A moment after Kyoka's arms left my shoulders, my dad's larger arms replaced them. He squeezed me gently to reassure me that he was there and that he wasn't going to leave. We're going to go to the staff room now, okay, Izuku? Can you please walk for me? He asked gently, waiting patiently for me to nod before taking my arm and guiding me into the school. We arrived at the nearly empty staff room. The only person inside was Auntie Namuri, who was staring out of the window at the reporters buzzing like flies, presumably complaining about the UA barrier. When we entered the room, she turned around, her eyes widening in surprise. Oh my, what happened? You look so ill, Izuku. Come to Auntie Namuri. Midnight rushed over and scooped me into a tight hug. I will admit, the thin material of her costume made me blush a bit, but she didn't seem to care. She stroked my hair gently as Dad explained what had happened. Those reporters. I hate to think what could have happened if Kyoka hadn't pulled our poor baby out of there. Kayama squished my cheeks and hugged me tightly. I get that you're worried about him, but could you please let my son go, Namuri? Dad said in his usual no-nonsense voice, though there was a hint of compassion in there. Sure. You can come to me if everything gets to be too much. Namuri assured me before letting me go and walking out of the staff room, leaving me and my dad alone. Aizu, are you able to go to class? It's perfectly fine if you want to wait a couple of minutes. Shota whispered in a low voice. My family and friends knew that speaking softly calmed me down. I'll be fine, I just want to change into something that will calm me down. I murmured. Dad nodded and waited for me to transform. I was really worried about Izuku. He looked shaken up after being cornered by all those reporters. When I had been trying to calm him down, he kept mumbling about Hisashi coming to get him. It broke my heart seeing one of my best friends so distressed. Jiro? Are you okay? You look down in the dumps. An aristocratic yet gentle voice asked from above me. I looked up to see Yaoyorozu standing beside my desk. I immediately felt blood rise to my cheeks. She had actually noticed me. Why, I'm fine. Something just happened to Izuku on the way into school. I whispered, trying to speak louder but feeling too nervous. Oh, is that so? I'm sorry to hear that. Is he okay? She asked with concern. She was worried about someone she barely knew, so kind. Why? He just got overwhelmed by the reporters. They swarmed him and he doesn't do well in crowds. I explained, obviously not sharing the whole truth that Izuku was scared his dad might kidnap him. Yes, those reporters were quite bothersome. I saw Todoroki having a lot of trouble as well. Some reporters are just too pushy. She sighed before bidding me farewell and returning to her seat. On the outside, I still looked composed and bored, but inside, I was freaking out. Momo Yaoyorozu, the most appealing girl in Class 1A, had just held a conversation with me. I wanted to tell Cat about it, but before I could leave my chair, Shota entered the classroom, a small green and black cat nestled in his arms. Sit down in your seats. I told the class as soon as I entered. I had anticipated that they wouldn't be in their seats. Several students scurried to their seats as I made my way to Izuku's desk and placed him carefully on the desk. I could tell he didn't want to leave my arms by the way he clung to my sleeve and the sad look in his emerald eyes. I gave him a reassuring slide on the head before I walked to the front of the classroom and stood behind the podium. Now for homeroom business. I'm sorry to spring this on you so suddenly. I paused for dramatic effect, enjoying the way my class shared nervous looks, but you're going to have to choose a class president. That's so normal. The class shouted. I rolled my eyes at their dramatics and pulled out my sleeping bag. Just make a vote or something for who you want to be president. I sighed as I began to climb into my haven away from my bed. But, sir, we barely know each other. Kirishima called from his seat, his hand raised to draw my attention, not that it was necessary since his voice was quite loud. Don't care, whoever gets the most votes must have earned it. I yawned as I settled down into my sleeping bag, falling into a light slumber almost immediately. Izuku's POV. I silently transformed back when Dad was speaking, and I didn't think anyone noticed since all their attention was directed towards Shota. When Dad began to gently snore in his sleeping bag, Ida jumped up out of his seat, drawing the entire class's attention. We will conduct this vote in an orderly manner. Please write down the name of the person you're voting for on a piece of paper and put it in this box. Ida shouted as he pulled a box out of nowhere. I wondered if he always had a box handy. The class quickly scrawled their votes onto scrap pieces of paper and put them into Ida's mystery box. I knew that since no rule was established on whether you could vote for yourself, a majority of the class probably voted for themselves. I caught a glimpse of Kacchan's paper and saw that he had written his name in big block capitals, which didn't surprise me. Okay, the votes have been counted and the results are on the board. Dad said in a bored tone, as if he couldn't care less about who was class president. He pressed a button, and all of the results showed up on the board. Imagine my surprise when I saw that I had the most votes, followed closely by Yaoyorozu, who had 3 votes, one below my 4. I gaped at the results slightly before snapping out of it and making my way to the front of the class on unsteady legs. Yaoyorozu stood beside me as my deputy, her confidence seeming genuine. I thought Kacchan was a bit disillusioned about her. Thanks for voting for me. I stuttered, feeling embarrassment radiate through my body at how timid I sounded. I wasn't going to last long as class president if I had a fear of public speaking. The class clapped for Yaoyorozu and me before we sat back down and finally started the day's lessons. As with the previous day, I found the lessons fairly easy, though there was a math equation that stumped me for a little while. The thing on my mind nearly constantly was that Hisashi was out there, probably looking for me. The crowd of media outside my school had really affected me, and I hated the anxiety I felt just looking at crowds where Hisashi could potentially hide. Izuku! Kacchan shouted, causing me to jump slightly. Oh sorry, Kacchan, what were you saying? I asked. Kacchan rolled his eyes and waved his hand around the classroom, bringing to my attention that the room was empty. It's lunchtime, are you coming or not? Kacchan snapped, clearly annoyed. Yeah, I'm coming. I sighed. As I followed Kacchan from the room, I felt a weird sensation in my gut. I narrowed my eyes slightly and swept the area with my gaze, feeling like something was going to happen. So your quirk makes your lipids into objects? Do you have to know the chemical and atomic structure of the object? I asked Yaoyorozu. When Kacchan and I entered the cafeteria, Kyoka, Ochako, and Ida were seated with Yaoyorozu, making it the perfect opportunity to ask her about her quirk. Yes, the more I create an object, the easier it is for me to create it on impulse. For example, I can make Russian nesting dolls without thinking about it. The drawbacks are that if I run out of lipids, I won't be able to create anything. Most people think my quirk is simple, but it's very intricate. Oh, and call me Yamamo or Momo. She smiled sweetly. I noted every word she said in my hero analysis book. Her quirk was really handy. Once I finished taking notes on Yamamo's quirk, I decided to engage in the conversations around me. Yes, I am indeed the brother of the hero Ingenium. I hope to be just like my brother once I graduate from school, Ida was saying to Ochako, waving his arms with his signature robotic movements. Sure, your quirk is good, but it won't mean much unless you're confident in your abilities, Kacchan said rather bluntly to Yamamo. I wasn't sure if he intended to be rude, but Yamamo seemed to overlook the remark and thanked him for complimenting her quirk, to which Kacchan just tooted and started shoveling food into his mouth. What are you, a pig? Eat properly, Katsuki. Kyoka scolded Kacchan in annoyance. She really hated it when she could hear people eating or see food in their mouths. It was a little pet peeve of hers. Kacchan swallowed his food and was about to respond when a shrill alarm started wailing. The entire student body stilled for a moment before the hall was thrown into disarray. Chairs were pushed back as students rushed from the cafeteria and began to flood out into the hall. Something must have triggered one of Yue's alarms. Yamamo yelled over the piercing screech of the alarm. No way! Kacchan snarked back. We should probably follow our upperclassmen. They should know what to do. I yelled over the sound of feet stamping and the blaring alarm. My friends nodded in agreement as we followed the throng of students into the hallway. Our upperclassmen seemed just as lost as we were. They screamed and shoved, trying to escape from something. Nobody knew what was happening, they were just panicking. I lost sight of my friends as we were swept into the crowd, which only heightened my anxiety. I was in an unfamiliar situation, surrounded by strangers, and all too familiar emotions surged within me. I felt scared, lonely, and anxious. Every bump on my arm felt like a fire. My heart pounded in my chest and my head spun. The world tilted dangerously and I felt nauseous. The crowd's screams and fearful cries reminded me of my mother's pleas for Hisashi to stop. My knees buckled as the world spun around me, and my chest ached painfully. I felt like giving in, but a peculiar noise snapped me from my panic. I looked up to see Ida whizzing through the air like a firework. I stared, mouth agape, as he came to a stop in an odd position against the wall. Everyone, please calm down. It is simply the media. Please act in an orderly fashion. Ida shouted from above the fire exit sign. The corridor fell silent. I wasn't pushed or jostled anymore. Slowly, everyone began to move towards the exit in a more orderly fashion. As I leaned against the wall, trying to calm myself down, I reassured myself that it was just the reporters who had gotten into the school. I told myself Hisashi couldn't reach me while I was at UA, but I still struggled to feel safe. My heart refused to calm down, and I was so lost in my thoughts that I didn't notice someone approaching me. Midoriya? A gentle female voice asked. I looked up to see Yamamo, her figure slightly blurry through the tears in my eyes. Would you like me to take you to Aizawa-sensei? He brought you in after you got overwhelmed by the crowds, right? You were the cat this morning? She spoke in a reassuring tone. She didn't touch my arms, probably noticing how I held them close to my chest, and instead rubbed soothing circles on my back. I'm going to take you to the teacher's lounge, okay? You seem really shaken up. I allowed Yamamo to guide me for a few moments until my head started to clear. Thank you, Yamamo. I'm sorry you had to see me like that, I whispered, breaking the comfortable silence. She smiled down at me. Don't worry about it, Izuku. We all have times when we're a bit more vulnerable, it's human nature. I nodded, and we resumed walking in silence. As we neared the staff room, I spoke again. Yamamo, I feel fine now. I can talk to Aizawa after school. I'd rather not go to the staff room. I explained, hoping she would understand. Yamamo sighed heavily and stopped walking, her expression thoughtful. Fine, we will return to our classroom. However, if you feel even the slightest bit off, I'm whisking you away. She sounded determined. I chuckled slightly at her enthusiasm. We had known each other for only a few days, yet she was already passionate about looking out for her classmates. It felt good to have someone care about me, even if we were still getting to know each other. I'm thankful that I got the majority of the votes for class president, but I don't think I'm the best student for this role. I'd like to relinquish my position to Ida. He acted perfectly in the crisis situation we had today and was able to direct even the upperclassmen to behave like UA students. I gained confidence as I explained why I thought Ida would be a suitable class president. The class seemed to agree, and it was decided that he would take on the role. I heard Yamamo mutter a bit bitterly about the votes, but I knew she would come around. "Are you okay, little listener?" Papa asked me over dinner that night. Dad was out on patrol, and Papa had decided to join me. "I'm fine, Papa. Just those media vultures really scared me today." "I thought he was mixed in with them," I whispered. I wasn't afraid to admit my fears to Hisashi. He would never ridicule me for something beyond my control. "It's fine to be scared, Aizu. Fears are what make us human." I smiled at the sentiment, knowing my family and friends would be there to help me face my fears. Weeks passed, and I enjoyed every moment I spent at UA. I made friends, learned about everyone's quirks, and soaked in everything I could about becoming a hero. My friendship with Yamamo grew, and I considered her one of my inner circle friends, alongside Kacchan, Kyoka, Ochako, and Ida. Although Kacchan and Ida didn't really get along. Kacchan often called Ida a stuck-up prick, while Ida labeled Kacchan a delinquent. Everything seemed to be going almost perfectly. I should have known something would go wildly wrong. For today's basic hero training, both All Might and I will be supervising you, along with another mystery member of staff, Dad stated in a bored tone. The class looked around in excitement, waiting for our teacher to elaborate on the day's activity. Dad held up a card for everyone to see. "Today we'll be doing rescue training. Please enter the bus in an orderly fashion. Line up in order of your student number and fill up from the back." Ida walked up and down the line of students, barking instructions like a drill sergeant. I was glad to have handed my position of class president to such a reliable person, but Ida seemed to be taking his role a bit too seriously. "Ida's so funny," Ochako giggled, and I laughed along as I watched him move robotically. "Uraraka. Midoriya. Please line up in the appropriate order," Ida called, swinging his arms a bit too aggressively. "I thought it was a different bus," Ida lamented, his plan thwarted by an unusual bus design. "It's okay, Ida. I'm sure next time we get on a bus, it will have a normal layout," Yamamo reassured him from her seat near the back. It seemed Ida didn't hear her as he wallowed in self-pity. I didn't speak much on the ride to the school. I had been putting on a happy face for my class, but inside, I was worried. Since the media incident, large crowds made fear wash over me. I feared that Hisashi would snatch me from their midst and drag me away to fulfill my purpose, just as he had done with my mum. Some might say I had an overactive imagination, but my motto was, if you expect the worst, you're pleasantly surprised when it doesn't happen. Jokes aside, my fear of Hisashi was affecting my ability to live my life. Just when I felt his grip on me had slackened, he pulled me back and wouldn't let me go. "Midoriya, we need to leave the bus now," Todoroki stated monotonously as he poked my face. I hadn't realized I had dozed off, and the fact that I woke up to a handsome boy poking me made my face heat up instantly. Thanks for waking me up," I stuttered, trying to hide the redness in my cheeks. He simply nodded and exited the bus, leaving me alone. I didn't like how flustered I got around Todoroki. He was one of my classmates I struggled to connect with, often shrugging me off when I tried to speak to him. I was frustrated with myself for developing a crush on someone who seemed unattainable. Plus, my feelings were confusing. I had never liked a boy before, and my attraction to the same gender felt sudden and overwhelming, especially with the anxieties I had about Hisashi. I jumped off the bus and joined my friends. Ochako and Ida were discussing who they thought the extra staff member would be, while Kyoka and Yamamo were engaged in a one-sided conversation. Yamamo tried to talk to Kyoka, but Kyoka was too busy blushing and stuttering to form coherent sentences. Kacchan stood off to the side, glaring at the floor, being his usual antisocial self. "Stop chatting amongst yourselves and get into the building," Dad shouted from the front doors of the USJ, rolling his eyes in exasperation before disappearing into the dome-like structure. "Come on, Class 1A. We should follow our teacher's instructions." Ida clapped his hands to gain our attention and directed us toward the UTE. As I neared the door, my gut clenched in fear. It felt as if my subconscious knew something awful was about to happen in the very building I was entering. "Wow," the entire class gasped in awe as they looked around the dome. "This is the USJ." A muffled voice brought our attention to the front, where Dad and the rescue hero 13 stood. At the sight of 13, I began to fanboy alongside Ochako. "They're one of the best rescue heroes. I want to be just like them when I graduate," Ochako exclaimed, shaking me in excitement. "This looks like Universal Studios Japan," Kaminari mumbled, wide-eyed at the facilities laid out in front of us. "Unfortunately, this isn't Universal Studios Japan. This is the unforeseen simulation joint." Every disaster and incident you can think of has been installed into this building for you to practice. Today you will learn how to combat natural disasters in a safe way, 13 explained, gesturing to the multiple zones behind him. I half listened as he described his quirk and its dangers. I already knew about it, having studied every hero I was interested in. Instead, I focused on the zones, forming a plan in my head about how to use my quirk effectively in each one. My gaze swept to the shipwreck zone when something caught my eye in the central plaza. A dark purple-black swirling mass had appeared, intensifying the feeling in my gut. I pushed through my classmates, ignoring their grunts of pain, and ran up to my dad. Aizawa, there is something coming from down there, I said, trying to keep my voice calm as I pointed to the plaza. Despite my efforts, some fear slipped into my tone. My dad ignored my slip-up and turned to look at the swirling mass, which had grown larger, and something was emerging from it. First, a pale hand, then a head with a single vivid red eye glaring at us resentfully. Without hesitation, my dad shoved me back into the rest of the class and shouted, "Stay back! 13, keep the children safe." The class looked down at the figures flooding from what was now a portal in confusion. "Are those fake villains?" Kirishima asked. "No, they are real. Stay back," Dad shouted, pulling his iconic yellow goggles over his eyes. I watched in awe as he took hold of his capture scarf, preparing to fight. I knew he was an amazing fighter, but the sheer number of villains made my knees feel weak. "Be careful," I shouted, against my better judgment, as he launched himself into the oncoming horde of villains. I thought I faintly heard him say, "Don't worry, problem child," but I wasn't sure. The class watched in awe as my dad incapacitated villains effortlessly. He tossed them into the air as if they were weightless with his capture tape, sweeping them off their feet and knocking them out within seconds. I had seen him fight before, but this was different, deadly and serious. He tore through the ranks of villains like a tornado, not stopping to catch his breath. His hair floated around him as he engaged in a fierce battle. I could have watched him all day, but then the portal man decided to show up. "We need to evacuate," Ida shouted, gesturing for the class to head to the exit. The class began to follow him when the portal man appeared. "Sorry to stop you, but we can't have you escaping," he said, his deep voice echoing as he blocked the door. The class froze in fear, watching 13 confront the villain, their quirk useless against the warp gate. 13 was being pulled into their own black hole before collapsing. Some girls rushed forward to check on them. "Now that they're out of the way and All Might doesn't seem to be here, I'll have to move on to other business," the portal man said, filling me with dread. "Where is Izuku Midoriya? His dad wants to have a chat." My breath caught. Hisashi was here. He had come for me, working with these villains who wanted something from All Might. Panic surged within me. "Hey, that guy was never Izuku's dad. A dad wouldn't do what he did." Katsuki shouted at the portal, little explosions crackling in his hands. A few classmates backed away, fear on their faces. "What's this? A righteous do-gooder? I'm sure you know Hisashi is indeed Izuku's father, so why don't you hand him over?" the mysterious man began, but Kyoka cut him off. "Oh, shut up. Don't ever say his name in the same sentence as Izuku's. He deserves to rot in hell." Her words surprised the class. They looked between the villain, Katsuki, and Kyoka, who were all glaring at each other. My childhood friend standing up for me eased some of my fear. I was still scared Hisashi would take me away, but I knew Kyoka, Katsuki, and my classmates would defend me against him. "You are too bothersome. If Hisashi doesn't get what he wants, he'll throw a fit," the portal man sighed, his annoyance clear despite his lack of a face. "This will make it easier to take you all down, plus it will please Hisashi." The portal's body grew in size until it enveloped the entirety of the entryway. It felt like I was standing in a swirling black sandstorm. I closed my eyes and shielded my face to keep the grains out of my eyes. After a minute, I finally felt the sandstorm stop. The problem was that I was now in the air, 5 meters above the central fountain. Most of the villains I faced were low-level thugs. I had dealt with worse. It didn't take much effort to dispatch them. However, Shigaraki was on a different level. He managed to catch my elbow during our fight, and his quirk caused my skin to disintegrate. I won't lie, having my elbow stripped down to the muscle hurt a lot. But I wasn't going to let the pain get to me. I had 20 kids relying on me, and there was no way I was letting a single one of them get hurt, even if it meant risking my own life. "Not bad, Eraserhead. I didn't expect you to be so good at fighting, but we can end this if you just give me some information. I won't hurt your students, I just want to know where All Might is. Oh, and the whereabouts of Izuku Midoriya. His dad is here today and he wants his son back." Shigaraki's voice irritated me. He sounded like he had a sore throat, and his tone was perpetually whiny. When he mentioned Izuku, I felt even more on edge. If Hisashi was there and after Izuku, I needed to get my son out of there even more. I wasn't sure what Hisashi would do to Izuku, but I knew it wouldn't be pleasant based on what Izuku had told me. I launched myself at Shigaraki, ready to punch him in the face when a towering black mass intercepted me. As my fist landed, it felt like my entire arm was about to shatter from the impact. Well done, gnome. Eraserhead, meet my gnome. He's the perfect weapon. Too bad you didn't back off when you had the chance, Shigaraki boasted. I tried to escape from the beast by jumping away, but it was too fast. It grabbed my arm in a vice-like grip and twisted it, shattering every bone up to my shoulder. I gritted my teeth to stop myself from crying out in pain. I was in agony. I could hear Shigaraki cackling over the white noise buzzing in my ears. I wanted to pass out from the pain, but I couldn't. I needed to protect my kids. I looked up at Shigaraki, ready to spit some biting words at him, but then I saw him, Hisashi Midoriya. Just the presence of such a man made me nauseous. What made matters worse was the fact that my son was frozen in fear at his feet. Izuku was staring up at Hisashi in horror, his eyes bright with unshed tears. I could tell he was trying to hold in his sobs of terror. He had gone past the point of hyperventilation. He was consumed by fear. I never expected to see him again. I had never wanted to see him again. Yet there he was, towering over me with an evil smirk and murderous intent shining in his acid green eyes. Hisashi Midoriya. Izuku, my son, how have you been? His voice brought back unpleasant memories. I loathed it. I wanted to go home, to be wrapped up in a fluffy blanket with my dad's arms around me. I wanted my family and friends to hug me and reassure me that they would protect me. I wanted to be anywhere but in the USJ at that moment. Are you not going to answer? You know how much that upsets me, Izuku. The way he hissed my name petrified me. He wasn't allowed to say my name. Only certain people could say my name. You know what happens when I'm upset, Izuku? You don't like it when I'm upset, do you? You don't want me to be angry, do you? His tone grew angrier, his voice rising. I didn't like it when he was angry. Why did he keep saying my name? I didn't reply. If I said something wrong, he would hurt me. I hadn't changed. I felt alone, trapped in a bubble where only Hisashi and I existed. I looked up at Hisashi and realized he was about to use his quirk. I was back in my old house on the kitchen floor, looking up at Hisashi through one eye because the other was swollen. I looked away from him and saw my younger self, scared and confused. I shook my head at him as he tried to walk forward. He looked at me with wide eyes, showing how scared he was. I knew how much little me wanted to help. He'd always had the heart of a hero, but I couldn't risk him getting hurt by Hisashi. Hisashi would kill him with no remorse. I would rather he killed me than little Izuku. I was the one who spoke back to him after all. That didn't seem right. You filthy coward. Hisashi roared as smoke curled from his mouth. This seemed familiar. Hisashi opened his mouth to unleash a torrent of flames onto my weak, frail body. But nothing happened. I was brought back to the present when Hisashi growled in anger. Shigaraki, kill that beefy, he's erasing my quirk. Hisashi bellowed as he glared at a thin man covered in hands. Beside him was what could only be described as a monster holding someone down with glowing red eyes. It took me a moment to realize that it was my dad. My dad was erasing Hisashi's quirk to protect me. My dad, whose face was covered in blood, whose arm was at an unusual angle, was protecting me despite looking like he was on death's doorstep. He looked at me with reassuring eyes, silently telling me he was there for me and would never leave. I saw the pain he was experiencing, recognizing the fear in his eyes from my mum's eyes. I hated seeing my dad hurt. I despised everyone who was hurting the people I loved. I needed to save them. I think my dad must have seen the determination in my eyes because he nodded slightly before his head was brutally smashed into the ground. Seeing that sent me over the edge. Now, where were we? Oh yes, I was about to punish you for disrespecting me, Hisashi said casually, smirking down at me. I was still afraid. I'd be crazy not to be scared of the man who tormented me. I wasn't going to overcome my fear easily, but protecting my family was important enough to stand up to it. Hisashi opened his mouth to activate his quirk again, but I was one step ahead. I transformed into Dad and erased Hisashi's quirk. The shock on his face was laughable. Before he could recover, I pushed myself up using my hands and kicked him backwards. Hisashi stumbled as he tried to comprehend what had just happened. When he steadied himself, he pulled his hand away from his face and looked at it in surprise. A few droplets of blood dotted his palm. He looked up at me with pure anger in his eyes, slowly advancing as he wiped away the blood dripping from his lip onto his chin. Now Izuku, that wasn't very nice, was it? You shouldn't hit your family, he hissed venomously. His words were ironic. D didn't stop YUFF from hurting him and to me. I stammered as loud as I could. The smirk on his face only grew as he quickened his advance. Oh, Izuku, you tried speaking back to me. Guess who's going to get punished? Hisashi rushed at me, pulling a knife out of nowhere. In retaliation, I unsheathed my knives and blocked his downward swing aimed at my head. With all my strength, I pushed Hisashi away and quickly put some distance between us. You little brat. Hisashi shouted as he tried to advance again. This time, I didn't let him get anywhere near me. I transformed into Kacchan and blasted him away with a decent-sized explosion. From Kacchan, I transformed into Kyoka and stuck my earphone jacks into the floor to determine Hisashi's location. I could hear him cursing and hissing in pain as his footsteps stumbled around in the smoke from the explosion. I extracted my earphone jack and transformed back into myself before rushing headfirst into the smoke with my knives drawn. I knew the general location of Hisashi, and when I slashed into seemingly nothing with my knife, I heard a grunt of pain from him. I quickly darted backwards and transformed into a fly before he could pinpoint where I was. Just in time, as Hisashi stabbed blindly into the space I had just occupied. A look of confusion clouded Hisashi's face as he frantically searched for me. I landed gently on the point of his knife before transforming back into a human and weighing it down. Hisashi lurched forward straight into my fist. The satisfying crunch of his nose breaking against my fist made me smirk slightly. Before he could react, I spun around and kicked him in the jaw, sending him flying out of the smoke. When I emerged, Hisashi was struggling to his feet, rubbing his bruising jaw. I looked at him with disgust, hiding the fear, satisfaction, and anger I felt inside. "UBSTRD. You're just like your mother. She was too spirited until I beat it out of her. Guess I have to do the same for you." Hisashi roared as his chest began to glow orange, preparing to unleash a huge jet of fire. I tried to jump out of the way, but he managed to catch my arm. All the air left my lungs as I fell to the floor in pain. Luckily, when I fell, I extinguished the flames on my sleeve. I looked up at Hisashi as he prepared to unleash another jet of flames. I rolled out of the way just in time, feeling the heat scorch the ground beside me. "Look here. You're going to die just like your mother. Worthless and insignificant." Hisashi bellowed, his voice echoing through the area. His cruel words about my mother pierced through me, igniting a deep anger. He had no right to speak about her that way, especially after what he had done. Something within me awakened. It's not uncommon for quirks to evolve, often influenced by a person's emotions or the suppression of their abilities. Hisashi had always belittled my quirk, telling me it was useless and that I would never amount to anything. His disrespect for my mother fueled my anger, and suddenly, my quirk surged with power. "Don't talk about her like that," I growled, rising from the ground to face him defiantly. Hisashi seemed taken aback by my tone, but a smirk quickly returned to his face. "Oh, is little Izuku mad at me for talking about his mummy?" he mocked, his laughter echoing around us. In that moment, my vision turned red, and all I could see was Hisashi. "You son of a beach!" I yelled, stomping my foot in fury. To my surprise, a wave of power surged through me, transforming the ground into hundreds of hissing vipers that advanced toward him. But the shock of the transformation broke my concentration, and the snakes reverted back to sand. Seizing the moment, Hisashi threw a knife at me. I heard it whizzing through the air and barely managed to catch it before it could strike. The blade cut into my hand, and I felt the sting as blood trickled down my arm. In an instant, I transformed the knife into a roll of bandages, the sharp pain replaced by a soft touch. "What the heck?" I whispered in awe. "Hisashi, we have to go," a voice shouted from a portal. Hisashi growled in annoyance and stepped back into the portal that had appeared behind him. I looked around and saw that he had vanished, leaving All Might, Kacchan, Kirishima, and Todoroki by the fountain. I rushed over to my dad, checking his injuries. He had lost a lot of blood, and his arms looked terrible. I hesitated to touch him, fearing I might cause more harm. Tears streamed down my cheeks as I worried over him. "Hey, little listener, we need to take Shota away for help," I heard Papa's voice, though I was still in shock from my encounter with Hisashi. I was guided to my classmates and taken to the school for safety until our parents could pick us up. I didn't respond to anyone's questions, lost in my thoughts. I didn't even notice when Auntie Namuri took my arm and drove me home. Once in my bed, I stared at the ceiling until the weight of the day caught up to me, and I cried myself to sleep. I tossed and turned all night, unable to find rest. Morning came with golden sunlight streaming through the curtains, but I remained sprawled across my blankets, overwhelmed by the events of the previous day. My mind was filled with swirling images of Hisashi and my dad's injured body. I could have helped him. Maybe I could have pushed that creature off and prevented his injuries. If only I had been brave enough to stand up to Hisashi. I could have reached my dad faster. I could have done more. But I felt powerless and unable to help the people I loved the most. My classmates weren't too badly injured, but the guilt I felt when I saw Tsuyu with blood flowing from a cut across her brow or Ojiro's tail with burns on it was overwhelming. Even when I saw paramedics lifting 13 onto a stretcher, I felt as if I had failed to protect them. The guilt was heavy, especially knowing I was only 15 and had just started in the hero course. "Aizu? Buddy?" A soft voice whispered as my bedroom door slowly creaked open. I raised my head, having transformed into a cat to calm myself, and saw Kiyama's head poking into my room. You have the next 3 days off school due to recent events. Would you like to see your dad? He's been asking for you since last night. Auntie Namuri's gentle tone made me feel fragile. I thought I didn't deserve such care. I couldn't save my dad from getting hurt. I meowed and nodded. I wanted to apologize to him for letting him get injured. Namuri scooped me up into her arms, clearly understanding I had no intention of transforming back. We're nearly there, Aizu. Yamada is with Shota. He's not as badly injured as you might think. Head wounds can look worse than they are. Plus, the doctor said his arms will heal fine. Auntie Namuri reassured me as we walked through pristine white corridors before stopping at a sliding door labeled Aizawa, Shota. She opened the door without hesitation, and I felt tears well up at the sight of my dad on the hospital bed. I jumped from her arms and nuzzled his head gently. I heard him chuckle softly, though it was muffled by bandages. I didn't understand how he could laugh. I felt I had failed to protect my family once again. Hey Aizu, I can tell you're beating yourself up, Shota whispered softly. You couldn't have done anything. You stood up to Hisashi and defended yourself. That's all I could have asked for. I'm the pro hero. I should be able to protect myself. His words soothed me a little, but I still felt awful for not reaching him in time. I was so lost in thought that I didn't realize Papa and Auntie Namuri had left the room for privacy. Izuku, change back into a human for me please, Dad said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Reluctantly, I transformed back and stood by his bedside, my eyes filled with tears. Shota's POV. I watched as my son's eyes filled with tears. I couldn't imagine the guilt he felt seeing me injured. Tears traced lines down his cheeks as he sobbed into my blanket, muttering that it was his fault and that he was too weak to save me. It was clear that his fight with Hisashi had resurfaced painful memories. I wanted to slide his hair to soothe him, but my arms were injured. Instead, I hummed a calming tune that used to help him through nightmares. It took a moment, but once he heard me humming, his sobs turned to sniffles. He looked up at me, seeming to forget the little tune. Still not very good at his singing, he chuckled through his sniffles. I smiled, even though he couldn't see it, and made a noise of agreement. I was relieved to see him calm down. I hated seeing my son in such distress. We sat in silence for a while, Izuku clearly lost in thought. Finally, he spoke hesitantly, Dad? Something weird happened when I was fighting Hisashi. I got angry and stomped on the floor, and loads of the sand grains turned into snakes. Then Hisashi threw a knife at me and I caught it, but it transformed into a roll of bandages. I think it did that because I cut my hand. Don't look so worried, all my injuries have been healed. Anyway, is it possible that my quirk evolved? Izuku spoke rapidly, a habit he had when nervous, making it challenging to keep up. After years of deciphering his ramblings, I managed to understand him. I paused to consider his question. It was indeed a possibility, though rare. There were instances where someone's quirk suddenly gained more power or new abilities. It's possible for quirks to do that. I'll speak to Nizu, he knows a lot more about quirk theory than I do. Given this situation, be more careful with your quirk. Maybe try to see if you can do it again at home, just don't damage anything too much, I instructed, emphasizing the importance of not causing destruction. Izuku nodded, his eyes peeking through the bandages. We continued our conversation until a nurse informed us that visiting hours were over. Izuku didn't seem eager to leave, and I noticed him crying silently as he walked out, guilt still weighing heavily on him. I made Hisashi promise to keep Izuku safe before letting him take him home. I suppose seeing Izuku's biological dad had made me more protective, but I had good reason. That night, I found it hard to sleep, filled with pent-up energy. I thrived at night, longing to swing around the city, stopping crimes and making a difference. My thoughts drifted to the crawler and his friends. I had told them to stop multiple times, but it seemed they were determined to continue. Then I thought about Izuku's quirk evolving. I knew he would use it responsibly, but I couldn't help but wonder about its potential. For the 3 days off following the USJ attack, I practiced diligently with my quirk. I discovered I couldn't transform people or animals into objects, but I could change inanimate objects into living beings. I also learned that the transformations would revert if I lost concentration within the first minute or chose to revert them. Papa stayed with me every day, and we visited Dad each afternoon. I shared my progress and confided in him about my recurring nightmares of my mother's murder, which grew more gruesome with each iteration. When the 3 days ended, I was grateful to walk through the door of Class 1A and sit at my desk. I arrived early that day, coming in with Papa since the League of Villains attack was still fresh in everyone's minds. I spent the first 30 minutes listening to music while updating my quirk analysis book, adding notes on Kurojire's and Shigaraki's quirks. Their abilities were intriguing, and it would be useful to have notes in case we face them again. The first student to arrive was Ida, who greeted me before taking his seat with a rigid posture. It felt unnerving, and I hesitated to speak. Soon, other students flooded in, greeting me as usual, though their gazes lingered longer than normal. After all, a villain had claimed my dad had come to get me, and I had fought one who claimed to be him. I could only imagine what they had heard about my mother. As we waited for our substitute teacher, I spoke to Kacchan about my quirk's new abilities and was about to demonstrate when the classroom door slid open with a bang. I stared in shock as my dad walked to the front of the classroom, standing behind the podium. The entire class looked at him, astonished by his bandaged face and arms. "Aizawa-sensei," Mina exclaimed in a worried tone, "you look terrible. Why are you in school? You're injured. Maybe you shouldn't be here." Other members of the class began to mumble in agreement. Everyone had seen my dad's condition when he was carried out of the USJ and rushed to an ambulance. I shared my classmates' concern for his well-being. He had been in the hospital for 3 days, which felt like hardly any time given his injuries. The class fell silent when Dad's hair began to float off his shoulders and the gap in his bandages glowed an ominous red. They immediately sat down, but I could tell by their expressions that they were worried about him. And so was I. "As you can see, I am still in school. My well-being is none of your concern, and my doctor said it was fine," Dad addressed the class monotonously. I muttered under my breath, as if he literally said you need to be bedbound for another week. I must not have been quiet enough as Dad's head whipped toward me, and even with the bandages covering his face, I could tell he was glaring. "Have you got something to say, Midoriya?" I cringed slightly at his tone. It reminded me of when he scolded me for accidentally breaking a photo frame. "Why don't you tell the whole class what you said?" "I'm sure we're all dying to hear it," he continued, his sarcasm evident. The entire class's eyes were now on me, as well as my father's. "I was just expressing my concern about your health. I think the doctor would have ordered you to stay in bed a bit longer. But of course, I'm not a medical expert, so I'm sure the doctor said it was fine for you to be out of bed," I rambled. Dad tooted and addressed the rest of the class again. One by one, everyone's eyes left me and returned to the front, causing me to sigh in relief. I didn't think they suspected a thing. As I was going to say before I was interrupted, "Your battle is far from over." Shota paused for dramatic effect. The class stirred into a silent frenzy at his words. I heard Mineta mutter about more villains behind me, his voice trembling. I really didn't believe he was cut out for the hero course. UA's sports festival is fast approaching. It's an opportunity to show pro heroes what you're made of and prove your worth. I'll warn you now, it's possible for you to be swapped out to general studies if a student from another class shows potential, Dad explained. I saw a couple of people squirm in their seats at this news. After class, we milled about in groups, chatting. Kacchan had been pulled away by Kirishima to meet Kaminari, Mina, and Siro. From what I gathered, Kacchan and Kirishima had fought together at the USJ, prompting Kirishima to try and develop a friendship with him. I was sure he would succeed. Something about Kirishima's sunny disposition was bound to appeal to Kacchan. Plus, if Kacchan made new friends, they would likely hang out with my group too, meaning I'd have even more friends. I was quite sociable. Ochako was pumping herself up in the corner of the classroom, giving off a determined vibe. She even managed to get Tsu, Kirishima, and Mina in on her fist pumping. "Hey, Ochako, what's your motivation?" I asked as we walked down the stairs toward the cafeteria. Our group, about 10 of us, included Kacchan, Kyoka, Ochako, Ida, Yamamo, Kirishima, Siro, Mina, Kaminari, and me. Kirishima, Siro, Mina, and Kaminari were trying to get Kacchan to laugh at one of their cheesy jokes. Yamamo and Kyoka were quietly conversing, ignoring the laughter behind them. Ida, Ochako, and I walked at the front, chatting. "Oh, well, you see, I'm doing it for the money. Please don't look at me like that. I know it sounds conceited, but I want the money so I can give it to my parents," Ochako explained. Even if her motivation was financial, it was still a noble cause. "My parents run a construction company that went bust when I was young. I said I could help lift heavy things with my quirk, but they told me to follow my own dreams. So, I want to earn a lot of money to send to them. Then they can live comfortably and not worry about the company." Ochako's story warmed my heart. "That's so sweet." I cheered, throwing my arm around her shoulder in a friendly manner. "I'm sure you'll make your parents proud. I bet they're already brimming with pride." Ochako hugged me back before we parted ways and continued on our way to the cafeteria. That evening, at band practice, we were doing something a bit different than usual. Kyoka revealed that she had written a new song on a whim and wanted to see what it sounded like. It's called Date Adashur no Hero. I got inspired randomly and just wanted to see what it was like. It's a bit different from our usual stuff, but I want to branch out, Kyoka explained as she adjusted her microphone. Kacchan and I agreed to play the song, knowing that anything Kyoka came up with usually sounded amazing. We had both tried writing songs before, but they were never as good as Kyoka's. After we played the song, Kyoka was thrilled with the results and asked if we could record it to show her parents. Kacchan and I agreed almost instantly. We adored the song and couldn't wait to hear it back later. Well done today. Kacchan shouted, his tone sounding more aggressive than intended. He needed to work on how he expressed praise. Thanks, Kacchan, I beamed at him. As we left the studio, Kacchan and I chatted about random topics like hero classes and the newest action film, carefully avoiding any mention of the USJ incident. In the weeks leading up to the sports festival, I trained my quirk as much as I could, pushing my limits and improving rapidly. I managed to grasp the newest part of my quirk, but if I lost concentration, things usually went haywire. The development of my quirk was challenging. Overusing it left me exhausted and in intense pain. Only my dad, Kacchan, and Nizu knew about my quirk's development, and I thought it was wise to keep it under wraps until the sports festival. Though I had told Kacchan about the development, I didn't reveal its extent. Because of this, I trained my quirk independently from Kacchan and Kyoka, although we still did exercise and body training together. When Dad returned home the day he showed up at school, I chastised him thoroughly for not following the doctor's advice and staying in bed. I expressed my concern for his health, and after seeing how worried I was, he relented and allowed me to look after him. Even though everyone in my class was training relentlessly for their best performance, school continued. Ectoplasm assigned equations that left some classmates confused while others understood perfectly. Papa enthusiastically asked us about English grammar, having us introduce ourselves repeatedly. All Might supervised our hero lessons, making everyone question his teaching ability. I would never doubt his heroic skills, but his teaching capabilities were lacking. One particular hero lesson had me feeling a bit anxious. Nothing particularly scary happened in the actual lesson, but something did occur when I was changing. I had been shrugging my school shirt off when I heard a gasp from behind me. I froze slightly, thinking I knew exactly what was about to happen. Oh my gosh. Midoriya, what happened to your back? Are those burn marks? That looks like a stab scar. Kaminari just wouldn't stop talking. I appreciated him as a friend, but he didn't know how to read a room. Dan's head. Just be quiet. Don't talk about them. Kacchan shouted at Kaminari before gently soothing me. It wasn't common for Kacchan to be so gentle, but he was the only one who could help me. Look, just don't bring up his scars, okay? There are bad memories attached to them. Kacchan scowled at the rest of the boys in the changing room, who had all stopped and watched as I stared blankly at the wall, trying to suppress my anxiety. Slowly, people went back to their business, leaving Kacchan and me alone. When I finally managed to get changed and face the rest of my class, I felt embarrassed. I hated my scars and couldn't believe I had forgotten to turn my back to the wall while changing. I worried that everyone would start treating me differently, but that didn't happen. Kaminari apologized after class, and I forgave him. That was the end of that incident. I was relieved that none of the boys mentioned it to the girls, which comforted me and made me trust them more. I still ate lunch with my expanding group of friends every day. Kyoka commented that she expected our entire class to be eating together by halfway through the year, and I was inclined to believe her with how quickly we had to keep adding extra tables. I was friends with every student in my homeroom class and even a few in other classes, yet there was one student who just refused to befriend anyone, Shoto Todoroki. No matter what I did to gain his favor, he brushed me off like I was a nuisance. He didn't speak to anybody in our class aside from Yamamo. Yamamo confided in me that she had known him since they were children, which explained why he actually spoke to her, but he had never opened up. Their relationship was oddly formal and seemed born from a pure necessity for some company. Yamamo wished they could be closer friends, but Todoroki always pushed people away. Hearing this only made me more determined to make the solitary boy my friend, but that would have to wait until after the sports festival. Now that we have discussed security for the sports festival, let's move on to the next subject. Nizu's high-pitched voice resonated in the silent meeting room. I looked down at my sheet of paper detailing the meeting's agenda and saw that the next subject was about dorms. As you can see from the meeting layout, our next topic is the introduction of dorm buildings. Since the attack on the USJ, the higher-ups have been concerned about student safety. I agree that we need to keep all of our students safe, and hopefully, the introduction of dorm buildings will help prevent them from being in danger. Now, any questions? Nizu scanned the room with his beady black eyes. Yes, how will the dorms be organized? Vlad asked. Nizu nodded and replied, I intend to organize them by homeroom classes. Interior design, such as gender separation, will be arranged later. Everyone nodded slowly before Hisashi raised his hand to ask, when will students be moved into the dorms? Straight after the sports festival, Nizu answered briefly. With that question, we moved on to the next item on the agenda. Good afternoon, class. I grunted as I walked through the door. I expected to see all of my students sitting in their seats as usual, but instead, I was greeted by a crying Yayorozu, a fuming Katsuki, and a shocked class. It took me a moment to notice that my Neta was laid on the floor, knocked out. What happened here? I exclaimed, causing the class's heads to swivel toward me in shock until Kyoka stepped forward. Momo and I had just finished lunch and decided to head back to the classroom since afternoon classes would be starting soon. When we entered, most of the class was already present. We waved in greeting as we walked to Momo's seat and continued our conversation. That's intriguing. So you've written your own songs? Please let me listen to some of them. Izuku talks about your music with such high regard, Momo said amicably. I blushed slightly and was about to answer when Momo shrieked in horror. Don't touch me. Get off of me. Momo cried, gaining the entire class's attention. Everyone was confused until we saw Mineta clinging to Momo's leg. Without hesitation, I kicked him away and pulled a sobbing Momo behind me. What do you think you're doing? I yelled angrily, using my earphone jack to send a pulse through his head. He convulsed on the floor and passed out. I was about to react again when I felt arms encircle me. Please calm down, Jiro. He's down. He's not getting back up, Mina murmured softly in my ear, but that didn't stop me from thrashing around and trying to get out of her grasp. What happened here? Aizawa stood in the doorway, an angry aura radiating off of him. Seeing as everybody else seemed to be frozen, I decided to step forward. Mineta assaulted Momo. My words were simple, but they conveyed the severity of the situation. Shota looked at all of the other students for confirmation. Every person nodded their heads and mumbled in agreement. Shota sighed. Momo, please go to Recovery Girl's office. Mina, you go with her. When you pass the staff room, please ask Midnight to accompany you. Ida, please take Mineta to Principal Niza's office and wait for me there. Jiro, follow me to the office. Everybody else, you are free to do what you want within the classroom. Shota gave out instructions rapidly before he turned and left the room with me close on his tail. Long story short, Mineta was expelled from Izuku's POV. There was only a day until the sports festival and my nerves were shot. The entire day at school, I had been in my own little world, mumbling about strategies and generally annoying my classmates, especially Kacchan. I could tell his anger was simmering under the surface and was about to explode. Unfortunately, the students in our school just had to aggravate him even further. I'm so nervous about tomorrow. It's going to be televised. I'll barely be able to sleep tonight. Ochako sighed tiredly as she trudged towards the door of our class. It was the end of the school day, and we all wanted to go home and relax before the events that would transpire the next day, but fate had other ideas for us. Whoa! Ochako gasped in surprise as she opened the door, only to be faced with a horde of teenagers staring directly at her. Hi, she squeaked quietly as she stepped back slightly. What are you all doing here? Ochako tried to sound more confident, but her legs shook slightly, and she swallowed hard before speaking. Don't be dense, round face. They're here to scope out the competition. Kacchan snarled as he grabbed her head and shook her slightly, as if trying to see if there was anything in her head. I rolled my eyes as I rescued Ochako from Kacchan's grasp and scolded him as if he were a child. Don't be mean, Kacchan. There are kinder ways to say that. Kacchan tooted at me, as he usually did when he knew I was right but didn't want to admit it, and turned to face the onlooking crowd of first years. I'm right though. These guys are scoping us out because we're the kids that survived a villain attack. There's no point though. Move it, extras. Kacchan snapped, threateningly lunging towards the closest kid, who squeaked and backed away. Bakugo, please refrain from calling our fellow students extras. It's extremely rude. Ida shouted as he flailed his arms around. So this is what the hero course has to offer? I must say I'm quite disappointed. I was under the impression that you were decent people. Guess I was wrong. A sleepy voice drawled from the back of the crowd. The students parted for a purple-headed boy who looked like he could be my dad's son, even sharing matching bags under their eyes. I'm sure you already know this, but the sports festival is the perfect time for people who didn't get into the hero course the first time to show what they're really made of. That means we can move into the hero course and you can get kicked out. The boy's mannerisms were lazy as his eyes surveyed all of us but finally stopped on Kacchan. Consider this a declaration of war. Even from behind, I could feel Kacchan's glare burning into the guy in front of him, causing a shiver of fear to run down my spine. Cat, do us a favor and shut up. You're going to get everybody to hate us. Kyoka yawned as she looked up from her desk. She'd been tired all day because she stayed up late writing a song. It wasn't out of the ordinary for her, but I worried about her health. Shut up, Kyoka. They need to know not to step to me. I'm aiming for the top, and these guys can't do anything about it. Kacchan snarled before he shoved his way through the crowd of onlookers and did his unusual crab walk down the corridor. After Kacchan left, the other students threw us some snide comments before the crowd in front of our door thinned out, and we were finally able to leave. What the purple-haired boy had said stuck in my head as I walked home with Kyoka and Kacchan, who had waited for us down the corridor. He had wanted to make a dramatic exit. If the people in the other courses did well enough, I could potentially be thrown out of the course. The very idea scared me to my core. Nerves rattled my body as I sat still in my chair, trying my hardest to calm my racing heart. It was the day of the sports festival, and the entire class was in nervous anticipation in the waiting room. I could faintly hear Ida shouting words of encouragement to us through my haze. The murmurs of my classmates filled the air as they spoke nervously, trying to forget that we would be performing in front of millions of people. I couldn't forget though. My heart hammered at my ribs as the fact that the event was televised kept popping up in my head. If I messed up, everybody would see me, and I would be the laughing stock of the entire country. Keep it together, Izuku. Everything will be fine. Just go out there and do your best, I mumbled to myself. My mutterings were cut off by Todoroki addressing me. Midoriya. You too, Bakugo. I looked up at Todoroki in confusion. I wasn't sure why he had decided to speak now. He had barely said 2 sentences since we started school. Objectively speaking, I'm stronger and more capable than both of you. You both have good quirks, but there's no doubt I would beat you in a fight. Todoroki looked down at me as he said this, making me feel inferior. Why was I attracted to this guy again? It was a mystery to me. Jumping the gun there a bit, wouldn't you say? I muttered under my breath. I didn't like how he dismissed Kacchan and me so easily. Sure, he was strong, but the way he was acting was rude. But half and half. Don't act so aloof. Watch me beat you today, then let's see how high and mighty you are. Kacchan shouted at Todoroki. Todoroki didn't bat an eye as he turned around and began to walk away. I'll beat both of you, don't doubt it. I didn't like the way he spoke to us. He could have challenged Kacchan in a nicer way, and he could have been more polite to me as well. Wait, Todoroki, I know you may be stronger than me, and I don't know why you feel the need to tell me you'll beat me. But I'm going to try my best and I expect you to do the same. My usual sunny demeanor was gone. I glared at Todoroki with determination in my eyes. I wasn't going to let his remarks get to me. I had to get stronger so that I could protect my friends and family from Hisashi. I needed to be the best hero so that no one like Hisashi could walk again. The deafening cheers of the crowd welcomed us as we walked out into the stadium. My father's voice echoed around the arena as he commentated. I felt my knees knock against each other as I walked. All the eyes on me felt like millions of pinpricks poking my skin. In the first-year hero course, we have the rising stars who got through a villain attack with their steely willpower. It's Class 1A. Our introduction was met with cheers from the crowd. The next class we have in the hero course is 1B. They haven't encountered any villains yet, but I'm sure they will show us all what they're made of. Again, the crowd cheered happily for the other hero course class. My father introduced every class in the same way, hyping them up, trying to make us all equal. Unfortunately, the crowd didn't seem to be on board, as their cheers were definitely quieter for all the other first-year classes. We all stood in front of a raised platform where Auntie Namuri was positioned. I wondered why she had been designated the role of the first-year referee when she wasn't very child-friendly. Now, it's time for the athlete's oath. Midnight's announcement was lost in a sea of murmurs from the students and surrounding stands. Should she really be here? Why is an R-rated hero in a high school? Were some of the comments thrown around. Pipe down, everyone. Namuri shouted, snapping her WHP to get our attention. Everybody immediately quieted down. Your student representative is Katsuki Bakugo from Class 1A. Quite a few people mumbled in disagreement upon hearing this, which was understandable given Kacchan didn't exactly make the best impression the previous day. It must be because he placed first in the entrance exam, Ciro murmured from beside me. For the hero course maybe, there's no way he placed first in the academic exam, a girl snarked in reply. I felt the need to defend Kacchan bubble up within me. Actually, he placed third in the academic portion of the test. Also, I'm well aware that nobody in general studies came above him. The people who came first and second are in my class, I snapped. The girl looked at me in surprise. I just tooted and looked up to the stage where Kacchan was about to take his oath. I just wanted to say, make no mistake. I'm gonna take first place. You're all just pebbles in my path. Kacchan smirked as he spoke. The crowd of students erupted at his statements. As Kacchan staggered off stage, Auntie Namuri stepped back up to the front and cracked her WHP to gain everyone's attention. Now, without any further delay, let the first event begin, she cheered. The crowd erupted in applause as a screen appeared behind her, scrolling through events at rapid speed. I heard Ochako grumble under her breath, causing me to chuckle slightly. This is the qualifying round. This is what separates the doers from the dreamers. And the first event is an obstacle course race. At Namuri's words, a gap opened up between the stands, revealing a long corridor. This is a 4 kilometers race around the outside of the stadium. It's a race between all 11 classes. Our school preaches freedom. So as long as you stay on the course and don't harm anyone, you're free to go crazy. Midnight explained the rules. Excitement built up in me as I waited in anticipation for the race to begin. Racers to your mark. Auntie Namuri yelled, raising her WHP in the air. I shook out my limbs slightly in preparation, looking around to see Kacchan rubbing his hands together and Kyoka stretching quickly. I got into a running position and stared at the opening. Auntie Namuri shouted, "Start," as she brought her WHP down with a crack. initiating the race. The word had barely left her mouth when roughly 200 kids surged through the narrow passage. I hated being squeezed between strangers, and panic began to build in my chest. I had to do well in the race, otherwise I wouldn't advance to the next round, and I needed to prove my strength for my mum. This must be the first obstacle, I muttered to myself as I was jostled into kendo from 1B. Realizing I wasn't going to get anywhere in human form, I decided to transform. It was hard to jump in such a dense crowd, but I managed it, transforming into a falcon and flying above the heads of the struggling teenagers. Flying through the tunnel was more challenging than I expected. Multiple times, people's hands nearly swatted me out of the air as they shoved and elbowed their way through. Just as I neared the end of the tunnel, the temperature suddenly dropped. I glanced behind me and saw ice creeping up the walls. Gasps filled the air as people's feet froze to the ground. It was clearly Todoroki's doing. I was relieved to have taken flight before he made that move. If I had been on the ground, I might have had to transform back, and I wanted to save that for later events. Todoroki glided out of the tunnel, determination in his eyes. "Don't think I'm letting you get away, Icy Hot." Kacchan shouted as he blasted his way out of the ice and surged forward. More people had escaped the ice than I expected, with several from my class sprinting after Todoroki, along with a few from 1B. I decided to land and transform back into a human. I felt that flying the whole course would be unfair. As soon as I was fully human again, I took off running after Todoroki. I was in second place, which was good, but I had promised myself I would beat him, so I needed to get into first. Just as I was about to overtake Todoroki, I felt my gut tighten in warning. On impulse, I transformed into a fly, narrowly avoiding a punch from one of the robots from the entrance exam. I transformed back into a human and continued running, now aware of the faux villains in my way. I quickly formed a plan in my head. As I ran, I transformed into a fox. They weren't the most powerful animals, but they were small and agile, allowing me to weave through the robots without engaging them. Fighting them would waste time. All that mattered was finishing the race in first place. I had just avoided another robot when I bumped into something soft. Looking up, I saw Todoroki, but he wasn't looking at me. He was staring up at a gigantic zero-pointer blocking the way. Every obstacle course needs obstacles. This is the first barrier. UA's Robo Inferno. Papa's voice echoed over the speaker system. I counted at least 10 of those towering machines. I didn't realize I had transformed back into a human, apparently startling Todoroki. "Wha? When did you get there?" he scowled at me. I shrugged and took a step away from him, feeling his breath fanning across my face. I wish they had prepared something a bit more challenging. Especially since dear old dad is watching, he hissed under his breath. I gave him the look, you know, that side eye of mild disgust. Suddenly, the temperature around us dropped, sending goosebumps across my skin. I looked down at Todoroki and saw his hand covered in ice. He was about to do something big. I didn't want to become a popsicle, and it seemed I had no time to escape. So, I did the first thing that came to mind, even if I knew Todoroki might be annoyed later. Clinging to his hair felt like a smart move in the moment. I got past the robots without having to do anything, and Todoroki's hair smelled really nice. The downside was that his head had two drastically different temperatures. The white side was cold while the red side was warm. I wanted to shift to the warm side but was afraid he would notice, so I settled for half of my body being warm and the other half cold. I heard a commotion behind us as others tried to get past the robots, but I couldn't look back since Todoroki just kept running, never glancing back. I considered staying until he got close to the end and then surprising him. It seemed like a great plan. Stupid old man. Bet he's having a field day watching me. Not gonna use his quirk no matter what, Todoroki mumbled, venting his frustrations. His mutterings were distracting as I tried to relax. Maybe the first barrier was just a tad too easy. Let's make it a bit harder then. Fall and you're out. The only way across are those cable wires. This is the fall. Papa's voice boomed over the speakers as Todoroki reached the edge of what looked like a ravine, with wires spanning across it. Random islands dotted the ravine, connecting the wires. I was ready to jump off and fly across, but Todoroki moved before I could. He placed his right foot on one of the cables and coated it with ice before sliding along it with just one foot. If I had hands, I would have clung to his hair tightly. It was heart-poundingly terrifying riding on his head as he slid across something barely 5 centimeters thick. I wanted to jump off and transform into a bird, but my fear of the unknown darkness below kept me firmly in place. It looks like more competitors are getting to the fall. Will Todoroki be able to keep the lead position? Papa shouted through the speaker system, excitement evident in his voice. I wondered if anyone noticed I was on Todoroki's head. We reached the end of the obstacle, and my heart began to settle when I heard the familiar sound of Kacchan's explosions. I dared to peek back. He was still a bit away but closing in fast. Todoroki paid no attention to Kacchan's approach, continuing to run until he reached a wide stretch of path peppered with dark circles. What's this? Our leader has reached the final obstacle. A minefield. Don't worry about anyone being injured though, the mines are just flashy. Papa announced. Todoroki took careful, calculated steps through the minefield, avoiding the hidden explosives. As we reached the halfway point, other students began to catch up, and I knew I would have to leave Todoroki soon. I was comfortable, having shifted to his warm side, and didn't want to leave until absolutely necessary. My thoughts were interrupted by Kacchan's voice. Ha! This won't stop me, he yelled, using his explosions to propel himself over the mines. You better take your declaration of war seriously. Kacchan barked as he overtook Todoroki. I watched them navigate the minefield, impressed by their athleticism, but I needed to get away. I was small, and Kacchan's explosions worried me. I wanted to remain inconspicuous. Todoroki didn't need to know I had been perched atop his head for most of the race. I decided that transforming into a butterfly would be the best option. Nobody would notice a butterfly flying by. However, my luck was about to change. As soon as I took off and began to flutter my way towards the end of the minefield, I heard Kacchan bark in laughter. I was wondering where you got to, Izuku. If I had visible eyes, they would have widened comedically. I didn't expect Kacchan to realize. Todoroki squinted at me as if he expected to see my face on a butterfly's body. I didn't have time to hover, I needed to get to the end of the course. What a twist of events. It turns out Midoriya had been hitching a ride on Todoroki for a long time. Who knows how long he has been there? Papa screamed. Since I had been discovered, I might as well go all out. I transformed midair into a peregrine falcon before screeching and flying away as fast as I could. I couldn't lose. I didn't pay attention to what was going on behind me, I just focused on speeding away from the two boys and getting first place. I could smell the caramel in the air and feel it getting colder as I flew away, indicating that they were trying to catch up with me. They wouldn't be able to, though. The peregrine falcon was one of the fastest birds in the world, and it was highly unlikely that either one of them would gain enough speed to overtake me. The last stretch of the race was exhilarating. I was flying at breakneck speeds with two, rather handsome, boys on my tail. I saw the opening to the stadium and sped up even more. I was going to win. I was going to make my mum proud. I zoomed over the finishing line so fast that the picture I later received just showed me as a small blur. The winner of the obstacle course is none other than Izuku Midoriya. Papa screeched over the cheers of the audience. I landed on the floor of the stadium and beamed a bright smile. I had done it. I had come first. I was making my mum proud and proving Hisashi wrong. I wasn't weak. Todoroki and Kacchan crossed the finishing line at practically the same time. However, Kacchan was awarded third place while Todoroki achieved second. I gave Kacchan a thumbs up in congratulations, which he replied to by flipping me off. Typical Kacchan. I was too busy watching people crossing the finishing line to realize Todoroki had come to stand next to me. I didn't realize he was there until he spoke, causing me to jump in surprise. I don't think you deserve first place, he murmured just loud enough for me to hear. I turned around to face him with a slight frown on my face. I'm sure a lot of people believe that, Todoroki, but the fact of the matter is that I did come first and would have been perfectly capable of coming first even if I didn't hitch a ride on your head. I crossed my arms over my chest and looked up at him with defiant eyes. It's called fighting smart and having a strategy. I saved my energy for when it really mattered. The look on Todoroki's face could only be described as annoyed. He was clearly frustrated that I had used him without realizing it, but I could have sworn I saw a grudging acceptance in his eyes. He knew that in order to get to the top, sometimes you have to fight a bit dirty. I felt brave at that moment, maybe still riding off the adrenaline from the race. I stood on my tiptoes and leaned in until there was barely any space between my face and Todoroki's. I hope you remember your challenge, Todoroki-kun, because I'm going to beat you. And when I do, you're going to be eating your words. My voice was low, and I glared directly into Todoroki's eyes, not backing down. Neither of us was willing to relent, so we ended up having a staring contest. Finally, Todoroki looked away and stepped back, his entire face rosy. Why's? No? I won't be eating my words. I will win. I'm going to leave now, Todoroki stuttered over his words. It was amusing to watch such a stoic person act so flustered. I barely even did anything. I watched as the TV screens surrounding the arena displayed the rankings of the students. It seemed as if only the first 42 people were moving on to the next round. I noticed that all of my friends had made it through to the second round and smiled to myself in relief. As you can see, the top 42 students have qualified for the second round. But don't be disheartened if you couldn't get through, we've got plenty more activities for you to show off in. Midnight cheered, clapping her hands together. Now the tournament really begins. Do your best because the press is going to be eager to see you all. Auntie Namuri looked down at us in a way that made me shiver in discomfort. She was kind and smart, but her presence could be intimidating. The second event is The screen behind her buzzed before displaying in big, bold letters, "A cavalry battle." Murmurs ran through the crowd of assembled students, quickly silenced by Namuri. The rules are simple. You must be in teams of 3 to 4 people. One person in your team is the rider, and the others are the horses. The rider is not allowed to touch the ground at any point, otherwise, they can be disqualified. Auntie Namuri explained the rules and objective of the cavalry battle. Now, the objective is to gather as many of these headbands as possible. She paused to hold up a white strip of cloth. Each headband has a value depending on your placement in the race. The values ascend by 5 points for each place. For example, the 42nd person has 5 points, while the person in second place has a headband worth 205 points. And for first place, well, that's special. Auntie Namuri paused, a glint in her eyes that made me uneasy. The person who came first in the race will have a headband worth 10 million points. My stomach dropped. I had unintentionally painted a target on my back by coming first. I wanted to regret my position, but I couldn't. I was determined to keep my headband, no matter what. I could feel everyone's eyes turning to me, but I stood strong, focusing on the stage. The match will last 20 minutes, and each team's total points are determined by the worth of its members. The rider will wear the headband. If your headband is stolen, don't worry, you're still in the game. It's not over until the buzzer goes off. Namuri cheered, seemingly oblivious to the stares directed at me. I tried my best to ignore the attention, even as my heartbeat quickened. Now go and team up. You have 10 minutes to make your teams. Kayama squealed happily before bounding off the stage. I could tell just from the way people were moving away from me that I was going to have trouble finding a team. Everyone quickly averted their gazes, not wanting to be stuck with me. I was close to giving up when Ochako and Kyoka ran up to me. "We've been looking for you, Izuku. Do you want to be in a team with us? It's probably hard for you to find a team, right?" Ochako laughed lightly. Gratitude swelled in my heart as I pulled Ochako into a tight hug, tears brimming in my eyes. "Thank you." I sobbed slightly. I thought nobody was going to go with me. Ochako seemed surprised by the sudden hug but quickly squeezed me back. "It's nothing, Aizu. We saw you looking lost and thought we should team up with you. We have a lot of confidence in you," Kyoka assured me before I yanked her into the hug. We stood there for a moment before I finally let go and calmed myself down. I needed to think rationally and strategically if I was going to get my team through to the next round. "Okay, we have 3 people, but we need a 4th. I have an idea, but he might already be in a team." I looked around, searching for a certain bird-headed boy. "You want me to be part of your team?" Tokoemi asked, confused. We weren't as close as I was to Ochako or Kyoka, but I considered him a friend. "Yeah, your quirk is really strong, and having you on our team would really help." I enthused, bouncing on my feet as I awaited his answer. He was silent for a moment, considering my request. The anticipation was intense, and I must have been vibrating in my spot because Kyoka placed a gentle hand on my shoulder to calm me down. "I don't see any reason to decline your offer. I will join you," Tokoemi replied in his usual monotone voice. It struck me how many people around me didn't express emotions openly: Kyoka, Dad, Todoroki, and Tokoemi. Even Kacchan only ever showed anger. "I guess you learn something new every day." "Yay!" I cheered excitedly. Ochako cheered alongside me while Kyoka's lips tilted ever so slightly. "Are you ready? Once the match begins, we're going to be attacked a lot," I said as I tied my headband onto my head. The red number painted across it was 10,000. All 3 of my teammates hummed in acknowledgement. I felt a bit guilty. My friends were risking winning the entire tournament to help me. "Hey Aizu, don't look so down. If we didn't want to be on a team with you, we wouldn't be," Kyoka said bluntly. "Yeah. We trust you wholeheartedly, Izuku," Ochako reassured me. Tokoemi didn't say much, but Dark Shadow did. "Don't you worry about it, Midoriya, we all trust you," he said in his gravelly voice. I smiled and clenched my fists resolutely. I was going to guide my friends to victory and keep the headband on my head, no matter what it took. Before I could say anything in return, Papa's voice echoed around the stadium. "Start!" Not even a second after the word echoed, several teams were already heading straight for us. I transformed into Kyoka, making some people around us gasp in surprise. "Go Kyoka!" I shouted. Kyoka nodded, and we both stuck our earphone jacks in the ground as we had planned. I heard the pounding of feet as people ran across the ground, but I ignored this and instead let my pounding heartbeat flow into the ground. As Kyoka did the same, the floor began to vibrate, throwing everyone but my team off balance. Unfortunately, nobody toppled over, but they were all disoriented, which meant that we had enough time to run out of the circle of opposing teams. "I'm going to transform back into myself now. Be prepared for a bit of extra weight," I warned my team before I transformed back. We managed to evade people fairly easily for the first half of the cavalry battle. I had to transform into flying animals or insects a few times to escape people's hands. One time I transformed into a dragonfly, and Tsuyu's tongue nearly caught me. It was a very intense experience. When I landed back on my friend's shoulders and transformed, I was visibly shaken. The second half of the battle was more intense than the first half, mainly because Todoroki decided to come after us. That was a close one, Ochako sighed in relief. We had just managed to escape from a team made up of students from 1B. We had held them back with the help of Dark Shadow and Kyoka's quirk. Dark Shadow swatted the team away after Kyoka disoriented the front horse. I looked around the battlefield and saw that quite a few teams didn't appear to have their headbands. One of these teams was Kacchan's team. Even from the other side of the field, I could feel the anger radiating off of Kacchan as he pursued another team. Izuku, Todoroki is heading this way, Ochako muttered, her voice quivering in fear. My gaze snapped in the direction that Ochako was pointing. Todoroki was staring directly at me. The look in his eyes scared me. What should we do? He's really powerful. Kyoka hissed, annoyance in her voice. Prepare to carry a bit of extra weight, I warned them. I waited until I saw all of them nod before transforming into Todoroki. Upon seeing me transform into him, Todoroki's eyes narrowed, and I saw him urge his teammates to go faster. Duck, I told Tokoyami before sending a whirlwind of flames in the direction of Todoroki. I didn't waste a second before sending an ice wall towards the oncoming team. I patted Tokoyami's head, a signal we had established at the start. If I tapped Tokoyami on the head, it meant we would turn around and make a tactical retreat. So that's what we did. We moved as fast as possible to put as much distance between us and Todoroki's team. He's going to come after us until the timer goes off, I shouted over the sounds of the other fights going on. We have 5 minutes left, we just need to hold on until the buzzer goes off. My team nodded and sped up slightly. I thought we had escaped from Todoroki's grasp, but I was wrong. 1 second we were running away from him with nothing in our path, then the next second, a huge ice wall appeared before us. Wall! I screamed. Luckily, we were able to stop just before crashing into the wall, which made me feel cold just being in front of it. We were going to turn around and go a different direction, but Todoroki had boxed us in. Our two teams stood on opposite sides of the ice wall, staring at each other, appraising conditions and forming a plan. I have an idea, and I think it's allowed. When I transform, could you please catch me, Ochako? Just press the trigger after aiming me at Todoroki's team. More specifically, I quickly explained. I didn't have time to elaborate. I had to rely on my team's trust in me. Ochako nodded hesitantly, and I could see the uncertainty in her eyes. I smiled at her to ease her fears before I transformed and landed in her hands. I couldn't technically see when I was an object, but I still had a clear picture of what was happening. I could sense the look of fear on Ochako's face as she held me. I wondered if I should have asked Kyoka to do what I was planning when I was raised to Ochako's shoulder height. I really hope this isn't real, Izuku. Otherwise, we might be in a lot of trouble, Ochako whispered against the cold metal of my body. She took a slow breath before aiming me at Ida and firing. As soon as I realized the projectile would hit him, I transformed into a woodpecker and flew up onto Tokoyami's shoulder, transforming back into myself. I watched, a bit guiltily, as the electric disc hit Ida in the arm, causing him to JRK around. He somehow managed to keep a hold of Todoroki, which meant my plan to get them disqualified wasn't going to work, but it didn't look like Ida would be running properly for a while. Geez. Izuku, you really scared me. You can't just transform into a gun and expect me to fire it. Ochako chastised. I only fired because I trust you, but I was seriously considering not doing it. I sighed deeply, ruffling Ochako's hair in a friendly way. Sorry about that. There just wasn't time for me to explain, I mumbled. I looked up at the countdown on the wall. We had 60 seconds left. We could guard our headband for a minute. It didn't seem like Ida would recover in time to get Todoroki's team moving again. With only 30 seconds left, Ida's legs were still jerking around slightly. He was in no condition to charge us. While I was still on high alert, I explained to my team what had just happened. It was just a split-second decision. Long-distance electrical impulse guns are used by the police to subdue people. I transformed into a very weak version of one. A full-power one would probably have knocked Ida out. I just wanted to make him JRK about a bit, and it seems I was successful. I reassured my team, mostly to put Ochako's mind at ease, explaining that Ida wasn't in any danger and would stop jerking about after a couple of minutes. Ochako looked extremely relieved upon hearing this. There were 10 seconds left. It was a guaranteed win for my team. I didn't even worry when Kacchan's team burst through the wall and Kacchan began to make his way over to us, using his explosions to propel himself through the air. He wasn't going to make it in 5 seconds. 4.3.2.1. The buzzer blared, ending the cavalry battle. Kacchan slammed to the floor, 2 meters in front of me, and screamed in frustration. His competitive spirit was honestly intimidating. And that's the end of this event. Papa's voice announced. I could hear Dad's disgruntled voice telling him to be quieter through the speaker system. In first place, we have Midoriya's team. In second place, Todoroki's team. In third place is Bakugo's team. And in fourth is Tetsutetsu's team. These 16 individuals have all made it through to the third and final event of today. I felt like collapsing to my knees in relief, but I didn't want to make a fool out of myself. We'll proceed to this afternoon's event after a 1-hour lunch break. Papa announced before there was some feedback from the microphone. Well done on getting third place, Kacchan, I said as I walked over to him and patted him on the back, subtly rubbing in the fact that I had beaten him, not only once but twice. Kacchan growled lowly in response, but I just laughed. I pulled him up by his arm and started dragging him to lunch when we were stopped by none other than Todoroki. Can I talk to you alone, Midoriya? He asked, his tone serious. I hesitated for a moment before following him. Save me a place at the lunch table, I shouted to Kacchan before disappearing into a corridor. So, what did you want to talk about? I asked, rocking on my feet to ease the awkwardness. It was a bit uncomfortable just standing there while Todoroki stared at me in silence. Look, if you're not going to say anything, then I'm just going to leave, I sighed, finding it annoying that he called me into a random corridor for no reason. Just as I turned to leave, Todoroki finally spoke. I do wonder about you. You seem to get a lot of attention from teachers. I notice how Midnight, Present Mike, and Aizawa all seem to pay more attention to you. Plus, All Might seems to have his eyes on you, Todoroki stated. My heart rate sped up slightly. I was worried he might find out about Shota being my dad. What are you getting at? I asked, wanting him to get to the point. I'm not sure, exactly. Something is going on between you and our teachers, and I want to know what. It could be anything from you being one of their children, he said, and I tensed slightly, though he didn't seem to notice, or you could be in a relationship with. I cut him off before he could say anything else. I knew what he was going to say, and I honestly didn't want to hear it. You know what, I'm just going to stop you right there. I assure you that I don't have that sort of relationship with any of the teachers. The fact that you even thought that is rather questionable. I quickly dismissed his theory and rushed on before he could realize I hadn't addressed his idea about one of them being my parent. Look, they're probably keeping an eye on me because of something that happened in my past. It's none of your concern, and I advise you to keep your nose out of my business. I snapped. Todoroki looked at me with a cold, calculating gaze, as if trying to determine whether I was lying. If we're done here, I'm going to leave. I tried to walk away, but Todoroki started talking again. You know my dad is here today. Endeavor. He must have been thrilled when he saw you use the fire aspect of my quirk. You've undone so much of the hard work I've done. I was in the process of rejecting him and his quirk, and I have a feeling that you've just undone years of work. Todoroki was speaking more to himself than to me. I didn't reply, I just stood there, leaning against the wall opposite him, and listened as he spoke about his difficult home life. My mother and father had an arranged marriage to produce a powerful child. I was my father's only successful experiment. He worked me to the bone as a child so that I would be strong enough to surpass All Might. He even drove my mom to madness, making her give me this burn. His monologue, while touching, seemed to come out of nowhere. There wasn't an appropriate moment for me to mention that I was really hungry and wanted something to eat. Just know this, Midoriya, I will beat you without my old man's quirk. His gaze snapped up from his hand and he glared at me. I just nodded slowly. What was there to say after hearing what he had just told me? We stood there awkwardly for a moment before I muttered a rushed goodbye and scurried down the hall toward the cafeteria. Todoroki's words constantly played in my mind. I could tell he had shared a very watered-down version of what had actually happened. Although learning about why Todoroki was so averse to using his quirk was helpful, I wanted to help him realize that his father's quirk didn't define him and that it was his own power. However, it was going to be hard to get him to see that. He was as stubborn as Kacchan. Hey, are you going to eat or just stare at your food? Kacchan shouted, startling me and causing me to spill my drink over the table. Oh no, I whispered in dismay. I ignored Kacchan's laughter and Ida scolding him. Instead, I grabbed some napkins and started mopping up the water that was spreading over the table. Let me help you, Kirishima said, taking a handful of napkins and helping to clean the table. Once we finished drying it to the best of our ability, I thanked Kirishima earnestly. It's okay, somebody had to help, he shrugged. I thanked him again before a bell chimed, signaling it was time to go back to the field. When I walked out onto the field, something peculiar awaited me. What are your students doing, Eraserhead? My dad's perplexed voice echoed. I have no idea, Dad replied in a resigned tone. The girls in my class stood there, confused, wearing cheerleader uniforms. I noticed two boys from General Studies laughing at them from the opposite side of the field. Hey, why are you wearing those? I asked, taking note of the disgruntled looks on both Kyoka and Yamamo's faces. Two boys from General Studies told us that the girls had to dress up like this for one of the mini-events. Yamamo said, her voice conveying her annoyance. It looks like they told every girl in the hero course the same thing, Kyoka fumed, pointing at the girls of 1B who had just emerged onto the field looking extremely confused. I shook my head and sighed. The lengths some boys went to were extreme, clearly without regard for how the girls felt. By the looks of it, you don't have to, so you could just go and get changed, I said, trying to comfort my friends. Kyoka and Yamamo nodded and began to walk off, but the rest of the girls shrugged. I'm not too worried. I've always wanted to try cheerleading. Mina shouted energetically as she jumped in the air. I loved Mina's enthusiasm. As long as you're comfortable, I shrugged. After seeing them all nod, Papa's voice spoke up once again. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch break because this is about to get wild. Between the 16 remaining competitors, we'll be conducting one-on-one fights. The crowd cheered at this information. I was quite excited as well. One-on-one fights were the perfect circumstances for me to analyze people's quirks and take notes on fighting styles. Cool. One-on-one fights are so manly, Kirishima exclaimed, pumping his fist into the air. The matchups have already been decided and will now be displayed on the screen behind me, Midnight announced, directing her WHP to the screen. I watched as the tournament brackets appeared and scanned for my name. It looked like I was fighting last against the girl from 1B Ibra. I hadn't realized she had made it through to the third event. She must have been in the fourth team, which included Ibara, Tetsu, Shinso, and Hatsum. I only recognized 2 of those names. The 12 other students in Class 1A were me, Todoroki, Kyoka, Kacchan, Yamamo, Ida, Kaminari, Siro, Mina, Ochako, Tokoyami, and Kirishima. I had no doubt the fights would be intense. As the minigames began, I left to psyche myself up. I wanted to be in prime mental and physical condition for my fight. I found a quiet spot, closed my eyes, and calmed my nerves through meditation. Even though I was fighting last, I wanted to stay as calm as possible. I knew I would get excited watching the other fights, so all I could do was wait. When an announcement blared over the speakers that the fights would start in 5 minutes, I headed up to the viewing box. If I recalled correctly, Tetsu and Kirishima were the first fighters. I didn't know much about Tetsu's quirk, but I knew it was similar to Kirishima's, so I was excited to see them face off. When I arrived at the spectator box, most of the class had already taken their seats, watching as Cementos manipulated concrete into a stage for the fight. I looked around for Kacchan, but he wasn't there. I guessed he was in a prep room since his match against Ochako was second. Hey Aizu! Kyoka called as she plopped into the seat beside me. Hey Kyoka, nervous about your fight against Mina? I asked. She laughed lightly and shook her head. I'm not too nervous. I think we're even in our abilities, so it's a pretty fair match. I could tell she was trying to hide her emotions, but I knew her well enough to recognize the constant tapping of her shoes meant she was anxious. Keep dreaming, Jiro. I'm totally going to beat you, Mina joked from the row behind us. We all laughed but were interrupted by Present Nick's voice. This is the final event of the day. I'm so excited. Cheers erupted from the crowd as they worked themselves into a frenzy. The rules are simple. If someone goes out of bounds, they are out. If you knock your opponent out, you win. Cementos and Midnight will be our referees, he shouted with enthusiasm. Now let's get this party started. Kirishima's POV. I walked out to the cheers of the crowd, feeling a mix of nerves and excitement. If I messed up, everyone would see, and I feared they would know how weak I really was. I shook my head to dispel those thoughts. They would only hurt my confidence. From Class 1A, the indestructible, rock-hard beast, Eijiro Kirishima. Present Mike screamed. The crowd roared in approval, and my chest swelled with pride. And from Class 1B, the metal tank who can plow through his enemies, Tetsu. The audience cheered again as my opponent was introduced. We stood in the center of the ring, face to face, determination evident in both our eyes. We shook hands to demonstrate good sportsmanship before stepping back, ready to fight. The entire stadium fell silent as we awaited Midnight's signal to start. Her WHP was raised, and I knew that once it came down, the fight would begin. Begin, she called. As soon as the word left her lips, I activated my quirk, ensuring I wasn't too hard to maintain my mobility. I launched myself forward to meet Tetsu in the middle of the ring. Our fists collided, and our heads spun from the impact. I recovered quicker, and as Tetsu turned to hit me again, I struck first, clasping my hands together and bringing them down hard on his head, driving him into the floor. I heard gasps from the audience, but I couldn't focus on them. I had to defeat my opponent. I put Tetsu in a headlock and squeezed tight. He tried to escape, causing us to stumble around the stage a bit, but this worked to my advantage. He managed to break free when we were close to the edge of the ring. I knew what I had to do. Before he could recover, I punched him square in the face, making him stumble backward. Tetsu is out of bounds. Kirishima wins. Midnight shouted. Cheers erupted around the stadium. I smiled triumphantly, surprised that I had managed to win. The only downside was that my next opponent was most likely going to be Bakugo. But I couldn't count Uraraka out yet. Izuku's POV. I had been taking notes during the entire fight and was enamored with both of their quirks. I watched as Kiri helped Tetsutisu up, offering him a hand and seemingly apologizing for the headlock. It seemed like a very Kirishima thing to do. He did really well, I heard Shoji comment to Sato. Sato nodded in agreement. The two boys walked off, and the crowd waited in anticipation for the next match. You did really well, Kiri. I cheered when he came up to the viewing box. Kirishima rubbed the back of his head and looked down embarrassed. I laughed and looked around the box. Todoroki, Siro, Kacchan, and Ochako were all missing since their fights. Were upcoming. Moving on to the next match. I settled down and watched as two of my closest friends walked into the center of the stadium. Bakugo will go easy on her, right? Kaminari asked, a hint of fear in his voice. Both Kyoka and I shook our heads. Katsuki never goes easy on me. He says that when we face villains, they're not going to go any easier on me just because I'm not a guy, Kyoka commented. Ida spluttered, beginning to chastise Kyoka while I laughed. Katsuki's POV. The next round is between two students from Class 1A. We have a hot-headed teen, it's Katsuki Bakugo. Hizashi introduced me, and I had to restrain myself from flipping him off. Versus a sweet girl whose determination is well-placed, Ochako Uraraka. The crowd cheered for us both. We took our places at opposite ends of the ring, surveying each other before the match could start. Begin! Namuri shouted, initiating the match. As soon as the match started, Uraraka charged at me, staying low to the ground. I wasn't going to dodge her advance. She was in my range and I wasn't going to hold back. I swung my arm down in an arc and let my sweat spark up. She didn't get the chance to dodge before my explosion hit her head-on. I heard murmurs from the crowd about how aggressive I was being, but I ignored them. If I fight full out against a male, I'm going to fight full out against a female. It's about equality. I saw something in the smoke from my explosion and assumed it was her. I directed an explosion at it, but it turned out to just be her overshirt. I felt the hair on the back of my neck prick up, a sign that someone was going to attack me from behind. I whipped around just in time to see Uraraka about to touch me. On instinct, I let off an explosion in her face, causing her to fly backward and land a few meters away. I swiped my hand through the smoke to get a better look at my opponent, only to see she was up once again. Her tenacity was admirable, but I wasn't going to let her win. I had vowed to Icy Hot that I was going to win. There was no way I was letting her beat me. The stadium shook as I let off another explosion in Uraraka's direction. She kept charging, trying to use her quirk on me. Every time she advanced, I blew her backward, earning shouts of protest from the crowd. The boos were getting louder, starting to annoy me. Is that a pro booing in the crowd? If so, realize that nobody is going to hold back in the field. Villains aren't going to let female heroes off just because they're female. Use your brains. I'm being cautious and not holding back because I want to win. This isn't any different than fights that occur every day between heroes and villains. Shota's voice interrupted the crowd's shouts, and they quieted down. I saw Uraraka's lips moving, indicating she was speaking. Thanks for letting your guard down, I made out from across the ring. I was confused until I saw her put her fingers together and heard the sound of something falling through the air. I looked up and saw chunks of concrete falling down upon me. I was pleasantly surprised that she actually had a tactic, disguising her intentions well. However, a couple of rocks falling on me was nothing. I raised my left hand in the air and reinforced it with my right hand around my wrist. I didn't really want to break my wrist from the force of my explosion. I let off a monumental blast, which obliterated every single rock and smirked down at Uraraka. She had been blown away by the force and was struggling to stand back up again. I have to win. I'm sorry. Need to win, I heard her muttering under her breath. It didn't look like she could fight anymore. When she finally managed to stand, she swayed on her feet. There was no way I could fight her in that state, it wouldn't be fair. Plus, it was boring to fight someone who was weakened. They barely put up a fight. Uraraka collapsed on the floor in front of me, her fingers twitching as she tried to reach out. Uraraka is unable to fight. Bakugo wins. Midnight called to the stadium, ending the match. As I walked off the stage, I didn't receive cheers like Shitty Hair did. Barely anyone made a noise, but I could distinctly hear Kyoka and Izuku congratulating me. I smiled to myself as I made my way up to the viewing box. Izuku's POV. I was worried about Ochako. She had taken a fair amount of hits during her fight with Kacchan. Speaking of Kacchan, he did really well in his match. I felt the heat and wind from the explosion that blew the concrete away. I didn't doubt that his shoulders ached after that. When Kacchan finally got into the viewing box, Kyoka and I congratulated him for winning but also told him he went a bit too hard. Kaminari made a comment about Kacchan beating up a frail girl, and Kacchan retorted, "She's anything but frail, dumbass." Hearing him say that about Ochako showed he had grudging respect for her fighting ability. The next 2 fights were over within minutes. Todoroki and Shiro fought first. Shiro barely had time to react before a huge iceberg swallowed him. I could feel the chill in the air from my seat. Shiro had my deepest sympathy, being encased in ice that felt like it was freezing his skin. The second fight was between Kaminari and a boy from General Studies named Hitoshi Shinso. I recognized him as the boy who confronted our class the previous day. I was curious about his quirk. He seemed physically fit and capable in a fight. The match was over nearly as soon as it started. When Auntie Namuri initiated the match, Shinso sprang into action with his quirk. "Are you ready to fight?" he shouted to Kaminari. "Yeah. I was born re." Kaminari suddenly stopped talking. Confused whispers echoed around the stadium as Kaminari turned around and started walking away. I looked closely at Shinso. He was staring directly at Kaminari, watching his movements intently. I gasped as I figured out what his quirk was: brainwashing. I whipped out my quirk analysis book and started scribbling furiously about what I observed. Theories raced through my mind, making it hard to think clearly. I looked up just in time to see Kaminari walk out of the ring before he snapped out of his trance, looking around in confusion. Kaminari walked out of bounds. "Shinso wins," midnight announced as the crowd cheered. I watched as Kaminari turned to look at Shinso, his mouth agape. He spluttered but was silenced when Shinso walked beside him and said something. From Shinso's body language, the way he leaned in and smirked, it was clear he whispered something that made Kaminari's face turn red. Kaminari's POV. I was so confused. 1 minute I was looking at Shinso, and the next, Midnight's voice announced that the match was over and Shinso had won. I realized I had stepped out of bounds. It dawned on me that Shinso probably had some sort of control quirk. I spun around and looked at Shinso in shock as he swaggered toward me with a slight smirk. As he reached me, he leaned in close and whispered, "I think you're one of the cuter guys I've controlled." My face flushed a vivid red as I hid it in my hands and walked away from the public eye as fast as possible. Izuku's POV. The fight after Shinso's and Kaminari's was Tokoyami against Yamamo. I wasn't sure who would win initially, but it became clear as soon as the fight started that Tokoyami would claim victory. I think Yamamo panicked when she saw Dark Shadow coming toward her because she didn't make any offensive moves. She was purely defensive and ended up getting pushed out of the ring. When Auntie Namuri announced that Momo had lost, I felt really bad for her. The dejected look on her face made my heart ache. When she came up to the box, I was leaving to go to my prep room. "Hey, Yamamo. You did really well," I said encouragingly. She smiled gently and shook her head. "I did terribly. I couldn't even come up with a plan to counteract Tokoyami," Yamamo sighed. When she looked up at me, I could see the shattered look in her eyes. I was starting to wonder if Kacchan had been right about her lack of confidence. I watched Yamamo's fight on the TV in the prep room. When Tokoyami beat her, she looked so put out. All I wanted to do was find her and hug her. But I couldn't. I had to concentrate on my fight with Mina. I was lying when I said I wasn't nervous. I was extremely nervous. Mina was very flexible and good on her feet due to her past in dance. While I was decent at fighting, I wasn't nearly as nimble as Mina. My thoughts were interrupted when a mechanical voice told me to head to the main stage. I took a deep breath before I walked out of the tunnel and towards the stage, feeling the eyes of the crowd on me. Another 2 students from Class 1A are fighting next. Mike announced to the stadium of spectators. The nimble, acid-spewing queen with a flair for the dramatic. "It's Mina Ishido." Mike shouted, causing the crowd to cheer and Mina to wave and blow kisses to them. As I reached the center of the stage, Mike began to introduce me, and I had to fight to keep my blush down. And her opponent, a pop-punk girl whose rocking fighting style has yet to be seen. "It's Kyokujiro." The crowd cheered for me, as they did for Mina, before they settled down to wait for the fight to start. Mina and I stared at each other, itching to leap forward. "Begin." Neither of us wasted a second. I ran forward and met Mina in the center, where we began to exchange blows. Mina managed to evade most of my punches, but I still landed a few hits. Mina tried to punch me, but I leaned back to avoid her acid-coated fist. I extended my earphone jack and inserted it into Mina's arm. She realized what was happening a second too late. I sent my heartbeat through her body. She shrieked slightly and swayed on her feet, but she managed to stay upright. While she was disoriented, I swept Mina's feet out from under her and pinned her to the ground. The position I held Mina in was meant to make her concede. I straddled her waist and pinned her face down, holding one of her arms to the floor while I kept the other hand straight up in the air behind her back. It was a position that could easily lead to injury, but I obviously didn't want to do that. "Give up," I said, pulling her arm just enough to make her wince. She tried to squirm out of my hold, but I put more of my body weight on her. This went on for a few minutes. I'd tell her to give up, but she'd stubbornly say no and try even harder to escape. "Please, Mina. If I pull your arm anymore, it'll dislocate. I begged her. After hearing this, she finally stopped wiggling and sighed. I give up, she shouted loud enough for Midnight to hear. I quickly got off her and helped her up. I apologized rapidly for bending her arm back. It's okay. You just did what you needed to win, Mina exclaimed cheerfully. I chuckled slightly. The match after mine was Ida's. He was up against a girl from the support course named Mei Hatsum. It was amusing to watch Hatsum use Ida as a walking advertisement for her inventions. The match finally ended when Hatsum decided she had shown off all of her babies sufficiently and stepped out of bounds, crowning Ida the victor despite the fact that he hadn't done much. The final match of the first round was Izuku's. I didn't doubt that he would win, but I knew Aizu, and I knew he would be freaking out and making a bigger deal of the entire match than necessary. I was right, he was nervous. He knew next to nothing about his opponent, Ibra, so he'd have to make a strategy on the fly. When I heard the buzzer, I knew it was time to fight. From Class 1B, the gentle-natured embodiment of Mother Nature, it's Shizuki Ibra. Papa introduced my opponent. The crowd cheered for her for a few seconds before silencing and waiting for my introduction. From Class 1A, a determined boy who amazes people with his quirk's vast abilities, it's Izuku Midoriya. The crowd's cheers became background noise. Aizu shut his eyes to get in the zone. When Auntie Namuri barked, "Begin!" his eyes snapped open. Ibra was a long-distance fighter, so if he got in close to her, he had a better chance of taking her out. He was starting to form a plan, but he wasn't sure how successful it would be. He decided not to second-guess himself and just try his plan. As long as he wasn't incapacitated or thrown from the ring, he could try as many plans as he needed to. My plan involved transforming into multiple things, which might seem confusing, but I knew what I had to do. I leapt away from some of Ibra's vines and landed close to the edge. Once steady, I transformed into Auntie Namuri and ripped the thin fabric off my arms. A thick cloud of sleeping gas filled the air, creating a pinkish hue. Namuri's quirk was more effective on males than females, but I knew it would at least make Ibra woozy and uncoordinated. I could tell that Ibra was feeling the effects of the quirk. It was time for the second step. I transformed into a fox and wound my way through Ibra's vines. One advantage of being smaller than the average human was that my size carried over when I transformed into animals. I snuck through the vines, keeping my senses alert. Ibra still seemed a bit spacey when I arrived at her feet. She was struggling to keep her eyes open and swaying. It took little effort to transform back into a human and push her over the out-of-bounds line before she realized what was happening. Midoriya wins. Auntie Namuri shouted to the crowd, who cheered for me. I breathed a sigh of relief. I had made it through to the second round. Well done, Izuku, Kacchan congratulated me gruffly, though he looked frustrated. It might have been because our classmates kept pestering him about his fight with Ochako. Speaking of Ochako, she pulled me into a tight hug and squealed excitedly about my victory. I looked up at the board and checked the matchups for the following round. Kacchan vs Kirishima, Tokoyami vs Kyoka, Shinso vs Todoroki, and Ida vs me. I had a feeling the next round would be intense. The second round started almost immediately after the first. I rushed up to the viewing box to watch the first match between Kacchan and Kirishima. I thought it would be quite entertaining, as Kirishima was the only person in our class who could take one of Kacchan's explosions head-on without taking damage. I settled down, waiting in anticipation for the fight to begin. I was honestly glad that it was Kirishima who had made it through to fight me. I knew how far I could push myself against him. Both from Class 1A, they battled their way through the first round and showed us all they weren't to be taken lightly. It's Katsuki Bakugo and Eijiro Kirishima. Hizashi shouted, accompanied by the crowd's cheers. I smirked and crouched slightly, excitement building for the moment when Namuri started the match. Begin. I was flying towards Kirishima before she had even finished the word. He looked surprised for a moment but quickly composed himself. He activated his quirk just in time for me to send an explosion directly at him. It pushed him back a meter or two, but he was otherwise unscathed. Retaliation, Kirishima charged at me, launching a series of attacks. I managed to evade most, but a couple slipped through and left small scratches on my face and arms. Minutes passed as we traded blows, and I grew impatient. The fight was taking too long and was getting boring. I had to end it. I sped up my punches, sending explosions out so quickly that Kirishima barely had time to respond. Just as I thought I wouldn't be able to crack his skin, I heard a sound of pain. His quirk was at its limit. I smirked and intensified my attacks, not giving him a moment to breathe. I let off full-power explosions when my hand was nearly touching him to maximize the damage. It didn't take long before his quirk deactivated, and he was vulnerable again. I unleashed a final, albeit weaker, explosion to send Kirishima rocketing out of bounds. Bakugo wins. Namuri shouted. The crowd grumbled slightly. It was clear they didn't favor me. I stalked out of the ring as Kirishima was carried away by medical robots. All in all, he put up a decent fight. He wasn't weak like some of the other competitors, and that earned him a bit of my respect, alongside Round Face. Anyone with their tenacity deserved it. Kyoka's POV. I watched as Cat blew Kiri out of the ring with what looked like a scaled-back explosion. Aizu and I had instilled a sense of moderation in our explosive friend. If he had acted nearly as conceited as he could have been, I have no doubt that he would have used a full-scale explosion to send Kiri flying. When Cat was declared the winner, I stood up and began to stretch in preparation for my match against Tokoyami. I was really nervous about the match. Tokoyami's quirk was nearly invincible, and my quirk couldn't produce any light to subdue Dark Shadow. My chances of winning were slim, but I wasn't going to give up. If I did, I would have to face the wrath of Izuku Aizawa Midoriya. He was always there to encourage us to persevere. I held my breath as I stood opposite the bird-headed powerhouse, Tokoyami. My hands felt sweaty from nerves. If I had Cat's quirk, it might have helped me. Again from Class 1A, what are you teaching your kids, Eraserhead? It's Kyoka Jiro and Fumikage Tokoyami. Mick's voice boomed. I knew the fight was about to begin, and I was not ready. When Kayama initiated the fight, it felt like my heart was going to hammer its way out of my chest. Tokoyami's Dark Shadow was heading straight towards me, and I felt paralyzed. It wasn't until he was right in front of me that I reacted. Just as Dark Shadow reached out to push me, I rolled underneath him and stuck my earphone jack into him. I wasn't sure if it would work since he was a shadow, but he could interact with physical things, so my idea didn't seem too far-fetched. I sent my heartbeat through Dark Shadow, causing Tokoyami to hunch over slightly. I used his moment of weakness to get in closer and try to take him down. I had just about reached him and was about to attack when I felt the hair on the back of my neck tingle. Years of training with Katsuki and Aizu had taught me that I was about to be attacked from behind. I whipped around to defend myself, but I was too late. Dark Shadow snatched me up in a bear hug, and I struggled in vain to escape. I was carried to the edge of the ring and set down, where I was declared out of bounds. Tokoyami was declared the winner. I felt like crying. I had gotten so close to landing a hit on him. If I had been just a fraction closer, I might have been able to turn the tide of the fight. You put in a valiant effort, Jiro, Tokoyami said as he passed me. After sharing lunch with him a few times, courtesy of Aizu's need for friends, I knew he was complimenting me on my ability to get so close. He was usually very stoic and said very little. I nodded in reply. We walked together silently toward the viewing box. Neither of us was very talkative, so the silence wasn't uncomfortable, it was just a mutual agreement not to talk. When I arrived at the viewing box, Izuku jumped up to meet me and yanked me into a tight hug. Well done. You tried your best, and that's what counts, he said cheerfully into my ear. I smiled slightly and sat beside him, watching as Todoroki and Shinso walked out into the center of the stadium. Todoroki's POV. I didn't listen as Present Mike introduced me and my opponent. I didn't particularly care who I was fighting as long as I won and got the chance to face Midoriya. Something about him just intrigued me. It could have been his carefree attitude or the mystery surrounding him. I noticed how small he was. People could be short but not that short. He seemed stunted, not to mention the scars that crossed his back. He was an interesting boy, and my interest was only piqued after what he did during the race. The way he had confronted me made me blush and stirred an unfamiliar emotion within me. He scared me, but I couldn't wait to fight him or Bakugo. Defeating both of them without using my father's quirk would prove just how strong I was. Begin. I didn't even realize the fight had started. Shinso began talking, and I knew I couldn't reply. I had seen what he did to Kaminari and knew his quirk was practically useless against me. I sent a barrage of ice towards him, intending to finish the fight swiftly. Surprisingly, he managed to dodge most of my attack. He leapt to the side to evade the ice, but he wasn't fast enough. Shinso's leg was caught by the ice, and he gritted his teeth in pain. I thought he may have twisted his ankle because of the awkward angle at which he fell. He sat on the ground for a minute, his eyes squeezed shut in pain. When he finally opened them again, he looked at me and sighed. I give up. There's no way I can keep fighting. My ankle feels broken. Midnight nodded and called me over to free Shinso's foot. I did so silently before walking away to sit in the viewer's box. Well done, Todoroki, Momo congratulated politely as I passed her seat. I nodded to acknowledge her statement. I was settling into the shadows when Present Mick's voice swept through the stadium once more. The last fight of this round is between Tenya Ida and Izuku Midoriya. Two more students from the apparently extremely gifted Class 1A. I leaned forward slightly to watch the fight. Whoever won would be my next opponent, and I was hoping it would be Midoriya. Izuku's POV. I had tried to prepare myself as best as possible for the fight. Ida was a very good fighter and usually very rational, but I had a feeling he had a more reckless side to him. When Anti-Namuri started the match, I knew I had to move fast. Ida was likely to use his reciprocal burst to end the match quickly. He did exactly that, running towards me at speeds that were hard to comprehend. I didn't think I'd have time to react, but I transformed into a rock just as Ida reached out to grab my shirt. I successfully evaded his grasp. He couldn't slow down in time and went straight past me, but fortunately stopped himself before crossing the boundary line. As Ida oriented himself, I spotted a familiar face in the crowd. Auntie Joke was sitting in one of the front rows, watching the fight with keen eyes, slightly creased from laughter. I came up with an idea to ensure I ended the fight. When Ida turned back around, he didn't see a rock in my place. He saw Miss Joke beaming at him. I think he figured out what I was about to do because he rushed forward to try and stop me from using Emi's quirk, but it was too late. A deep sea blue aura surrounded me as I began to laugh. Ida soon followed suit, bursting into hysterical laughter. Tears dripped from his eyes as his laughter intensified. He was doubled over, holding his stomach. I liked Ida's laugh. He was often so serious that it seemed as if he wasn't capable of laughter. I continued to laugh as I took Ida by the arm and led him to the edge of the ring. He tried to bat my arm away but couldn't with how much he was laughing. We made it to the edge and I gave him an apologetic look before pushing him out of the ring, making me the winner. It took Ida a while to calm down after our match. He would spontaneously giggle at random points. I will admit, I may have gone a little overboard with Auntie Joke's quirk, but it was funny watching Ida laugh. He later told me that I had a very good strategy and commended me for my splendid victory. I wasn't sure what to say, so I just scratched the back of my neck and laughed lightly. By the time I made it back to the prep room to prepare for my next match, Kacchan and Tokoyami were about to start theirs. I wasn't sure about the outcome, but it didn't seem like a good matchup for Tokoyami. His best hope was to take out Kacchan before his weakness could be exploited. But knowing Kacchan, I knew he wasn't going to go down easily. Katsuki's POV. My next fight was against Tokoyami. His quirk was incredibly powerful, and I was determined not to let him beat me. I listened to the crowd's boos as I emerged from the tunnel and made my way onto the stage. I didn't care about their opinions, they were just upset because I had the guts to fight without underestimating my opponent. When Tokoyami came out of his tunnel, the crowd's attitude shifted dramatically. One moment they were hissing at me and the next, they were cheering for him. Fighting for a place in the finals, both from Class 1A, we have Katsuki Bakugo and Fumikage Tokoyami. Hizashi bellowed. I felt sorry for Shota, who had been sitting next to the loudmouthed announcer since the sports festival started. Both of these young men have very powerful quirks. Who will come out on top? Hizashi continued to shout. I wished he would just be quiet so that I could focus on the fight. I looked over at Midnight and saw her raising her WHP, the sign she was about to initiate the match. I crouched down and rubbed my hands together to generate sweat, preparing to launch forward and attack the opponent before me. Begin. I launched myself forward with my explosions. When I was close enough, I blasted Tokoyami with a huge explosion. I landed on my feet and watched as the smoke cleared, revealing that he hadn't even been hit. His quirk had protected him. That's so annoying. I hissed under my breath. I charged forward again, determined to keep him on the defensive. If he managed to attack me, it would be hard to regain control. However, despite my offensive moves, Tokoyami still managed to break through and strike back. Just as I was winding up for another explosion, his shadow barreled at me, headbutting me in the stomach and sending me sprawling backward. The crowd laughed and cheered as Dark Shadow tried to drag me toward the out-of-bounds line. I wasn't going to let that happen. Fueled by my growing anger, I broke free and sent the shadow flying back to Tokoyami with a powerful explosion that shook the ground. Tokoyami mumbled something, but I couldn't hear him. I wanted to prove to the crowd that I was strong. I wasn't weak. I was going to win. I fought with renewed vigor to show that I wasn't useless. I was just as strong as everyone else in my class. I could feel tears pricking at my eyes, but I forced them back. Only weak people cried, and I wasn't weak. As I got closer, I noticed that Dark Shadow was getting smaller and seemingly more timid. I smirked, realizing that Tokoyami wasn't so invincible after all. I got in close and blasted him backward. He landed on his feet and was about to send a weakened Dark Shadow at me, but I stopped him with my stun grenade. The arena was blindingly bright due to the light emitting from my palms. While Tokoyami was stunned, I knocked him down and held his beak to stop him from moving. So you knew? He asked, a hint of bitterness in his voice. Wasn't hard to figure out, I smirked. I held my hand above him threateningly, little explosions popping in my hand. I stared down at him, challenging him to try to resist any further. I communicated with my smirk and the look of victory in my eyes that if he tried to fight back, I would send him out of the ring. I'd give. He growled. I smirked as I stood up and began to walk out of the ring. The crowd's cheers weren't very enthusiastic. I could tell they hadn't wanted me to win, but I didn't care about their opinions. I was going to win, no matter who my next opponent was. Todoroki's POV. I watched the TV screen as Bakugo defeated Tokoyami. The crowd didn't seem to like him much, which wasn't surprising, but one had to admit he was strong. I was glad that I had issued my declaration of war to the right people. When Bakugo won, hardly anyone in the crowd cheered. I could hear Kyoka and Ochako praising Bakugo for his fight, and even Midoriya cheering, despite not being there in person. I wondered about the relationship between the two. They seemed very close. I wished I could be that close with them, but having friends and significant others only held you back from your true potential. As I walked out to face Midoriya, the cheers of the crowd swelled in my ears. I could tell something significant was going to happen in my match. The last match of the semifinals, deciding who will fight Bakugo for the title of this year's victor. It's Izuku Midoriya and Shoto Todoroki. Present, Mike announced. When I reached the top of the steps, I saw Midoriya staring at me resolutely. His viridian hair blew in the wind, and his enchanting emerald eyes seemed to pierce through me. I cleared my head of such thoughts and focused on the impending fight. I had to beat him. I had to win without using my father's quirk. Begin. I did my usual opening move, sending a barrage of ice at my opponent, only for Izuku to evade it by transforming into what looked like an eagle and flying out of the way. I couldn't do much while he was in the air unless I used my father's quirk to shoot him down, and I refused to do that. I tried my best to bring him down anyway, creating a pillar of ice for him to collide with, but he easily flew around it, screeching in a way that felt vaguely mocking. No matter what I did, he wouldn't come down. I was starting to get frustrated. I felt my left side heat up slightly but quickly quelled my urge to let the flames consume me. Lost in my thoughts, I didn't notice Midoriya dive towards me. His talons grazed my face, causing me to hiss in pain. In that brief moment of weakness, he transformed back into himself and kicked me towards the boundary line. I would have fallen out if I hadn't created an ice barrier behind me. I stomped my foot, making ice spread throughout the entire ring. Midoriya tried to jump out of the way, but his foot got caught. I expected him to concede like Shinso had, but he didn't cry out. Instead, he looked down at the ice and leaned down. The entire stadium watched in shock as he transformed the ice into flowers. He pulled his foot out from the patch of green and stood on it awkwardly. He was injured. He should have given up, but he didn't. I watched in awe as he picked up 2 shards of ice, which transformed before my eyes into knives, just like the ones he used during hero classes. I knew he wielded them astonishingly well, and I didn't want to be on the receiving end of his blows. Midoriya launched himself at me, slashing in what seemed to be an erratic pattern, but the closer I looked, the more I realized he was setting up for his next attack. He was breaking through my defenses. I couldn't use my ice at such a close range. I needed to use my fire, but I refused to. I was determined to beat him without giving in to temptation. Are you even trying? Use your fire, Todoroki. Do you want to lose? I'm going to take you down. We're nearly out of bounds. Midoriya screamed at me, tears in his eyes. I was confused until I noticed how he was moving, placing all his weight on his right foot. Use your fire, Todoroki. We're getting dangerously close to that boundary line, and I won't hesitate to throw you out. Midoriya growled. The usual happy boy who wanted to be friends was gone, replaced by a determined fighter who refused to back down. No! I shouted, sending him sprawling backward with my ice. On instinct, Midoriya transformed into a kitten. It was amusing to see a cute little kitten perched on top of an iceberg, until I realized that the kitten was hissing in pain, his left back leg twisted at an odd angle. I wanted him to give up so badly. I may not be close to anyone, but I hated seeing people hurt. Midoriya transformed back into a human, a grimace of pain on his face. He looked directly at me, shaking his head as if he didn't want to do what he was about to do. He took a deep breath and placed his hand on my massive iceberg, looking me in the eyes as if searching for something. He sighed loudly and transformed the iceberg into a swarm of spiders. Millions erupted from the ice, and my heartbeat quickened. People in the stadium screamed as spiders of all sizes scuttled around the ring. I wanted to scream in fear. I absolutely despised spiders. They were repulsive, and now they were crawling over my shoes and up my legs. I kicked and squirmed, trying to rid myself of the creatures, but more replaced the ones I managed to shake off. I forgot I was in a match. I just wanted the spiders gone. I watched as Todoroki tried to shake off all the spiders, panic etched on his face. If I could, I would attack him, but I felt dizzy. When Todoroki had caught my foot in the ice, it felt like I fractured it, but I wasn't going to give up. My ankle was getting steadily worse, and by the time Todoroki sent me across the arena, I was fairly certain it was broken. But I had to keep fighting. When I transformed into the cat, I was in excruciating pain. I knew I wasn't supposed to transform while injured, but I had to keep going. The spiders had not been intentional. I was supposed to transform the ice into one massive spider. I put my hand on the floor and transformed all of the spiders into butterflies, which flew away gracefully into the sky. Todoroki looked at me in horror. Why aren't you trying? You could have killed them. You could have used your fire, but you didn't. I don't care what you think, it's your power, not his. I shouted across the ring. My voice sounded slightly hoarse, likely due to the intense pain coursing through my body. Something in Todoroki must have snapped. His eyes widened as flames began to flicker at his sides. I smiled, knowing I wasn't going to win. I was in no state to fight, but I transformed into Kacchan and rocketed towards Todoroki, who had ice building around his feet and fire on his outstretched hand. Ignoring my immense pain, I held my hand out to unleash an explosion that I knew would shake the very stadium. The explosion ripped from my hand, generating a wave of pressure that made the entire arena tremble. I was sent flying through the air until I hit the wall with a sickening thud. Fighting to keep my eyes open as the smoke cleared, I saw Todoroki standing in the center of the ring, breathing for breath. My vision began to dull as Todoroki was declared the winner of the match. A gentle smile graced my lips before I fell sideways and lost consciousness. Kyoka's POV Katsuki, Yamamo, Ochako, and I all rushed to the nurse's office. Ito would have joined us, but he had to leave due to a family emergency. Kat's match had been postponed while Cementos rebuilt the ring, so he was able to come with us to check on Izuku's condition. When we arrived, we found Shota pacing in worry. Though his face was obscured by bandages, I could sense his concern. "Mr. Aizawa? What are you doing here?" Ochako asked. Shota stopped pacing and looked at us. "One of my students was seriously injured. It's my duty to be here. Izuku needs an operation to remove bone chips from his ankle and arms. Transforming while having damage to his bones can affect their strength and structure. He transformed multiple times after breaking his ankle, resulting in irreversible damage," Shota explained. We gasped at the gravity of the situation. We had thought he had broken a bone at most, not shattered multiple. "When can we see him?" Katsuki grunted. I punched him in the arm for cursing at Shota. We had agreed he shouldn't use foul language in front of him. Shota sighed and leaned against the wall. "He won't be out until after the sports festival. You might as well just wait," he said. We nodded in understanding, solemnly leaving the nurse's office, our hearts heavy with worry for Izuku. Katsuki's POV I was worried sick about Izuku. If what Shota said was true, my best friend was in serious trouble. I hated not knowing his condition. I knew Recovery Girl could work miracles, but that didn't ease the anxiety in my heart. I paced my prep room to calm my nerves. I was also anxious about my upcoming match with that half-and-half BSRD. He was strong. Using his ice alone could give a pro a run for their money, and if he used his fire as well, he would be nearly unbeatable. But even so, I was determined to beat him. I was Katsuki Bakugo, and nobody was going to defeat me. I finally calmed down by the time the arena was rebuilt, which looked slightly bigger to accommodate both mine and Icy Hot's quirks. I began to stretch and generate sweat in my palms, knowing that if Icy Hot actually tried to fight, it would be a tough match. I had just finished stretching when the buzzer went off, signaling it was time for me to go out onto the stage. As I emerged into the bright sunlight, I could hear the audience's cheers, indicating that Icy Hot had already stepped onto the field. When people finally noticed me, they booed and hissed. It was sad that a crowd of adults felt the need to jeer at a 16-year-old boy. In response, I flipped them off. If they could shout insults at me, they could handle me sticking up my middle finger. At last, we've arrived at the end of the sports festival. The best of the best among UA High's first years will be decided by this fight. The final match is between Shoto Todoroki and Katsuki Bakugo. Mike stirred the crowd into a frenzy. They were cheering wildly and exchanging bets with the person next to them about who they thought was going to win. I knew that a majority of the people thought that Icy Hot was going to win. It made sense to bet on him. He had shown how strong he was so far, and his dad was the number 2 hero. But I was strong as well. People just didn't want to bet on me because of my attitude. I looked across the vast expanse and saw Icy Hot staring back at me. His heterochromatic eyes, one turquoise and one gray, held a blank expression that frustrated me. "Begin." Midnight's voice snapped me out of my thoughts. As I had anticipated, Icy Hot used his opening move, sending a barrage of ice toward me in hopes of trapping me and ending the match quickly. He managed to surround me in ice, but I wasn't trapped. I used my explosions to keep the ice off my body. It annoyed me that he thought he could end the fight so easily. Ignoring Yamada's commentary, I blasted a hole in the ice and pushed through. I could almost feel the audience's disappointment. Icy Hot lunged forward to encase me in ice, but I was one step ahead. I propelled myself into the air, grabbing onto his hair and uniform, and threw him across the ring using my momentum. He managed to save himself by creating an ice wall. "Are you looking down on me?" I shouted. "Use your quirk." Icy Hot didn't listen. Instead, he used the wall he had created to come back at me. I had set up the sequence so that his left side would be facing me, expecting him to use his fire, but he didn't. He landed in front of me and engaged in hand-to-hand combat. I was frustrated. He could have easily fought back with his fire, but instead he chose to brawl. "Use your left side." I screamed, punctuating each word with a punch to his stomach. Todoroki staggered but didn't go down. Before he could recover, I sent him flying with an explosion. Shoto's POV, I landed awkwardly, pinning my right arm beneath my body, resulting in a painful pop from my shoulder. I gritted my teeth and stood up to face Bakugo, whose crimson eyes narrowed in anger. Explosions popped in his hands, which might have seemed threatening to some, but to me, it was just Bakugo being Bakugo. Fight me. Bakugo growled. I know you can use your fire, so use it. I don't care about your past. I was surprised he knew. I had only confided in Midoriya and Yamamo. Seeing my confused expression, he sighed and rolled his eyes. I overheard you talking to Aizu. Now get up and fight me. You're being pathetic. His words sparked my anger, and with it, my flames ignited. Katsuki's POV, I watched with delight as flames began to lick the left side of Icy Hot's body. I didn't care that he looked angry. As long as he used his flames to fight me, my victory would be valid. Icy Hot's flames grew, and so did my smirk. When he fought with his flames, he was a formidable opponent. We clashed in the center of the ring, our fight so intense that it melted all the surrounding ice. Being close to someone using fire generated a lot of sweat for me, allowing me to set off a chain of explosions easily. Each explosion pushed Todoroki back, but he retaliated with his ice and fire. Our fight could have continued until we were both exhausted, but I wanted to win, so I decided to end it. After a particularly large explosion sent Icy Hot flying, he was dangerously close to the boundary line. It seemed like the perfect chance to use my howitzer impact. I blasted myself off the ground to gain height, spinning around to build momentum and speed as I approached Todoroki. I could see the fear in his eyes as he tried to erect ice walls both in front and behind him, but it was no use. When my outstretched hand came into contact with the block of ice before me, a monumental explosion shook the stadium and blinded me. I fell to the floor, waiting for the dust to clear before looking up to see if my attack had been successful. Knocked out by the force of the explosion, Todoroki lay limply on a pile of ice that just happened to be out of bounds. I jumped to my feet and smirked in victory. The crowd sat in stunned silence, looking at one another as if asking what had just happened. A few people cheered, mostly from my class, but overall, everyone else remained quiet. Kayama walked into the ring, took my arm and raised it above our heads. Bakugo is the winner, she announced to the stadium. People slowly began to clap, albeit reluctantly, recognizing me as the victor. Izuku's POV, I had woken up from surgery just in time to watch Kacchan and Todoroki's match. Ochako and Kyoka had asked me how I was doing countless times before I finally got them to calm down and just watch the fight. At first, it seemed like Todoroki wasn't going to use his fire. He repeatedly defended and attacked using his ice, not letting Kacchan's words get to him. But somewhere in the middle of the match, Kacchan said something that I couldn't hear, which made Todoroki really angry. From that point on, Todoroki fought with both his flames and his ice. The way he used his fire was a bit unrefined, but that was expected since he had trained more with his ice. Despite Todoroki's struggles with his flames, Kacchan fought without complaint. It seemed like the match would end in a tie since neither boy showed any sign of relenting, but then Kacchan sent Todoroki flying across the ring, shifting the fight in Kacchan's favor. I had seen Kacchan use his howitzer impact move a few times before, but never against an opponent. When he made contact with the ice wall that Todoroki had put up for protection, the entire stadium shook. I worried that Kacchan had seriously injured Todoroki. Kacchan may act cool and indifferent, but if he seriously hurt someone he would likely feel guilty. When the smoke from the explosion cleared, everyone had a clear view of Kacchan standing triumphantly by the boundary line, with Todoroki passed out on some ice. I cheered for Kacchan as he was announced the winner before I was instructed to walk down into the tunnels for the awards ceremony. I stood on a podium beside Tokoyami. We had both come in third since we lost our fights in the semifinals. I could feel sympathetic looks aimed at me from the crowd. Both of my arms were in a sling, and I walked awkwardly, putting most of my weight on my right foot to avoid worsening my left. Recovery Girl and Dad had repeatedly asked if I wanted to go up onto the podium, stressing that I wasn't in the condition to be moving around much, but I waved off their concerns, insisting I would stand. I was sure the audience would appreciate seeing me walking about. A look was shared between the two adults before they finally agreed to let me claim my medal in front of everyone. Thank you to every student who participated in the sports festival. You all tried your best and did really well. Auntie Namuri announced to the stadium. This year, handing out the first-year medals is none other than, Namuri was cut off when a shadow descended over her, and a hunk of muscle somersaulted into the arena. I am here. All Might yelled, striking his signature pose. Auntie Namuri looked a bit put off at being interrupted by All Might, but she shook it off and accepted his apology. She took a cushion adorned with 4 medals from someone and stood beside All Might as they faced Tokoyami. All Might took one of the bronze medals from the royal blue pillow and placed it around Tokoyami's neck. Well done, young Tokoyami. Your quirk and the way you use it are very admirable. However, you mustn't rely too heavily on your quirk, If you face a bad matchup, you may be at a loss, All Might advised wisely. Tokoyami nodded and muttered, "Understood," before All Might moved on to me. "Ah, young Midoriya. You put up a very valiant fight, and your perseverance was incredible." All Might's praise made my heart feel light. I couldn't believe that one of my favorite heroes was recognizing me. However, don't push yourself too hard unless the situation demands it. You have an amazing quirk, kid. You'll do great. All Might's critiques only made me happier. Hearing ways to improve from the number one hero was the best learning experience. I nodded vigorously. "Thank you, All Might. I'll do my best," I exclaimed, sounding like the excited fan I was. All Might laughed while placing the bronze medal around my neck and patted me on the back before moving on to Todoroki. "Todoroki, congratulations. You broke out of your comfort zone and used your left side. A huge development that will make your path to becoming a hero just a bit easier," All Might bellowed, placing the heavy silver medal around Todoroki's neck. "However, you need to practice to perfect your accuracy. You'll give even the best heroes a run for their money." Todoroki nodded in acknowledgement. "I agree, I have much to learn," he muttered. All Might patted him on the back and moved on to Kacchan. "Bakugo, well done on winning. I know you strive to be the best, and I believe you can achieve your dreams. Your techniques and fighting style are impeccable. While some may say you should have gone easy on Uraraka, I agree with your thinking. Real villains aren't going to go easy on her." All Might praised Kacchan, and I could see the smirk on Kacchan's face at the acknowledgement. Kacchan bowed his head to allow All Might to slip the glimmering gold medal around his neck. "But you know I must give you something to improve on," All Might said, making Kacchan frown slightly. "Your passion for fighting and hero work is clear, but there is a line between passion and rudeness. For you, I feel that line is blurred. While the audience wasn't the kindest to you, it's best if you learn to control your temper when addressing the general public," All Might advised. Kacchan looked into space for a moment before facing All Might and nodding. "I understand," he said in a low, seemingly reluctant voice. All Might beamed at him and thumped him on the back. All Might turned to address the rest of the stadium, speaking about dedication and how proud he was of all of us. I tuned him out and stared up at Kacchan. He had a troubled expression as he mulled over All Might's words. I knew that Kacchan idolized the hero and would attempt to take his words to heart, but it would be hard for him. After all, Kyoka and I had been trying to calm Kacchan down for years. After the award ceremony, everyone changed back into their school uniforms and headed back to our classroom. I was a little late because I had to visit Recovery Girl. She healed the remainder of my injuries, leaving me woozy and tired. Recovery Girl told me she wouldn't ordinarily heal me at such a rapid pace, but I would need my arms for something happening soon. Her words sounded ominous, and I felt uneasy as I walked to class. When I opened the door, I saw my classmates chatting amongst themselves, praising each other for their good efforts in the sports festival. Kacchan was surrounded by the self-proclaimed Baku Squad, who were boosting his ego while playfully mocking his attitude. I could see an irk mark growing on Kacchan's forehead as Kaminari dramatically shouted, "Fight me!" The whole class laughed at Kaminari, except for Kacchan, who just stared straight ahead and gritted his teeth. I decided to intervene so that Kacchan didn't explode at his friends. "Hey Kacchan. Well done on placing first," I laughed, placing an arm around his neck and pulling him down to hug him. Kacchan didn't resist, knowing my arms were fragile. Plus, I had a sneaking suspicion he actually enjoyed the hug, though he would never admit it. "Thanks, Aizawa. Well done on placing third. You nearly beat that half-and-half guy," Kacchan laughed. I could only guess he was imagining the look of horror on Todoroki's face during the competition. We chatted for a few minutes, with Mina and Kirishima occasionally chiming in with jokes or comments on memorable moments. Soon enough, Dad walked in and told us to get back to our seats. "First of all, I would like to congratulate all of you on your efforts in the sports festival. It's rare that every person on the podium is from the same class. You will have a 3-day break from school," Dad intoned. Excited looks spread around the classroom. We had been working hard, especially in hero classes, using our experiences as motivation to strive for the best. However, when Dad spoke again, the entire class's heads snapped toward him, waiting for the inevitable bad news. "You won't be using this time to relax. The 3 days you have off are for moving into your dormitories. You can ask questions after I explain. On the first day, I suggest you pack everything you want from your rooms at home, including clothes and decorations. On the second day, you will actually be moving into the dorms. A truck will come to your house to pick you and your belongings up, with a teacher on the truck to ensure it's from UA. The second and third days will be for unpacking and adjusting to the dorms." Shota sounded bored as he recited the information. The class looked surprised at this sudden revelation. Mina raised her hand to ask a question, and Shota nodded in her direction, indicating she could proceed. "When did you ask our parents about this?" "My parents haven't told me anything about this," Mina asked curiously. Dad shrugged and explained that the teachers had visited everyone's homes, and all our legal guardians had signed consent forms. After a few more questions about what we could bring and how the dorms worked, we were dismissed for the day. On the first day of our 3-day break, I packed all my hero merchandise and personal belongings into a box. Dad and Papa weren't home because they had to sort some final things out at UA, so I was on my own for the first time in a while. I had to message either Papa or Dad every half hour to confirm I was safe, and if I didn't message for an hour, they said they'd video call me. Some might find this constricting or annoying, but for me, it was reassuring and made me feel safe. I had nearly packed everything when I came across the only photo I had of my mother. It was a family picture, with 2 pairs of green eyes alight with joy. After the USJ incident, I had covered Hisashi's face with a piece of paper so that every time I looked at my mum, I wouldn't feel overwhelmed. She looked so happy and full of life in that picture. I was snapped out of my reminiscing when I heard the front door open and close. My heart pounded in my chest. It could be anyone, even Hisashi. I looked around my room before deciding to jump onto my bed, transforming into an Eraserhead cuddly toy midair. I could hear heavy footsteps as the intruders slowly made their way up the stairs. I wanted to run, but it was too late. The silhouette of the person stood in my doorway. The figure looked kind of familiar. The light flicked on, revealing Kacchan. He looked around the room, a confused and slightly scared expression on his face, clearly trying to locate me. For goodness sake, Izuku? Are you here? Kacchan asked, concern evident in his voice. Realizing it was only Kacchan, I transformed back into myself. He looked surprised when I popped up out of nowhere. There you are. Kacchan shouted, causing me to flinch slightly. He had a serious problem with controlling the volume of his voice. Why didn't you call out when you entered the house? I thought you were him. I yelled back, emphasizing the last word. Kacchan shrugged and sat on my bed. I did shout, but you didn't reply. I thought something had happened, he replied nonchalantly, though I could hear the underlying fear in his voice. We sat and spoke for a while. Kacchan helped me pack the rest of my things before he left, and I was alone again. Luckily, Dad and Papa came home shortly after, and we enjoyed a nice meal of tonkatsu. The next day, Papa and I loaded my things into the back of his car and drove to UA. Dad suggested I come in with Papa instead of waiting for a van to collect me and my things. While that meant getting up early, I didn't mind. Papa helped me carry my things to my assigned bedroom before he had to leave to drive a truck around to everyone else's houses. I started decorating my room with all my hero merchandise. The walls were plain white, but I planned to change that. I ran outside and grabbed sticks to transform into the things I needed to personalize my bedroom. Before I began, I quickly called my dad to confirm we could paint and customize our rooms. He told me I could, but not to go too crazy. With that confirmation, I set to work. By the time the dorms were bustling with activity from other teens moving in, I had finished decorating mine. I painted 3 of the 4 white walls gray, and the 4th wall was a mural of sorts, decorated with paintings of my favorite heroes. All Might, Eraserhead, Present Mike, Midnight, Edgeshot, Mirko, Ms. Joke, and Hawks, all in powerful poses. I had put up posters on all the gray walls, above my bed, in the entryway, and by my wardrobe. Practically every plain wall was decorated with memorabilia. My desk, which along with the bed had been provided by the school, was pushed against the mural, while my bed was on the opposite wall. My figurines decorated every surface except for a small portion of my desk. Looking around my room, I smiled triumphantly. It looked perfect, but there was one more detail I needed to add. I carefully picked up the photo frame, staring at my mum's youthful face as I placed it on my bedside table so she could watch over me as I slept. An hour or so passed with me sitting on my bed, gently strumming my guitar. I wasn't really playing anything in particular, just strumming the strings and playing bits of multiple songs. I was interrupted by rapid knocks at my door. I put my guitar on its stand in the corner of my room, near the balcony, and opened my bedroom door. Ochako stood in front of me, bouncing on the ball of her feet and smiling sweetly. "Hey, Izuku," she greeted. "The entire class is down in the commons area because Mr. Aizawa is going to explain the rules. Oh, also, Jiro told me to tell you to bring your guitar." I nodded and picked up my guitar before leaving the room with Ochako. I was puzzled as to why Kyoko wanted me to bring my guitar. If we were going to have band practice, it would likely be in one of our rooms, so I didn't understand the need for it in the commons. We arrived in the sitting room, where most of the class was already gathered. The only person missing was Yamamo, who rushed in moments after us. "Now that you're all here," Dad began, "I need to explain the rules of the dorms. But first, I'd like to introduce a new member of Class 1A. A murmur spread through the assembled teens as we tried to guess who the new classmate could be. "Quiet," Dad hissed, his hair beginning to float around his bandaged head. The class fell silent. "Our new student is Hitoshi Shinso. He did well at the sports festival, so he has been transferred from general studies. He will be slightly behind all of you, so please help him where you can. He won't be arriving until tomorrow," Dad explained. Everyone nodded. Now for the rules. As you can see, there are 4 floors, including the ground floor. The ground floor has the laundry room, kitchen, lounge area, dining area, and my room. The second floor is the girls' rooms. No males should be on that floor between 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. The third and fourth floors are the male bedrooms. No females should be on those floors during the same hours. Dad continued, explaining the rules, which seemed fair so far. The curfew is 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. You shouldn't be out of your rooms during these times. If you leave the dorms for the day, you need to be back by 8:30 p.m. unless you have permission to be out later. Nobody should be in another person's room after curfew. I don't care if you're the same gender. Unless you have my permission for a sleepover, you sleep in your own rooms. Dad glared at us, making the implications clear. Other than that, the rules are what you'd normally expect. No breaking anything. No fighting. Keep the noise to a minimum at inappropriate times. Also, there's a chores chart in the kitchen. If you don't do your chores, there will be consequences. Do what you want now. Dad concluded before heading off to his room. As soon as he was out of sight, people began to talk loudly among themselves. I walked over to Kyoka, leaving Ochako to chat with Tsu, and plopped onto the sofa beside her. "Why'd you ask me to bring my guitar?" I asked. She shrugged and stood up, walking to a speaker I hadn't noticed before. "We're going to practice. Yamamo and a few others have been asking if they could come and watch us, so I thought we could perform for them today. We can do this ain't a scene, it's an arms race, and check yes, Juliet, if you want," Kyoka said, plugging her bass into the speaker. While it was a surprise that we were going to play for the class, I didn't mind. "Where's Kacchan? We kind of need him if we're going to play," I asked Kyoka. She said he was just getting the microphones from her room and would be down soon. I nodded and started to help her prepare the instruments, aware that some people were watching us, waiting for us to start. When Kacchan arrived with the mics, we quickly set them up and stood in front of the class, who had since stopped talking and were just watching us. It was a bit unsettling. "So, a couple of you wanted to watch us practice, so we're just going to play a few songs for you," Kyoka said somewhat nervously. I knew that once she was in her element, she would be fine. Kyoka's eyes shifted to me, silently asking for my support. All of our songs are original. This one is called, "This Ain't a Scene, It's an Arms Race." I stepped in, and Kyoka looked at me thankfully. I glanced at Kacchan, signaling that we were starting. We began the song, and I could see the tension melt from Kyoka's shoulders as she played. As she sang, the class stared at us, their eyes wide with interest. When we reached the chorus, the energy in the room surged. "I'm a leading man and the lies I weave are oh so intricate," Kyoka sang. I added the backing vocals while playing my guitar enthusiastically. I could see the wide smile on Kacchan's face as he played the drums with fervor. I beamed. Playing with my best friends always brought a smile to my face. We finished the song with a flourish. Our classmates stared at us for a moment before standing up and clapping. Mina and Kaminari cheered enthusiastically, showering us with compliments about our performance. "Another one," several people shouted. Kyoka smiled wider. "This one is called Check Yes, Juliet." She laughed, and I noticed Dad and Papa entering the room. My smile grew even wider. Papa had never heard me play before, and it had been a while since Dad had heard us. I started the song on my guitar, and Kacchan and Kyoka jumped in before Kyoka began singing. "Lace up your shoes. Here's how we do. Run, baby, run. Don't ever look back, they'll tear us apart if you give them the chance. Don't sell your heart, don't say we're not meant to be. Run, baby, run. Forever will be you and me." Kyoka sang the chorus energetically, sweat beading on her brow as she played the bass. There was something euphoric about playing alongside my friends. Our performance was met with a huge round of applause from our classmates and my parents. Papa seemed especially enthusiastic, clapping the loudest. "Wow, you guys are amazing," Sue complimented, making me blush. I heard Kacchan mumble under his breath, "Course we are." Just as we were about to set down our instruments, Todoroki approached us. "I quite enjoyed that. Could you please play one more?" he asked, surprising me. "Yes. Your music is quite good, I would also like to hear more," Tokoyami added. I looked over at Kacchan and Kyoka to see if they were okay with playing another song. They nodded, and we put our heads together to think of a song. After a brief discussion, Kacchan suggested we play Chop Suey. Kyoka and I exchanged a look. We knew Kacchan liked that song because he could get aggressive with his drumming. I had no problem playing it, so we agreed. "This one is a bit different. It's more on the heavy metal side," Kyoka warned, glaring at Kacchan, who had a huge smirk on his face. "It's called Chop Suey," she said before nodding to me to start playing. I took a deep breath and began. The class seemed confused until a few seconds into the song when Kacchan started playing the drums. He sang most of the song, which was more shouting than singing, while Kyoka and I handled the actual vocals. The class sat in stunned silence for a moment before bursting into applause. I loved the exhilaration that coursed through me after that performance. Hey guys, why is your band called The Juveniles? Someone asked. I looked at Kacchan and Kyoka. They could explain since they chose the name. I was using the band to share my favorite music, and it made sense for Kyoka to want to play these songs since her favorite genre was rock. The next day, Shinso moved into his dorm. He claimed he had no intention of making friends, but within the hour, Kaminari and I had managed to get him to open up. So much for his oath. He was now friends with Kaminari, Kyoka, Tokoyami, and me. I also learned that Todoroki and Kacchan were my dorm neighbors. Todoroki's room was to the left of mine, and Kacchan's was to the right. The other students on our floor were Tokoyami, Shoji, Kirishima, and Oyama, while the rest were on the third floor. The entire day was spent adjusting to living with my classmates. It felt strange to see them in casual clothes instead of their hero outfits. I went to sleep that night with a full stomach from Kacchan's delicious cooking. It had been decided that Kacchan and Sato would always cook dinner. Sato was better at baking desserts, but he was still a good chef. My eyelids grew heavy, and I fell into a slumber filled with shadows and glowing green eyes. I found myself in the lounge area of the dorms, where the floor, ceiling, and walls were all covered in a dark substance. I tripped over something and landed on something soft. As I lay there, I felt something warm and wet on my hand. Looking down, I realized I was sprawled over the unmistakably lifeless body of Shota. I screamed and backed away from his body. The entire floor was now covered in a shallow pool of blood. My chest hurt, and my breath was ragged. I could feel a panic attack creeping up on me. I tried to run away, but I bumped into a man's firm chest. I looked up in fear to see Hisashi's leering face looking down at me. His eyes held a menacing intent, and his smirk promised pain. "Little Izuku," he hissed, placing one of his hands on my cheeks and stroking it gently before grabbing my chin roughly, holding my head in place. "Are you trying to run? But it's your fault this happened to them. Look at the mess you made, Izuku." Hisashi shouted, forcing me to spin around and look at the horror scene in front of me. Every member of my class and family was strewn across the floor. Their faces were burned and mutilated. Auntie Joke was hanging from the ceiling fan, her neck cut open. Auntie Namuri was pinned to the wall, her body burned beyond recognition. Papa was lying on the floor next to Dad, both of them stabbed multiple times. All of my friends were sitting on the sofas, their empty eye sockets and gaping mouths making them look anything but normal. I wanted to run and cry somewhere. I wanted to vomit. I could tell that I was screaming from how sore my throat felt. I think I was calling out everybody's names, but I wasn't sure. Just when I thought it couldn't get any worse, my mum showed up. Her body looked decayed as she stood on the coffee table. Her skin was tinged green, and she was missing one of her ears. Her entire body was covered in angry red burns. Blood trickled steadily down the side of her face from a wound on her forehead. "Izuku! Izuku!" she called out to me, her arms open wide as if she expected me to run into her embrace as I used to when I was scared. "Izuku! I'm here. Please calm down. We're here. Izuku!" Her words seemed strange to me. I was about to respond when the world became hazy, and I sat up in my bed, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. "Aizu! I'm here. Look at me!" Kacchan's panicked voice whispered into my ear. It was then that I became aware of the strong arms encircling my waist and the blonde hair tickling my cheek. I looked around and realized that I was in my bedroom at the dorms. What was peculiar was that Todoroki was looking at me from the side of my bed, his expression filled with concern. I glanced over to the door of my room and saw Tokoyami, Shoji, and Aoyama staring in at me from the hallway, their eyes also full of fear. "What happened?" I asked hoarsely. Kacchan pulled away, looked back at Todoroki, then turned back to me. "Well," he began. Todoroki's POV 10 minutes before. I was having a rather pleasant dream in which my mother was out of the hospital, and we were doing all sorts of mother-son activities when a scream broke through the illusion. I woke up instantly, a bit disoriented before recalling what had woken me. Another scream tore through the dormitory walls, seeming to come from Midoriya's room. I quickly jumped out of bed and rushed to his room. When I got outside, I could see all of the boys' heads sticking out of their doors, looking scared. Bakugo was the exception. He was trying desperately to open Midoriya's door, his face panic-stricken. "Kirishima, go and get Aizawa," I shouted, jolting Kirishima out of his daze. He nodded quickly before rushing downstairs to fetch our teacher. "Bakugo, please move out of the way," I told him. He looked as if he wanted to object but thought better of it. As soon as he moved aside, I kicked the door in a way that wouldn't break it down but would open it. Luckily, it opened on the first try. Both Bakugo and I rushed in and were met with a horrific sight. It was clear that Midoriya was having a nightmare. The screaming, the tossing and turning, the thrashing. What was disturbing was that he kept transforming in his sleep into what I could only assume were the figures haunting his dreams. His eyes were open, which was odd. Bakugo and I were frozen in shock as Midoriya screamed and transformed. First, he looked like himself. Then he looked like Aizawa, but covered in wounds. Then he transformed into Present Mike, who was in the same condition as Aizawa. Then he was Midnight, with huge holes in his hands and his body covered in burns. It somehow got worse after that. Midoriya rapidly transformed into every person in our class, but none of them had eyes. Every single person he transformed into had empty eye sockets. I wanted to vomit. I wanted to comfort him, and I'm sure Bakugo wanted to as well, but we were frozen in shock and fear. Throughout these transformations, he was screaming out for people: Dad, Papa, Mum, Kacchan, Nemuri, Emi, Kyoka. Hearing his nickname must have jolted Bakugo from his shock because he rushed forward and pulled Midoriya into a tight hug. He repeatedly called Midoriya's name, but it didn't help. The final transformation Midoriya underwent was into a frail woman's body, her long green hair and large viridian eyes reminiscent of Midoriya's, yet her eyes were blank and glassy. Tears streamed down her hollow cheeks, and her skin had a green tint. She was missing her left ear. Bakugo must have sensed Midoriya's transformation, as he held onto him tighter. Izuku! I'm here. Please calm down. We're here. Izuku! Bakugo cried. I never thought Bakugo could sound so desperate, but given Midoriya's condition, it made sense. Midoriya sat bolt upright in bed, his usual appearance returning, though he looked sweaty and shaken. What's happening? Midoriya asked, and Bakugo explained that he had been having a nightmare when Aizawa burst into the room, looking frantic with his hair tousled from sleep. Aizawa quickly replaced Bakugo's arms around Midoriya, and I decided it was best to leave the room for their privacy. Bakugo followed me out, looking deeply troubled. As I turned to enter my room, I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned to see Bakugo, his gaze devoid of malice, filled instead with sadness and fear. Thank you for kicking in the door. I was too panicked to think about doing that, he admitted. I nodded. It was just an impulse, I muttered before entering my room, knowing I likely wouldn't be able to sleep any more that night. When I was jolted awake by pounding on my door at 3 o'clock in the morning, I was understandably annoyed. As soon as I opened the door and saw Kirishima, I knew something was wrong. He looked terrified and disheveled. Mr. Aizawa. Midoriya is screaming in his room, having a really bad nightmare, Kirishima gasped, clearly out of breath. Without responding, I sprinted up the stairs. I could hear Midoriya's voice faintly from 2 floors down, indicating how severe his nightmare was. By the time I reached the 3rd floor, he was calling out for me, Hisashi, his mom, Emi, Nemuri, Katsuki, and Kyoka, those he considered family. A few heads peeked out of their rooms, but I didn't stop to acknowledge them, I just kept running. When I reached the 4th floor, I found 3 boys crowded around Izuku's door, which had been kicked in, likely by Todoroki or Katsuki. Both boys were in the room, looking scared. They left as I entered, allowing me to comfort Midoriya in private. He sobbed into my shoulder as I rubbed his back to soothe him. I had no idea what his nightmare was about, but the terrified expressions on the other boys' faces suggested he was facing something truly frightening. I waited until he cried himself to sleep before letting him go, not wanting to leave him alone after such a traumatic experience. I settled into his desk chair and laid my head on his desk, blushing slightly at the mural he had painted on the wall, which depicted me as more powerful than I felt. I drifted off to sleep in an uncomfortable position, but I was used to it. The next morning, I woke up confused as to why my dad was hunched over my desk, sleeping, until I remembered the nightmare that had woken the entire floor. My face warmed with embarrassment. I recalled Bakugo's arms around me and Todoroki looking down from my bedside. It was mortifying to think of being seen in such a vulnerable state. Problem child, please stop muttering, Dad's gruff voice yawned from my desk. I sat up straighter, ready to apologize, but he rolled his eyes and patted my head reassuringly before leaving to get ready for the day. I glanced at my all-night alarm clock and saw it was 7 a.m. I wanted to roll over and go back to sleep, but I knew that if I did, I wouldn't wake up on time. I rolled out of bed and stumbled into my ensuite bathroom to shower and freshen up for the day. I arrived in the kitchen at 7:45 to make myself a simple breakfast of jam on toast. It didn't seem like anyone else was ready yet, so I read a book while I munched on my toast in silence. Usually, the silence made me feel trapped, but that morning I found solace in it. People began to join me for breakfast around 8 o'clock. Ochako greeted me with her usual bubbly attitude, and I returned her energy, though it made me feel immensely tired. I watched as my classmates trickled into the commons area, all looking as tired as I felt. This made me feel guilty because I was the reason for their lack of sleep. I doubted any of them could get back to sleep after hearing my screams the night before. I decided I should apologize to them. Luckily, they were all sitting together at one of the dining tables, so I didn't have to search for them. Hey guys. I just wanted to say sorry for last night. I began weakly. I wasn't sure how to express what I wanted to say, but I didn't have to because Kacchan interrupted. Don't worry about it, you nerd. Everyone had nightmares. Just remember we'll be there if you ever need us. His words were heartfelt, even if his tone was a bit rough. Hums of agreement went around the table as my hallmates nodded, confirming their support. The sentiment made tears well up in my eyes. Thanks, guys. I choked through my tears. Kacchan rolled his eyes and pulled me into a hug, patting my head in a way he knew soothed me. The school day was starting. When Dad walked into the classroom that morning, he had his bandages off, which was a relief since seeing him wrapped up had made me feel guilty. Dad took attendance before moving on to homeroom business. As you know, the sports festival was the perfect time to show off to the pro heroes. The next step in your hero career is to complete an internship. Some of you have received offers due to your performances. Dad clicked a button to display how many offers each of us received. Todoroki had the most offers, followed by me, then Kacchan. Todoroki received over 4,000 offers, I had 3,867, and Kacchan had 3. The numbers seemed a bit skewed since Kacchan had come first in the sports festival, but I figured it was because some pros weren't impressed with his attitude. I skimmed down the rest of the list and saw that my friends had considerably fewer offers. Kyoka and Ochako both had 90, Yamamo had 120, and Ida had, as you can see, there isn't really a spread this year, and not all of you received offers, but that doesn't mean you won't be doing the internship. Except for you, Shinso, you don't have enough training for an internship. Vlad, King, and Nizu will help you catch up in an off-campus facility. For the rest of you who didn't receive offers, the school will provide a list of agencies to choose from. The lists will be passed around shortly, Dad explained. However, to enter the heroics field, you must have an alias, also known as a hero name. I'm not great at this, so we'll be receiving help from. Dad was cut off as Auntie Namuri entered the classroom. Midnight, Dad finished with a sigh. Midnight sashayed to the front of the classroom. I'm going to sleep, you can explain, Dad grunted as he settled into his yellow sleeping bag against the wall. Auntie Namuri ignored him and began explaining the importance of hero names. The name you pick today may be your name for the rest of your hero career. It's important that your name reflects who you are, and reassures the public when they hear it. I noticed several heads nodding in agreement. Now, get writing, and then you can come up to the front to present your names. I'll tell you whether they're suitable or not, Auntie Namuri exclaimed, clapping her hands together. 15 minutes passed before the first person was ready to present their hero name. Aoyama bounced to the front and proudly displayed his card. I was a bit confused at first since an entire sentence was written in cursive on the miniboard. Shining hero, I cannot stop twinkling, Aoyama declared. A few looks were exchanged around the classroom, and we all thought such a name could never pass. We were partially right. I like it. But shorten cannot to can't and remove the I. Then you'll have can't stop twinkling, Auntie Namuri critiqued. Perfect, mademoiselle. Aoyama beamed at her before skipping back to his seat. After such an unusual hero name was deemed acceptable, I felt uncertain about what to choose for my own hero name. The next brave soul to go up was Mina. She exuded confidence as she made her way to the front of the classroom and displayed her chosen hero name. Okay, call me Alien Queen. Mina exclaimed excitedly. I quite like that name, but Namuri seemed to be repulsed. Like the monster from the film. No way. Try again. Namuri dismissed Mina, who walked back to her seat with a sad look on her face. Namuri's dismissal of Mina's hero name sent a wave of unease through the crowd. Alien Queen sounded good, yet it was dismissed while Can't Stop Twinkling was seen as suitable. It just didn't make sense to me. I struggled to come up with a hero name, stuck between 4, Shift, Henshin, Fukushu, and Deviant. They all sounded good to me, but I wasn't sure. My thoughts were interrupted when Tsu went up to the front of the class. I've had this nickname since childhood, and I think it would be a good hero name, Karo. Tsu explained, call me Froppy. After Midnight said it was a cute name, the class seemed to receive a confidence boost and just decided to go for it. Kirishima was next, the sturdy hero, Red Riot. I picked this name because of one of my favorite heroes, Crimson Riot. Kiri exclaimed. Midnight nodded and started explaining to Kiri that taking inspiration from another hero's name can put pressure on you, but I didn't listen. I was too busy writing names, then rubbing them away only to write them again. I had managed to narrow it down to 2 hero names, Deviant and Fukushu. Next up was Kyoka. Hearing hero, earphone jack, she displayed her hero name proudly, and the class clapped politely. Nearly everyone had a hero name by the time we had 10 minutes left of the lesson. Tentacle, Cellophane, Tailman, Sugarman, Pinky, Chargebolt, Invisible Girl, Creati, Tsukuyami, Anima, and Uravity. They were all such amazing names. Kacchan had gone up a few times, but his names were rejected. It was easy to understand why King Explosion Murder and Lord Explosion Murder were not good hero names. Kacchan, Todoroki, Ida, Shinso, and I were all still deliberating about our hero names. I still couldn't choose between Deviant and Fukushu. The next person to go up was Ida. He looked down at his board reluctantly before showing it to the class. My brother can no longer be a hero, and he asked me to become Ingenium for him. I plan to do just that. Ida declared boldly as he displayed Engine Hero, Ingenium, on his board. With Ida's hero name out of the way, that left 4 of us who still needed to pick. After Ida sat down, I decided to just pick a name and go up. I marched to the front of the classroom and displayed my name. Transforming Hero, Deviant, I muttered. I was kind of nervous about the class's reactions. Instead of the mocking laughter I expected, I received amiable applause. I stood up a little straighter and walked back to my seat feeling a tiny bit more confident. Nearly straight after me, Kacchan angrily stomped his way to the front of the classroom. This is the last attempt I'm giving you guys. Explosion Hero, Ground Zero. Kacchan barked. I think the entire class was surprised that Kacchan could come up with such a normal-sounding name. Perfect. Nemuri shouted. Kacchan nodded moodily and returned to his seat, where he slouched and muttered about how his hero name was boring. I wasn't sure what was going through his mind to think that King Explosion Murder was ever a conceivable idea in the first place. By this point, the lesson was over, and both Todoroki and Shinso hadn't come up with hero names, so they were told to think about it a bit longer. That night in the dorms, I was going over the list of agencies I had been given that afternoon when I saw Endeavor's agency. To say I was surprised would be an understatement. I didn't think Endeavor would want to take on first years for an internship. Hey, Izuku. Ochako called from the kitchen. What agency do you think you'll go to? She asked as she walked in with 2 cups of water. I shrugged and looked down at my list. I've got plenty of really good offers, though I think I might accept Endeavor's offer. I sighed, rubbing my chin in thought. Ochako nodded thoughtfully. I would go to Endeavor too. He's the number 2 hero after all. Plus, I bet Todoroki's gonna intern with his dad, and if you intern there as well, you two can get closer. Ochako winked at me as she said the last bit. I could feel my face turning red. Why would I need to get closer with Todoroki? Why did you wink like that? I shouted, stuttering. Ochako laughed so hard at my reaction that she nearly fell out of her chair. She wiped away her tears as she tried to speak through her laughter. Oh my gosh. Your reaction was hilarious. That just proves my theory that you like him, she all but shouted. I wanted to tell her to be quiet before somebody heard, but unfortunately, somebody already had. Why are you being so loud, round face? Who does he like? Kacchan's voice shouted from behind me. I felt my soul leave my body. I was dead. As soon as Kacchan found out, I was dead. He likes Todoroki, Ochako answered automatically. Her eyes widened and shone with guilt as she revealed my crush to my best friend, who was like a brother. I glared at Ochako as she mouthed the word sorry. What? Half and half Bizudi? Kacchan asked, his voice a bit lower, thankfully, so you'd only know what we were talking about if you walked directly behind us. I nodded silently, waiting for Kacchan's reaction. He rubbed his cheek slightly, looking quite distressed. Halfy? He is quite handsome, but why would you like him? I can't control you, you can do what you like, but if that guy hurts you, I'll take care of it, Kacchan snarled. My embarrassment skyrocketed at his words, and I let my head hit the table to hide my flushed cheeks. Why would you say that? It's not like we're actually dating. He wouldn't want to date me. It's just a crush, I'll get over it. I grumbled into my arms. Neither of my friends said anything, and their silence made me anxious. We'll help you out, their contrasting voices chimed together. I sat bolt upright. What? In the 2 weeks leading up to our internships, I became much closer to Todoroki. I suspected that Ochako and Kacchan had a hand in our evolving relationship. They kept my crush on Todoroki a secret, thankfully, but it was still embarrassing when they subtly tried to push us together. During that time, Todoroki consistently joined us for lunch and participated in our weekend activities. Watching him gradually come out of his shell warmed my heart. Meanwhile, our class decided on their internships. Ochako was going to Gunhead's agency, Kyoko was with Death Arms, and Yamamo was heading to Iwabami's hero office. While all were respectable agencies, Kacchan and I were interning with the most renowned hero, Endeavor, alongside Todoroki. After becoming friends, Todoroki opened up about the abusive relationship he had with his father and why he was reluctant to use his fire abilities. His description of his home life resonated with me, reminding me of my own past. Even Kacchan, who wasn't known for his empathy, listened to Todoroki and tried to reassure him, albeit in his own blunt way. Have you all got your costumes? Dad asked the class. Everyone nodded. We stood in the train station, ready to embark on our week in the real world of heroes. Keep those safe and never wear them without a pro hero. You don't have your provisional licenses, so you're not legally allowed to wear them. Understood? Everyone nodded again before we were dismissed, heading towards different trains. I noticed Ida looked particularly downcast. He had seemed inconsolable for the past couple of weeks, which worried me. The previous night, I had approached him. Ida, I muttered quietly. He looked up from his homework and offered a slight smile. Ah, Midoriya. What can I help you with? Since the sports festival, he had seemed less uptight, though still not entirely relaxed. Oh, I noticed you've seemed a bit down lately, and I wanted to check if you were alright. I know your brother was attacked, and I just wanted to let you know I'm here to help. I placed a hand on Ida's shoulder to reassure him. He stood up and patted my back. Thank you, Midoriya, but I'm perfectly fine. I appreciate the offer, though. I watched him walk away, head hung low, toward his train to Hosu. Something about the location of his internship felt off. His brother had been attacked in Hosu, and the hero killer stain was also there. I suspected Ida might be planning to confront him, but I didn't want to believe it. Would he really break the law for revenge? Stop standing there and get on the train. Kacchan yelled across the terminal, drawing attention. I hurried over to the train and jumped on just in time for the conductor's whistle to sound. The train ride was uneventful. Kacchan and I listened to our own music. Even through my earphones, I could hear his blaring tunes. He seemed to be enjoying some heavy drum-oriented tracks, which made sense given his background as a drummer. I was listening to a mix of band music and popular songs. The music inspired me, and I decided to try writing a song, though I knew my attempts might not turn out well. Todoroki was passed out opposite us. We hadn't been on the train for 5 minutes before he was snoring away. Kacchan had wanted to draw on his face, but I held him back. He didn't give up until I quietly mentioned that he would ruin my chances with Todoroki. That got him to stop climbing over the table and sit back in his seat. I knew he wouldn't want to make me sad. I think Kyoka and I may have been Kacchan's only weaknesses, me more so than Kyoka, given my past. So the train ride went on in silence, Kacchan and I listening to our music while Todoroki adorably scrunched up his nose in his sleep. I blushed as I stared at him. If he had been awake, he probably would have been creeped out. Oi, wake up, lover boy. We're nearly there, Kacchan said, shaking my shoulder to pull my attention from my writing pad. I looked up and saw that we were indeed nearing our location. Why can't you wake him up? Passport. Kacchan lightly tapped the back of my head, making me more alert. Use your brain. Duh. If you wake him up, you'll probably advance your relationship. Kacchan hissed, not loud enough to wake the sleeping beauty but enough to get his point across. This was the perfect opportunity to get close to Todoroki. I didn't want to lose the chance, so I climbed over Kacchan to get into the aisle and walked over to Todoroki's seat. I took a deep breath and gently shook Todoroki's shoulder. It didn't seem to have any effect. I looked over at Kacchan, who mimed shaking Todoroki's shoulder harder. I nodded and turned back to shake him again when the train jolted unexpectedly. The panic I felt when the carriage rocked and I ended up sprawling on top of Todoroki was intense. I landed on his lap, face down. And wouldn't you know it, that was the exact moment Todoroki decided to wake up. Oh, what are you doing, Midoriya? Todoroki asked, sounding slightly inquisitive. I could hear Kacchan laughing as I quickly got off of Todoroki, my face bright red. I desperately tried to explain the situation. It's not what it looks like. We're nearly at our stop and I thought I should wake you up, but then the train shook and I fell over and landed in your lap. It's nothing weird. I promise. I rambled. Todoroki just looked at me with that unreadable expression. Shoto's POV. Waking up with a blushing green-haired boy in my lap was a surprise, but I can't say it was unwelcome. While Midoriya rambled and Bakugo laughed, I took the time to admire his features, the freckles across his cheeks, the enchanting emerald hue of his wide eyes, and his untamed hair that looked really soft. I just wanted to touch it. So I did. I will forever cherish the look of surprise in Midoriya's eyes as I weaved my fingers through his hair. His eyes widened, and his face heated up even more. He sat in shock, not moving. It's as soft as I thought it would be, I muttered to myself. I was aware of what I was doing. It was obvious even to Kaminari that Midoriya had a crush on me. I may not be the most emotionally available guy, but I could spot a crush. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that, I said, acting surprised as if I had just realized what I was doing. Midoriya soaked it up, insisting I had no need to apologize. I glanced at Bakugo and saw him glaring at me, not a jealous glare, but more like a we need to talk glare. I nodded subtly and looked out the window. We pulled into the train station shortly after Midoriya had woken me. He was the first to leap from the train, eager to escape the scene of his embarrassment. I was about to follow when an arm blocked my way. I looked up to see it was Bakugo. We're gonna walk over there slowly so we can have a quick chat. Got it, icy hot? He growled. I wasn't easily scared, but the look in Bakugo's eyes made me a little uneasy. Okay, I replied, my voice steady despite his intimidating presence. You know that Aizu has a crush on you, don't you? Bakugo started, not one to beat around the bush. Yes, I am aware, I replied. Bakugo nodded silently and didn't say anything more for a moment. I want Aizu to be happy. I've been there for most of his life, and I know him better than he knows himself. I know you can make him happy, icy hot. Look, I wouldn't normally say this out loud, but you seem like a decent guy, and I know that whether you're just friends with Aizu or you're dating, you'll make my brother happier. Seeing Bakugo speak so quietly and honestly was a bit unnerving. All I'm asking is that you don't play with his feelings. I'm fairly certain you're his first crush. Don't lead him on. If you don't like him the same way he likes you, that's completely fine. That's perfectly natural. But if I see or hear you play with his emotions, even just once, I will not hesitate to confront you. I'm good at reading people, I see hot, I can. Tell when people like one another, don't forget that, he growled. The Bakugo I was familiar with was back by the time he finished speaking. It was peculiar seeing him act so soft and vulnerable. Something he said really struck me. I'm good at reading people, I see hot, I can tell when people like one another, don't forget that. He said that as if he knew something I was trying to hide. It was likely that he could tell I reciprocated Midoriya's feelings. Izuku's POV. I wasn't sure why Kacchan and Todoroki took so long to get off the train. They were walking slowly and talking in hushed voices. I wanted to run back and tell them to hurry up, but I didn't want to intrude on their clearly private conversation, so I just waited for them to catch up. When they finally finished talking, Kacchan walked ahead of Todoroki and approached me, ruffling my hair affectionately. What were you two talking about? I asked. Kacchan shrugged slightly, just threatening him. You know how I am, he said nonchalantly. I wanted to scold him, but I knew it would probably do no good. Todoroki had caught up, so we all walked through the train station and waited at the front for Endeavor or one of his sidekicks to pick us up. We had been waiting for 10 minutes before Endeavor showed up. It was impossible to miss him as he walked down the street. People scurried to get out of the way of the mountain of muscle. He looked as intimidating as ever as he came to a stop before us. I moved back behind Kacchan slightly. I didn't like the angry look on Endeavor's face as he glared at us. Let's get one thing straight before we start this internship, Endeavor growled, not even greeting us. I only offered you the internship because Shoto asked me to. If I had it my way, you'd be stuck in the office all day, and I'd be showing Shoto the ropes, but the school demands that you see field work, so be grateful, got it? I appreciated the fact that he was being brutally honest, but we all knew that both Kacchan and I would have caused too much trouble in the office. He would have taken us out either way. Once we told Endeavor that we understood we should be grateful, he harumphed and began to walk away, assuming we knew to follow him. We followed the number 2 hero in silence. I'm sure Kacchan wouldn't have had a problem complaining to Endeavor about the way he had spoken to us, but the atmosphere was just too awkward. It was difficult to start a conversation with anyone. We had been walking for roughly 10 minutes when my phone buzzed, causing me to blush in embarrassment as everyone's eyes snapped to me. Sorry, I whispered. I pulled out my phone and saw that both Papa and Dad had messaged me. I opened Dad's message first. Dad, did you arrive safely, problem child? Don't forget that if you have a nightmare, you can call me. Me? Yeah, we arrived safely, Dad. I'll call you if anything happens, love you. After responding to Dad's text, I moved on to Papa's. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Todoroki looking down at my phone. Papa, hey little listener. Did you arrive safely? Message me back as soon as possible. I already miss you at home. How will I survive a week? Also, don't forget to call if you get into trouble. I'll be there in a heartbeat. Me? Don't worry, Papa. I'm safe here. You'll manage at home without me. You'll have Dad. I'll call if I get into trouble, but I doubt that. Love you. I quickly put my phone back in my pocket and focused on walking instead. It looked like we were nearing the Endeavor agency. Once we get into the agency, I'll explain what we'll be doing this week, then you will suit up and we'll leave, Endeavor explained briskly. Kacchan and I nodded while Todoroki just scoffed and rolled his eyes. Todoroki, Kacchan, and I stood in front of Endeavor's desk as he stared at us, creating an unnerving silence. Kacchan broke the tension, shouting, "Are you going to start speaking or what?" I felt myself begin to sweat as Endeavor slowly turned his gaze to Kacchan. His glare made me want to curl up, but Kacchan met it with equal intensity, clearly aware of Endeavor's past actions. Kacchan despised abusive behavior, and I could see the anger in his eyes. After a few tense moments, Endeavor finally spoke. While you're here, I'm going to show you what a real hero does. The hero killer, Stain, has appeared in Hosu. As the number 2 hero, it's my duty to apprehend him. Suit up, we leave for Hosu in an hour. He dismissed us immediately, perhaps feeling a bit rattled by Kacchan's defiance. I don't like the way he worded that. I ranted to Kacchan as I pulled on my jacket, which bore my hero name, Deviant. Sure, as a hero you have to fight big threats, and it makes sense for Endeavor to go to Hosu, but it sounded like he was discrediting heroes who handle smaller-scale crimes. Those heroes are just as important. Kacchan nodded silently, knowing better than to interrupt my passionate rants about hero politics. Aizawa is an amazing hero, and barely anyone knows about him. He's dealt with all sorts of people, from criminals to disasters. He was even part of a major child trafficking bust 2 years ago. That got coverage, but he was barely mentioned. And when they did mention him, they called him Eraseface. That doesn't sound anything like Eraserhead. I was getting worked up, and I could imagine who would tell me to calm down. Geez, Aizu. We get it, okay? Small crimes need to be taken care of too. Can we go now? That flaming J isn't going to wait, Kacchan sighed, accustomed to my rants. I took a deep breath and nodded. Once I calmed down, Kacchan guided me out of the room, with Todoroki following behind, seemingly lost in thought. When we returned to Endeavor's office, he was leaning against his desk, waiting for us. Good, you've arrived. We'll be taking the agency's bus into Hosu. The journey takes roughly 30 minutes. By the time we arrive, it'll be getting dark, so stick close. I'm not looking for you if you get lost. Endeavor barked. Yes, sir, we all muttered in unison. Satisfied, he stomped out of the room, and we followed him like ducklings. The ride to Hosu felt like an eternity, primarily due to the tense atmosphere between Endeavor and Todoroki. Endeavor would attempt to speak, but Todoroki would brush him off, and the CYL continued. Kacchan and I observed awkwardly, not wanting to start a conversation in such a hostile environment. I settled into watching the buildings blur by as we drove. As we entered Hosu, a chill ran down my spine, signaling that something bad was about to happen. I quickly memorized the closest sign that read, Hosu City Plaza, feeling an instinctive need to remember it. We spent most of the night patrolling the streets, checking alleyways and rooftops for Stain. While we didn't find him, we did encounter a few low-level thugs. Endeavor dismissed them, instructing Kacchan, Todoroki, and me to handle the situation. I appreciated the experience but felt frustrated that Endeavor considered himself too important to deal with them. I wished my dad did internships. I would have run to him for invaluable knowledge on undercover missions. When the clock struck 10:30 p.m. and we had been out for about 5.5 hours, Endeavor finally called it a night. I was grateful as my legs were tired and I struggled to keep my eyes open. We ended up sleeping in a private meeting room at the agency, which had 3 separate sofas. Kacchan and Todoroki were surprisingly engaged in conversation, but I was too exhausted to pay attention, catching snippets of their discussion about Endeavor and then shifting to talk about themselves. I smiled at the thought of my best friend and, hopefully, future boyfriend becoming closer friends. If they got along well, I would truly be happy. However, my mind drifted to darker memories. Izuku! Hisashi's voice bellowed. I curled up in the hallway cupboard, trying to hide from the monster that was my father. I knew I shouldn't have taken that extra piece of bread from Mum. She was passed out, and her injuries looked worse than usual this time. I had never seen her ankle at that angle before. My breathing must have given me away because Hisashi's booted feet marched back to my hiding spot, and he yanked the doors open, revealing his leering face. Izuku, he sneered, what have I said about eating more than I give you? Plus, you know there's no hiding in this house. He grabbed my hair and dragged me down the hallway into the kitchen. You know you need punishing, don't you? I am your father, Izuku. You will listen to what I say. Got that? Hisashi screamed in my ear. I flinched and nodded frantically. You're useless. You'll never be anything. I'm ashamed that you even share the same blood as me. Hisashi continued to yell. I knew what was coming, but I couldn't prepare myself for it. Hisashi's chest glowed orange before he unleashed his flames. I shrieked in pain as the heat seared my back. Even at 5 years old, I wished for escape, but I knew Hisashi would never let that happen. I sat up with a jolt, looking around the meeting room at Endeavor's agency. I wasn't in my old house anymore. The sky outside was a breathtaking array of colors, reds, yellows, pinks, and purples. It took my breath away. Are you okay? That looked like a nightmare, a stoic voice startled me. I turned to see Todoroki looking at me curiously. I nodded quickly, I'm fine. An unpleasant memory. I didn't want to delve into the details. Todoroki nodded slowly and laid back down to sleep. I stared at him a bit longer. It may seem odd, but seeing Shoto Todoroki with bedhead was a sight to behold. I couldn't get back to sleep after that nightmare. I knew my lack of sleep would affect me throughout the day, but I couldn't find the energy to care. The worst nightmares were the memories because they were real. Hisashi was fully capable of the things I remembered, and I knew I was lying to myself if I thought he wouldn't go that far. He was a twisted man who would go to any length to make my life miserable. Kacchan and Todoroki woke up around the same time. It was about 7:30 when they sat up and started stretching. I ignored them, focusing instead on the appealing cityscape and texting my dad. I told Shota about my nightmare, and he called me almost immediately, needing verbal confirmation that I was okay and that I would wake Kacchan if the nightmares got too bad. I reassured him multiple times before he hung up. Once the boys were dressed, we decided to put on our hero costumes and wait for someone to come get us. There was no indication of what we were supposed to do next. Endeavor hadn't said anything the night before, and we couldn't find any notes. We talked for about 30 minutes before one of Endeavor's sidekicks came in to lead us to breakfast. We had a modest meal of eggs and toast in the staff dining hall, surrounded by adults joking with one another. I felt small, Probably the shortest person in the room at 156 centimeters, 5 feet 1. I didn't feel like talking, so I listened as Kacchan and Todoroki chatted. I was surprised they were getting along so well. They seemed like opposites. But then again, Kacchan and I were opposites. The two boys discussed various topics, from their favorite heroes to their opinions on Endeavor. Kacchan had only met the flame hero the previous day, but he eagerly fueled Todoroki's rants. After breakfast, a different sidekick led us to Endeavor's office, where we found him intently studying a map. He barely acknowledged our entrance, simply gesturing toward the 3 chairs in front of his desk, indicating we should sit. Once he finished examining the map, he looked up and addressed us. Tonight we'll be going out to Hosu again. I've marked all of the hero killer's crime scenes on this map. As you can see, there is no clear pattern to his attacks, but we can guess it will be in the general area of either Hosu City Plaza or the shopping district, Endeavor explained gruffly. It was clear he wasn't eager to provide this information. I stared at the map, feeling nervous but knowing I had to speak up if it could help stop a murderer. Sir? I think he's more likely to attack around the plaza because there are more alleyways. The few alleyways in the shopping district are more likely to be used by people taking shortcuts than those by the plaza, I whispered. I wasn't sure if he heard me, but he seemed to consider my input. Endeavor nodded somewhat reluctantly. Yes, that makes sense, he grumbled. I felt Todoroki's gaze on me, filled with respect. I had managed to get Endeavor to acknowledge my theory, which felt like a small victory. The rest of the day was spent with Endeavor lecturing us about public safety during villain attacks and praising Todoroki's quirk. By the time night fell over Hosu, a sense of tension filled the air. Kacchan seemed on guard as we roamed the streets around the city plaza, alert for any clues that could lead us to the hero killer. Suddenly, I thought I caught a flash of a blade, but before I could turn around, an inhuman screech echoed through the alley. I whipped my head toward the sound and saw smoke and firelight filling the sky, all seemingly originating from the center of the city. Follow close behind me. The city is under attack. Endeavor shouted back at us, Todoroki, Kacchan and the 3 sidekicks. He was already running toward the plaza, toward the unknown danger. I was about to follow when I noticed the flash of a blade in the low light and caught the faint smell of blood in the air. My enhanced sense of smell urged me forward, and I sprinted down the closest alleyways, following the scent. I think Kacchan and Todoroki called out for me to stop, but I couldn't. Someone was in danger. When I arrived at the scene, the smell of blood was overwhelming. The hero killer, Stain, stood above Ida's seemingly paralyzed body, his sword raised, ready to strike. He hadn't noticed us yet. Acting on instinct, I threw my knife at him. Somehow, he sensed the incoming blade and jumped aside, but it grazed his cheek. My knife embedded itself in the wall with a thunk. Another wannabe hero? Stain rasped, his voice grating like nails on a chalkboard. I knew I couldn't take him down. He had defeated many trained pro heroes, but I couldn't give up. If I did, Ida and I would be lost. I launched myself at Stain, drawing my other knife. He swung his sword at me, but I deflected it. Not giving him a chance to attack again, I punched him squarely in the face and dashed to retrieve my other knife from the wall. Just as I turned around, I saw Stain's sword aimed at me, ready to slice into my face. My heart raced as I watched the serrated edge of the sword move towards me in slow motion. Adrenaline coursed through my body, and I reacted instinctively, transforming into a dragonfly to evade Stain's attack. I caught a glimpse of shock on his face, but he didn't have time to process it before an explosion blasted him away. Get away from Izuku, you beastie! Kacchan screamed from the opposite side of the alleyway. Transformed back and saw Kacchan and Todoroki standing at the end of the alley. Just looking at them made me uneasy. Kacchan always looked intimidating, but the fury in his eyes at that moment could have turned someone to stone. Todoroki was no less imposing. The fire surrounding his face and glowing in his eyes made me weak at the knees. Midoriya, pick up Ida and come over here, Todoroki ordered. Normally, I would have challenged him. Who was he to give me orders? But the anger in his eyes and my current situation compelled me to obey. I hurried to Ida, pulling his arms over my shoulders and dragging him to Kacchan and Todoroki. I gently placed Ida down, careful not to aggravate his wounds. You shouldn't have come here, Midoriya. This is my battle. I need to get revenge for what he did to my brother. Ida ranted as I wrapped his wounds with some bandages I had made. I don't want to be rude, Ida, but shut up. I snapped at him. The sounds of Todoroki and Kacchan fighting behind us accompanied my reprimand. I understand you want revenge, but this won't help. You're not ready to take on a serial killer. You're a first year in high school. What do you think would happen to your family if you die? They would have to face the tragedy of your brother's death and yours. So get your head out of your butt and call the police on my phone. Noticing Ida was regaining some movement in his arms, I passed him my phone and stood up to help my friends. Somehow, things weren't going well for Kacchan and Todoroki. Despite their powerful quirks and intelligence, they struggled against the hero killer. He was a skilled strategist and adept with his weapons. You are not worthy of being heroes in training. That word has lost all meaning. Heroes only want fame and money. The only true hero is all might. Stain preached as he fought. He attempted to cut Todoroki but had to jump away as Todoroki ignited his left side. Shut up! Kacchan shouted, launching an explosion directly at Stain. Through the smoke, 2 knives flew out and struck Todoroki's left arm. I flinched at the sight. I couldn't imagine the pain he was in. Don't just stand there, Izuku. Fight! Kacchan shouted at me, his focus wavering. That distraction proved costly as Stain slashed Kacchan's arm and licked the blood from his knife. Kacchan's eyes widened in horror, and his body seized up, collapsing to the floor, paralyzed. Todoroki acted quickly, creating an ice slope to bring Kacchan to us. Effing bastard. Kacchan cursed furiously. I glanced down at my helpless friend. He hated being vulnerable, believing that weakness made him a nobody. I could see his insecurities shining through. I had to help him. Taking a deep breath, I transformed into my dad and used my quirk on Stain. I wasn't sure if it would work, but it was worth a shot. As I activated Shota's quirk, Kacchan sprang to his feet and charged at Stain. I wanted to warn him that if I blinked, he might become paralyzed again, but I couldn't take my eyes off Stain. Eventually, I blinked, but Kacchan continued to fight as if he were free from Stain's influence. Midoriya, the hero should be here soon, Ida muttered tiredly. His fight against Stain had clearly drained him, and the bandages around his limbs were soaked in blood. I needed to do something instead of standing around. I took out my knives and transformed them into guns. My dad had trained me with various weapons, including guns. I wasn't the best shot, but I was confident I wouldn't accidentally harm anyone. Bang! The first shot hit Stain's left hand, making him drop his sword. Bang! Bang! I targeted his right hand and foot next. I didn't want to cause permanent damage. I would feel guilty for the rest of my life, even if he was a villain. Wow, Midoriya, why couldn't you have done that sooner? Todoroki asked. I felt myself blush slightly, but I didn't get the chance to respond. Pro-heroes began to storm into the alleyway, tending to our wounds and tying up Stain. It looked like the ordeal was over. Yes, I think if he licks blood, he can paralyze his victims, I explained to a pro-hero. We had just been walked out of the alleyway when a monster flew down from the sky. It resembled a variation of the Nomu that attacked the USJ, this one an ash-gray color with wings. I froze in horror as the beast swooped down and picked Kacchan and me up from the ground. I shouted in pain as its claws pierced my right arm, blood trickling down like rain. I noticed the Nomu was also bleeding. Its eyes appeared to have been stabbed and burned simultaneously, the work of endeavor. I looked over at Kacchan and saw him struggling fruitlessly to escape the Nomu's grasp. Kacchan, please stop struggling. The more you fight, the tighter he holds on, I gritted out through my pain. Kacchan looked at me apologetically. Suddenly, the Nomu's wings stopped beating as if it were paralyzed, and we began to plummet towards the ground. The landing was rough, cracking the concrete beneath us. Luckily, the Nomu's body cushioned our fall. Unluckily, we had a perfect view as Stain brutally attacked the Nomu, then turned to us. He appraised us for a moment, seemingly deciding whether to kill us. He must have decided against it because he turned back to the crowd of gathered pros, ranting about the injustices of society while keeping them in place with his intense presence. Stain slowly came to a stop, frozen in time. I later learned that the adrenaline coursing through his veins caused him to have a heart attack. None of us wanted to move, fearing he might reanimate. Once everyone regained their wits, we were rushed to the hospital. Ida was immediately taken into surgery upon our arrival. My mind, fogged with pain, registered that I was being taken into a sterile room. A mask was placed over my face, and the gas pumped through it tasted funny, making me laugh hysterically until I fell into a deep black abyss. After seeing my class off at the train station, I returned to UA to do some work. All I wanted was to curl up and sleep, but if I wanted to keep my job, I had to stay focused. I couldn't help but worry about Izuku. He wouldn't be anywhere near me, and I couldn't protect him from Hisashi or comfort him if he had a nightmare. It sounded pathetic, but I was always with Izuku. He rarely slept at other people's houses, and I tried to reassure myself that he would be fine. As much as I disliked the man, Endeavor was the number 2 hero. If anyone could keep my son safe, it was him. Shota! A familiar voice screeched from across the staff room, making my head snap up. Why do you have to be so loud, Hisashi? I'm tired, I whined. Hisashi was the only person who ever heard me speak like that. I usually maintained a serious demeanor, but I felt free to let my guard down around him. I didn't act that way when I was in a relationship with Emi. I truly loved her, but we both knew something was missing. You're always tired, Sho, Hisashi sighed dramatically. I rolled my eyes and laid my head on my desk, just wanting to sleep. Please don't sleep yet, Shota. I want to take you out on a date tonight, Hisashi pleaded. We've both been so preoccupied with work that we haven't been out together for a while. He began to play with my hand, taking it into his and fiddling with my fingers. I looked up at my boyfriend's face, seeing the big, doe eyes he knew I couldn't resist. I slammed my head back down onto the desk, grumbling about how Hisashi had no right to look so handsome. Fine, but nothing too eccentric. I groaned as I lifted my head from the desk. Hisashi beamed at me before swooping in and pecking my lips. My face heated up at his actions. I could never get used to public displays of affection. Hisashi! I shouted in embarrassment. He ran away laughing. Hisashi didn't specify where we were going on our date. For all I knew, we could have been heading to a fancy restaurant, but I doubted it since he knew I didn't like big crowds. Despite not knowing our destination, I decided to look my best. I put my hair up and dressed in black jeans and a dress shirt, keeping my scarf around my neck for comfort, and as a potential weapon against any villains. I waited in the sitting room of 1A's dorm for half an hour before Hisashi showed up. I had been watching the news when he bounced in, looking extremely dashing. His long hair flowed gracefully down his back. Like me, Hisashi was dressed semi-formally, wearing a dress shirt and blue jeans. "Shota, you look as breathtaking as usual," he complimented, presenting me with a blood-red rose and bowing. Somehow, after 15 years of friendship, he still managed to make me blush. I was relieved that none of my students were around to witness me acting so lovesick. I plucked the rose from his fingers and pulled him into a gentle kiss. I could feel his lips quirk up before I pulled away. "Thanks," I smiled. "No problem, babe," he winked. We were in the car for an hour before we arrived at our destination. It wasn't anywhere special. In fact, there was no one else around. Hisashi parked at the bottom of a hill, got out, and ran around to pull out a picnic basket. I raised an eyebrow at his cliché date idea. He chuckled at my expression and held out his hand for me to take. I placed my hand in his and let him lead me up the hill. The sun was setting when we reached the peak. The long grass swayed gently in the light wind brushing across my cheeks. The view of the city lights twinkling made my eyes widen. How had Hisashi found such an appealing spot? "Come sit down, Shota," he called, beckoning me to join him on a blanket. The blanket was large enough for us to sit on but small enough that we were close together. I didn't mind that our shoulders were pressed together. "This view is really extraordinary, Hisashi," I whispered, looking out over the city beneath us, which twinkled like stars. "Yeah, I was looking for the perfect spot for this date and came across this hill. Want a sandwich?" Hisashi held out a plate with chicken sandwiches. I took one gratefully and began to eat while watching the sunset. We spoke about random things for a while. It had been so long since we'd had the chance to just sit down and talk. Then Oboro used one of his clouds to cover his junk. The teacher was so mad. Hisashi laughed, reminiscing about our days at UA. I chuckled lightly, looking up at the sky, admiring the stars and the full moon. I was too busy admiring it to notice Hisashi shuffling nervously beside me. "Shota, can I tell you something?" Hisashi whispered nervously. I nodded, turning to look at him in confusion. "Okay," I muttered unsurely. Hisashi fiddled with something behind his back before taking a calming breath. "Shota, I've known you for 15 years and I've loved you for 13 of those years. We dated for a year in high school before breaking up and agreeing to just be friends. Watching you date Emmy was impossible for me. I dated other people, but it was never the same as when we were together. I was never as happy." He continued and I listened intently. "When we started dating again 3 years ago, I was ecstatic. I finally had you back. I know you may say no, and I'll understand if you want to wait longer or not want to at all, but..." Hisashi pulled me up to a standing position, then got onto one knee and pulled out a ring box. I gasped, covering my mouth in shock. Tears welled in my eyes at the sight of my boyfriend kneeling before me. A silver band glistened in the low light of the stars. "Shota Aizawa, will you marry me?" Hisashi asked, his voice cracking slightly. I was frozen in shock for a moment until I threw my arms around his waist as tightly as I could. "Of course. Yes, I'll marry you," I cried happily into his chest. Very out of character for me, I must admit. Hisashi laughed joyfully and pulled me away to slide the silver band onto my finger. I admired it closely. It was rather simplistic, just the way I liked it. I looked up and smiled at my fiancé. He returned my smile, beaming so brightly he looked like a second sun, before leaning in and capturing my lips in a kiss. The next morning, I woke up in my bedroom at the dorms. It took me a moment to remember what had happened the previous night. It all came rushing back when I saw the gleaming silver ring on my right hand. "I can't believe I actually got the guts to propose to you," Hisashi's husky morning voice commented from behind me, followed by a gentle kiss at the junction between my neck and shoulder. "Yeah, I can't wrap my head around it either," I whispered back, turning to see the handsome face of my soon-to-be husband. Hisashi smiled at me before rolling over on top of me, looking down at me with a certain light in his eyes. My turn, he whispered into my ear. I didn't leave my bedroom until midday that day. After some time together, Hisashi and I sat down and talked. I loved speaking with him. We connected in a way I had never connected with anyone before. Eventually, Hisashi had to leave, giving me a parting kiss that lingered on my lips just long enough to leave me wanting more. I didn't do much work that day. I was too busy riding the waves of euphoria I was experiencing. It was hard to wrap my head around the fact that I was engaged to the man I had loved since my adolescence. I tried to concentrate on my work, phoning all of my students' internships, but my mind kept drifting. I pictured life with Hisashi as my husband. In all honesty, it wouldn't be much different from life with him as my boyfriend, but I'd be able to call him mine indefinitely. Shota. Namuri's voice squealed as she ran over to my desk, a huge grin on her face. Hisashi told me that he proposed to you, she exclaimed happily. She threw one arm around my shoulder and used the other to lift my right arm into the light. OMG! It's so pretty, and so you... Not too eccentric but still amazing, Namuri shouted, admiring the ring closely. I let her get it out of her system, knowing I would encounter similar reactions from Emi, Izuku, and Mitsuki. Later that night, I was cuddled into Hisashi's side, watching a horror film. In my teen years, I had loved horror films and the fear they inspired, but as an adult, I had seen all sorts of atrocities, so they had lost their terror factor. Is it just me, or is this not nearly as scary as it used to be? Hisashi commented. I nodded and yawned into my hand. I would have been terrified if we watched this when we were younger, I replied tiredly. My vision was getting bleary, and I wanted nothing more than to fall asleep in my fiancé's arms, but I was jolted from my trance when my phone began to ring. Hello, is this Shota Aizawa? A voice asked. I scrunched my eyebrows together in confusion, not recognizing the voice. Yes, this is he, I answered. There was a pause before the person spoke again. This is Hosu General Hospital. 4 of your students have been admitted after being caught up in the recent villain attacks. We've contacted all of the students' families, and it is my understanding that you are the legal guardian of Aizawa Midoriya. Izuku. With each word, my concern grew. Yes, that is correct. Who else has been admitted? I asked, feeling a knot form in my stomach. Ida Tenya, Todoroki Shoto, and Bakugo Katsuki, the voice replied, reading off a list. I nodded, though the woman couldn't see. Since you are the legal guardian of Aizawa Midoriya, you are permitted and encouraged to come to the hospital. The doctors suspect he will be allowed to leave tomorrow afternoon. I thanked the woman and hung up, sitting in shock for a moment before standing up to put on my jacket and shoes. Could you please drive me to Hosu General Hospital? I asked Hisashi. He nodded, confusion etched on his face. I'll explain on the way. My Instagram is identask05. Usually, I would want to stay positive in this story, but it's hard to remain upbeat with everything happening in America and around the world. First, there was the coronavirus, and now the rising recognition of violence against people of color in America is alarming. Recently, George Floyd was tragically held down by a police officer while 3 others looked on. He pleaded for breath for 7 minutes before paramedics took him away. He wasn't alone. Ahmaud Arbery was killed while jogging, and Breonna Taylor was shot by police in her own home. These are just a few of the lives lost. I felt compelled to speak out using the platform I have. Even from across the pond in England, the fear and horror resonate with me. It shouldn't be difficult to acknowledge our shared humanity. No one deserves to lose their life unjustly. I've also heard concerning news about a group planning to target the LGBTQ+ community this June. I want to warn everyone to stay vigilant, regardless of their identity. My hope is for the safety of all my readers, no matter their race, sexuality, or beliefs. Now, on to the story. I hope you don't mind my thoughts. Thank you for reading chapter. I apologize for overshadowing the joy of the engagement with real-life issues. I wish you all a wonderful day. Izuku's POV. I didn't wake up until the morning after the attack. I had a dreamless sleep, which I was grateful for, especially since I was sharing a room with 3 others. Sleeping Beauty is finally awake, Kacchan teased from his bed, a small smirk on his face. He had a bandage around his arm and ankle. I remembered he was cut on the arm but wasn't sure what happened to his leg. Don't be so rude, Bakugo, Ida shouted from his bed opposite Kacchan. Both of Ida's arms were wrapped in white bandages, and Todoroki was similarly covered. It's good to see you up, Midoriya, Todoroki said. Kacchan and Ida's bickering faded into the background as we talked for a while. Soon, 2 police officers entered our hospital room, accompanied by the chief of police, who had a rather unusual appearance. They informed us that under normal circumstances, we would be expelled from UA for using our quirks without a license. I had to cover both Kacchan and Todoroki's mouths before they could voice their thoughts about the chief. However, since you aided in the capture of the infamous hero killer, Stain, I'm willing to let you off with a warning, the chief said before bowing and leaving the room, his subordinates following behind. That guy is lucky I'm injured, Kacchan muttered, and Todoroki nodded in agreement. Please don't disrespect authority figures like that, you too, Ida chastised. Just then, the door to our hospital room swung open, and I looked up in surprise to see my dad standing there, glaring at me. I leave you for 2 days and you end up in hospital. I flinched at my father's raised voice. He had every right to be upset. He was always worried when I was away, given my past. I'm sorry, I whispered, barely audible. Ida and Todoroki looked on in shock. Sorry isn't good enough, Izuku. When I got the call that you were in the hospital, I was worried sick. Then to learn you had to have an operation. I swear, you're going to give me a heart attack. He sighed and sat next to me, pulling me into a tight hug. Please don't scare me like that again, he whispered into my hair. I could feel his fear, and I didn't mean to cause it. I'll try not to, I replied softly, burying my face in his chest. I noticed the stares around us but couldn't find the energy to care. My dad's hand stroked through my hair, and I felt something hard on his ring finger. I pulled away to examine it closely and noticed a gleaming silver band. Is this an engagement ring? I asked, looking up at him. His cheeks turned a light shade of pink as he coughed and nodded almost imperceptibly. I squealed and stood up, shaking my dad's shoulders. I heard Kacchan scoff behind me and mutter something like, so the guy finally got the guts. It took a while for me to calm down about my dad's engagement. Once I did, Todoroki spoke up. Now that Midoriya is calmer, would somebody please explain what is going on? He asked monotonously. I looked up at my dad with wide eyes. It only occurred to me then that Ida and Todoroki didn't know anything about Shota being my adoptive parent. Izuku is my adopted son. Don't spread this information, Dad said, staring directly at Ida and Todoroki. His serious gaze made both boys flinch. They nodded and mumbled about not telling anyone. There was a moment of silence as we all sat there, lost in our thoughts. Our silence was broken when the door to the hospital room was flung open by a tall blue-haired woman who resembled Ida closely. Tenya, how could you do something so reckless? We were all worried sick. You're being discharged and coming straight home for the remainder of your internship, do you understand? Ida's mom scolded him. Ida nodded miserably as the doctor came in and discharged us all. It was awkward watching Ida get chewed out by his mom, but I guess it wasn't any better for the others watching Shota shout at me. Once we were all discharged, Ida bid us farewell and followed his mother out of the hospital. You three aren't returning to your internship either. Endeavor has expressed a strong longing not to deal with you for the rest of the week, so you'll be returning to the dorms, Dad explained, leading us out to Papa's car. So we'll be the only 3 in the dorms for Thursday and Friday? Kacchan asked. Shota nodded, opening the front door of the car and gesturing for us to get in. Hey, little listeners. Papa shouted. I winced slightly at his loud voice. So you finally got the guts to actually pop the question? Kacchan asked, settling comfortably into one of the seats by the window. Of course I did. Papa answered enthusiastically. Dad blushed lightly and punched Papa in the shoulder. We can talk about this when we get back to the dorms, Dad hissed. Papa laughed as we drove off, leaving Hossa behind. The car journey was not very comfortable. I was squished between Kacchan and Todoroki. In fact, I was practically on Todoroki's lap because Kacchan insisted on taking up as much room as possible. I knew he was doing it on purpose, as if he was constantly in wingman mode. There was very little talk during the ride. Papa and Dad spoke, but I didn't have the nerve to join in, knowing my voice would crack from nerves. I was very thankful when we finally pulled up to UA, and I was able to gracefully tumble out of the car. You 3 just go to the dorms, we'll take your hero costumes, Dad grumbled. We nodded and started the walk to the dorms. When we arrived, Kacchan immediately scurried off to his room. Before he left, he pointed at Todoroki and mimed making out with someone. I felt my face heat up, grateful that Todoroki's back was to Kacchan. Otherwise, it would have been even more embarrassing. Izuku, is your face okay? Todoroki asked, placing the back of his hand on my forehead. This only made my face heat up more. Why, I'm fine. But it's hot in here. I'm going to my room, see you at dinner. I yelled in a panic, running away from Todoroki without realizing he looked disappointed. It took a while for me to calm down in my room. I worked diligently on my song to distract myself from thinking about Todoroki. I knew that if I thought about him for even a second, I wouldn't be able to focus. I strummed my guitar, finding the perfect melody. I was satisfied with my progress when there was a firm knock on my door. Knowing it could only be one of a few people, I called for them to come in. My door slowly opened to reveal my dad and Papa, peering in at me. My small smile widened upon seeing my parents. Papa, what brings you to my room? I asked, setting my guitar down and focusing my attention on them. They stepped into my room and lingered awkwardly in the entryway, looking out of place and nervous. Is something wrong? I asked, concerned when even Papa wasn't saying anything. No, nothing is wrong. Papa assured me, quickly putting my concern to rest. Well, you know that I proposed. We just wanted to make sure you were okay with it. We understand if you're skeptical. You've only known about us being together for a few months and I cut Papa's ramblings off by pulling him into a hug. You don't need to worry, Papa, I'm really happy for you. I can't wait until you're married, I assured Hizashi. Arms wrapped around my torso as my Papa returned my hug. We held on for a while before Papa yanked Dad into the hug as well. It was nice, just standing in a huddle, but it had to come to an end at some point. We really should be getting back to school. I have to check on everyone's internships, Dad whispered, trying not to disturb the comfortable atmosphere. I nodded, and we slowly peeled ourselves apart. It was rare for Dad to show physical affection to such a degree. I didn't mind that he wasn't very physical. I got enough hugs from Papa and my aunties to get by. Since his signs of affection were rare, I had learned to cherish every single one, no matter the situation. We'll see you later for dinner, problem child. Dad smiled down at me as he ruffled my hair. I returned his smile and watched as they left my room. Kacchan had called me down to help him prepare dinner, but he seemed to forget how much of a disaster I was in the kitchen. I spilled the sauce, forgot to peel the carrots before chopping them, and nearly cut my finger. I was good at handling knives in combat, but I was mortifyingly bad when it came to cooking. In the end, Kacchan had banished me from the kitchen, shouting at me to never set foot in there again. I sulked away to watch TV, not wanting to go all the way upstairs just to come back down later. While I was watching a cartoon, Todoroki walked in and flopped onto the sofa beside me. I had to consciously stop myself from blushing at how close we were. Hello, Todoroki, I greeted him quietly. Please call me Shoto. If I call you Izuku, it only seems right, Shoto replied monotonously, though I heard a hint of compassion in his voice. Okay, I replied simply, not even attempting to hide the redness of my cheeks. We sat in silence until Kacchan called us to dinner. It wasn't awkward. If anything, it was comfortable, yet there were a lot of unspoken words lingering in the air. This is delicious, Katsuki. Did Mitsuki teach you how to cook? Papa asked Kacchan as he shoveled food into his mouth. I could see Dad itching to scold him for his terrible table manners, but I don't think he wanted to embarrass him in front of Shoto. Yeah, the old hag taught me as a kid. Wouldn't stop yammering on about how I need to be able to cook as an adult, Kacchan answered, shoveling food into his mouth with the same vigor as Papa. If Kyoko were there, she would have scolded Kacchan about his manners and likely given Papa a dirty look. She never directly scolded Papa for his appalling manners when she came to our house to eat, but you could see it in her eyes. So, Izuku, how long have you been living with Aizawa-sensei? Shoto asked, while Dad was preoccupied with trying to get Papa and Kacchan to eat properly. Dad adopted me when I was 7. He saved me from a bad situation, I answered. Shoto nodded in understanding before striking up a conversation about lessons and hero work. Dinner was delicious, and I made sure to compliment Kacchan on his cooking before he stormed upstairs. Papa and Dad bid me goodnight before disappearing into Dad's room, leaving just me and Shoto in the kitchen. Would you like me to help you with the washing up? Shoto asked. I nodded slightly, prompting him to walk over to the sink and turn on the tap before adding some dish soap. I scraped all of the food waste into a bin to avoid a mess in the sink. I'll wash and you can dry, Shoto offered. I nodded, and we began to work in silence. The only sound in the kitchen was the clattering of plates as they were either placed on the washing board by Shoto or put into one of the cupboards by me. I wanted to say something, anything, but I was too nervous. I worried I would mess up and make Shoto dislike me. It seemed Shoto also grew tired of the silence because he spoke up. So, Izuku, who's your favorite hero? He asked somewhat awkwardly. At the mention of heroes, I felt excitement bubbling up, all my nerves fading away. There are so many good ones like All Might, Hawks, Mirko, and Edgeshot, to name a few. But I also love Present Mike, Eraserhead, Ms. Joke, and Midnight. I guess I like them on a more personal level since they're all family to me, but I try not to let that cloud my judgment. They're all great heroes. I mean, I think Dad deserves more attention than he gets. He's such a great hero and deals with both big and small events. I respect that he's not a fan of the media, they're like vultures. But I still think citizens should know about him. When I was in middle school, people kept calling him a hobo, and I know they wouldn't do that if they knew he was sacrificing his sleep and well-being to save people. It just really annoys me. It was at this point I realized I had been rambling, and Shoto had abandoned the washing up in favor of staring at me with a peculiar, yet familiar, light in his eyes. I blushed and looked down at the floor in embarrassment. Sorry, I guess I got too into it. I chuckled awkwardly. Shoto didn't say anything, and I began to worry that I had annoyed him. When I looked up to check on him, I noticed he had moved from his position by the sink to directly in front of me. Izuku, Shoto whispered. He was so close that I could feel his breath against my face. My cheeks warmed at his proximity. I wanted to reach out and pull him closer, but I had to restrain my urges. Why is Todoroki? I managed to whisper, too nervous to meet his mismatched eyes. I knew that if I looked, I would be drawn in and unable to look away. Can I ask you a question? Shoto asked in a hushed voice, bringing his hand up to my cheek and holding it tenderly. My cheeks flushed even more at this action, and I nearly forgot to respond. Yeah, I replied, curious about what he could possibly ask. I really don't wish to be brash, but do you like me? Romantically? Shoto questioned. I froze, my heart racing. My stomach dropped, and I felt tears brimming in my eyes. The same thought raced through my mind. He's going to shout at me. He must hate me now. Shoto must have seen the turmoil in my eyes. I'll take your silence as confirmation that you do, he whispered. I tried to pull away, but I couldn't. Please calm down, Izuku. I like you back, he said, his voice strained as he tried to break through my fear. I froze and looked at him, my vision blurry from tears. What? I whispered hoarsely. Shoto took my hands and led me over to the sofa in the lounge so we would be on level ground. He was taller than me, and I felt the height difference acutely. I like you. Genuinely. I started to notice during the sports festival, and ever since then, I've been dwelling on the emotions I feel when I'm around you. It was so unfamiliar that I had to ask Yaoyorozu about it. She confided in me that she was having similar feelings about Jiro. But the point is, I like you. I don't know how long you've liked me, but I was wondering if you would want to go on a date tomorrow. I sat in shock at Shoto's words. It didn't register that he was asking me on a date. When it finally hit me, I couldn't hold back my squeal of happiness. You're not joking, right? If you're joking, I will literally be upset. I replied. He chuckled softly, and the smile on his lips made my heart flutter. I'm not joking, Aizu. I want to take you out on a date, Shoto said, chuckling again. I squealed once more and launched myself at him, wrapping him in one of my signature hugs. He hesitated for a moment before wrapping his arms around me and resting his chin on my head. In that moment, I knew I would cherish every hug I shared with him. The sun rose the next day, bringing excitement and anticipation that tingled through my body. I practically jumped out of bed, giddy for my date with Shoto. The date was at 11 a.m., and when I glanced at my alarm clock, I saw it was only 9 a.m. I groaned, realizing I had to wait 2 hours. To distract myself, I decided to get dressed for the occasion. The problem was, I had never been on a date before. There was only one person I could ask without feeling too embarrassed. Kacchan. What do you want, nerd? Kacchan answered his door gruffly after I had knocked for a while. Hey Kacchan. You had a girlfriend in middle school, right? I asked nervously. Kacchan nodded, leaning against the doorway and looking down at me. Yeah. It took me a year to actually consider her. Turns out she wasn't great in a relationship, he shrugged. I admired Kacchan for being open about his feelings. He had been clear about his identity for a long time, even if it took him time to figure it out. Could you help me get ready for a date? I've never been on one, and I'm not sure what to do, I squeaked, avoiding his gaze out of fear he might be annoyed. I loved Kacchan as my brother, but sometimes he was too overprotective. I feared that no matter what sort of friendship he had built with Shoto, he wouldn't like the fact that we were going on a date. So, Icy Hot finally got the courage to ask you out? Good. I'll come to your room so I can help you pick out some clothes, Kacchan said. I nodded and hurried back to my room with Kacchan following closely behind. It took nearly an hour for Kacchan to find something he deemed appropriate for me to wear. He ridiculed my wardrobe multiple times during the process, saying things like, "What do you call this?" and "How can you wear this? It's an eyesore." After trying on several outfits, Kacchan finally settled on one he liked. Perfect. I need my parents to buy you some clothes. How do you live with such a terrible fashion sense? Kacchan groaned from his position on my bed. I shrugged at him as I admired my outfit in the mirror. I wore black jeans and a jade green t-shirt that complemented my eyes, at least according to Kacchan. I also had on black sneakers that looked nice, even if they weren't branded. Looking sharp, nerd. I'm sure Icy Hot will think you're drop-dead gorgeous, Kacchan complimented. It was rare for him to say something so sweet, and I appreciated it as a confidence boost before my first date. You're more of a nerd than me, Kacchan. You go to bed at 8 o'clock and do better than me in class, I pointed out. Kacchan's cheeks brightened a bit, but he just rolled his eyes at me. I laughed silently at his reaction and turned back to the mirror to admire my reflection. I didn't look all that special, but I felt it was an improvement on my usual attire. I stood in the lounge area, waiting patiently for Shoto to come down the stairs. I didn't have to wait long before he emerged, looking even more dashing than usual. His multicolored hair was a bit tousled, and he wore a plain white t-shirt, blue jeans, and a black bomber jacket. Like me, he didn't look fancy, but he still looked extremely handsome. Hey, Izuku, Shoto smiled at me as he came to a stop in front of me. The height difference between us was a bit annoying, but I tried to focus on the moment. Ichei Odoroki, I stuttered nervously. I didn't mean to sound so anxious, but it was my first date after all. Please call me Shoto, he replied, taking my hand and leading me from the room. We walked in slightly awkward silence to the gates of UA. Suddenly, it occurred to me that we might not have permission to leave. Wait, are we allowed to leave the school grounds? I asked. Shoto smiled and pulled me onward. Of course we can. I asked Mr. Aizawa yesterday evening after you went to your room. He said it was completely fine, as long as we returned by 4 o'clock. I relaxed slightly, knowing I wasn't breaking any rules. Shoto led me down the road and into the town at the foot of the hill where UA was built. The date wasn't very structured, there was no set location, but I enjoyed just wandering around with Shoto's hand in mine. We ate lunch at a family-owned cafe, got ice cream from an ice cream parlor, and walked along a river in a park. We went in and out of several shops, and Shoto offered to buy me nearly everything I showed interest in, but I declined, not wanting to feel guilty about him spending money on me. Overall, the date was peaceful and I got to know Shoto better. We talked about all sorts of subjects. He spoke fondly about his siblings and his mother, whom he had recently started visiting in the hospital. I shared a few cherished memories I had with my mom, though it was hard to think back that far. We shared multiple laughs and joked with each other. It felt so peaceful, and I would describe it as the perfect first date. As we started our walk back to the school around 3:30 p.m., I told Shoto about a time when Kacchan, Kyoka, and I went on a picnic with our families. Kacchan and Kyoka pushed Papa into the lake, and it made Dad laugh, which is a rare occurrence. I recalled how Papa chased us around for 10 minutes before catching us, and we all ended up laughing on the ground. That sounds lovely. I never got to prank anybody, but I do remember climbing trees with my siblings when I was 9. My father was away on a mission, so we were practically free to do as we pleased, Shoto reminisced with a gentle smile. I loved seeing him smile. It warmed my heart and made everything seem right in the world. Izuku, may I ask you something? Shoto asked, his voice tinged with nervousness. The fact that such a stoic boy was nervous made me anxious too. I nodded, twisting my hands together as we walked. I know this was only our first date, but I really enjoyed it and I want to go on another. One sometime, he whispered. I was about to say that was a given when he continued, but that's not all. I was wondering if you possibly wanted to be my boyfriend. Of course, you don't have to say yes, but I thought I would just ask. I cut Shoto off by pulling him to a stop and bringing his face down to mine. He looked bemused for a moment before I placed a gentle kiss on the corner of his lip, not quite having the courage to kiss him fully at that moment. Shoto froze, and I worried I had done something wrong. He seemed to stare into space for a few seconds before the left side of his face burst into flames. I gasped in shock and threw my water bottle at him, not opening it. I immediately began to apologize profusely, tears brimming in my eyes, while Shoto blinked in confusion. After a few moments, Shoto laughed, his laugh so angelic that it prompted me to join in. There's no need to apologize, Izuku. I probably would have done the same if our situations were reversed, he said, taking my hand and resuming our walk back to you. We walked in silence for a few minutes before I remembered Shoto's question. Yes, I'll be your boyfriend, I whispered. I didn't think he had heard me, but after a moment, a wide smile broke out on his face. He leaned down and pecked me on the cheek, causing me to turn several shades of red. The day after our date, our fellow students began to return to the dorms. Ida was the first to arrive back. He bowed and apologized to Shoto, Kacchan, and me profusely until we told him it was okay and he could stop bowing. I was concerned about his back health with how much he bowed. The next to return were the Baku squad and Kyoka, who burst through the door energetically and bounced into the kitchen, where Kaminari and Siro were wreaking havoc while attempting to cook. A tea towel caught fire because they left it on the hob, and Shoto had to put it out with a chilly breeze. Next, Ochako walked through the front door with a wide smile, though she seemed to have a different aura about her. She seemed stronger. After her, the rest of my classmates returned quickly, most filtering off into their own rooms or their friends' rooms. Only Kyoka, Kacchan, Ochako, Momo, Shoto, Tsu, Mina, and I remained in the sitting room, discussing our internships. It was awesome. Gunhead is so sweet. He taught me how to disarm someone who's attacking you with a knife. Oh, also, he taught me a bit of martial arts. It was so fun. What about you, Yamamo? Ochako was bouncing in her seat. She and Tsu were sharing a sofa with Mina, who was teasing Kacchan while asking Kyoka for singing lessons. Yamamo fiddled with her hair before slouching into the sofa. I must say that I was expecting a bit more from my internship. Iwabami had Itsuka Kendo and me do a hairspray commercial. I didn't get to see any hero work, just Iwabami being swarmed by her fans. Momo sighed in disappointment. Kyoka patted her arm gently in reassurance, her face slightly red as she did so. Yamamo, while smart, seemed oblivious to Kyoka's feelings and just blushed in return. My internship was quite eventful, Karo. I helped Selkie take down some smugglers. It was an intense fight, Karo. Selkie fought very well, Tsu croaked. My eyes shone as I listened to my friends share their experiences. What about you three? I heard you came across the hero killer, Stain. Mina shouted enthusiastically. Kacchan tooted and let his head roll back against the sofa, clearly reluctant to speak about the incident. Whenever either Shoto or I brought it up, he snapped at us and told us to stop talking about it. I sensed that Stain's words were getting to Kacchan. He hated being doubted, and Stain kept insisting he wasn't worthy of being a hero, which had really brought Kacchan down. Yes, we came across Stain. It wasn't a pleasant experience by any means. We were all injured, and Ida lost a lot of blood. The experience was traumatic and will forever be on my mind. I have no doubt it will contribute to the PTSD we will most likely develop when we graduate from school, Shoto said monotonously. Everyone looked at him in shock. He had put a damper on the mood of the room. I glanced around and noticed the solemn expressions on their faces. I laughed, somewhat hysterically, and thumped Shoto on the arm. Wow, Shoto. You're so funny. Geez, Killjoy much? I laughed, trying to lighten the atmosphere. Everyone broke out of their horrified trances and laughed awkwardly before turning to the people next to them to chat. You really need to work on reading the room, I whispered to my boyfriend. Shoto looked confused for a moment before comprehension dawned on him. He looked down at the floor, somewhat embarrassed. Sorry, I'm not the best at social interactions, he muttered. I smiled at him sweetly and took his hand. There's no need to apologize. Everyone does something a bit awkward. You'll pick it up soon enough, I assured him gently. He nodded slightly, a small smile appearing on his face, and laid his head on my shoulder before quickly pecking my cheek and squeezing my hand. Oh, gosh. Mina screeched, startling everyone. I covered my ears for a moment, hoping she wouldn't assault my eardrums again. Wanna explain why you found it necessary to make my ears bleed? Kacchan roared at Mina. She ignored him and excitedly pointed at our intertwined hands. Are you two dating? She asked eagerly. We both nodded reluctantly. We didn't want to make a big deal of our relationship, but Mina had just blown that plan. That's so cute. I thought Todoroki would end up with Yamamo and Izuku with Ochako, but this is adorable too. I didn't even know you both liked boys. I could have totally helped you get together. I'm so happy for you. I can't wait until you get married. You should totally do a Winter Wonderland-themed wedding. Mina rambled. With every sentence, I felt myself turning redder. I wanted to disappear. Shoto, however, seemed unfazed. He just looked into space and rubbed his chin. If I hadn't met Izuku, I probably would have pursued Momo. She is very attractive, but that would never have worked since she's a lesbian. I'm not sure about Ochako and Izuku. If they had gotten together, I would most likely have been very jealous. Shoto casually outed himself and Yamamo without batting an eyelash. Shoto! Yamamo and I exclaimed simultaneously, both of our faces flushed with embarrassment. Shoto looked around the room in confusion before realizing what he had said and appearing embarrassed. Oh, I wasn't meant to say that, he whispered. I wanted to facepalm at that moment. I glanced over at Ochako, who was also red. Tsuyu had her hand on Ochako's thigh in what looked like a reassuring gesture. I narrowed my eyes, deciding to ask about it later, as Dad was calling everyone to serve themselves dinner from the food he and Papa had cooked. That was delicious, Aizawa-sensei. Kirishima yelled enthusiastically. Dad merely nodded and continued to eat in the kitchen. I was seated next to Shoto and across from Kyoka. Kacchan had been dragged further down the table by Mina to sit with the Baku squad. So you've written a new song? If you let me see it, we could probably practice it. What's it called? Kyoka asked as she swallowed her chicken. I finished my rice, placed my chopsticks down, and replied to my best friend. It's called Devil Town, by Cave Town, I answered. Kyoka nodded and asked me to send her and Kacchan the music for it so they could analyze it before practice the next day. I was turning to address Shoto, when several people gasped. Is that a ring, Aizawa-sensei? Shiro gasped excitedly. The entire class turned to look at my dad, like seagulls spotting a beachgoer with chips. Oh yeah, you didn't have that when we left. Kaminari piped up, staring at Shota's hand with a confused expression. Mina spoke next. Did you get married? Do you have a wife or husband? Questions flew at my dad from the Baku squad and a couple of the girls in my class. Ioma even asked if they were as fabulous as him. Eventually, Dad seemed to have enough of the constant questions because he activated his quirk and glared at us all menacingly. Everyone fell silent under his glowing red eyes. My love life is none of your concern now. Dad began to chastise the class, but the door to his room swung open, and Papa walked out. Shota, Emmy said she's gonna beat your butt because you didn't tell her about our engagement yourself. Papa shouted loud enough for people 2 dorms over to hear. Now you tell me if that seemed planned or not. Papa knew that the class was eating dinner. He was helping to prepare it, so why would he shout that unless he wanted the class to know? A majority of the class gasped at the revelation of who gave the ring to my dad. Of course, Kacchan, Shoto, and I didn't react. Kyoka wasn't aware of their engagement, and by the look she leveled at me when she got over her shock, I knew I was in for it. Yamamo gasped delicately beside Kyoka. Oh, that does make sense. they are quite close. Aizawa-sensei just never seemed the type to be involved with anyone romantically, she whispered to herself. If I hadn't been living with Shota for the majority of my life, I would have agreed with her. Once everyone got over the initial shock of the revelation, whispers ran rampant amongst the assembled students. Most of these whispers originated from Mina, Kami, Kiri, and Siro. Shinso and Kacchan just sat there looking bored as the four people around them whispered excitedly. Be quiet, you lot, Dad sighed. Everyone shut up and stared at Shota expectantly. Let's just get this out of the way. Yes, present Mike is my fiancé. It doesn't concern you, and therefore I will not be answering questions. If anyone asks me any questions, I will send every single one of you to bed early, Shota deadpanned. The class didn't say a word. Dad nodded slightly before leaving the room, grabbing a beaming Hizashi by the ear and dragging him into his bedroom. The dining area was silent for a minute before everyone began to talk to their friends again, some filtering into the living room or upstairs to their rooms. Izuku, Shota whispered to me. We had been sprawled on his bed, our limbs entangled together as we watched a film on my laptop. Shoto's room was very classically Japanese. Its traditional, minimalistic style was refreshing and made the room feel airy and light. Yes, Shoto, I replied, my eyes glued to the screen as I watched a cliché action film that always inexplicably drew me in. Do you think Momo is angry with me? He whispered. A rare display of emotion was intertwined with his voice. He only ever showed emotions when we were alone together, and normally those emotions were happiness and adoration. Shoto was becoming more open with the class, but he still rarely displayed emotions. Why do you think she'd be angry with you? I asked softly. I paused the film and sat up from between Shoto's legs so that I could face him and take his face into my hands. He placed his own hands on mine and leaned his head into my hands. I accidentally outed her to her friends. She didn't want people to know because she was scared of their reaction. I knew that, yet I still couldn't keep my mouth shut, Shoto sighed solemnly. I felt touched by the sincerity in his voice. He was genuinely beating himself up over the fact that he had let Momo's sexuality slip. Don't worry, Sho, I'm sure Yamamo is okay. I suggest that you speak to her tomorrow before or after school, just to be sure that she's alright. You didn't let it slip to the entire class, just a select few of us. I'm sure nobody has told anyone else. I reassured my boyfriend with a gentle kiss on the crown of his head. Shoto nodded slowly. I looked over at the alarm clock on Shoto's bedside table and groaned at the time. It was 9:50 p.m. I should go to my room. My dad is really strict when it comes to these sorts of rules. I groaned. Shoto nodded and let my hands go, allowing me to slip off his bed and put my slippers back on. See you tomorrow. I smiled at him, and he returned the smile, making my heart flutter as I closed the door to his dorm. Oh dude, are you and Todoroki dating? A familiar voice asked suddenly from behind me, making me jump slightly. I whipped around, laptop held securely to my chest, to see Kirishima standing behind me, a glass of milk in his hand. Keikikiri, I didn't see you there. I stuttered nervously. Kirishima looked at me slightly confused and opened his mouth to ask the question again, but I quickly dodged it by scurrying to my room. Well, I should probably be getting to bed. You know how late it is. I'll see you in the morning. I practically shouted, running into my room and slamming the door behind me. I let out a sigh of relief as I slumped against the door. I wasn't opposed to people finding out about mine and Shoto's relationship, it was just a surprise seeing Kiri there. I placed my laptop on my desk and prepared for bed, pulling on my pajamas and brushing my teeth before flopping onto my bed and staring at the picture on my bedside table. I fell asleep looking at the shining eyes of my departed mother. Weeks passed, taking us from mid-May to the end of June. Kacchan, Shoto, Ida, and I had put the stain debacle behind us. We wanted to forget about it and just move on with our lives. But the world had different plans. It was hard to go on the internet and not be bombarded with video after video about Stain's life or the attack on Hosu City. It was infuriating. Everywhere I looked, I was constantly reminded of Stain and my fight with him. I could see it was getting to Shoto and Kacchan as well. Shoto was visibly annoyed, and Kacchan despised any mention of Stain with a burning passion. He still hadn't told me what was wrong, but something Stain had said was bothering him. He remained his usual aggressive self, but there was a contemplative look in his eyes, as if he was grappling with something. Aside from the constant reminders of Stain, nothing out of the ordinary happened. We did our schoolwork, practiced to become heroes, and engaged in normal teen activities. As you are aware, the school term is coming to an end, and soon it will be summer, Dad announced tiredly. A buzz of excitement filled the class at the mention of the upcoming summer holiday. However, as Hero Corps students, you won't have the luxury of doing nothing. This summer, we will be going to a training camp where you will strengthen your quirks in preparation for your provisional license test. At the mention of a camp, the Baku squad erupted in cheers but quickly quieted under Dad's steely glare. Since the school term is ending, you will have exams in a week's time. To attend the training camp, you must achieve at least 60% on the academic portion and pass the heroics portion. With 5 minutes left in class, you may converse amongst yourselves. Dad barely finished his sentence before he dozed off. Wow, training camp sounds so fun. Mina exclaimed, and several classmates nodded in agreement. But Aizawa has set strict requirements. Achieving 60% on all our tests will be tough, Kaminari sighed dramatically. Hard for you maybe, but everyone else can manage at least 60%. It's you two who never get above 50%, Kacchan scoffed at Kaminari and Mina. While they bantered, I turned to Kyoka. Aizawa? What's that? I asked, confused. Kyoka sighed and let her head flop onto her desk. Shinso, passing by, answered for her. It's what they call Aizawa-sensei. They say he's like the class's dad, so he's now called Aizawa. Also, could you ask your boyfriend to stop bugging me about mine and Aizawa-sensei's similar features? Shinso said tiredly. I glanced behind him to see Shoto talking to Yamamo, but he was eyeing Shinso's back suspiciously, as if piecing something together. I sighed and looked back at Shinso. Yeah, I'll talk to him, I replied, exasperated. Shinso nodded thankfully before slouching over to the Baku squad, standing behind Kaminari, who stiffened slightly, his cheeks turning rosy. It seemed someone had a crush. Hey, Izuku, Shoto called as I walked back to the dorms with Kacchan, Kirishima, Ochako, and Ida. The rest of our friends had rushed ahead to prepare for a study session that Yamamo had agreed to host. Shiro, Mina, and Kaminari had ranked at the bottom of the class in the midterms, so they desperately needed help. I suspected Kyoko was tagging along just to hang out with Yamamo. Oh, hi Shoto, I beamed as he and Tsuyu caught up with us. Shoto took my hand, and we walked side by side. We hadn't tried to hide our relationship, so practically everyone knew. I noticed Tsuyu and Ochako's hands brushing against each other. Could you help me revise for the exam? You ranked better than me in the midterms, Shoto asked. I nodded excitedly. Kacchan and I always study together. You can join us. Kiri is tagging along too because he needs to boost his grades as well, I explained. We chatted as we made our way to the dorms. I admired Shoto and reflected on our relationship. We went on dates every other Saturday and spent a lot of time together. Since we started dating, Shoto had become more open and friendly, though he still had his oblivious moments. We hadn't yet shared a full kiss. We only hugged, held hands, and exchanged gentle kisses on the cheek, hand, or forehead to show affection. I was nervous about taking that next step, and Shoto respected that. No, you dumbass. Kacchan yelled at Kirishima as we sat at the dining tables, revision materials spread around us. We would have sat in the lounge, but Yamamo had claimed that area for her study group. Can you not read? The question says, write 9 root 27 as a power of 3. I don't know what you think you're doing, but that isn't how you do it. This is so simple. Kacchan ranted as he guided Kirishima through a math question. Shoto, Ochako, who had decided to join us, and I ignored them and focused on our English work. So you say it interesting? Chako asked, mispronouncing the word. No, it's pronounced, interesting, I corrected slowly. She nodded reluctantly before trying again. The second time, she said it correctly, though it still sounded a bit off, which was to be expected as we were learning a different language. Okay, now say the full sentence, I told her. We talk about many things interesting, Ochako slowly articulated. You're nearly there, but interesting doesn't go at the end. You say it, we talk about many interesting things. It's okay to get the sentence order wrong, though, I explained to my friend. She nodded and went back to carefully saying each word in her prepared speech. I was about to turn to Shoto to see if he needed help, but Kacchan's loud voice interrupted me. You imbecile. How did you get that answer? He yelled, angrily crumpling the piece of paper Kiri was working on. Hey, Kiri said weakly. The answer is 3 to the power of 7 over 2. That's really not that hard. Kacchan fumed as he fell back into his chair, looking at Kirishima as if he were a lost cause. I felt sorry for Kirishima. Kacchan wasn't the best teacher due to his anger. How about I help Kiri with his math, and you come over here and help Ochako with her English? In 10 minutes, we'll swap back. It'll give you time to cool off, I suggested. Kacchan nodded, so we swapped seats and continued our revision. Finished. I breathed thankfully. We had just completed our revision session. After Kacchan and I swapped back to our original seats, he was a bit more level-headed after speaking with Shoto. I had managed to help Kiri understand the basics of what Kacchan was teaching him so they could tackle some of the more advanced stuff. What time is it? Ochako asked tiredly. Shoto looked at his watch. It's 5 p.m. Katsuki just went to cook dinner, he said. Knowing Kacchan was making dinner, I anticipated it would be delicious. I nearly forgot that I have practice today, I said, slapping my hand against my forehead. Shoto took my hand away and kissed the reddening patch of skin. Don't beat yourself up, love. Aren't you going to practice that song you wrote? Shoto whispered. I blushed at his closeness. No matter how long we dated, I knew I would always have the same reaction to him. Why? We've nearly perfected it. You can come and watch if you want, I offered to both Shoto and Ochako. Ochako said she couldn't because she had to video call her parents, but Shoto was happy to come along. After a delicious dinner of lasagna, I headed up to Kyoka's room. We usually practiced in either her room or Kacchan's since they both had drum sets, but it was often held in Kyoka's room. When I arrived, I knocked and heard a rushed, "Wait 1 second," before a flustered Kyoka opened the door. Her face was bright red, and her hair looked like it had been hastily arranged. I raised an eyebrow at her appearance before carefully walking into the room, making sure not to bump my guitar against the walls. Shoto followed me in, unfazed by Kyoka's state. In the main part of Kyoka's room, I saw an equally flustered Yamamo sitting on the floor, reading a book that was upside down. It didn't take a genius to figure out what had been happening. I decided not to mention anything. Kyoka should be glad it was me who arrived first and not Kacchan, who would have teased her for days. Yamamo greeted me once her face returned to normal. We struck up a conversation as we waited for Kacchan to arrive. When Kacchan finally showed up, Kami, Kiri, Siro, and Mina trailed behind him like lost puppies. Shinso was there too, looking indifferent. "Kat, how do you expect to fit all these people into my room?" Kyoka asked, exasperated. Kacchan shrugged and walked over to the drums. "I didn't invite them. They just followed me," he grunted. A mini argument broke out between Kami and Siro over who could sit on the chair, ending when Mina just sat in the chair and pulled both boys onto her lap. Shoto and Yamamo were already taking up Kyoka's bed, and if Kiri and Shinso just stood there wouldn't be enough room for Kyoka and me to play. "I have an idea. How about we move the drums forward a bit so that Kyoka and I stand by the door? Then the rest of you can stand in the hallway," I suggested over the sounds of the Baku squad arguing over seating. Everyone stopped and nodded at my plan. Now set up, we could finally start practice. I wasn't sure why so many people had decided to come and watch us, but it helped ease my performance anxiety. We didn't play the song right away, we started with a warm-up. Once we got into the swing of things, we began playing the song. We had been practicing it for a month, so we could play it nearly flawlessly. Kyoka started singing immediately while I played the guitar. After the intro, we transitioned into the instrumental part. Kacchan began playing the drums as Kyoka and I picked up the tempo. There was a little riff before the chorus started, and I sang alongside Kyoka. "Devil Town is colder in the summertime. I'll lose my mind at least another 1,000 times. Hold my hand tight, we'll make it another night. I still get a little scared of something new, but I feel a little safer when I'm with you. Falling doesn't feel so bad when I know you're falling this way too." The song ended with the final strum of my guitar, and the gathered people in the hallway clapped happily. At some point during our practice, Tokoyami and Shoji had joined the crowd listening to us play. I'm sure that the rest of the dorm could hear us as well, we weren't exactly quiet. "You're surprisingly good," Shinso commented, having never heard us play before. "What did you say, you insomniac?" Kacchan hollered from the doorway. Shinso shrugged and continued to lean against Kami's shoulder with his eyes closed. "What's the song called?" Yamamo asked. "Devil Town, by Cave Town. Aizu wrote it," Kyoka replied, her cheeks slightly flushed as she spoke to Momo. "We should play a few older songs to keep them fresh and then we'll stop," Kyoka said, turning to address Kacchan and me. We both nodded in agreement and prepared to play a few more songs. After playing a few more, such as Alone Together, by Fall Out Boy, we called it a day and brought all the equipment back into Kyoka's room. Kacchan and I bid Kyoka goodnight before making our way up to the 4th floor, followed by Shoto and Kiri. They complimented us on our music as we walked up the stairs. I blushed when Shoto expressed his love for Devil Town. I had taken slight inspiration from him, though I didn't tell him that. When we arrived on the 4th floor, we all said goodnight before heading into our rooms to prepare for bed. I looked at my clock and saw that it was only 9 p.m., but I was tired from the day's work, so it didn't take long for me to slip into a deep sleep. A week breezed past in what felt like minutes. Every evening was spent revising with my friends and studying on my own deep into the night. Kacchan and I had a bet on whether one of us would be able to knock Momo and Ida from the top 2 spots. I said neither of us could and that we should be content with 3rd, Kacchan, and 4th place me. But Kacchan, with his competitive spirit, insisted he could easily beat at least one of them. We both put 6,534 yen on the bet. Kacchan was confident in his ability to outrank one of the two, which made me slightly nervous, but I didn't let him see that. It was the day before the academic exams would begin, and I was eating lunch in the cafeteria with the usual crowd. The Baku squad, Yamamo, Kyoka, Ochako, Ida, Shoto, Shinso, and Tokoyami. Tokoyami had started sitting with us not long after the whole stain incident. He didn't talk a lot, but when he did, he mainly spoke with Kyoka and Shinso, who shared similar interests. I was just eating my food peacefully and chatting with Kacchan and Ochako when an obnoxious voice spoke up from behind me. "Well, if it isn't the self-serving students of Class 1A. I sighed heavily and turned around to see Nito Monoma sneering down at us. The entire class had run-ins with Monoma. He seemed to have it in for us. For the most part, Class 1A and 1B were on good terms. Their class president, Kendo, was good friends with Yamamo and Ida. I was friends with Yui Kodai and Yosetsu Awaze. At first, Awaze only spoke to me to get closer to Yamamo, as he had a crush on her, but we became friends fairly quickly. I became friends with Kodai more by accident than by seeking her out. She was a quiet girl who rarely showed her emotions. Though she wasn't moody, she just didn't express herself much. We lived close to each other before moving into the dorms and often walked home together in comfortable silence. Back to Monoma. He always targeted my class, likely because we were known to the public after the attack on the USJ and the 4 students on the podium at the sports festival all being from 1A. If he weren't so obnoxious, I might be able to tolerate him, but I just didn't like the boy. What do you want, Monoma? I asked in a resigned tone. Upon hearing his name, everyone's conversation stopped, and they turned to stare at him. He shifted slightly under the weight of their gazes. We had come up with this intimidation technique to get him to back off without arguing or fighting. WWL. Monoma stuttered, coughing into his hand to avoid our eyes. He seemed to regain his confidence, his gaze snapping back up to us, looking more conceited. I just thought I'd come over here and show you what a real hero is supposed to look like. You're all nothing but attention seekers who couldn't defend a slug. We'll see how good you actually are when Class 1B beats you in the final exams. He cackled, aggravating us for no reason. We were all training to be heroes, and everything that had happened to us was out of our control. Plus, his insults were weak. Who even calls people losers anymore? Pathetic. Could you please just leave us alone, Monoma? We're all working towards the same goal, and arguing among ourselves will only hinder our future work relationship, Momo said. Everyone nodded in agreement, which made Monoma look like he was about to explode. He opened his mouth to snap back, but Kendo silenced him with a swift chop to the neck. Sorry about him. He's stressed about the exams, so he's being more obnoxious than usual. I'll take him away now, Kendo explained cheerfully. She began dragging Monoma away when she suddenly remembered something. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. I know an upperclassman who said we'd most likely be fighting the robots from the entrance exam for the practical exam. Kendo notified us before continuing to drag a groaning Monoma away. If we're fighting robots, then I can go all out with my quirk. Kaminari cheered alongside Mina. I contemplated it for a moment before speaking up. I doubt it'll actually be robots. The entrance exam format made it hard for people with quirks that only work on humans to pass. They will most likely change the exam to be fair for Shinso. Plus, we all know we can fight the robots, and so do the teachers. It wouldn't be much of an exam if we weren't challenged. I voiced my thoughts, and several people nodded in agreement. Makes sense. Those robots are too weak to use in an exam. I want to fight a person. Kacchan yelled, slamming his fist on the table. Kirishima tried to calm him down as Mina and Kaminari sighed sadly. They clearly understood my reasoning and weren't happy about the prospect of fighting people. I'm so going to fail if we have to fight people, Mina huffed, letting her head fall onto the table. Denki copied her actions, though his head hit the table harder than intended. Don't worry guys. You'll do fine. I'm sure whatever happens, you'll still make it to the training camp, I reassured my friends. They simply groaned in response. I felt a large hand in my curls, rubbing my head affectionately. I looked up to see Todoroki smiling down at me gently. You're so sweet. You could raise a dead slug's spirits, he whispered so only I could hear. It was a bit odd for him to say, but I appreciated his effort. Thanks, Shoto, I smiled in reply. Academic tests start tomorrow. I advise you to do any last-minute studying tonight. Remember, if you fail these tests, you won't be going to the training camp. Dad spoke tiredly as he addressed us in our classroom after a hero training exercise. That day had involved a 10-on-10 battle in a cityscape where we had to capture the other team's weapon. I had the key for my team, while Tokoyami had the key for the opposing team. In the end, we won by the skin of our teeth, having both captured each other's keys, but Shoji reached their base before they could get to ours. Kacchan was fuming. With only 5 minutes left of class, I could see people getting restless, eager to leave. So, are there any questions? Dad asked monotonously. Nobody raised their hands. Just as he was about to get into his sleeping bag, Mina spoke up. So, Aizawa-sensei, when are you and Present Mike getting married? She asked enthusiastically. I could see Dad's cheeks tinting slightly. Yeah, Dadzawa, when is your wedding? Will it be in the summer? Oh, are you going to adopt a kid? I think you'd be a great dad. You're like a second dad to me. That sounds weird since you're my teacher, but still, Kaminari rambled on, oblivious to how red Shota's face was getting. I swear when Kami called him Dadzawa, Shota's soul left his body. I agree. You'd be such a great parent. Like strict but fair. You literally risked your life to protect us, so I feel like he'd be a protective dad. What do you think, Hanta? Mina asked, turning to Siro for his opinion. Yeah, I agree. He'd be a really good parent. Aizawa would definitely be able to teach his kids some good lessons. How about you, Kiri, what do you think? Siro nodded along before turning to Kirishima. At this point, my dad had clearly died from embarrassment. He was speechless and it was very amusing to see. I totally agree. The way he rushed into Izuku's room and calmed him down from his nightmare was so manly. He ran up 3 flights of stairs to get to our floor. In conclusion, Kiri nodded before looking up at Dad along with Mina, Kami, and Siro. We think that you should adopt a child, they said in perfect unison. Had they rehearsed telling my dad that he should adopt a child instead of revising for their exams? Yes, they had. Dad just looked at them with a red face before shaking his head and shuffling out of the classroom, still in his banana yellow sleeping bag. Class dismissed, he sighed. You lot are idiots, you know that? Kacchan grumbled to his friends as we ate dinner. After we had come out of class earlier that day, the Baku squad had laughed heartily at my dad's reaction. Kacchan had shouted at them for wasting valuable revision time and questioned if they even wanted to do well. They had, of course, said they did, so Kacchan had to lead them through a whirlwind breakdown of everything they hadn't revised. I'm sure that his aggressive teaching method would make the information stick in their heads, but they may have lost a few brain cells because he was hitting them on the head so much. We know, but his reaction was totally worth it, Kirishima laughed. I smiled as I shook my head at their antics and continued to eat the cold soba that Shoto had prepared for me. Shoto was happily slurping away, oblivious to everything happening around him. When we finished our food, we all headed to our rooms to cram for the last time and get an early night of sleep. We had 3 days of exams to get through, and it wouldn't be helpful if we fell asleep in the middle of them. Shoto kissed me on the forehead, as he usually did before we parted ways to go to our bedrooms every night, and told me to have sweet dreams. He could be romantic when he wanted to be. The first day of exams contained one of our math exams, one of our science exams, and our history exam. I found it fairly easy, and I knew that some of my friends did as well. Although there was one section in the science exam that I found a bit difficult. Quantitative chemistry was not my forte. How did they expect me to memorize the formula for moles and Avogadro's constant? Aside from that, the first day of exams wasn't too difficult. On the second day, we did our second and final math exam. It was a bit harder than the first one, but we were allowed to use a calculator for that one, so it balanced out. We also did our second science exam, which was our physics paper. Again, it was fairly easy. There were some things I had to think extra hard about, but overall it was okay. The final exam of that day was our English exam, which I breezed through easily, both the written and speaking portions. Although I can't say the same for everyone. I saw Kirishima looking pretty lost once I had finished writing and was just looking around. I didn't see how others performed in the speaking portion, but Ochako told me she thought she had blown it. The third and final day of exams dawned, and I could feel the anticipation for all the exams to be over hovering in the air. Our third science exam was on biology, and I felt pretty confident after handing my test in. Our hero theory exam was harder than I expected. I had to dig into the depths of my memory to remember what we had learned at the start of the year. I'll be the first to admit, I didn't study very hard for the Japanese literature exam, so it was no surprise to me when I struggled in it. When we were finally allowed to leave the classroom, the entire class sighed with relief. The academic exams were finally over. Now, all we had to worry about was the practical exam. The practical exam happened the next day. I could feel the nerves and anticipation tingling in the air as we all waited outside of UA for the teachers in front of us to say anything. Every teacher who taught at UA was lined up in front of us, staring us down. I fidgeted slightly in my place. It had been quiet for too long. I was about to burst when Dad finally spoke up. As you can see, all of the teachers who currently serve at UA are standing before you for a very simple reason. Dad paused and looked around at us all. You will be fighting us for the practical exam. At my dad's words, there was an outburst from the class. Several people shouted that it wasn't fair and that they couldn't expect us to win. I was inclined to agree. The youngest hero, 13, had at least 12 years of experience on us. How was it fair to pit us against people with so much experience? The angry outbursts continued for some time until Papa finally put an end to it with a sharp whistle. Quiet. Nizu will explain, he shouted. Everyone went silent and watched as the principal emerged from Dad's capture gear. The format of the exam is very simple. You will all be placed into pairs and then into a battlefield. You will all be on the same battlefield at the same time but will start from separate places. The goal is the glass skyscraper in the center of the city. You can see it from anywhere in the city. You will have 60 minutes to reach the center. Your teachers will be roaming around trying to prevent you from getting there. You may encounter one hero, multiple, or none. There are 2 courses of action you can take when facing a pro. You can tag them, or you can escape. When you tag a pro hero, they will be out for 5 minutes. To tag a hero, you must touch the hero's circular badge, which will be clearly displayed. Every hero will be wearing cuffs that add half their body weight to themselves. It should level the playing field. Now, are there any questions? Nizu explained before looking up at us. Inquisitively. Nobody spoke up for a few minutes before Zero raised his hand. How exactly do the tags work? He asked, nervously fiddling with his helmet. Excellent question. When a hero hasn't been tagged, the tag will be blue. Once touched with any foreign object, the tag will turn green, Nizu explained. Zero nodded, satisfied with the answer. Dad cleared his throat to gain our attention before pulling out a notebook. I will be deciding who you are paired with. I want to add to the principal's instructions that you are prohibited from leaving your partner behind, but you are allowed to team up with other pairs. Here are the pairs: Kaminari and Ishido, Uraraka and Aoyama, Koda and Jiro, Azui and Tokoyami, Shiro and Shinso, Hagakure and Shoji, Ida and Ojiro, Midoriya and Yaoyorozu, and finally Todoroki and Bakugo. Dad explained. I didn't mind being paired with Yamamo. She was a good fighter and strategist. There was only one problem: she lacked confidence, which could be dangerous in the hero world. The bus ride to our starting point was spent in silence. Yamamo sat at the front of the bus, reading through her book desperately, her eyes scanning page after page for information that could help her in our high-stakes challenge. I could see how nervous she was, but I didn't know how to help her. I was a bundle of nerves myself. I could feel my hands sweating and hear my heart hammering as anxiety tingled through my body. The prospect of facing pro heroes was daunting. I'd practiced with Dad, Papa, and my aunties before, but there were no stakes in that. If I fought my family in the exam, they wouldn't be holding back. They would actively try to stop me. Yamamo, we have 10 minutes before the exam starts. We should formulate a plan, I said to my friend as we watched the self-driving bus rumble down the dirt road. She nodded and hugged herself, a sign of her stress. Yes, I agree. You're a good strategist. You should form the plan. I feel as though I would only inhibit you, Yamamo whispered. It hurt to see such a strong, capable girl doubting herself. That's not true, Yamamo. You're a great strategist. Better than me. I need you to help form a good plan. You've helped so many people, including me when I was having a panic attack. You've been there for Shoto and helped our class study for the test. You are powerful, appealing, and amazing. All you need is a little confidence, and you're going to gain that confidence when you succeed in this exam. I encouraged her, gently grasping her shoulders. Momo looked shocked at my words, her mouth agape and her eyes wide. Soon, her eyes filled with tears, and she began to cry softly. Oh, thank you, Izuku. That's so sweet of you to say. I guess I have been putting myself down, but I feel like I'm not as good as you, or Shoto, or Katsuki. Even Ochako and Kyoka are better than me. She cried, pulling me into a hug. Now, I should mention that Yamamo is a lot taller than me, 17 centimeters to be exact. So when she pulled my head to her chest as she hugged me, it felt a bit awkward. Even though my face was burning and I felt slightly uncomfortable, I pushed through so that Yamamo could find some comfort. You really shouldn't compare yourself to others. Focus on being you and making yourself better. It's fine to look for inspiration, but remember that you're amazing. A lot of people look up to you, I reassured her. She nodded through her tears and stepped back, apologizing for crying on me. I dismissed her apology and wiped away her tears. After that, we devised a plan for each teacher. It wasn't perfect, but it was a plan. Start. A robotic voice echoed around our starting point. Yamamo and I were immediately off. I transformed into a horse, and she jumped onto my back. We ran for a few minutes before Yamamo spoke up. Deviant, that rubbish bin looks big enough to use, she whispered, careful not to alert any teachers nearby. I glanced back and saw her pointing at a rubbish bin. With a clear object in sight, we moved on to stage 2 of our plan to reach the center as quickly as possible. And you're certain this won't tire you out? Yamamo asked hesitantly. I nodded resolutely and placed my hands on the green metal of the rubbish bin, picturing what I wanted it to become. I had stared at pictures of it for hours. The metal slowly morphed into a sleek motorcycle with a leather seat and a gleaming silver frame. This model was particularly useful for us because it made practically no noise. I had seen it in one of Dad's old magazines and had become infatuated with it. I couldn't own one and had only seen one in real life once before the exam, so I couldn't help but admire the motorcycle of my dreams. Deviant, now isn't the time to space out. Yamamo chastised, plopping a helmet on my head. Right? Sorry, Kriati. I apologized as I adjusted the helmet and climbed onto the motorcycle with Yamamo behind me. She seemed slightly hesitant but placed her hands delicately on my shoulders, confirming she was ready. I revved the engine, and we sped away, flying through the streets toward the giant glass spire in the center of the city. I honestly believe we could have made it to the center within the first 10 minutes if we hadn't been confronted by Cementos. Our encounter was sudden. Halfway there, a huge concrete wall suddenly acted in front of us. I barely had time to bring the bike to a stop, just centimeters from colliding with the wall. Very initiative-thinking young ones, a mellow voice commented nearby. Yamamo and I whipped our heads around to see our teacher standing there, amused. We had to act fast to escape Cementos, one of the most dangerous opponents in a cityscape. He could control practically everything around him. Yamamo reacted quickly. A bunch of cylinders popped out of her arm, which I snatched and pulled the pins from. I threw them at Cementos and turned away as a bright flash went off. I placed my hands on the ground and let the adrenaline power me as I transformed all the concrete within 10 meters of Cementos into grass and plants. With no immediate way to defend himself and still partially blinded by the flash, Cementos could do little when Yamamo leapt forward and hit the big blue button on his chest. The button beeped and flashed before turning green. I sighed in relief and stood up from my crouched position, ignoring the slight ache in my elbows and knees. Well done, Creati, I congratulated Yamamo as we hopped back onto the motorbike. It was mainly you, she whispered bashfully. I shook my head as I pulled my helmet on. No, I couldn't have done it without you. You're doing amazingly. I beamed at her before revving the engine and driving around the large concrete wall that had obstructed our path. 3/4 of the way to the glass skyscraper, it seemed like we were in for an easy journey. That wasn't the case. We sensed something was coming when the air around us turned pink. I felt myself getting drowsy, even with the helmet on. I stopped the motorbike. Driving it while affected by Auntie Nomuri's quirk would be reckless. Yamamo looked more alert than I did, but she still seemed a bit slow. She pointed to the ground. I nodded and lay on my stomach, where the gas was less dense, making it easier to breathe. 2 gas masks popped out of Yamamo's leg, which I quickly fitted onto my face. Immediately, I regained my senses and nodded my thanks to her. We knew we couldn't ride the motorbike anymore, and I didn't want to risk transforming into an animal since Auntie Nomuri's quirk could still affect me, and I doubted a gas mask designed for a human would stay on my face. We could still see the top of the skyscraper, giving us a general sense of where we needed to go. We cautiously made our way toward the tower, keeping our ears and eyes alert for any noises or shadows in the hazy rose mist in the air. After a few minutes, the air around us became less pink, and we could see each other clearly. I thought we had managed to evade her, but Auntie Nomuri wasn't letting us go so easily. Oh, how delectable. 2 people managed to make it through my mist, a sultry voice purred from atop a car a few meters in front of us. Auntie Nomuri was sprawled on the roof of a car, holding a classic WHP that flicked from side to side like a cat's tail. Yamamo and I crouched and got into fighting stances, ensuring our gas masks were on in case she released more of her sleep-inducing scent. Nobody moved for a solid 30 seconds. Everything was silent. Then a WHP crack echoed around us, and I felt a stinging pain on my wrist. I looked down to see Midnight's WHP wrapped around me. Before I could process this, I was being dragged toward Auntie Nomuri, who was surprisingly strong for her lithe frame. Acting quickly, I drew my knife and severed the WHP with one slice. The sudden release sent both Auntie Nomuri and me flying backward, though she landed in an undignified heap on the ground, groaning slightly. Just as she was about to launch another attack, her button was hit with a baseball. Yamamo looked immensely proud of her accurate pitch, as if luck was on her side that day. We quickly ran away together before the 5-minute timer on Nomuri's button could expire. I could see the skyscraper doors ahead, but suddenly I stumbled, causing Yamamo to lose her balance as well. I quickly got to my feet and drew my knives. Look out, Creati. Aizawa-sensei is around here somewhere, I whispered urgently, scanning for my dad. He was an expert at moving through the shadows, and if he didn't want to be seen, we wouldn't see him. As I scanned the area, I noticed a slight movement out of the corner of my eye. Without hesitation, I threw my knife in that direction. I saw a shadow flinch backward and knew immediately it was my dad. I transformed into Shoto and tried to freeze him, but he jumped out of the way just in time. Creati, the doors are in sight. Let's run. I called to Yamamo. She nodded and skated toward the doors, while I followed closely behind. There was no point in transforming again since Dad could erase my quirk. Yamamo reached the doors when I felt something wrap around me, binding my arms to my body. My eyes widened as Shota yanked me back toward him. Once ensnared by his capture gear, it was nearly impossible to escape. Deviant! Yamamo called in a panic. I looked up at her and smiled slightly, wanting to reassure her, but I could see the uncertainty in her eyes. We wouldn't pass the exam unless both of us got through the glass doors of the skyscraper. It's all right, Creati, just trust your instincts. I yelled as I was dragged closer to the shadows of an alleyway. I struggled against the capture weapon, knowing that once I was surrounded by darkness, it would be incredibly difficult to pass. Just as I was about to be pulled into the shadows, Yamamo took action. Close your eyes, she yelled as she barreled toward me at full speed. I wasn't sure what she was planning, but I obeyed and closed my eyes. Not even a second later, there was a bright flash that I could see even behind my eyelids. The capture weapon around me loosened, indicating that my dad had been blinded. Trusting my instincts, I spun around and raised my foot onto the capture weapon. Shota stumbled forward, still blinded, out of the shadows and into the light. Without hesitation, I leapt forward and pushed the button on his shoulder, rendering him incapacitated for the next 5 minutes. "Well done, Creati," I exclaimed, jumping up to hug my friend. She smiled shyly and nodded toward the unguarded glass doors. "We should quickly get in, we don't know if another pro is waiting to jump out at us." I nodded my head and ran beside Yamamo to the glass doors that marked our victory. "You've passed," a robotic voice buzzed as soon as we passed through the doors. Yamamo and I beamed at each other, finally allowing ourselves to relax slightly. "Please make your way up to the view deck where Recovery Girl will tend to any wounds you have," the voice instructed. We followed the directions to the lift, which took us to the very top of the building. When we entered the open room, we saw that we were the only ones there. "It looks like we finished first," Yamamo whispered. I nodded and looked around. The room offered a 360-degree view of the city. I could see battles raging both near and far from the tower. A few floating rocks indicated Ochako's work, while a glacier erupted, followed by a chain of explosions, Shoto and Kacchan's doing. I noticed buildings collapsing in my peripheral view, and unease settled in my stomach. Who could have caused such damage? "Well done, you two." Recovery Girl smiled at us from by the window. We walked over to her and sat in the chairs nearby. "You completed the exam in 28 minutes. The rest of the class has 30 minutes until they automatically fail. I expect they'll start flooding in at any moment. Look, Azui and Tokoyami just came into the building," she informed us. Yamamo and I settled into our seats and waited for the exam to conclude. Katsuki's POV. We were nearly at the skyscraper. I could see the doors that would guarantee our victory. 30 minutes of the exam had passed, and Shoto and I were almost finished. "Katsuki, can you feel that?" Todoroki asked. I tooted at him and glanced around. I guessed he was referring to the tense atmosphere, as if we were being watched from every angle. There was only one pro capable of that. "We need to run, ectoplasm is onto us," I whispered so that only Shoto could hear. He nodded and created an ice path for us to skate down, a direct route to the door. We were moving quickly, unlikely to be stopped, until those clones of that teacher appeared out of nowhere. "Keep on this path. I'll deal with these nuisances," I gritted out to Shoto. He nodded in understanding. I spun around and blasted away the clones while propelling myself toward the glass door. "Bakugo! Grab on!" Todoroki yelled, holding out his hand. Normally, I would have slapped away anyone else's hand, but this was Shoto. I had developed a good friendship with him. I grasped his hand, and he pulled me backward, out of a clone's reach, and directly into the door. My head smacked against the door hard. I stumbled back, cursing, before Shoto dragged me in. "You've passed. Please go to the view deck," the robotic voice announced. Shoto and I followed the instructions and emerged onto the view deck from the lift. "Kacchan." "Shoto," a familiar voice called before a small body barreled into us. I looked down at the green ball of fluff hugging me. "Hey Aizu," I smiled gently. Izuku smiled up at us and then let me go to hug Shoto. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy, but I knew it wasn't fair. Izuku still cared about me. It was evident in how he spoke to me and hung out with Kyoka and me when Shoto wasn't around. Izuku's POV. Kacchan and Shoto finished their exam in 32 minutes. They joined Yamamo, Azui, Tokoyami, and me while we waited for the rest to finish. Kacchan shared stories about their fights, including their encounter with All Might. He wasn't pleased that they had to hide in an alleyway to evade him, and Shoto had to hold him back from confronting him again. In turn, Yamamo recounted our own battles, and I interjected to give her credit for her contributions. Throughout the conversation, Shoto's hand was clasped firmly in mine, his thumb rubbing soothingly over the back of my hand. It wasn't long before the rest of the class began to swarm into the room. I didn't think Cammy and Mina would make it, but they managed to get through the glass doors with 2 minutes to spare, covered head to toe in dust. Nobody questioned it at the time, we were all too exhausted. "Well done on all passing the practical exam. Since you all passed, you will be going on the training camp in a week's time. Today is Friday, so you have the entire weekend to relax and await your academic scores on Monday. Then you will have the week to prepare for camp before we leave next Friday, understood?" Dad asked. Everyone nodded. Once we were dismissed, everyone sighed in relief. We had passed the practical exams. It was Saturday morning, and I was pacing in my bedroom, worked up over my exam results. I knew that I had passed my practical exam, which had been my biggest worry, but after the exhilaration wore off, I was anxious about my academic exams. "Please, stop pacing, Aizu. There's nothing for you to worry about. Calm down," Shoto's calm voice spoke from where he was sprawled across my bed. I turned to him, frustration bubbling over. "Calm down? How can you tell me to calm down when my academic career is at stake? These test results are immensely important," I exclaimed, pacing again. Shoto reached out and gently held my wrist. Love, you need to calm down. I can see it in your eyes that this isn't just about your test results. He pulled me down to sit on his lap. I tried to stand, but he held me firmly in his arms, his head resting in my hair. Izuku, something else is bothering you, he whispered. I hesitated to share my feelings. I hadn't even told Kacchan. Please, Izuku. I care about you so much. I just want to know what's going on in your head. If you don't want to tell me, tell Katsuki. Tell your dads. Tell Jiro, Shoto urged, his voice tinged with desperation. I hated to see that look in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, I let my head rest against his chest. Recently, I've been remembering when I lived with my mum and Hisashi, my biological father. I'm just not in a good place, I admitted, my voice muffled against him. I hadn't shared much about my childhood with Shoto. He knew my mother was gone and that I had fond memories of her, but that was it. I'm going to tell you about my childhood before my dad adopted me. It's not a pretty story, and I might have to stop to cry. But telling you is another step towards accepting my past, I said, my resolve strengthening as I looked into his concerned eyes. Shoto nodded slowly, encouraging me to continue. I picked up a photo frame from my bedside table and sat between his legs. This is my mum, Inko Midoriya. She was such a sweet woman. I loved her, she never gave up. She fought for me to the end. Tears threatened to spill, but I pressed on. This photo was taken before my quirk manifested. After I developed my quirk, Hisashi changed. I don't know why. He didn't start drinking or lose his job. Nothing drastic happened to provoke the change. Some people say it was because my quirk had nothing to do with either of my parents. Others suggested my mother cheated on my father, but that wasn't the case. Hisashi had us do a DNA test, and it confirmed I was his son. It was just a quirk mutation. There was no reason for him to change, and it wouldn't justify what he did to my mother and me. My voice was laced with anger as I spoke. When I was 4, Hisashi started abusing my mother and me. One moment we were a happy family, and the next, we were being hit and confined to the house. I didn't go outside for 3 years. I didn't feel the sun on my skin for 3 years. I wasn't even allowed into the garden. I spoke quietly, feeling Shoto's hand rub my hair soothingly as he waited for me to continue. It was awful. We were both beaten within an inch of our lives multiple times. We couldn't go to the hospital. I can't count the number of times I saw my mother passed out on the floor. Hisashi never even had the common courtesy to move her to a bed. We were punished for everything. If we spoke too much, if we didn't speak enough, if we got in his way, or even if we were just trying to eat or sleep. My mother did everything she could to protect me, but she was often too weak to intervene. During those times, my father had free rein to do as he pleased. He inflicted pain in various ways, leaving me with many scars. I explained to Shoto, running my hand over his knuckles for comfort. It wasn't just physical, it was mental torture too. He threatened my life and killed my rabbit right in front of me, forcing me to cook and eat it while holding a knife to my throat. He even threatened my mother and said he would find Kacchan's family and harm them. Once, he came home covered in blood and claimed he had killed Kacchan's family. I cried for days, which only led to more punishment. He was unhinged and he still is. I shivered, feeling numb as I recounted my childhood to Shoto. I was 7 when I was saved. Nobody came to rescue me, nobody knew I was alive. But I still consider that night my salvation. Hisashi had a guest for dinner, and they were involved in something shady. I was sent to bed early and fell asleep, only to be awakened by my mother shouting. She never raised her voice at him after the first year, but that night was different. I went downstairs and saw him beating her, using both his fists and his quirk. I watched as the life faded from her eyes. Realizing I would be lost without her, I ran away into the night. It was raining, and the full moon illuminated my path. I ran until I bumped into Shota, who thought I was a kitten until I transformed into a human. He took me to the police station, where Hisashi tried to take me back but was arrested for child abuse and neglect. When I told the police he had killed my mother and they found her body, he was charged with murder and domestic violence. He was supposed to be in prison for life, but he was broken out and is now on the loose. Tears streamed down my face, and my chest felt heavy as I spoke about my mother's murder. Shoto didn't say anything, his actions spoke volumes. He pulled me into a tight embrace and gently kissed away my tears. He looked at me with so much love, understanding who I was without pitying me. He brushed my hair from my forehead and placed a soft kiss there. No matter what happens, I'll be here for you, Izuku, he whispered lovingly. The next day dawned bright, and I found myself pacing in the lounge area. My friends were on the sofa, trying to watch TV but distracted by my restless movements. Oh my lord Izuku! Stop stressing. You did fine. Kacchan yelled at me. I jumped and turned to glare at him, poking him in the chest. That's easy for you to say, Mr. Genius, I hissed. He rolled his eyes and pushed me down into Shoto's lap, where my boyfriend's arms instinctively wrapped around me. I sighed, letting my head rest against his chest. I knew I had little reason to be anxious about my results, but I couldn't shake the fear of disappointing everyone. That night, while listening to music in my bedroom, there was a knock at the door. I took out my earbuds and called for the person to come. Papa opened the door and sat beside me on the bed. "Some little birds told me you were stressing out," he said calmly. I silently cursed my friends for telling him. "There's no need to worry, Izuku. You're smart. You'll do fine," he reassured me. I smiled and thanked him. He glanced at my alarm clock and stood up, grumbling about his knees. "You better go to sleep. It's a school day tomorrow and I don't want you to be tired," he teased before leaving the room. I looked at the time, 11:30 p.m. He was right, I needed to sleep. I placed my book on the bedside table and turned off the lamp. In the darkness, I rolled over and fell into a thankfully dreamless sleep. Monday morning was nerve-wracking, to say the least. When I woke up, I was instantly on edge. I knew deep inside that I was just overthinking everything. All of my tests in the past had gone well, so why shouldn't this one? I was just scared of disappointing my family and friends. The only consolation I had was the thought that I might earn 6,534 yen from my bet with Kacchan. I was sure he wouldn't be able to beat Ida or Yamamo in their tests. With this slight reassurance, I got ready for the day. I took a shower, got dressed, and attempted to brush my unruly green hair, but my brush snapped in half again. I sighed and tossed it into the bin, which was already full of broken brushes and combs. After checking myself in the mirror by my door, I picked up my bag and left my bedroom. Every morning, I knocked on Kacchan and Shoto's doors so we could walk down to breakfast together. I was about to knock on Kacchan's door when I noticed a note saying he had already gone downstairs to make breakfast, so I turned to my boyfriend's door instead. Before I knocked, I ran a hand through my hair and made sure my tie was straight. My knuckles rapped against the hardwood of Shoto's door, and it wasn't long before he appeared, dressed but without his tie. "Hey Aizu. I'll be out in a second," Shoto said. I nodded and leaned against the wall next to his door, scrolling through Instagram. I saved a few posts to collections I knew I wouldn't revisit. "Ready to go?" Shoto's gentle voice whispered from beside me. I looked up and smiled at him. "Of course." I cheered. He chuckled softly, making my cheeks warm, and kissed my cheek. "Is Kacchan not joining us today?" Shoto asked as we walked down the corridor to the lift. "No, he's already downstairs. There was a note on his door," I explained, taking his hand. He nodded in understanding as the lift arrived, and we chatted as we descended. "Hey Kacchan," I greeted my best friend as we entered the dining hall, which had a great view of the kitchen. "Hey Aizu." "Hey icy hot," Kacchan replied, briefly looking up from the frying pan. We sat down at the table and talked about what we thought the training camp would be like, anything to distract me from the exam results. Soon, several classmates filtered in, greeting us before sitting with their friends. Kacchan finished cooking enough eggs for everyone before shouting for us to collect them. "I'm not a waiter. Get your own eggs," Kacchan shouted before stomping over with 3 plates in his hands. "I thought you weren't a waiter," Shoto deadpanned. I laughed as Kacchan and Shoto began to argue playfully. The eggs were delicious, tasting slightly salty, just as I had expected. Class started normally that day. Dad dragged his feet to the podium just in time for the lesson to start and had Ida and Yamamo take the register because he was too tired. Once the register was taken, Dad looked around at us with weary eyes. It seemed he was getting less sleep than usual. "As you know, today is results day. You will receive your scores for all of your academic exams as well as the points for your practical exam. Don't be discouraged if your scores are lower than those around you. You all did quite well," Dad recited. He sighed and held up a pile of papers. "Ida and Yayorozu will pass out your papers. Once they've done that, you have a free lesson, just don't leave the room." With that, his head fell onto the podium and he was sound asleep. Ida and Yamamo went around the classroom, handing out test scores and offering congratulations. I started to fiddle with my fingers and tap my foot to alleviate my anxiety. My head swiveled around to every person who exclaimed in excitement at their results. It was awful being kept in the dark about my own performance. Finally, Ida stopped next to my desk and handed me my results. "Well done, Izuku. It seems you have done quite well," Ida said with one of his rare smiles before moving on to Kacchan, who snatched the paper from Ida's hand and began scanning it. I sighed and steeled myself to look down at the paper on my desk. I looked down at my results, and relief washed over me. Everyone was right, I had done just fine. Midoriya Izuku. Class ranking, number 3. Physics, 79%. Chemistry, 85%. Biology, 93%. English, 98%. Maths 1, 89%. Maths 2, 92%. History, 85%. Japanese literature, 80%. Hero theory, 95%. Practical hero exam, 47 out of 50 points, 94%. Looking at my results, I wondered why I had ever worried in the first place. My results were really good, I hadn't gone below 70% once. I felt tears of joy well up in my eyes. Why are you crying, you nerd? Kacchan smirked, turning to face me with his results in hand. I wiped away my tears and saw that he was ranked number 2 in the class. You don't have the right to call me a nerd when you did better than me. I laughed at him. He chuckled and took my results sheet from my desk. Hey! I shouted, trying to take it back. Shush, nerd. I just want to see how you did. Here, you can look at mine, he said dismissively. I sighed and took Kacchan's results paper from his hand. Bakugo Katsuki class ranking, number 2 physics, 83% chemistry, 82% biology, 78% English, 98% maths 1, 95% maths 2, 96% history, 90% Japanese literature, 82% hero theory, 95% practical hero exam, 45/50ths, 90%. After looking at Kacchan's results, I noticed we had the same percentage in a few subjects, like English and hero theory. I smirked upon seeing that I did better than him on the practical exam. It made sense since Yamamo and I finished first. Dim, you did really well. I told you there was nothing to worry about, Kacchan smirked at me. I smiled back and took my sheet from him. Yeah, you were right. I was just overthinking everything again. I did better than you in biology, I said, pointing to our scores. Kacchan shrugged and put his paper in his bag. You've always been better than me in biology. Thank you for helping me with English, he whispered the last part, rarely ever thanking anyone. I simply smiled at him, knowing that if I acknowledged his gratitude, he would deny it. As I sat there, I realized something that made me groan in frustration. Kacchan smirked at me, obviously knowing what I was thinking. Pay up. If I'm second in the class, that means I beat at least one of those guys, Kacchan cackled. I sighed and reached into my bag to pull out my money. Here you go, I muttered sadly, having saved that money for a while for a date with Shoto. I knew I shouldn't have made that bet. Kacchan took it from my hands happily before he was called over to the Baku squad. A minute after Kacchan left, Kyoka fell into his seat with Yamamo standing beside the desk. Hi Aizu. How did you do? Kyoka asked happily. I gave her my paper, which she scanned quickly before nodding and congratulating me. See, we all told you that you would do fine, she said, pulling me into a hug. How did you two do? I asked them. They both handed me their result papers. Jiro Kyoka class ranking, number 6 physics, 71% chemistry, 69% biology, 77% English, 94% maths 1, 81% maths 2, 87% history, 80% Japanese literature, 68% hero theory, 69% practical hero exam, 41/50ths, 82%. Yaoyorozu Momo class ranking, number 1 physics, 99% chemistry, 99% biology, 98% English, 98% maths 1, 97% maths 2, 98% history, 95% Japanese literature, 100% hero theory, 94% practical hero exam, 47/50ths, 94%. Wow, Yamamo, you did so well. All of your scores are in the 90s. And 100% in Japanese literature. That's amazing. You must have studied really hard. I exclaimed, hugging Yamamo around the waist. She bent her knees slightly to hug me back as she laughed gently. Thank you, Aizu. You did very well too, she replied. When we pulled away, I yanked Kyoka into a hug as well. You did great too, Kyoka. You moved up in the class ranking. I said excitedly. Kyoka laughed and patted my head as we pulled away. You didn't do too bad yourself, she giggled. We talked about random things and how excited we were for the training camp for the remainder of the lesson. When Cementos opened the door to start our literature lesson, everyone returned to their seats. I tried to focus on the lesson, but I couldn't help but be distracted by the palpable excitement in the air for the training camp. The week leading up to Friday was full of excitement, with people running around to gather everything they needed. Every morning, we had 2 lessons before we were allowed the rest of the day off. It was Thursday, the day before we would leave for the training camp, and a bunch of my classmates and I were going to the shopping center to get some things. I need some boots, but money is tight at the moment. I'm hoping they have some at the secondhand shop, Ochako said as we walked into the bustling crowds of the shopping center. The Baku squad, Shinso, Kyoka, Yamamo, Ida, Tsu, Shoto, and I were all walking together. Several other people in our class had gone to the shopping center, but they were in separate groups. We can help you get some from a shoe shop. It's no big deal, Tsu said, placing a comforting hand on Ochako's arm. Ochako shook her head quickly, waving her hands in dismissal. Oh, you don't have to do that. I'm fine with just getting them from a secondhand shop. I'd feel awful if I let you buy me my shoes. Ochako squeaked, looking down at her feet and fiddling with her fingers. No. We'll chip in, I need to buy some boots as well. OMG. We could totally match. Mina squealed, grabbing both Tsu and Ochako by their arms and dragging them over to the escalator. If we're splitting up, I would like to go to the camping shop and get some supplies, Ida said, watching the three girls giggle on the escalator. Since everyone wanted to split up to buy things, we agreed to meet in the food court for lunch. I texted Ochako this information before Shoto took my hand and pulled me toward a pharmaceutical shop. What do you need from here? I asked my boyfriend. I need to buy some sunscreen and toilet paper for my room. I've been having some issues lately and I quickly covered his mouth to stop him from saying more. I really didn't want to hear about his stomach problems. Okay, I don't need to hear more. Let's just go in and get your stuff, I chuckled. Shoto smiled at me as I removed my hand. I loved his smile. After coming out of the shop, Shoto said he needed to go to the restroom, so I waited for him outside by the fountain. As I sat on the edge of the fountain, watching families pass by, I felt a strange sensation, as if someone was watching me. Just as I was about to pull out my phone to pretend I was busy, a hand suddenly wrapped around my throat from behind. Don't make any sudden movements, a voice hissed in my ear. My heart raced at the proximity of the villain. Why are you here? Did Hisashi send you? I stuttered. The grip on my neck tightened slightly. That man couldn't order me around if he tried. He's an idiot. No, I'm here to ask you a question. Why do people idolize Stain when we're both trying to bring about the end of the heroes? I was terrified, but I managed to whisper, I guess it's because Stain had ideals. He focused on the corruption of heroes. You just want to bring about chaos for no reason. Oh my, he always comes into the equation. A shining beacon for these normies, he spat, looking out at the crowd. I could kill them, you know. I could kill them all and I'd be gone before any hero could arrive, he hissed. I felt tense at his words. I didn't doubt he would do it. My eyes widened as I felt his grip tighten. Aizu? Who's this? Shoto's familiar voice called from a meter away. Relief washed over me as Shigaraki quickly withdrew his hand. Don't you worry about me. I'll be on my way now, he said in a falsely upbeat voice, blending into the crowd. Izuku? Are you okay? You look like you're about to have a panic attack, Shoto whispered, taking my hands and stroking my face gently. Shoto, call the police, I whispered before I slumped forward against his chest, fainting. I woke up in a sterile-smelling hospital room, sitting bolt upright to see Papa, Dad, and Auntie Namuri at my bedside, looking concerned. What happened? I asked hesitantly. They shared a look before Papa spoke up. You were confronted by Shigaraki at the shopping center. Todoroki stepped in before he did anything. You told him to call the police before you passed out. We were really worried about you, Zuzu. I remembered what had happened and started asking a flurry of questions. Was anyone hurt? Did he get away? Where's Shoto? Do Kacchan and Kyoka know I'm here? What about the rest of my friends? Dad placed a hand over my mouth to stop my questions. Nobody was hurt. Shigaraki got away. Shoto is waiting outside alongside Katsuki, Kyoka, Uraraka, and Yaoyorozu. The rest of your friends were alerted and are at the dorms. I nodded and settled back. A detective is going to ask you a few questions, okay? I nodded again and waited for the detective to enter the room. After answering a series of questions, I was finally allowed to leave the hospital. My friends and boyfriend all hugged me and asked if I was okay. I had to reassure them several times before they finally stepped back and let me out of their tight embraces. After that, we were taken back to the dorms, where several more people hugged me and asked if I was okay again. It was a bit overwhelming, but I just smiled and repeated, I'm fine. I just overreacted. I was relieved when Dad finally told everyone to give me some space and sent us all to our rooms. I overheard Kirishima whisper to Siro, he really is our dad, as they got into the lift. I decided to take the stairs. When I arrived on my floor, Kacchan and Shoto were waiting by my room. There you are, Pipsqueak. All three of us know that you're going to have trouble sleeping tonight, so we got permission from Shota to all sleep in your room. Originally, Shota was going to be the only one, but Shota apparently doesn't trust you too, Kacchan said, leaning against the wall. My face heated up at his words. Kacchan! I squealed indignantly. Kacchan shrugged, not my words. It was your dad who said it. I sighed and unlocked my door so they could come in. The three of us watched films and joked around for a few hours before I started to feel tired. It was 10 p.m., and the events of the day had worn me out. I leaned over the side of my bed and looked down at my boyfriend and best friend, who were both sleeping on air mattresses. Good night, guys, I yawned. Night, nerd. Good night, love, they replied. I rolled back over in my bed and fell asleep the moment my head hit the pillow. Surprisingly, I didn't have any nightmares that night. I woke up the next day refreshed and ready for our training camp. Rolling over in my bed, I saw that it was 8:30 a.m., and we had to be on the bus by 9 a.m. I stared at the clock for a full minute, my sleep-induced brain trying to comprehend the urgency. Then it hit me. We were going to be late. CRP. Kacchan. Shoto, get up. I shouted, stumbling out of bed and rushing around the room to collect my clothes. Kacchan and Shoto sat bolt upright, watching me scramble around. Don't just sit there. Get up and get out of my room so you can get ready. I don't want you in here while I shower, I shouted, dragging them out of the room and slamming the door behind me. I was in and out of the shower within minutes, not even adjusting the temperature. As a result, my skin felt scalded as I struggled into my school uniform. I didn't even bother to tie my tie as I picked up my bag and rushed out the door, only to rush back in a minute later when I realized I had left my phone and keys on my desk. Now with everything I needed, I rushed out again and locked the door. Glancing at my watch, I saw that it was 8. How had it taken me 15 minutes to shower and get dressed? I shook my head and ran towards the stairs, throwing myself down the middle. Was it reckless to throw myself down 3 stories of stairs? If any of my friends or family found out, would they be upset? Do I regret it? I knew what I was doing. As soon as my feet left the ground and I was hurtling between the stair railings, I transformed into a swallow. I swooped into the common area and landed in the kitchen as if nothing had happened. Nobody else was there, so it seemed everyone was already out. I didn't want to hold anyone up, so I snatched an apple from the fruit bowl and grabbed a carton of orange juice from the fridge. I didn't stop. I threw my bag onto my back and started sprinting towards the front of the school, chugging orange juice and trying not to choke on the apple. I saw the bus, full of my classmates, getting closer. I tossed my apple core behind me, and it somehow landed in the bin as I rushed towards the bus. Nice of you to join us, Izuku, Dad smirked as I stumbled onto the bus, still clutching a half-full carton of juice. Sorry I woke up late. I coughed. Running and eating was not a good idea. It's fine. Take a seat, and since everyone is here, we can leave. Dad sighed. I nodded and stumbled to the back of the bus where all of my friends were. Nice to see you made it on time, Izuku, Kacchan smirked, sprawled casually over 2 seats. How were you here before me? Did you even eat? I asked incredulously. Kacchan nodded and took the orange juice from my hand. Yeah, icy hot and I ate. We were both surprised when you didn't come barreling down the stairs. Kacchan said, about to drink my orange juice. There's no way you got ready properly. Did either of you shower? If not, that's disgusting. I hissed, snatching back my juice and chugging it. There wasn't really time for us to shower, we were gonna be late. Kacchan shrugged, turning away and effectively ending our conversation. I huffed and leaned back in my seat, not realizing that Shoto's arm was behind me. Your skin looks a bit red, Wolf. Plus, your tie isn't done. Shoto commented, sitting me up and tying my tie for me. I blushed slightly at his proximity and looked anywhere but at him. Even after months of dating, I still got easily flustered by him. I caught Ochako's eyes while Shoto was doing my tie. She looked at the scene and wiggled her eyebrows suggestively. I blushed more and whipped my head back around to look directly into Shoto's eyes. You okay? He asked sweetly. I quickly nodded and relaxed slightly. Yeah, just a bit tired is all. I had to rush my shower, so I ended up burning myself. I explained. Shoto placed his right hand on my red hand and activated his quirk, cooling the inflamed skin. I smiled at Shoto. We looked at each other lovingly for a minute before a loud noise interrupted us. I turned around to glare at the source. My eyes settled on Kyoka, whose hands were still raised to her mouth. Stop making doe eyes and just make out already. Kyoka laughed. My face glowed a brilliant ruby color at her words. Don't say such things, Jiro. Plus, Todoroki and Izuku's relationship is none of your concern. Ida chastised. Kyoka just snorted and laughed while Yamamo sat beside her, giggling gently to herself. The rest of my friends laughed at Shoto and my expense as I buried my head into Shoto's chest. We had our reasons for not kissing on the lips yet, that was our business and nobody else's. I fell asleep on the bus ride to our destination. I was shaken awake by Shoto, who told me that my dad had said we needed to get off the bus. A bit disoriented, I followed my friends off the bus and stood behind everyone. Hey, Eraser. Long time no see, an unfamiliar female voice called over. Yeah, sorry about that, Dad mumbled as the person who spoke came closer. Rock on with these sparkling gazes, the voice shouted. I instantly recognized the beginning of the chant by the pro-hero group the Wild Wild PP Cats. Stingingly cute and cat-like, a second voice cheered. 2 women jumped forward and posed before shouting in unison, we're the Wild Wild PP Cats. I was practically vibrating in my spot from excitement. The Wild Wild PP Cats was a 4-hero team who specialized in mountain rescue. These are the pros who will be aiding you with your hero training. This is their mountain, and where we will be holding the camp, Dad muttered into his scarf. The hero, Mandalay, picked up where Dad left off. Since this is all our territory, you're free to use your quirks. Right down there in that little clearing by the foot of that mountain is the training camp, she explained kindly before a mischievous glint entered her eyes. Right now it's 10 a.m. I think you should be able to make it in 2 or 3 hours, she smiled, revealing her sharp canine teeth. Everyone immediately began to scramble back towards the bus, but it was too late. The other hero, Pixie Bob, placed her hands on the hard-packed dirt floor, causing it to shift. The entire class was thrown off the cliff into the greenery below us. As I was carried away, I could have sworn I heard Dad say something along the lines of, "Sorry kids." I managed to transform in midair into a bird so that I wouldn't hurt myself when I hit the ground. Several of my fellow students weren't so lucky and ended up crashing into the floor with a lot of force. Groans of pain echoed around the forest as everyone stood up and stretched their limbs to ensure nothing was too broken. "We should power onwards, class," Ida shouted, gaining everyone's attention. "It shouldn't take long for us to get through this forest with our combined efforts." The class nodded as we banded together and started walking through the forest. I think if we hadn't been attacked by earth golems, we could have easily made it in 2 hours or so. The first earth monster came out of nowhere. One moment we were walking through the forest, talking to each other. The next moment, I yanked Aoyama back by his collar to prevent him from being trampled by a hulking beast made of rock and earth. "What in the world is that?" Kyoka shouted, backing away slightly, alongside the rest of the class. "I think it's Pixie Bob's quirk. She can manipulate the earth. Her quirk is called Earth Flow," I muttered under my breath, ever the fanboy. The entire class watched apprehensively as more creatures began to emerge from the ground and slowly stalk toward us. "There's no way around this but to just attack," Yamamo whispered as if trying to placate the creatures before us. Several people in our huddle nodded. I glanced over at Kacchan and saw the grin slowly spreading across his face. I knew that smile. Kacchan turned to me and nodded slightly. I sighed and prepared myself for the strenuous fight ahead. Hours later, we emerged from the forest, covered in scratches and limping slightly. I breathed for breath as we entered the clearing where Dad and the PP cats were waiting. "Wow, you were faster than we thought you'd be, but it suffices to say that you didn't make it in time for lunch," Mandalay chuckled. Everyone groaned and started to collapse from exhaustion. We had been fighting nonstop for roughly 4 hours, and the reality of not being able to eat until dinner was hard to face. "You all did marvelously. Especially you four," Pixie Bob cheered, rubbing her hands together as she approached Shoto, Kacchan, and me. I took a step back and hid slightly behind Shoto. "Pixie Bob, please stop creeping out my students and come over here," Dad called out, saving us from who knows what. "How peculiar," Ida commented thoughtfully. I nodded absent-mindedly, my focus on the angry-looking little boy leaning against the wall. "Miss Mandalay, who's the little kid?" I asked curiously. Mandalay looked over to the boy and smiled gently. "That's my nephew. His name is Kota. Come and say hello to everyone, Kota," she encouraged. Kota reluctantly pushed himself off the wall and slouched toward us, his hands stuck firmly in his pockets, avoiding eye contact. I decided to introduce myself. "Hi, Kota, I'm Izuku. I'm in UA's hero course. How are you?" I held out my hand for him to shake. Kota looked at my hand, then up at my face, his expression filled with disdain. Instead of shaking my hand, he unexpectedly punched me. I can't describe the pain I felt in that moment. I fell to the ground, watching as Kota sauntered off. "Why, you little? That was pure evil," Ida exclaimed dramatically. I noticed Mandalay rushing after him, scolding him as she went. I only became aware of Kacchan's laughter once the pain subsided a bit. Kacchan and Shoto walked over to me, amusement clear in their eyes. I expected this from Kacchan, but not Shoto. He was my boyfriend, he should be comforting me. Clearly, Kacchan was influencing him. "That kid reminds me of you, Bakugo," Shoto laughed lightly. Kacchan's mood shifted immediately. "What did you say, you yesterday? I'm nothing like that kid. I don't hit people." Kacchan shouted about which places he'd never punched someone. "Okay, enough of this sideshow. Everyone collect your bags from the bus, put them in the room, and head to the dining hall. You'll eat now and then be permitted to bathe in the hot springs," Dad announced over Kacchan's ranting. "Thanks for the food," everyone shouted with steepled hands before we dug into the delicious meal prepared for us by the wild PP cats. The hall buzzed with chatter as we ate. I showed some restraint with my food, unlike Kaminari, Kirishima, and Kacchan, who devoured their meals at an alarming speed. Kyoka slapped each of them upside the head for eating with their mouths open, which was rather disgusting. She must have shouted for longer than she actually ate. She only calmed down when Yamamo put her arm around her waist, whispering soothing words that both calmed Kyoka's rage and made her blush with embarrassment. "Does Jiro usually get so worked up about eating loudly?" Shoto asked curiously. I nodded, swallowing the broccoli in my mouth before answering. "Yeah. One of Kyoka's pet peeves is hearing people eat. She says it disgusts her, and if people can't learn to eat properly, she'll make sure they end up being fed through a tube. She gets really worked up about stuff like that." I shrugged, used to her threats toward Kacchan during meals. Shoto looked at me with slightly wide eyes. "That sounds like something Katsuki would say," he remarked, surprised. "Well, we've all known each other since we were little. Some of our mannerisms have rubbed off on each other," I replied. Shoto seemed satisfied with this explanation and returned to quietly enjoying his food, careful not to provoke Kyoka's wrath. While absent-mindedly looking around, I noticed Kota sulking in the corner. I felt a strong urge to help him out. Wow, these hot springs feel amazing. I sighed happily as I soaked in the hot water. I had my back to the rest of the boys and my eyes were closed. I felt a bit awkward being in the hot springs since I'd never been to a public bath before. I could hear the girls laughing together on the other side of the wall and smiled slightly to myself, glad they were enjoying themselves. No doubt if my Neta were here, he'd be causing problems. Why are you all on your own, nerd? Kacchan's voice asked from above me. I opened my eyes to look up at him and unfortunately, Kacchan had no shame. Ah! I screamed, falling backward into the water. I emerged with my hair plastered to my head, my face redder than Kirishima's hair. What are you screaming about, nerd? Kacchan asked, still standing there unashamedly. Some of the boys had turned to watch the interaction. Was I being overly sensitive? I didn't think so. Kacchan, could you please cover yourself or get in the water? I squeaked. I heard Kaminari, Siro, and Kirishima laugh behind me. How were they finding this funny? It was mortifying. What do you mean? It's not like you haven't seen it before? Kacchan smirked, clearly enjoying my embarrassment. That sounds awful, I exclaimed, my face going several shades darker. What does that mean? Shoto asked teasingly, getting a bit closer to me. He means when we were babies and our mothers used to bathe us together, I muttered, feeling embarrassed. Kacchan laughed, a rare sight, and slipped into the water, granting me some relief. Aside from that, I quite enjoyed my time in the hot springs. Was that your first time in a public bath? Shoto asked as we both lay down to go to sleep. I nodded in the darkness, chuckling slightly. I knew that I'd get too embarrassed, I whispered. I felt Shoto's hand on my head as he smoothed my hair. Good night, love, he whispered, kissing my cheek gently before settling into his blanket. Good night. The next morning, the entirety of Class 1A stood in the clearing, rubbing their eyes tiredly and staring at Dad without really seeing him. Why did we have to be up at 5:30 in the morning? Good morning, kids. Today the real training camp begins. Our main goal is to get a full semester's worth of knowledge and experience into 1 week, so you'll be working incredibly hard. We're doing this so that you can obtain your provisional licenses which you will need to combat the hostile forces growing in the real world, Dad intoned monotonously. Everyone was wide awake at his words. It was a surprise to all of us that we were working for our provisional licenses in our first year. And trying to fit a whole semester's work into 1 week seemed impossible. We'll start off with something you're familiar with. Bakugo, throw this, Dad said, tossing Kacchan a ball similar to that of our quirk apprehension test. This is from the start of the year, Kacchan muttered, staring at the ball. Last time you threw the ball 706m. Let's see how far you can get it. Dad waved his hand in the direction Kacchan was to throw the ball. Oh, I get it. He's gonna test how far our quirks have developed since the start of the year. So smart. Mina cheered. Many nodded in understanding as Kacchan wound his arm back, preparing to give the throw his all. Go to hell. Kacchan screamed as he activated his quirk and threw the ball as far into the forest as he could. What is with his weird battle cries? Chaco whispered to me. I shrugged and looked back as Dad showed us how far Kacchan had thrown the ball. The entire class gasped at the number that flashed on the screen, 710m. What? The class shouted in unison. That's barely any improvement, Kaminari exclaimed, silenced by Kacchan's steely glare. As Kaminari pointed out, Bakugo's score and quirk haven't improved much since the start of the year. In the past 3 months, there's no doubt you've improved, but that improvement was mental and in your techniques. This training camp will be focusing on improving your quirks. This will be tough enough for you to wish for death. So you better do your best to stay alive. Dad chuckled humorlessly, sending a shiver through the crowd. None of us liked the way our teacher had said that. I knew Dad had warned us that we would want to give up after the strenuous quirk training, but it was a joke how hard we were being pushed. Kacchan was constantly putting his hands into a vat of hot water to open up his sweat pores so he could continuously unleash monumental explosions. Shoto sat in another vat of hot water, regulating the temperature with both his ice and fire. Ochako was rolling down the mountainside in a clear ball to acclimate her inner ear to zero gravity and reduce nausea. Kyoka was hitting her earphone jacks against the mountain to enhance their strength for better audio quality. Ida was running around the mountain to increase his stamina. Yamamo was beside Sato, continuously producing items with her creation quirk to shorten her creation time. Everyone looked exhausted, but they persevered through their fatigue to improve their quirks. I hated the way I was told to improve my quirk. It was painful and I knew I'd barely be able to move afterward, but I wanted to be a good hero, and you couldn't do that without experiencing some pain. Dad stood in front of me, holding a large screen. Without warning, he would show me a picture of something I had never seen before, and I would have to transform into it. I transformed into random people, animals I didn't know existed, and miscellaneous objects. Do you know how embarrassing it was to transform into the most random items? Have you ever been a bucket of paint? A crumb? It wasn't fun. Not only was I transforming my body, but Dad would randomly throw objects at me for me to transform upon contact. I got soaked with water when I touched a rock, and it became water. Random objects were strewn around my feet from all the rocks thrown at me, which I transformed. Quite a few snakes, birds, and spiders had been added to the forest due to my quirk training. The constant transforming didn't stop until lunchtime when we had a brief break before resuming our grueling training. After hours of work, our training for the day finally came to an end. The entire class collapsed onto the floor and groaned in pain. Well done for completing the first day of your quirk training. One of the wild PP cats, Ragdoll, cheered for us. Yes, you did excellently, the gruff voice of Tiger said from behind us, making us jump slightly. But your day's work isn't over yet. Now you must make your own dinner. Yesterday was a one-time thing. Get ready to cook, my little kitties. Pixie Bob purred, rubbing her hands together. The entire class groaned before Ida shot up and started encouraging us. Come now, Class 1. We must persevere. When we enter the heroics field, we may have to cook for civilians after a disaster. Up we get. Slowly, people began to push themselves up and make their way over to the ingredients we had been given. We're making curry? Shojiest. The wild PP cats nodded and gestured for us to get on with our work. It was slow, but the class gradually started to get into the swing of things. There were calls for Shoto to light fires, with Momo protesting that we should be able to do it ourselves. The sound of knives rapidly chopping vegetables filled the air, and Ochako marveled at Kacchan's impressive knife skills. The entire cooking area buzzed with activity as we prepared dinner. Since nobody really trusted me to cook, I was tasked with carrying meat, vegetables, and peas to different stations. Soon, the aroma of the curry wafted through the air, making several stomachs growl in anticipation. Dinner's done. Kacchan yelled from his spot, where he was keeping an eye on all the food with Kirishima and Siro. This is delicious, several people exclaimed happily as they dug in. Both Class 1A and 1B sat together, joyfully mingling with each other. Hi Waze. Hi Kodai, I smiled as I bounced over to my friends' seats. Oh. Hey Midoriya, how are you doing? It's been a while since we last spoke. Awaze greeted me with a smile. Kodai just waved at me, her lips tilting slightly upwards. I've told you to call me Izuku. I've been doing alright recently. Got a bit too worked up about my test results, but it turned out great, I explained, slipping into space beside Kodai and across from Awaze. Awaze nodded, and we started a conversation about school before moving on to our excitement about the training camp and taking our provisional license exam. I heard that Aizawa sensei and Present Mike are getting married, is that true? Awaze asked curiously. I nodded as I enjoyed the delicious curry. I was about to respond when we heard a slap echo from where Kyoko was sitting. We looked over to see Siro rubbing his cheek, with Kyoka standing above him. Momo was crouched in the corner, her face in her hands, shaking slightly. I wonder what went on over there, Awaze mumbled. I shrugged. Siro probably said something rude about Momo, so Kyoka slapped him. Aizawa and Mick's engagement was revealed to the entire class. It was supposed to be a secret, but Present Mike has a big mouth. Kodai made a small noise of amusement and continued to eat her curry. I looked up and saw Koda walking away. Hey, guys, I'll be back in a minute. I have to do something, I muttered before standing up from the table, taking a spare bowl of curry with me. I followed Koda's footprints until I reached the top of a hill and found him sitting, looking out at the forest. Hey Koda, do you want some of this curry? I asked gently, coming closer. Koda jumped slightly and looked up at me. Go away, I don't want to fraternize with you, he hissed angrily. That's a big word for a kid your age. I'll leave, but I just want you to know that if you're in trouble, I'll help you. I can see how much you hate all of us. It's in your eyes. I don't know why you don't like us, but you're entitled to your own opinion, I guess. I shrugged, placing the curry on the ground and beginning to walk away. I don't like the fact that you're flaunting your quirks. I don't care what you call yourselves, heroes or villains. It's all bogus. Koda snarled. I paused for a moment, mulling over his words. He seemed to have a problem with today's quirk-dependent society as a whole. The next day was a repeat of the previous day. We kept pushing our quirks to the limit in hopes of making them the strongest they could be. By midday, I felt like my bones were crying out for help. I was finding it increasingly difficult to transform, especially since I hadn't seen many of the things I was trying to become. But I kept persevering. I had to get stronger. That night, we cooked stew, but it was a bit different because we were cooking alongside Class 1B. Monoma had to be restrained by Siro so that he wouldn't stir up trouble with Kacchan. We made sure to give Kacchan plenty of tasks to keep him occupied. When the stew was done, we all sat together to enjoy the fruits of our LBR. It was delicious and filled everyone's stomachs, erasing the pains of the day and soothing us. Hey, 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 everybody! Ragdoll shouted, earning everyone's attention. You did marvelously today, but the events of the day aren't over. Since it's getting darker, we'll be doing a test of courage. Her announcement was met with cheers. It's simple enough to understand. One class will be positioned in the forest and will try to scare the other class as they make their way through. The class going through the forest will be split into pairs. You'll follow a set path until you reach Ragdoll's table, where you'll take a piece of paper and circle back. The first class doing the scaring will be 1B. Go off into the forest and set up some scares. Pixie Bob cheered. Class 1B exchanged excited looks before rushing off into the forest, except for Monoma, who was held back by Vlad King. We'll be pairing you guys up for this, so pull out a number and get into teams. Mandalay smiled, holding out a bag. Wait a second, Mandalay. Ashido, Kirishima, Kaminari, Siro, and Sato. You're all staying behind. You didn't put enough effort into today's training, Dad grumbled, wrapping his capture gear around my classmates and dragging their struggling bodies toward the central building. No! Kaminari screamed. The rest of the class watched with amused eyes as our classmates were taken away. Okay, come pick out your numbers. Mandalay yelled. Everyone walked over to her and plucked a piece of paper from the bag. They got into pairs and stood in order of when they would be leaving to go into the forest. Oh, I'm all on my own, I muttered sadly. A couple of my classmates threw me sympathetic looks before turning to face the forest. By the time Team 5, Tsu and Ochako, were leaving, several screams had already echoed through the trees. It started with a burning smell. My keen nose picked up the scent of wood burning, mixed with something suspicious. Even from a distance, it made my head feel a bit foggy. Something's wrong, I shouted to the pros, whipping around just in time to see a burly figure and a lizard attacking Pixie Bob. Stay out of the way, kitty cats, one of the villains chuckled, pushing a pillar further into Pixie Bob's direction. I gasped as I was pulled back by Tiger to avoid immediate danger. Everyone! Villains are attacking. We are aware of two, but there may be more on the premises. Get back to camp as fast as you can. If you encounter a villain, do not engage. Retreat. Mandalay's voice echoed in my head as she used her quirk to alert everyone of the danger. I hoped that everyone was safe. As the heroes and villains engaged in combat, it suddenly occurred to me that nobody had seen Kota since before dinner. There was no way he was safe if other villains were roaming about. Kota, I whispered to myself. I need to go. Kota is in danger. I shouted to Ida as I transformed into a peregrine falcon and flew away as fast as I could, ignoring Ida's shouts of protest. As I flew towards Kota's secret base, Mandalay's voice echoed in my head. Kota, please get back to base. It isn't safe. Hearing her panic, I sped up even more. I knew the pain and fear of losing a family member. I knew that Kota was Waterhose's son. I'd overheard Mandalay and Dad speaking the night before. I couldn't let Mandalay lose another family member. I couldn't let a child's life end. A child's voice screamed in fear. There was no doubt about it, Kota was in danger. I arrived at the scene and only had a split second to react before Kota would have been seriously harmed. Still in the air, I transformed into Ochako and touched the villain's repulsive muscle fibers, causing him to float away and completely miss his punch aimed at Kota. I transformed back and scooped Kota into my arms, rolling a few times to stop my momentum. I glanced back at the villain, who was thrashing violently in the air, before looking down at Kota and checking him over for injuries. Kota didn't even have the energy to push me off. He just sat there and stared into nothingness, in shock. Kota, look at me. I'm gonna get you to safety, okay? I said, trying to draw him out from his head. After a moment, Kota looked up at me with teary eyes. His bottom lip trembled, but he was interrupted when the floor rumbled. I looked behind me to see the villain, muscular, sneering down at me. I recognize you. You're Hisashi's kid. You're definitely on the list of kids to take. Why don't you make this easy and just come with me? Muscular sneered, reaching out a hand. I dodged his hand and took Kota into my arms before throwing myself from the cliff, Kota screaming into my ear as we plummeted down. I wouldn't throw myself from a cliff without a plan. Halfway down, I transformed into a parachute so that Kota wouldn't be harmed from the fall. When we were close enough to the ground, I transformed back and held Kota close to my chest. Are you okay? I asked Kota. He nodded slightly before I pulled him closer, intending to run away, but Muscular had other plans. The behemoth of a man landed in front of me with a thud. So you think you can run away? I don't think so. Muscular bellowed in anger. I stepped back slightly and found myself pressed against the wall. I had nowhere to go. Kota, keep your head down, okay? I'm gonna put you on my back, I whispered. He nodded as I leaned down to pick up some stones on the floor. Kota wiggled around so that he was on my back, and I transformed one of the rocks into a sheath of fabric to tie him to me. My eyes never left Muscular. You will never get past me. I am stronger than you. I will crush the child on your back and take you into the league. Muscular bellowed. I crouched lower to the ground and got ready to spring forward and attack. Muscular's fist came flying towards me with such speed that it was nearly impossible to dodge. I managed to jump out of the way just in time, causing Muscular's fist to sink into the rough surface of the mountainside. Before he could pull his fist away, I placed my hand on it and transformed a portion of the wall into an incredibly sticky substance. Muscular tried to pull his hand out but was unable to do so. "What have you done?" Muscular roared. "I'm going to take you and your little friend back to the league." He tried in vain to yank his hand from the wall. I saw that he was going to build more muscle on top of his arm to try and pull it out, and it seemed like the perfect opportunity to use one of the things I had created. Just as Muscular's muscles began to close over his arm, I threw a knife into his arm, which not only embedded itself but was also attached to an explosive that blew up upon impact. I'm not a psychopath, so the explosion wasn't very big. It wasn't big enough to kill Muscular or seriously injure him. But it did destroy all of the muscle he had built up around his arm and a majority of it on the left side of his body. I immediately transformed into Anti-Nemuri while he was disoriented by the blast. I covered Koda's mouth with some excess fabric before ripping both of my sleeves off to release copious amounts of the purple gas. Within seconds, the entire area was filled with a purple haze. I watched as Muscular swayed on his feet, trying in vain to battle off his wooziness. I transformed directly from Nemuri into Pixie Bob. I placed one of my pawed hands over my mouth while using the other to push Muscular back into the mountainside with earth flow. He stumbled backward, still somehow hanging on to his consciousness, and fell against the wall with a thump. The earth bent to my will as I fashioned an impenetrable prison for the villain before me. By this point, the amount of sleeping gas in the air had taken effect on Muscular. He was out cold and would be for quite a while. I transformed into a wolf and started running at full speed towards the base. I needed to get Koda to safety before I warned everyone that they were planning on taking people. I hadn't been running for 5 minutes before I encountered Dad. I nearly ran into him as we crossed paths, but I managed to stop just before I barreled into his legs. Dad pulled his scarf out, ready to attack, but then he saw Koda on my back and looked confused. I transformed back into myself and pulled Koda off of my back. Hated. I just saved Koda from the villain who killed Waterhose, Muscular. He's out cold against the mountain a few minutes back. I found out that the villains are after me and Kacchan, so I need to tell Mandalay that Kacchan needs to be careful. Please take Koda. He's still in shock but he's starting to snap out of it. Okay? Goodbye. I spoke rapidly, bouncing on the ball of my feet as I handed Koda to Shota and prepared to run away. Wait, Izuku, if you're going to speak to Mandalay, tell her that I give permission for everyone to use their quirks, Dad said, his face a picture of resolution and determination. I nodded before transforming into a bald eagle and flying towards where Mandalay and Tiger were fighting, a sense of foreboding settling in my stomach. When I arrived at the fight, Mandalay was about to get hit by the lizard-looking man. I dove down and scratched my talons across his scaly skin, causing him to cry out in pain and fall backward. I transformed in midair and landed next to Mandalay. Mandalay, I need you to make an announcement to everyone. Aizawa said that everyone in Class A and B has permission to use their quirks in defense. Also, please warn the students that Katsuki Bakugo, is in danger of being taken. I said rapidly. Mandalay nodded in confirmation. I nodded in return before transforming into an eagle once again, flying away and narrowly dodging a knife thrown at me by the lizard. I needed to get back to the base. I was in danger of being kidnapped, and I knew that my being taken wouldn't help anyone. I had complete trust in my fellow students, so there was no reason for me to fight, right? Wrong. When I see someone in danger, I need to help them. So when I saw Ochako and Tsu struggling against a girl wielding knives, I knew I had to step in. I swooped down, transforming back into myself and drawing my knives as I went. The blonde girl was about to stab Ochako when I intercepted with my own knives. The girl's yellow eyes widened at my sudden appearance before they gained a gleam of excitement. No way! It can't possibly be the Izuku Midoriya. I loved you in the sports festival. Let's run away together, Izuku-kun, the girl squealed as she jumped away and began twirling around excitedly. I thought that Ochako was appealing, but you're just as breathtaking. I want both of you. She gasped, clasping her hands together. I was taken aback by her obvious obsession with me and Ochako. I was a bit distracted, so I was surprised when she launched herself towards me, her blades flashing in the moonlight. I defended myself for a few seconds, not expecting her onslaught of stabs and slashes. After a moment, I got into the rhythm of things and started making some offensive moves of my own. We engaged in a deadly dance of blades. If even one step was wrong, it could lead to a serious injury. We fought for several minutes without either of us landing a blow. Our battle could have gone on for hours if Tsu hadn't stepped in. I was deflecting one of the girl's knives from slashing across my stomach when Tsu's tongue wrapped around the girl's arm and yanked it back. While she was off balance, I kicked the girl in the stomach. She went flying backwards into a bush. I wanted to pursue her, but I knew that it would be a bad idea. She could easily gain the upper hand. Thank you for helping us, Aizu, Ochako said, wiping away some blood from a cut on her cheek. It's fine. I'm sure you could have gotten out of it. I smiled reassuringly. Tsu was about to speak when we heard the familiar sound of Kacchan's explosions. I shared a look with Ochako before we all rushed toward the sound. We emerged from the forest to see Shoto and Kacchan fighting a strange-looking man covered in leather with long teeth that he used to walk across the ground. Shoto was carrying Tsuburara from Class B on his back as he dodged the man's sharp teeth and Kacchan's explosions. Katsuki, we need to fall back, he's too powerful, Shoto shouted at Kacchan. Kacchan stood beside Shoto with an angry look on his face, his hands twitching slightly as he stared at the wall of ice separating him from the villain. I could see conflicting emotions battling in Kacchan's eyes. Kacchan! I shouted, beckoning him toward me. Shoto looked up at me and sighed in relief, clearly worried about my well-being. Izuku! Kacchan shouted, relief evident in his eyes. We were about to say more when we heard the ominous sound of trees cracking and feet hitting the ground rapidly. Everyone's heads swiveled to look in the direction of the sound. We watched as the trees disappeared inexplicably. It wasn't long before Shoji came running out, his eyes wide with fear as he carried an unconscious Shinso on his back. Help! Dark Shadow is rampaging, one of Shoji's arms screamed. I watched in shock as Tokoyami emerged from the forest, his entire body covered by Dark Shadow. Tears welled up in his eyes as he struggled against his own quirk's power. I could see the pain and guilt in Tokoyami's eyes as he tried to hold himself back, but it was all in vain. He wouldn't be able to stop Dark Shadow from rampaging. We need light. We need some fire. I shouted to Kacchan and Shoto. They were both about to activate their quirks when Dark Shadow changed course. Previously chasing Shoji, Dark Shadow suddenly started heading toward the leather-bound man. I watched in shock as Dark Shadow attacked the villain, batting him about and sending him flying across the forest before turning his sights back to us. Dark Shadow didn't get the chance to take even one step forward before Shoto and Kacchan were right in front of him, their quirks activated. Shoto sent a plume of fire toward the sentient quirk to weaken him before Kacchan rocketed toward him and blasted an explosion into Tokoyami's face. It wasn't the kindest way to incapacitate him, but I guess Tokoyami was no longer on a rampage. Thank you, Bakugo, Tokoyami coughed, kneeling on the ground, holding his head in his hands in distress. Any decent person would do it, Kacchan tutted, walking away. We need to get back to base, I said. Everyone nodded. We started our walk back to the center of the camp. Shoto and I walked with our hands clasped together, while Kacchan walked slightly behind us, giving us a bit of privacy. I checked periodically to make sure he was still there. I had a bad feeling in my gut. Love, are you okay? Shoto asked gently, rubbing his thumb over the back of my hand to calm my nerves. Yeah. I haven't been hurt too badly. I just have a lot of adrenaline pumping through me. I chuckled slightly, realizing I was bordering on hysteria. Shoto looked at me with slight concern before nodding. How are you feeling, Kacchan? I asked as I turned around to address my best friend. Except he wasn't there. My heart started pounding. I could hear my blood rushing in my ears. Kacchan! I shouted, searching the surrounding area frantically. Everyone had come to a stop at my frantic voice. Where's Tokoyami? Shoto muttered beside me, his voice strained and his grip on my hand tightening. Well, aren't you an observant lot? An unfamiliar male voice chuckled from a tree to our right. My head whipped around to glare at the man. He wore a long trench coat and a top hat, his face covered by a white mask decorated with a black pattern. Give them back. I growled. I couldn't see the man's eyes, but by the way he jerked back slightly, I knew I didn't look friendly. And who's to say they belong to you, dear boy? They're their own people, are they not? He said in a tone that suggested he was smirking under his mask. I said give them back. I screamed, yanking my hand from Shoto's and taking a few menacing steps toward the man who thought he could take away my friends. I could feel the unease coming from him in waves. Izuku, please calm down. Tsu's voice poked at the edge of my consciousness, but it couldn't penetrate the rage building within me. I watched as the man spoke into a communications device. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but after speaking, he tipped his top hat to us and started hopping away over the trees. My anger doubled to the point that I could barely think straight. I didn't stop. I didn't think. I ignored my friend's shouts of protest as I transformed into a bird and flew after him. I skimmed across the treetops, flying in pursuit of the masked man. I was closing in on him when I made a move. I transformed from a bird into myself and landed on top of the man, making him lose his footing and fall into a clearing. Without taking in my surroundings, I pulled out my knife and held it to the man's throat. Give them back. I swear if you don't, I will hurt you. I roared into his face. I saw him flinch slightly before he chuckled. Go ahead, little hero, we both know you won't do it. I pressed the blade of the knife to his throat even more. feeling the tension rise. Is that so? I hissed. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled in warning. I rolled off the man and threw my knife at someone trying to sneak up on me. A tall man with burnt skin and black hair raised his arm just in time. The knife embedded itself into his arm instead of his eye. Sheet, he hissed in pain. I ignored him and returned my focus to the masked man. I pulled out another knife and threatened him once again. Give them back. This time, I whispered it, my voice breaking. I wanted Kacchan back. I wanted Tokoyami back. Suddenly, there was a crash behind us that distracted everyone. I snapped out of my rage-induced haze at the sight of my boyfriend. I noticed several villains in the clearing. Izuku, please calm down. Shoto cried, tears threatening to fall from his eyes. My gaze lingered on him for a second too long. The villain beneath me took advantage of my distraction and switched our positions, pinning me to the forest floor. My eyes widened in fear, and I instinctively punched him in the face. His mask cracked as it flew off, revealing 2 orbs that tumbled from his mouth. I snatched them from the air and saw that they contained Tokoyami and Kacchan. With my goal in sight, I kicked the man off me and started running toward my friends, only to be tackled from behind by a girl with space buns. Hi again, Izuku. My name is Toga, she beamed, raising her knife to strike. My eyebrows singed as Shoto's fire burned bright above me, pushing Toga off. I scrambled up and ran over to Shoto and Shoji. Don't ever do that again, love. I was so scared, Shoto whispered, yanking me into a hug despite the danger. I nodded against his chest and pulled back to look at the marble in my hand. Marble singular. Where was Kacchan? I whipped around just in time to see Kacchan pop up, the scarred man's hand wrapped around his neck. My eyes widened. My feet moved before I even had time to process what was happening. Kacchan! I screamed, rushing forward to take his hand. I felt Shoto's hand ghost over my wrist as he tried to stop me. It was like everything was in slow motion. I reached out for Kacchan's outstretched hand and grasped it. I knew that what I was about to do would have serious consequences. But how could I stop myself from acting the hero? I yanked Kacchan forward out of the dark-haired man's grip. The momentum made me fall into the dark-haired man's arms. I could only smile at my best friend as I was pulled backward. I could only watch as his eyes widened and his mouth opened in a silent scream. I could only listen to my boyfriend's fear-filled voice calling out my name. Izuku! Shoto screamed, his voice cracking. I love you, Sho, I whispered as darkness consumed me, pulling me away from the ones I love.